just after crossing over, you became the heir to the throne. The beautiful and kind-hearted eldest princess has brought 30,000 armored troops to the city. The compassionate second princess needs your royal blood for her secret refining technique. The third princess, the saintess of the demon sect, is sowing discord, telling you that today is not suitable for ascending the throne. The fourth princess, who has the legacy of the literary sage, is being impeached by scholars from all over the world for writing a self-criticism for you. The fifth princess, the leader of a cult, has her followers saying that the royal brother is possessed by evil spirits, chanting hurry, hurry, as the law commands. Only the empress mother truly cares about you, saying, my son has lost weight, I just made you a bowl of arsenic. Just after crossing over to become the only legitimate heir and eldest son, Li Jin, of the Great Qian Empire, that night, he was overjoyed and almost insane. The next morning, however, news of disaster came from the border, that his father, the emperor, had been injured by a stray arrow during a military campaign and had passed away. According to reason, when the late emperor passes away, as the only son of the emperor, Li Jin should rightfully inherit the throne. But things were far beyond his expectations. 3 royal uncles jumped out to say that even if Li Jin is the only son of the late emperor did not designate Li Jin as the crown prince, nor was there a will. The 5 princesses also jumped out to oppose him, with very valid reasons. In the 100-year history of the Great Qian, there have been 2 empresses. Any one of these 5 princesses would be 10 times stronger than Li Jin if they were to ascend the throne. The ministers then took sides. Some supported the royal uncles, some supported the 5 sisters, but none supported Li Jin. Li Jin stood in the center of the great hall, stunned and helpless, as if he were being submerged by a tide of despair. Shut up, all of you. The late emperor's body is not yet cold. Are you all planning to rebel? Finally, the Empress Wu Zhao spoke up from the Golden Luan Hall. Jiner, what do you think? Your mother supports you. Li Jin seemed to grasp a lifeline, choking up and unable to speak. Suddenly, a system interface popped up in front of him. Name, Wu Zhao, 42 years old. Identity, Empress of Diqian. Potential identity, Empress of Diqian. Current status, nervous, angry, with a boiling intent to kill. Host's attitude, a contradiction between a son and an enemy. Death warning level, level 9, highest level. Certain death. Death warning system binding successful. Detected that the host has a strong desire to survive. Task released. The host will receive a lottery chance upon successful survival. After reading the system interface, Li Jin felt his scalp tingle, cold sweat sliding down his forehead like raindrops, and his back was already soaked with sweat. He scanned the crowd in the court. The royal uncles had sinister looks, the royal sisters concealed their pride, and the ministers distanced themselves coldly. Looking at Wu Zhao, the once kind mother, her eyes were filled with indifference and killing intent. With a thud, Li Jin knelt down in front of everyone, clasped his fists, and said, I ask my mother to ascend the throne. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded, caught off guard. Wu Zhao's tense body on the Golden Luan Hall slowly relaxed, and her pair of killing intent-filled phoenix eyes returned to kindness. My son, you must not speak recklessly. You are the heir of Diqian. Mother, I am just a useless person who knows nothing about governing the world. Now that father has just passed away, the military morale at the borders is scattered, and we are losing ground. For the sake of the Diqian dynasty and the common people, I earnestly request my mother to ascend the throne. If my mother is unwilling, I am willing to crash my head against this Golden Luan Hall. After saying this, he stood up and rushed towards the pillar, but was indeed stopped by the eunuch. How can you be so reckless? I have just lost your father. Do you want to make me lose you too? Wu Zhao stood up and reprimanded Li Jin for his thoughtlessness in front of everyone. We humbly request the empress to ascend the throne. The ministers supporting Wu Zhao joyfully knelt on the ground to plead. The 3 imperial uncles and 5 imperial sisters were dumbfounded, and they still hadn't reacted. This guy actually gave the throne to the empress. Weren't they supposed to be fighting for the throne among themselves? Li Jin immediately checked the system panel. Death warning level, 8, host's death probability decreased. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully survived this time and gained a lottery chance. Li Jin almost collapsed, sitting on the ground unable to stand up, but at least he had finally survived. Wu Zhao looked at the ministers with satisfaction and said with a stern expression, a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. Since my son does not want to be emperor, I will temporarily act as regent. As for who will inherit the throne, we will discuss it after handling the late emperor's funeral. After hearing this, Li Jin finally realized that Wu Zhao never believed his words. Instead, she intended to use him, her useless son, to eliminate the forces opposing her. The late emperor's funeral had just concluded, and the 3 imperial uncles were imprisoned for not obeying the edict, with Li Jin personally escorting them to the first prison of Diqian. Using his son as bait to start fishing, Li Jin came back to his senses, his eyes cold, looking at the injured soldiers in front of him, his heart filled with rage. After leaving the city, he encountered assassins trying to capture him, But the assassins were not after the 3 imperial uncles, they wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, secretly bringing out 1,000 soldiers from the eastern palace. But in this battle, 600 died, and most of the remaining 400 were injured. What they would encounter on the way back to the palace was anyone's guess. In the past half-month, Li Jin gained a clearer understanding of this world through the original owner's memories and by reading some books. Li Jin sighed and murmured, "Whether I can survive and return depends on how capable the system is." System, draw a lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an ancient pure body pill +1, can remove impurities, open meridians, and improve martial arts talent. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the personal guard of the ancient evil warrior Dianwei, forbidden use, cannot bring people, otherwise it may lead to casualties. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the hidden dragon token. The hidden dragon guard was established by the founding emperor of Deqian, can only obey the orders of successive emperors, their movements are mysterious, and their martial arts are extremely high, with a structure of 200 people. Li Jin's eyes lit up, the emperor's guards must be the strongest soldiers in the country, giving him a greater hope of survival. Although the original owner was a prince, he did not strive for anything, and besides the 1,000 guards in the eastern palace, he had nothing else. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat walked out of the prison and headed straight for Li Jin. The guards immediately blocked Li Jin, and the system did not issue a warning, indicating that the newcomer had no intent to kill. Commander Long Xia of the Hidden Dragon Guard pays respects to the Lord. As Long Xia approached, Li Jin instructed, "You escort me back to Changen City. Remember, deal with all those who are unfavorable to me along the way. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let go." Subordinate obeys. Li Jin waited for a long time but did not see Dianwei arrive, and seeing that it was getting late, he waved his hand to return to the palace. In the Tai Chi Hall of Changen City, Wu Zhao sat behind the desk, reviewing memorials. A female official hurriedly approached. "Is there any news from the Crown Prince?" Shang Wanwaner bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince was ambushed by assassins after leaving the city, suffering over 600 casualties, but the Crown Prince is unharmed." Wu Zhao asked expressionlessly, "Was it the Third Prince's people?" Shang Wanwaner bowed again and said, "It shouldn't be, the Third Prince's people have been cleaned up by the minister, and the assassins have some connections with the Second Princess." The desk was directly overturned, and Wu Zhao angrily said, "I knew it, not a single one is obedient. Investigate this for me. Attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince is a capital offense." Shang Wanwaner pondered for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, there is one more thing. The undercover agent I sent to follow the Crown Prince was killed by a mysterious force upon returning. Several other forces that also sent undercover agents were similarly slaughtered, all with a single strike, and the methods were ruthless, very much like the style of the Hidden Dragon Guards." After finishing, Shang Wanwaner knelt on the ground and said, "I have not done my job well, please punish me." "Your Majesty." Wu Zhao was taken aback, then smiled instead of getting angry. "This is getting more interesting, you may rise." "Has my son returned?" Shang Wanwaner cupped her hands and said, "According to the schedule, he should have arrived in Changen City." Wu Zhao said, "Let him come to see me." Wu Zhao looked outside the hall, feeling somewhat sad as she murmured, "Late Emperor, did you ever believe in me? Did you leave the Hidden Dragon Guards to the Crown Prince?" Shang Wanwaner returned and said, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience." Li Jin, who was waiting outside the Taiji Hall, had not yet received the messenger but instead encountered the panel information of Wu Zhao. Name, Wu Zhao, 42 years old. Identity, Empress Dowager of the Great Qian. Potential identity, Empress of the Great Qian. Current status, grief, resentment, hesitation, worry. Host's attitude, like a fishbone in the throat. Death warning level, 9, just one wrong word away from death. Please, host, survive. Survival successful. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Li Jin finished reading the information and was furious. Why has the death warning level increased again? Grief, resentment, hesitation, and anxiety. What is this nonsense? I have seen the Empress Mother. Have I angered you again? I deserve to die. Li Jin bowed and saluted, placing the word filial piety on the table first. As expected, Wu Zhao turned around, helped Li Jin up, and revealed a slight smile on his face. The Crown Prince did not anger the Empress Mother. The Empress Mother is angry because someone ambushed you, daring to assassinate the Crown Prince, which deserves the extermination of 9 clans. Li Zhuan hurriedly changed the topic. Mother, my son got the treasure map from the 3rd Imperial uncle, and asked Mother to keep it. Immediately, Wu Zhou's eyes lit up as she took the treasure map and scrutinized it. It's real. At that time, the 6 countries attacked Qian, the emperor, in order to leave a backhand, so he hid all the wealth of the palace, drew a treasure map, and divided it into 4 to his 4 sons. As a result, the late emperor not only defeated the 6 nations alliance in a single battle, but also overthrew 2 dynasties, expanding the Great Qian territory by 1/3. When the late emperor succeeded to the throne, he wanted to take back the treasure map, but as a result, his 3 younger brothers refused to give it to him, and the late emperor, mindful of his brotherly love, ceased to ask for it. At this moment, Wujiu already had 2 copies of the treasure map in her hands. "Mother, this is my son's unexpected harvest, please accept it with a smile." Li Xuan perceived the situation and offered a second means of preserving his life. Wujiu glanced at his son who had a sincere face, finally revealing a pleased smile. "Huang'er has grown up. Mother remembers, this seems to be the first time Emperor's son has given mother a gift." Li Xuan. Wujiu opened the box. Inside the box lay a round and full elixir. The aroma came from her nose, better quality than all the elixirs she had ever seen. Wujiu was astonished and asked, "Emperor's son, where did you get this kind of elixir?" Li Xuan laughed coldly in his heart. This was the most trashy quality of all his pills. "Today my son was ambushed and got it from a woman who seemed to be the leader of the dead soldiers. My son is a bit tired, so I'll take my leave first." Wujiu got 2 surprises in a row, had forgotten the previous unpleasantness, waved his hand and directly told his son to get lost. Chapter 3, Fluorescent Flux Guards the Heart. 9 Observations. When Wujiu saw her son leave, she said, "Ask Mr. Bai to come here." In the middle of the day, an old man walked in, a man with white hair like frost, wearing a loose robe and a light and steady pace. "Mr. Bai, can you recognize this Dan?" Mr. Bai was a dynastic envoy and one of the masters around Wujiu, who was quite knowledgeable in the study of elixirs. Mr. White opened the box and an aroma hit his nose. One could only see that the elixir was shrouded in a haze of light, surrounded by golden lines, and just a whiff of it was refreshing. He had never seen an elixir of such a grade before. "Your Highness, this is a top-grade elixir that possesses an elixir pattern that can no longer be measured in terms of value, and only clans like Jade Maiden Peak have it." Wujiu's heart was pleasantly surprised. Having this kind of elixir could help her get to the next level. It's just a pity that this elixir is not a supplementary cultivation class. Mr. Bai was excited before he explained the situation to Wujiu. "What did you say? And what is this potion?" Wujiu was splashed with cold water by Mr. Bai. His heart was very upset. Just said so excited. "Simply damned. Reporting back to your highness. This is a beauty elixir that can help your highness stay young and radiant. Increasing your lifespan by 3 to 5 years is not a problem." Wujiu's heart is still relatively satisfied. Youth forever. As a woman, who does not rejoice? Mr. Bai was envious in his heart and asked cautiously, "Dare I ask your highness, where did this Dan come from? Do your part." Mr. White quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, then turned to leave. When Mr. Bai left, a hint of greed appeared in Wujiu's eyes. Having such a beauty elixir, there must also be an auxiliary type of elixir. She needed the elixir to break through the realm. "One heir, are you sure those dead soldiers are the second princess's men?" "It's the Phoenix Pavilion's dead soldiers," Wujiu said in a cold voice. "Have her make a trip to the palace tomorrow." On the other hand, the tribute is distributed to the crown prince, some to make up for the inner guards of the eastern palace. When Wujiu finished speaking, she left the Taiji Hall and went to the Hall of Nourishing Heart, where she was ready to take this elixir. Eastern Palace. Li Xuan checked Wujiu's panel and breathed a sigh of relief. The danger warning level had dropped directly to 6, and all the emotional aspects had stabilized quite a bit. It seemed that it was the wisest choice for him to offer the treasure map and the elixir, especially that elixir. It was enough for second Imperial sister to drink a pot of water. Those dead soldiers had a fire phoenix pattern on their wrists. From the Phoenix Pavilion, the second Imperial sister and the Phoenix Pavilion have always had dealings. It must be the people she sent. Phew! Now he could take the ancient unsullied body purifying Dan and change this waste physique of his first. Only when he was strong could he live in this world where the strong were respected. Li Xuan took out the ancient unsullied body purifying pill. The pill was sent into his mouth and turned into a hot stream that began to rampage along the meridians as if it were a golden swimming dragon, and the majestic medicinal power began to reshape the meridians in bones. Skin flared up a layer of strange red aura, as if in a blazing fire baking. The whole body bean-sized beads of sweat out immediately and then turned into a mass of mist. The pain forced Li Xuan to grunt, but he didn't dare to make a sound and could only clench his teeth and struggle. Right at this moment, a pillar of light rose from the palace, pushing straight up into the sky, causing the world's cultivators to stir. I don't know how long it took for the pain to dissipate and be replaced by intoxication and enjoyment. In 2 lifetimes. It had never been as easy as it was today. Li Xuan opened his eyes and looked around as if he could see into the house. Looking at myself again. My clothes had been burned to ashes and the house stank. Vomit. Men, serve this palace a bath. About half an hour later, Li Xuan changed into new clothes, simply a different person from the previous prince. The eyes are sharp and deep, with an outward air of a powerful self-confidence. "Your Highness, you have changed so much. The slave girl has seen the shadow of the late emperor from you." The personal eunuch flattered. This made Li Juan suck in a breath of cold air. Fortunately the eunuch said it, otherwise he would definitely die without a burial place. In the daytime, he had just given Wu Jiao the elixir, but in one night's time, he was a different person, and Wu Jiao would definitely decide that he had deceived her. Change what change? This palace just finished bathing. Li Juan went back to his bedroom and thought about how to disguise himself, definitely not letting Wu Jiao and the others see that he already possessed a cultivation physique. There was another problem. He didn't have a cultivation technique. BIU. The host has succeeded in survival. He can get one lottery draw. Is it a lottery draw? Drawl. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained the enhanced version of the ancient lost technique. 9 observations starjacking technique. Rumor has it that it was created by the 9 observations emperor when he observed the 9 observations anomalies, and that only the remnants of the scrolls were left behind in the world, recorded in the Ganshur Star Sutra, and that no one has ever been able to practice it. To practice this technique, you need to invoke the 3 stars of Greedy Wolf, Broken Army, and 7 Kill into your body. When this technique is practiced to a great extent, one can condense the true chi into substantial star debris, which can be waved into 100 miles of star rain, and when this technique is performed, the night falls, the 9 obsidians are inverted, and each starlight is a sword chi. You can even create a heaven and earth phenomenon such as a comet attacking the moon. After listening to the system introduction, Li Juan felt that this gong method was also too powerful, imagining that if he cultivated himself to great success, wouldn't he be just like an immortal? Who dares to let the old man die? Disadvantage, can only be practiced at night. Li Juan closed his eyes. This shortcoming is not a matter, and immediately sat down and began to cultivate the first piece according to the gong method. Chinatown. On the 9 stars platform, a woman wearing a long black dress and a veil, holding a long sword, slowly ascended to the 9 stars platform and asked the head of the Qin Tian supervisor, "Teacher, where did that beam of light rise from previously?" Reporting back to the 3rd princess, "From the direction of the East Palace." "The Eastern Palace? No way. The Crown Prince is a natural waste. No cultivation talent. This princess has investigated everyone in the Eastern Palace. Just a few 3rd grade guards. All of them died in battle today. The rest of the wounded soldiers are still in the Imperial Hospital." "Princess, the direction of the East Palace can be more than just the East Palace. There is also the Palace of Nourishing Heart," the old Taoist said with a smile. "You mean, Mother? Princess, look at the stars tonight. There is a great evil omen." 3rd Princess Li Yinzhou looked up and was instantly surprised. Her face under the veil instantly lost color, fluxing the guardian heart. The old Taoist continued, "Look again. There's more." The 3rd princess continued to observe, for a long time more horrified. Fluorescent confusion to guard the heart. The 9 obsidian is different. What exactly is going to happen in this world? The old Taoist looked up at the sky as the stars turned, and said in a low voice, "A small coup d'état, a big one is an imperial upheaval and an invasion by a foreign enemy. You are in charge of the Imperial City Department, and you are supposed to be a great recluse, so you should be in a hurry to retain your power." The 3rd princess fell silent, and the 2 of them stood on the 9 stars platform until dawn. "Teacher, the student will first make a trip to Mother's place to explain this pillar of light." Chapter 4, You Poisonous Woman. The sunrise is rising, and the Hall of Nurturing Heart is peaceful. Shangwan Wanner was surprised. "Your Highness, that elixir is truly magical. Your appearance is at least 10 years younger." At this moment, Wu Jiao, her face is full of smiles, more than 10 years younger. When she was 18 years old, she did not have such good skin. This is a change of skin. What made her even happier was that the elixir had repaired the dark disease and managed to break through the bottleneck, reaching the 8th grade realm. But she had stopped at the 7th grade realm for 8 years, searched for famous doctors, and ate I don't know how many pills, but it just didn't work. "One heir, have the things for the Crown Prince been delivered?" "Not yet. Send it at once, and tell the Crown Prince that from tomorrow, he will begin to learn to govern." "Yes." Shangwan Wanner spat in her heart. The 6 women of the royal family have grown 18 hearts and minds. It is the stupid prince who has suffered, but now the prince, it seems, is suffering. "Your Highness, the 3rd princess seeks an audience." The eunuch came to report. Wu Jiao frowned. Now it was a time of trouble. What was she doing in the palace if she didn't stay in the Imperial City Department? Shen. 3rd Princess Li Yinzhou had changed her clothes, but still wore a veil, and the whole person had an appearance of being uninviting. "Mother." "Ah?" Li Yinzhou just raised his head and was surprised by Wu Jiao's face, looking incredulously at his mother's mother in front of him. "I haven't seen you in a few days. Why have you changed?" "Oldest, come up and sit by Mother." Li Yinzhou was a bit confused and slowly walked over to Wu Jiao and sat down next to her. "Mother, you are so beautiful today." This was indeed from the heart. She, Li Yinzhou, was not good at kissing ass. Ha ha ha. Mother ate a beauty pill last night, and not only did she become younger, she also repaired her injuries and managed to break through the bottleneck. Wu Jiu said with a smile as if she was showing off. Congratulations, mother. Congratulations to mother. Li Yinzhou hurriedly rose to congratulate him. What beauty elixir? Is it that powerful? However, mother got one, and if she had, she would have given one to my daughter. Li Yinzhou. It's also God's will. You know about the prince going outside the city yesterday and being ambushed by the dead soldiers, don't you? This beauty elixir was seized from the leader of the dead soldiers. Jir is a filial child. He gave the beauty pill to mother. Li Yinzhou's face under the veil changed. I did not expect it to be given by the crown prince. The crown prince is really a sizable cute. But isn't that dead man one of second sister's men? Good you second sister. Hiding deep enough. You'd rather give a beauty elixir of such effect to a dead soldier leader than to their sisters? Thanks to her, she often still helps her second sister. Lao San, what is it that you've come for? Wu Jiu asked with a smile when she saw that she was almost done talking. Third Princess Li Yinzhou then told Wu Jiu what happened last night. However, she naturally didn't dare to say anything about these heaven and earth anomalies such as the fluorescent bewilderness guarding the heart and the 9 observations anomalies. Wu Jiu was silent for a long time. According to the description of the third princess, it seemed like it was the time of her breakthrough. The Yangxin Hall used to be the East Palace, but why didn't she feel it? Legend had it that breaking through the 8th grade was something that could invoke a heaven and earth vision. Whether it was or not, it had to be. She needed this vision of heaven and earth to do her justice. But this is something that has to be looked into. You don't have to care about this. It's just a heaven and earth anomaly triggered by mother's breakthrough. Li Yinzhou was secretly shocked. It was really the mother who had triggered the heaven and earth visions. The fluorescent bewilderment guards the heart. The 9 observations are moving differently. And now even this heaven and earth anomaly is triggered by the Queen Mother. De Chen is going to change the sky. Wu Jiu ordered some more things, making sure that the Imperial City Department investigated properly, especially who sent the dead soldiers who assassinated the Crown Prince. When Li Yinzhou left, Wu Jiu asked, the second one hasn't come yet? Speaking of this second princess, Wu Jiu is angry teeth ache. A royal princess, every day living in the greenhouse. The face of the royal family are lost by her. Can't she live in the princess's house? Leaving others' son-in-law in the princess's residence, he went to a greenhouse to play with those so-called swordsmen and poets. But she can't do anything about the Phoenix Pavilion. That rebellious girl worshipped the Phoenix Pavilion master as a teacher, learned a set of evil techniques, said teach and did not listen, really angry with her. When the late emperor was around, he almost made the late emperor angry and went off the deep end. And since then, the late emperor has listened to him. But with such a reputation, how dare she run over to fight for the throne, and sent someone to assassinate her own brother? How dare she? Shangwan was also disturbed and bowed. Your Highness, news has just come in that the second princess has gone to find trouble with the crown prince, the adversary, posing for the Eastern Palace. Eastern Palace. Li Juan was still huffing and puffing. After practicing all night last night, he directly broke through to the 1st grade and was no longer a weak waist. But the change was so great that how to hide it became the most disturbing thing for Li Juan. So sex, stay in this East Palace, does not go out. Wait to think of a way to go out again. Second princess, His Highness is still sleeping. You can't go in. Ouch. The eunuch fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood. Just at this moment, Li Juan heard a commotion outside. His heart was shocked. He hurriedly came to the door and looked through the doorway. The second princess broke into his chambers with a group of people. This poisonous woman. At this moment, the system interface popped up in front of Li Zhen's eyes. Name, Liam Hong, 25 years old. Identity, Princess Chouwu. Potential identity, Master of Fengming Pavilion. Current status, torn, irritated, panicked, on pins and needles. Attitude toward the host, hostile. Death warning level, 9, certain death. The host is in danger of death. And a mission has been issued. If the host succeeds in surviving, he will be awarded a chance to win a lottery. Li Juan fell into deep thought after reading the second princess's system panel. From the state of the second princess, it shouldn't be how the warning will reach level 9. It's a certain death? Li Juan thought for a long time. Finally understood. The danger comes from their own body changes, once discovered from waste to cultivation wizards. That is, as long as one is not exposed. Li Juan gritted his teeth. Not crazy. In order to live. In order to reward. Spell it out. He found the original owner's regular medicine, soft tendon powder, and gave it down in one gulp, then urged his true qi to quickly reach his entire body. For a while, Li Juan's entire body was weak and in a trance, becoming haggard and almost fainting on the ground. Crap, too much to drink. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open and in walked a woman of great flavor. She wore a sarong adapted from morning clothes, revealing a bit of forbidden seduction, with the neckline opened extremely low, and between her puffy breasts half hidden. A touch of the joyful Buddha tattoo with unrestrained lines was revealed. Wearing a princess-exclusive plain silver crown on her head, but inserting a red dust-flavored copper sparrow hairpin. This seemingly contradictory collocation, but people can't tell where it's wrong. Seeing Li Juan fall to the ground, her entire body bowed into a shrimp. It was obvious that she was stunned for a moment. Then, she dragged her sarong and came to Li Juan's side to crouch down with light lotus steps. Her eyes were filled with playfulness, and her vermilion lips lightly opened. Yo, my good brother, what's wrong with you? Li Juan's whole body convulsed. Trembling body said, I am poisoned. Save me. Cluck 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 cluck. Good brother. Yesterday you were suing your sister to the Queen Mother, and now you're asking your sister to save you? It's fine to save you. Send sister a little something. As she said that, a dagger appeared in her hand. Imperial sister, why did you kill me? I don't want to be the crown prince and I don't want the throne. Li Himhuang smiled and lowered her head, attaching herself to Li Juan's ear, blowing a cool breath and said, because sister is missing a medicinal ingredient. After she finished speaking, she gestured at Li Juan's chest. Brother, your heart moved. Hiss. The taste of heart's blood. Li Juan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was horrified. He never thought that Li Himhuang would kill him not because of the throne, but for the blood of his heart. Her Majesty's arrival. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner's voice came from outside, and second Princess Li Himhuang's heart was startled for a moment as she hurriedly looked towards the outside. Poisonous woman, I'll fight you. When Li Juan heard that Wu Jiao had come, he was overjoyed in his heart, and even if he pretended to be a green tea today, he was going to mess with this poisonous woman. Pust. The dagger in Li Himhuang's hand plunged into Li Juan's chest, and blood flowed out right along the dagger. Chapter 5 Is acting talent so bad? Mother, help! Li Juan shouted desperately. Second Princess Li Himhuang was directly confused. It wasn't her. It really wasn't her. This kid is making a demon. However, Wu Jiao had already arrived at their side, and with a wave of her raised hand, Li Himhuang flew backwards. Adverse son, do you take mother to be dead? Sister and brother killing each other is a capital offense in Diqian. Aren't you aware of that? Li Himhuang was shocked in her heart. Her mother had stopped at the 7th product realm for 8 years, but she didn't expect to break through. And with the same 8th product, she actually didn't defend herself. Wu Jiao's face was as cold as frost, her entire body exuding killing intent as she stared dead at Li Himhuang. Li Juan extended his trembling hand to Wu Jiao, his mesmerized eyes constantly streaming with tears. Mother, save my son. I don't think I can do it. My son has not yet fulfilled his filial piety and has not yet had the time to repay mother's nurturing kindness. Imperial sister is going to kill my son and take my heart's blood to cultivate. My son is so scared. Li Himhuang looked at Li Juan's performance. Angry gnashing of teeth. Never seen such a shameless person. Obviously you bumped into it yourself. And on the contrary, you were also seen by the Queen Mother, and now you can't even wash yourself off by jumping into the Yellow River. If I had known, my sister would have had no problem killing you with a single cut. Shangwan Weiner went forward, checked the wound. In fact, not deep. The dagger was pulled out to apply some hemostatic medicine. 3 days will be good. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the wound isn't deep. I'll immediately have the Imperial doctor come over to treat you. Li Juan was helped to lie down on the bed by Shangwan Wanner, still struggling to sell her misery. Mother, my son was just ambushed yesterday, and today my Imperial sister wants to kill my son. My son is so afraid. Wu Jiao turned around with cold eyes and said, shut up. Li Juan's heart tightened. Had he overacted? Then, Wu Jiao looked at Li Himhuang and said, don't think that just because your teacher is the master of the Phoenix Pavilion, mother wouldn't dare to touch you. You are this palace's daughter first, and her disciple second. Come on people, send Princess Qiuwu to the princess's mansion. Without the palace's decree, she is not allowed to come out, or else she will be killed without pardon. Whoosh! The 3 8th grade martial artists then surrounded Li Himhuang, the surging power preventing her from moving in the slightest. Mother, my son is not convinced. You say you're my mother, but when have you ever done your duty as a mother? My daughter grew up in Phoenix Pavilion and has never eaten a single mouthful of royal food. Who are you to police me now? Cluck 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 cluck. Since I was a child, I haven't gotten anything. What's wrong with a daughter fighting for the throne? Take it away. Wu Jiao chortled. The 3 8th grade powerhouses led Li Himhuang out. Li Himhuang turned back and laughed evilly. Good brother, wait for sister. Next time you can really poke a hole. Li Juan's entire body shivered when he heard this. What kind of people are these royals? One by one, all psychotic. Wu Jiao sighed. She admitted that she was not a qualified mother, but born in the royal family. What kind of affection was there? It's going to be that loner after all. At this time, the imperial physician came in a hurry, saluted Wu Jiao, and immediately examined the crown prince. Half an incense stick later. How is the crown prince injured? Wu Jiu asked. Enlighten your highness. The injury is not critical. The wound is no longer bleeding, but his highness has been hit by the soft tendons. I will go and mix the antidote now. Wu Jiu nodded and walked towards Li Juan, snorting coldly. Rest well, and when you've recovered from your injuries, come and learn about governing. Next time don't act. Li Juan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. I can't believe I've been seen through. Is one's acting talent that bad? And what's the point of letting yourself learn about politics? To be an emperor? Absolutely not. Shangwan heir snorted and laughed. In fact, he could see that his highness was acting too exaggerated. It's just a little wound, acting as if it's a parting of life and death. Your highness, the queen has asked me to make up the guards in the East Palace, as well as some gold, silver, and jewelry, and send them over to you this afternoon. Li Juan nodded. No matter what happened behind him, he finally survived again this time. Congratulations to the host. This survival has been successful, and he has been awarded one lottery draw. Is it a lottery draw? Drawl. BIU. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the breath concealment card +3. After binding the card, the host's strength disappears and becomes an ordinary person. After unbinding, the card is nullified, and the host's power is restored. Bind the card, just in case. It has to be turned into waste now so no one is worried. After the binding was successful, Li Juan changed back to his original wasteful prince, so weak that he could only hold the wall and walk away. At noon, the Imperial physician sent the antidote for the softening of the tendons, and by the afternoon, the whole person was refreshed. Your highness, the empress has sent the Eastern Palace guards to receive it. The little eunuch had his incisors knocked out, and his poor speech began to leak. When Li Juan saw his 1,000 guards, his face turned green. Is this mother's way of asking this palace to protect these guards? The guards were seen wearing tattered armor and carrying rusty weapons, and each one of them had a yellowish waxed face that seemed like it could be blown down at the slightest breeze. Li Juan was patient and finally inspected his guards. There are lame ones, either lame left or lame right. There is blindness, either in the left eye or in the right eye. Is this something that requires brothers to be side by side in order to fight? The little eunuch was also stunned, and carefully said, Your highness, was it a wrong delivery? At this time, a female general in golden battle armor stepped forward, bowed and cupped her fists. Your highness the crown prince, these can be veterans who came down from the northern battlefield. The eldest princess said that your highness should treat them well. Li Juan then realized that it was the Rapunzel who was at fault. The eldest princess is the female god of war of Deqian. Since childhood, she has followed the late emperor to fight in the east and the west, and now she holds 200,000 Xuanjia army in the north. There really isn't a good person in the royal family. Li Juan squeezed out a smile and said, Thank the eldest princess for this palace. This palace will definitely treat them well. They are all heroes of Deqian. My lord will retire. The female general looked at Li Juan with some contempt. All said that the crown prince is a waste. Today I saw it. It is really a waste. You've been bullied by the eldest princess, and you still want to thank her? Li Juan waited for the female general to walk out of the courtyard, and his eyes immediately went cold. Mud people still have 3 tempers? Not to mention that he is still a crown prince. You go over to mother's place and ask her for 100 imperial doctors to come over. Just say that this palace is treating the guards. The little eunuch's heart wasn't in the right place either. His highness was too miserable. Then Li Ke looked toward the mute crowd of wounded soldiers and said, Generals, you can rest assured that since you have come to the East Palace, the palace will not be short of a bite of food for you. The palace will have the imperial doctor give you the best treatment possible. At this moment, the wounded soldiers sparsely fell to their knees, crying and thanking his royal highness. They were already crippled, and were no longer useful for the northern battlefield. I thought that when they returned to Changen, they could only beg on the streets for a living, but I didn't expect his highness to take them in. His highness is their new parent. At this moment, a big black-faced man in the crowd looked left and right and finally saw Li Juan. His face showed joy and he quickly stepped forward. My lord, Dianwei, see your lord. Li Juan was also overjoyed in his heart, not expecting that Dianwei had come to his side mixed in with the wounded soldiers. Evil lie, please rise quickly. This palace has finally brought you here. Li Juan sized up the Dianwei in front of him, more than 9 feet tall, with bare pectoral muscles, holding a double halberd, tiger eyes round, and a strong aura. Standing in front of Li Juan, it was as if it was a big mountain. From now on, you will be my palace's personal guard, and my palace's safety will be in your hands. Dianwei laughed nervously and patted his chest with both halberds and said, Don't worry, lord, with me here, no one can touch lord in the slightest. Chapter 6, One day, I'll kill mother. Yes, wicked lie. Once these wounded soldiers are cured, pick some capable warriors and train them well for me. The safety of the Eastern Palace is in your hands. As for the rest, let them be handymen in the Eastern Palace. Jian Wei bowed. He was also a soldier who had come down from the battlefields of the north and knew how difficult it was for these wounded soldiers. My lord is merciful. We thank your highness, for your mercy. 1,000 remnants of the soldiers were kneeling on the ground, their eyes slightly red, kowtowing and giving thanks. Li Juan, however, waved his hand. This is all what he should do. Regardless of that dynasty, soldiers who fight for the country should be treated favorably. Taiji Hall. Wu Ju sat alone behind the case table, rubbing her brow as if she was making a decision about the fate of the empire. The northern realm Sand Dune Sea is a piece of treasure land. There are heavenly materials and treasures. There are also veins of spirit stones. The late emperor this is the 3 conquests of the Sand Dune Sea, and finally died there. Now that the Dune Sea is in the hands of the great Qian, but every day they have to face the backlash of the Dune Sea and many forces. The Dakan inputs far outweigh the revenues. At this rate, the quagmire of war will drag the Qian into the abyss. Previously, she had conferred with the ministers of the court, and most of them agreed to withdraw their troops and cede the Dune Sea to allow the Great Qian to recuperate. But the Right Minister and the Ministry of War strongly opposed. The Great Qian for the sake of the Sand Dune Sea, the late Emperor and 300,000 Great Qian generals left their dead souls there. If this were to give up the Dune Sea, De Chen would become the laughingstock of the world. So after the late Emperor's funeral, she asked the eldest princess to lead 200,000 Xuanjia troops to temporarily support the Sand Dune Sea and replace the Biting Army. Today's Biting Army is over half dead or wounded and needs to be reconditioned. Wu Ju opened her eyes. This matter had to be considered in the long run. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent a folding file. Shangwan Wana handed over the folding file that the Crown Prince had ordered to be sent over. She picked up the fold, and at first glance, it made her murderous rage boil. The prince asked him for 100 Imperial physicians? It's just ridiculous. Looking at it again, the veins were exposed. She asked to replenish the East Palace guards, not realizing that the ones sent were 1,000 wounded soldiers who retired from the battlefields of the north. Wan heir, can you see what's going on? Wu Ju threw the folded paper to the ground. Shangwan Waner was shocked in her heart. Her flowery face lost color, and she hurriedly grabbed the Zhang folders and read them. I deserve to die for my sins. Shangwan Waner did not expect. The eldest princess's people are so bold. She commanded very clearly. Selecting the forbidden guards of the battle strength is still acceptable. Replenish the East Palace guards. But what was sent there turned out to be 1,000 wounded and disabled from the battlefields of the north. Looking at Wu Jio's uncertain face, Shangwan Waner is also fearful. Accompanied by the king such as a tiger. Just these 2 days, she has knelt twice. After a long time. Get up. You're not at fault. Then, Wu Jio said, transfer all the imperial physicians from the imperial hospital to the crown prince. On the other hand, take the 1,000 bull guards with you and go and behead that guy who resists the decree. I'm on my way to. Giving the crown prince a royal doctor and killing the princess's men was an explanation to the crown prince and a warning to the princess. And the benefits were all hers. Wu Ju's. The crown prince was left without his guards, and the princess lost the people she had placed in the Praetorian Guard. This is the art of empire. Seeing Shangwan Waner leave, Wu Jio turned around and went to the study at the back of the Taiji Hall and began to review the Jingbiao. She had heard that there was quite a lot of paperwork today, and for some reason, she was afraid that she would have to stay up until midnight again. Wu Jio drank a cup of strong tea to wake up and turn over the Jingji. The folding is the left Prime Minister Li Su on the play, spilling out a few thousand words, meaning 1, ma'am, the country cannot be a day without the king. Hurry up to let the crown prince succeed the throne. Wu Ju's face darkened for a moment, but she still endured. After all, Li Su was the left prime minister, and even more so, he was an old man of the Li royal family. Although this person is a member of the royal family, he has been bright and clean all his life, never oppressing the people and doing his duty for the country. Then, she picked up the second Zhangbiao, which was submitted by the Minister of Rights. Only, she didn't expect that the same was again for the crown prince to hurry up and succeed the throne and preside over the situation. The Minister of Rights is the fourth princess's man. Does it mean that she supports the prince? It really doesn't make sense. The fourth princess controls the imperial examinations and the House of Letters, and has the most power in the dynasty. Next, all the Zhang fold. All clear color Zhang please her. Hurry to let the crown prince succeed the emperor. Even some of those who spoke excessively mocked her in their zhengzhua, as trying to follow the example of Empress Lu. In the courtroom, everyone except her inner circle petitioned for Crown Prince Li Juan to ascend to the throne and become emperor. That is to say, these rebellious sons have joined forces to persecute her. After all, the crown prince could be easily held if he succeeded to the throne, whereas this was not possible for her to succeed to the throne. The case table was directly lifted off the ground, and the folders were scattered all over the place. How dare you! You are forcing the palace. At this moment, Wu Jio finally realized that the empire seemed to be moving away from her, and if she hesitated any longer, she would lose her eligibility to ask for the throne. The divine begets me and will be of great use. In my life, it took me 15 years to step from courtesan to queen. In 15 years, I've experienced firsthand what it means to have an evil heart. It took me 12 years to go from the harem to politics. In 12 years, I have fought with my subjects, with the emperor, with my children, but only never with heaven, because by the mandate of heaven, both live forever. I can't be an ordinary woman in my life after all. No matter how difficult this path is, I, too, will reach the top. Wujie strolled barefoot through the piles of zhangji, looking back on 32 years that flashed by like a walk in the park, and the right to do so began to obsess her. If heaven's order is hard to disobey, then I will poke through this sky. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a shocking thunder accompanied by thick lightning struck the Taiji hall. Wujie looked up and pointed at the shocking thunder and said, I do things without the consent of the heavens. The moment the shocking thunder fell, a golden curtain of light rose up, dissolving the power of this thunder. It was the luck of the great Qian kingdom that took the hit for Wujie. Meanwhile, the Eastern Palace. In a ruined courtyard, Li Zhuan set up a barbecue, prepared various seasonings, and killed 2 spirit beast sheep raised by the original owner. In my last life, I was so sick that I couldn't eat this, couldn't eat that, and finally died without eating anything. In this life, he's going to live every day he's alive. Definitely don't shortchange your mouth. Your Highness, it's going to rain. The personal eunuch Little Chestnut hurriedly said. Li Zhuan lay down on the rocking chair and looked at it and said, it's going to rain in the sky, and the mother is going to marry. Put. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, and the whole thing rolled off the rocking chair. What's going on at? All the people present were shocked. In a good way. The crown prince even vomited blood? Dian Wei guarded Li Zhuan's side and asked, my lord, how are you? No need to worry. Li Zhuan coughed and waved his hand. Li Zhuan really didn't know what happened to him. He only felt that the moment the heavenly thunder fell, he had some heart palpitations, and then he vomited blood. Boy, the system has detected that the host has been struck by lightning. There is no danger to his life. The system does not predict. Why? Li Zhuan wondered how he, a mortal, had offended the heavens. The host is the crown prince of Dakian. The emperor of Dakian has passed away. The crown prince is the carrier of the national fortune. Wujie has angered the heavenly Tao, thus injuring the host. Li Zhuan, this crown prince, who's useless, has to be struck by lightning? I'm too hard. Li Zhuan was helped to sit on the rocking chair. His heart was indignant. Wujie had angered the heavenly Tao, and the punishment was even his own. On what grounds? This prince can't do it anymore. Resolutely, Li Zhuan began to plot and must make Wujie abolish his position as the crown prince. If his crown prince was abolished, the 5 royal sisters would go to fight with the mother, and he himself would be able to mete out his development. One day, he'll boil the queen mother to death. Chapter 7. I'm afraid someone will outbid you. How can it be repealed? It's also a headache. If you fail to make a demon and get chopped up, who will you cry to then? Your Highness, Lady Shangwan seeks an audience. Let her in. A few moments later, Shangwan Wanner carried a human head and placed it in front of Rili. By Her Majesty's decree, 100 imperial physicians have been sent to the crown prince. Along with this head, Li Zhuan was taken aback. Looking at the bloody appearance, his heart was terrified. I've seen gifts. I've never seen a gift of a man's head. What do you mean by giving this palace a head? Li Zhuan slowly stood up, his face unkind. He just took a thunderbolt for Wujie and sent heads to scare people. Your Highness, don't misunderstand. She is the general who selected the guards for Your Highness today, and disobeyed Her Majesty's decree and was beheaded by Her Majesty's decree. Li Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief. Wujie cut the big imperial sisters people, but on the rear replacement of the East Palace guards did not say a word. When it is a good calculation. Gotta. One has another mortal enemy in the form of the Rapunzel. Li Zhuan felt that this palace fight was not much worse than in Legend of Xinhuan. A big man himself, fighting a bunch of careful women, step by step. It feels like I'm lucky to be alive right now. Right at this moment, Wujie's system panel suddenly popped up. Name, Moju, 42 years old. Identity, Supervising Empress of Dakian. Potential identity, Empress of Dakian. Current status, blackening. Attitude toward the host, cold. Death alert level, 9, giving death. Please ask the host to survive. Successful survival will be rewarded with 1 lucky draw, special reward. Li Zhuan's heart trembled as he asked the system with a confused expression. Why? System, friendly reminder, the host will be embraced by his 5 sisters and 2 imperial uncles to ascend the throne and become a puppet emperor, and then be given to death by Wujie. Li Zhuan. No wonder Wujie blacked out. It turned out to be that the 5 sisters and the 2 imperial uncles had joined forces to champion themselves as the puppet emperor, then hollow out Wujie, so that Wujie is cut off from the idea of being an empress, and then Wujie comes along and takes the blame, and he's gone? Why do I always get hurt? I just want to stay alive. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Changen saw Li Zhuan's ugly face and inquired. It's okay, I was just struck by lightning and my brain is not working well. Changen heir? Your Highness, I'll leave. The Queen said that tomorrow she'll let your Highness learn how to handle government affairs, and half a month later you'll be at the court to listen to and learn from the government. Li Zhuan had an evil look in his eyes. Since he already knew the general direction of the plot, he definitely had to make a good effort to earn it. He wanted to let all 5 sisters and the 3 royal uncles know that he, the waste of a crown prince, could also play tricks with the hearts and minds of the people and the world. You guys are forcing me to do this. I would also like to ask Lord Changen to inform Mother that in order for tomorrow's study of government to go smoothly, this day the palace is going to pay a visit to the civil and military officials. Changen owed a slight bow, then led the people away. Li Zhuan immediately commanded, Dian Wei, send an invitation to the Rapunzel's mansion for the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to go to the banquet, and the address will be set at Fengming Pavilion. The eldest princess had punked herself, so let's take the eldest princess first. In the evening, Phoenix Pavilion's heavenly box, Li Zhuan went late as the host, and when he went, the emperor's son-in-law Wang Tang was already waiting. Wang Tang is the eldest son of the Wang family in the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, both civil and military, or the Imperial Wu 7 years of martial arts scholar, 26 or 27 years old, literati dress, white face, suave, cannot see that it is a martial artist. When he first took the martial arts exam, the princess was the invigilator, and the moment he saw her, he completely fell in love at first sight. After that, he became the licking dog of the princess, taking the resources of the Wang family and running around for the princess. When the emperor asked him what kind of official position he wanted, the bastard said that he didn't want anything but to guard the princess for the rest of his life and become the emperor's son-in-law of the princess's palace. The emperor was pleased that the eldest princess was of marriageable age, and this one was still the firstborn son of the Wang family. As long as this bastard becomes the emperor's son-in-law, the Wang family is considered to be completely tethered. So, the marriage was bestowed on the princess, and the princess did not object, because the marriage was very much in her interest, and with the support of the Wang family's power, she would be able to take her career to the next level. That night, the head of the Wang family carried a 40-meter greatsword and chased the rebellious sun all night. The bright future of the Wang family is now in darkness, because in Diqian, the prince consort is not qualified to participate in the country's military and political affairs. Being lost in love with Wang Tang, after the marriage was dumbfounded, the princess simply did not allow him to touch. The whole 6 years, Wang Tang is still a virgin, but this is still willing to do it, and every day she goes around making money for the princess's house. Just hope to hole up a princess someday. Therefore, Li Zhuan concluded that this one was a money-grubbing and fanatically confident licking dog. Brother-in-law, I apologize for the delay on the road. I have met your highness the crown prince. Wang Tang still bowed in a measured manner. Li Zhuan laughed. Today there is no prince, only brothers. He. Today to take you to meet. Bod, call up 3 or 5 of your best-looking beauty queens here and serve brother-in-law well. The pimp knows that the prince is a regular customer here, but the prince is often on credit, and the money from the last visit to spend here is still hanging around. But the boss said, but whenever the prince comes here, the prince must be given the highest treatment, the crazier the better, and then leave evidence. Don't worry, your highness, our girls here are the best at serving people. Wang Tang immediately widened his eyes. Your highness, you mustn't. I'm the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. If the princess finds out about this, she'll kill me. Brother-in-law, life is short. I know you are infatuated with Big Sister, but you also know that Big Sister is interested in you. Don't worry, even if you lose your virginity today, Big Sister won't blame you and will even look up to you. Wang Tang cursed in his heart. You are a waste. If you were not born well, you are not even as good as a dog. Li Zhuan, however, held back the left and right, and closed the doors and windows again. The whole person was very cautious and careful. I'm looking for you today for the matter of the throne. I'm willing to give up the throne to my big sister. You think Big Sister is the first eldest princess, holding 300,000 army. The dynasty even has a great general to support her, plus your Wang family financial support. As long as this palace loosen mouth, Big Imperial sister's empire is stable. Li Zhuan lowered his voice and attached himself to Wang Tang's ear and whispered, fearing that he would be overheard by others. Wang Tang kept gulping after hearing this. According to what His Highness said, if he really gave up the throne to the eldest princess on top of the court, the eldest princess's throne would indeed be secure. Wang Tang asked, what about your highness's conditions? Li Zhuan thought for a moment and said, this palace needs Big Sister to keep me from dying. Also, give me 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, or an equal amount of heavenly materials and treasures. This palace doesn't want to live on a tight budget for the rest of its life. Wang Tang sucked in a mouthful of cool air. To ensure that you do not die, this can be done. But 5,000 upper grade spirit stones. Do you know how much money? You've got a lot of nerve asking for it. Emptying the princess's house and the Wang family wouldn't be worth 5,000 top grade spirit stones. Are you kidding me? The tax of the Deqian Empire for a year is only 100,000 top grade spirit stones. Li Xuan looked at Wang Tang's stunned appearance and said in a cold voice, "What? The Great Qian Imperial throne is not more important than 5,000 top grade spirit stones? If brother-in-law can't afford it, there's naturally someone who can." Li Xuan finished, got up and left without the slightest bit of procrastination. When he was about to walk to the door, Wang Tang suddenly stood up. Slowly. "Deal." Li Xuan turned around and smiled. "Happy cooperation, brother-in-law. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Make sure they arrive tonight, or else they'll be out of date." "Why?" Wang Tang was puzzled. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. He needed to sell the real estate of the Wang family and the princess mansion in order to come up with it. "I'm afraid that someone will outbid you and lose faith in you. And this palace is most concerned about its credibility." Chapter 8, I'm going to sell the throne to 5 people. Wang Tang got up and clasped his fists. "I'll go raise the money." Li Xuan hurriedly stopped Wang Tang, smiled bitterly. "Brother-in-law, this matter must not be a fanfare. Otherwise you and I will have to move our heads, and the Rapunzel will have to be implicated. Mother's ruthless, do you know?" Wang Tang forehead cold sweat straight. All said that this prince's waist is a little cute. It turned out to be shrewd. "Let's have some meat tonight, and then you can sneak home after you're done with your business. When others ask, tell them that the palace asked you for advice on business tactics." And at this time, the pimp sent 5 girls, 2 to accompany Wang Tang and 3 to accompany Li Xuan. Hiss, nice, that's what it feels like. At night around midnight, Li Xuan asked Dian Wei to escort Wang Tang away. Wang Tang left in tears, 28 years of guarding his body like a jade, and as a result, he is accounted for tonight. How can I face the princess from now on? Li Xuan looked at the grieving Wang Tang and laughed coldly in his heart. Men, all of them have a process of growing up, questioning King Zhou, understanding King Zhou, and becoming King Zhou. When Dian Wei returned, Li Xuan said, "Go to the second princess's residence and place an invitation to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and say that this palace has something to say to him about the mother." Yes. Wang Tang returned to the palace of extra horse harnessed by the side of a team and did not immediately raise money, but dispatched the masters of the palace to come and spy on Li Xuan's movements. Around midnight, the subordinate came back to report, "Mr. Emperor's son-in-law, that the crown prince did give an invitation to the second princess's residence again, and the second emperor's son-in-law is in the Phoenix Pavilion at this moment." Wang Tang's face was grim as he said to his subordinates, "Immediately raise enough 5,000 top-grade spirit stones and send them to the crown prince." "No, raise enough for 8,000 top-grade spirit stones." With the throne at stake, he didn't dare to gamble. The second princess had money. What if she offered more? The current situation is that the waste prince has no strength but is qualified to inherit the throne, and as long as he says whoever he lets go is the rightful ruler. There was another thing. That punk had pitted him and made him lose his body. Once the princess knew about it, he, including his Wang family, would die without a burial place. Phoenix Pavilion, same box. Li Xuan waited for the second side horse harnessed by the side of a team. LV Mawai's family lineage is illustrious. For generations of the 3 dukes, the ancestor is a minister from the dragon, with the gold medal of exemption from death. Just to the generation of Lu Mao delusion, I am afraid to fall, holding the gold medal of exemption from death, still turned into the second princess of the emperor's son-in-law. This matter is rather strange to say the least. Lu Mao delusion childhood always saw his father go home and mother quarrel. Mother always complained that his father went to the greenhouse, the family more than a dozen concubines. From then on, Lu Maowat would always stop and watch when he passed by the greenhouse, and as an adult, he was finally able to find out what his father had said back then. As a result, that one night, it was the second princess, and the whole family was stunned when they returned home the next day holding up the wall, sleeping with the princess. That is the great crime of executing 9 clans, and there is only 1 gold medal for exemption from death. The Lu family hurriedly appealed to the saint to have their good eldest son become the emperor's son-in-law. As a result, Lu Mao delusion became the first cuckold king of Deqian who was alone in the bosom. Second brother-in-law, who did this to you? Tell this court. This court give you revenge. This court. Lu Mao Deluxe's face was covered in scratches. One eye was black and blue, and one leg was limping. "My lord, I have seen your highness. I don't know what is so important for your highness to meet in the middle of the night." LV Maowai spoke in a civilized manner, like a deep-rooted woman. Li Xuan rolled his eyes. Did not expect Lu Mao delusion than their own worse, the second sister of this poisonous woman. "Brother-in-law, There's a chance to get out of your misery now. Do you want to get rid of your second sister? Lumo Delusion's eyes lit up for a moment, then quickly dimmed. He had tried to commit suicide, none of which had worked. The second princess was a demon and he didn't want to be tortured anymore. Coming out today was still with the permission of the second princess. Li Juan knew that Lu Maowat was nothing more than a messenger, and he wanted it. If he went directly to the second princess, he might not be able to return. The reason I asked you to come here today is so that you can convey to second sister that I may not live long, and that when I relinquish the throne to the queen mother, she will have someone poison me. Lumo Deluxe, I intend, when the seating of the throne is announced, to cede it to my second sister. Even if I die, I won't let the demon empress have her way. This Jiangshan is ultimately our Li family's, not her Wu family's. Li Juan was indignant. I have two conditions. Firstly, after the announcement of the empire, let the experts of the Phoenix Pavilion escort me out of Changen City. And secondly, tomorrow morning, I want to see 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, it was clear that LV Mao Delusion was stunned. Brother-in-law? Ah, I'll go inform her highness and let her make up her mind. Brother-in-law, you mustn't talk nonsense to anyone else, only to second sister alone, or else you, me, the princess house, and even your Lu family will all have their heads in the sand. Anyway, this palace has gone out of its way. Dragging one leg, Lu Mao Delusion still ran quite fast and disappeared in the doorway in the blink of an eye. Jian Wei, go outside and stand guard. Tonight this palace will spend the night here. This is a greenhouse, not someone's home. It shouldn't be a problem for Jian Wei to let the wind out, right? The second princess mansion. Li Himingwang was lazily lying on a small couch made of nine-tailed fox skin, with Lu Maovao kneeling below her. Did my little brother really say that? Princess Qiuwu, that's what His Highness said. These are His Highness's original words. I don't dare to deceive you. LV Mao Delusion spoke very carefully and cautiously, afraid of missing a word. Forgive you, you wouldn't dare. Li Himingwang sat up. Her eyes seemed to be spinning in circles, and after a long time, she shouted, Little Phoenix, go and poke around for information. The woman in the distance turned to leave, and Li Himhuang revealed a seductive smile. Emperor's side harnessed by the side of the emperor's side. Come, the long night is long. How can you let me, a weak woman, stay alone in the empty room? LV Maowat was shocked in his heart and waved his hands. One incense stick later, the visitor reported Li Juan's whereabouts. While investigating that Li Juan had also met the great emperor's son-in-law Wang Tang, Li Himhuang walked back and forth, and after a long time, a smile appeared on her face. Little brother, if you lie to second sister will have to poke you a few small transparent holes. Oh, in her consciousness, her little brother was too timid and cowardly to deceive him, and maybe this time it was true. My little brother was frightened by the mother, the emperor's son-in-law. What money he had, he fed it all to the Xuanjia army. I heard that the emperor's son-in-law has been having a good time at the Phoenix Pavilion, so I'll have to go and meet this brother-in-law sometime in the future. Send a message to Phoenix Pavilion. Directly give little brother 8,000 upper-grade spirit stones. As long as he doesn't go back on his word, his life, second sister guarantees it. Li Himingwang's smile was so sweet and wavy that it was about to melt the room. When she ascended to the imperial throne, her little brother would not be able to escape her 5 fingers, and the spirit stones and heart's blood would be hers. It was light. Li Juan then received a storage ring given to him by Phoenix Pavilion. He directly dripped blood to hold back and viewed the contents. Surprisingly, there were 8,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This excited Li Juan. 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. You can buy a small sect. Then the second brother-in-law's man also sent a storage ring, saying that there were 8,000 top-grade spirit stones inside, hoping that the crown prince wouldn't cheat him, or else we would all die together. Li Juan caressed the 2 storage rings in his hands, more tenderly than he had caressed the greenhouse girl last night. He cultivated mainly by absorbing the power of the stars, mainly because he didn't have a spirit stone, and with the aid of a spirit stone, his cultivation would be faster. Jian Wei, prepare the carriage. Let's go back to the palace to learn about politics. Chapter 9, The Crown Prince's Approval of the Sonnet. God's Reply. Taiji Hall. Wu Jiao had made up her mind yesterday that the throne had to be hers, and even her own son couldn't stop him from going to the top. Therefore, the 9 chapters of the Taiwan has already secretly investigated the evidence of the crimes committed by the 5 royal daughters and the 2 royal uncles. Ju's Hangtai was a watchdog organization established by Wu Zhu and Daqian, responsible for Wu Zhu's personal guards, reconnaissance, intelligence and some secret missions. In Diqian, the existence of this organization was known to only 2 people. One was Wu Jiao and the other was Shangwan heir. She was going to have the 9 chapters and the royal historian's office work in tandem, one openly and one darkly to investigate, and she just couldn't believe that all of these people were clean. The power is still in her hands today, and none of the officials who are ready to turn on her will escape the law. Now it's up to the son to behave? If he is willing to be an idle prince, he can live his life without doing anything, and if he is not happy, he can't blame his mother for being heartless. No one can stop me from climbing to the top. I've waited too long for this day. Just now, she had a small court meeting with the chief officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, regarding the withdrawal of troops from the Dune Sea. Let's not talk about it later. Whoever dares to mention the withdrawal of troops again will go underground and ask the late emperor and the 300,000 warriors who died in battle in the north if they will answer. As for the crisis at home, she would find a way to defuse it. Isn't it just a lack of food? 5 surnames and 7 wishes. Guanzhong Noble Group, Jiangnan Family, Western Chamber of Commerce. These people have plenty of grain in their hands, enough to feed the people of Deqian for a year. As for cultivation resources, there were quite a few. It was time to mine the veins of the Sand Dune Sea, and she would never allow other empires and sects to get their hands on the heavenly treasures of the entire northern realm. However, in order to do these things, the prerequisite was that she had to ascend to the imperial throne. My son pays his respects to mother. Li Juan had just arrived in front of the door of the Taiji Hall, when he saw Wu Jiao standing in the doorway, staring at the distant Qinling Mountains. When Wu Jiao heard Li Juan's voice, she glanced back and asked, "Where did you go last night?" "Phoenix Court," Li Juan said unapologetically. "Mother, my son went to Phoenix Pavilion to make an appointment with Emperor's son-in-law to discuss his experience in doing business." "Oh yeah? How was the experience imparted? Did you learn it?" Wu Jiao asked in a cold voice. Li Juan stepped forward and smiled mysteriously. "Mother, you don't know how rich they are. Big sister, and second sister. So rich. If my son is as rich as my eldest and second sisters, my son wants." Wu Jiao's heart tightened and he asked, "What are you doing?" Li Juan was terrified in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, still saying, "My son wants to ransom the girls of Fengming Pavilion. They are too poor." Wu Jiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Humph. Sure, agriculture, industry and commerce. Commerce ranks last. What are you, a crown prince, going to study those 4? Li Juan looked frustrated and muttered, "Mother, you know, what kind of goods is my son? Can't hold up Dakian, learn some business tactics, and won't be starved to death in the future." Wu Jiao was in a good mood as she talked to her son. It was fortunate that her son was a chestless waste of space, otherwise she really couldn't bear to bestow death on him. "Get your ass in there and learn government from the palace." Li Juan scrunched his neck. Hurriedly, he checked the information panel of Wushu. Hazard warning level 9, death. Li Juan breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like there is no danger at the moment. The danger is still behind the ministers to unite to harm themselves, only to be given death by Wu Jiao. "Sit by me. Sit by the side of the mother, and watch the mother properly review the courtier's folders." Wu Jiao these 2 days said smooth mouth, even blurted out said I. Fortunately quickly changed his mouth, and then look at his son, did not take it seriously. Wu Jiao picked up a Zhang folding. "Is the Anqi capital guard Changen on the Zhang folding?" "This Zhang folding sent here, has been half a month later." Li Juan rolled his eyes. "It's half a month later. What's the point of approving this?" When Wu Jiao turned it over, he only saw that it read, "I, Qiu Chengye, present a report to the Empress Dowager. A home cannot be without a master for a day, and a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. I have the audacity to ask the Empress to let the Crown Prince succeed to the throne and become the Emperor as soon as possible, and the 300,000 Anqi army will be waiting in anticipation." Li Juan read the contents of the Zhangfang. Forehead cold sweat came down. "Doggone Anqi Du Gue. You are simply a poisonous woman. Half a month ago, father just died, and you're already trying to hurt me? Have I dug up your ancestors' graves or slept with your daughter-in-law?" "Mother, this bureaucrat is bold and should be lynched." Wu Ji was just about to put down her pen to write when she heard Li Juan's growl. "Crown Prince, why is this?" And she Du Gue worries about the country and the people. What is wrong with that? This bureaucrat dares to threaten the Queen Mother with 300,000 Anqi troops. Sooner or later this kind of person will be a rebel. "Mother, watch me reply to him." Li Juan leapt to his feet. Wu Jiao laughed. "Good, you have also grown up. Mother is even pleased. Today these Zhangzhua, it will be approved by you first, and then mother will check once again." Li Juan. When Li Juan sat down, he began to write on Qiu Chengye's zhangshur. "Qiu Chengye, you treacherous rebel, you dare to talk nonsense. What? The 300,000 Anqi army is your family's?" Finally, Li Juan wrote his big name and also stamped his crown prince seal. "What do you think, mother, about approving it like this?" Wu Jiao read it, immediately black eyes. Really is unable to help the ado. This Zhang fold once arrived in the western capital. Qiu Chengye immediately rose up to revolt. However, Wu Jiao did not say anything, but pressed down the Zhangzhua and prepared to destroy it. Li Juan picked up the second. Is the county governor of Shuzhong reported, Empress Dowager Wanan, Shuzhong this year's poor harvest, fear of pariah trouble, please the dynasty under the allocation of 500,000 quintals of grain to save the water and fire. Li Juan pondered for a moment, then wrote, the harvest in Shuzhong is in short supply. Are you the county magistrate who eats the food? What do I need you for, idiot? Wu Jiu. Then the county governor of Yangzhou came up and said, long live the Empress Dowager. I have sent 2 baskets of Yangzhou specialties for the Empress and the Crown Prince to savor and enjoy with the people. Li Juan wrote, very good, more is better. 1 hour later, Li Juan approved 3 large baskets of folders, stretched his waist, and arched his hand and said, Mother, my son has finished learning about today's governmental affairs, so I will go back to rest first. Would you also a book all read? Li Juan approved the Zhengzheng, almost a cerebral hemorrhage to send her away. What's all this talk about tigers and wolves? Degrading, simply degrading. However, except for a few books with particularly radical language, which will cause riots on the border, the rest is nothing, just to let all the ministers see, they want to support the crown prince as what virtue? If they could stand the prince later. She had nothing to say. Wanner, send out these zhangs, and burn these, tell everyone that today the crown prince has begun to take care of political affairs. Chapter 10, Another Wave of Hunting. Li Juan stood in front of the main gate of the Eastern Palace, raising his hand to cover his eyes as he looked at the setting red sun. The sun goes down. Time to hunt. Dian Wei, prepare the carriage. Little Chestnut, send a letter of invitation to the 4th king's mansion. Tonight this palace is going to pay a visit to the king's uncle. Little Chestnut was worried in her heart. Isn't the crown prince rushing to leave a handle on people? Last night first saw the great emperor's son-in-law, and then saw the second emperor's son-in-law, and then tonight to see the 4th prince. Win the court battle. But it is still vivid in my mind. These are not good people. As a slave girl, even if what the master says is wrong, that can't be corrected. It's so hard on the heart. Dian Wei drove the car and wandered around the busiest square street in Changen City, finally stopping at a Chui Xiang house. Li Juan got off the car and led Dian Wei upstairs. After eating and drinking, he rewarded the flower girl who accompanied him with a spirit stone, and only then did he take Dian Wei to the 4th king's uncle's residence, worthy of being the royal residence of the great Qian Empire. The repair was even more atmospheric than his own aging Eastern Palace. Just now, she met with Long Xia, the commander of the Hidden Dragon Guards, and Long Xia said that the 4th king's uncle had cultivated a large number of party members, as well as the Anqi army, which was also controlled by the 4th king's uncle's people. It looks like the 4th prince's uncle is determined to win for the throne. Crown Prince, at this late hour, what are you doing in this king's residence? Li Juan looked up and saw a man around 30 years old with a short beard, extremely handsome, but much better looking than the 3rd imperial uncle. Right at this moment, a system panel popped up in front of Li Juan's eyes. Name, Li Hun, 34. Status, King of Wu. Current status, attitude toward the host, hypocrisy and falsehood. Death alert level, 7, temporarily non-life-threatening. After Li Juan read the system warning, he was so determined that he had to properly pit this Uncle Wang tonight. 4th uncle, I miss you. After father's departure, nephew's life is fearful. Live in daily fear and sleep. Li Sung. Rubbish, too much rubbish. Why does my Li family have such an heir? Crown Prince, please come in. Imperial uncle has also missed you greatly. The two came to the living room, but Li Juan insisted on sitting in the study. Li Sun frowned, very reluctant, but after all, now that he was the crown prince, if he went to the demon queen and complained, wouldn't he have an extra handle? In the study, Li Juan carefully asked, 4th uncle, there are no outsiders here, right? Li Sun wanted to curse. This was his study. Naturally it was the safest place. 4th uncle, my nephew came over tonight for one thing only, please save me. 4th uncle, Li Juan said, and then knelt down towards the ground. When King Wu Li Sun saw this, he was shocked in his heart. Dog, who told you to kneel, lousy? Crown Prince never. You are the crown prince, how can you kneel me? Li Juan's face was pale, and with a sobbing voice, he said, 4th uncle, my nephew knows that you have a large number of party members in the dynasty, plus the Anqi army. You, how do you know? Li Sun was shocked in his heart and clearly had the intention to kill and kill. Nephew naturally overheard from the mother's side. The mother wants to be an empress, but this Deqian's kingdom is our Li family's. How can it be obtained by the demon queen surnamed Wu? You're the only one in the dynasty who has the ability to take back our Li family's kingdom. Li Sun breathed a sigh of relief and looked suspiciously at the trembling crown prince in front of him. Half a month from now, nephew will be forced to succeed the throne, but the day of the succession will be the same day that nephew will die. So nephew has thought it over, and when the day of the succession comes, nephew will cede the throne to his imperial uncle in front of the courtiers. Li Sun's heart rejoiced. There was such a good thing. It saved himself a lot of trouble. But nephew has 2 conditions. Firstly, guarantee my life. And secondly, give me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The sooner the payment is made, the better. My nephew will make his own way. Li Sun didn't say anything but kept staring at Li Juan. This was still the same little cutie. Is it? This was even smarter than himself, knowing that he would get killed if he went to the top, and knowing to ask for help, even asking for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, compared to the Imperial throne. That 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was indeed not much, but why would one give it to you? Uncle Fourth King, may I? Keeping you safe is fine, but 10,000 top-grade spirit stones is too much. Li Juan directly got up with a disappointed look on his face and said, then nephew will go and look for Uncle Second King. Uncle Second Wine will definitely not watch with his own eyes. My Li family's kingdom change hands. Li Sun froze. He had been put on the spot by this waste of a prince. In case Lao Heir gives this kid spirit stones, won't Lao Heir be orthodox by then? Originally, people are the second. According to the order of the people are sitting on the throne, and now there is a crown prince to give way. It is more legitimate. Nephew, the fourth king's uncle definitely wants to preserve the kingdom of Diqian, but this spirit stone can't be put together for a while. You know, the fourth king's uncle is very poor. Farewell. Uncle Fourth King can take his time getting it together. There's plenty of time anyway. Li Juan directly walked out of the royal residence and said to Little Chestnut, who was waiting by the carriage, send the second Wanshu's invitation to pay his respects. Jian Wei, go to Phoenix Pavilion. Li Juan listened to another burst of music in Fengming Pavilion, rewarded a few young ladies, and then went to the residence of the second royal uncle. Halfway there, they were intercepted by the fourth prince's uncle's men. The man slipped Li Juan a storage ring and said, the king said that his highness had better keep his promise, or else the heavens won't be able to save him. The threat smelled great, but this wasn't the time to kill anyone either. A little impatience goes a long way. Jian Wei, remember this kid, and from now on, beat him once when you see him until he kills himself. Yeah, in the same way, Li Jun pitched another 8,000 top-grade spirit stones from the second king's uncle. Only then was he satisfied and returned to the eastern palace, then cultivated for the night. After obtaining so many spirit stones, it was natural to cultivate like crazy. In one night's time, Li Juan was promoted from a first-grade martial artist to a second-grade martial artist. Li Juan started to wash up at dawn. After being promoted to a second-grade martial artist, his spirit was very good and he couldn't feel sleepy. I'm going to learn about government again today. Taiji Hall. There are no Zhangji to be approved today, because Wu Jiao said that he has already finished approving. However, things are not done. Wu Jiao looked at Li Juan, only to feel that this kid has been in high spirits lately, running to the greenhouse every day, and incidentally visiting the rebels in the court. Only, she couldn't figure out, at this juncture, he still visited these people. Shouldn't he visit those ministers in the court? He was the crown prince, and as long as he gained the support of the civil and military officials and generals in the court, his claim to the throne must have gone very smoothly, and at most, he would have been poisoned to death by himself. But he went to visit and had to get his man killed. Crown Prince, today the palace wants to test you. Half a month later at the succession ceremony, after the Queen Mother helped you to the throne, your 5 sisters, the 2 king's uncles against what to do. Li Juan smiled with a calm face and said, Mother, don't worry. There's absolutely no way this could happen. Wu Jiao snorted coldly in her heart. Rubbish. You really think that if you go and beg them, they will help you? Because my son doesn't want to be the emperor. When the time comes, he will directly give up his throne to you. Mother, my son has been poor lately. Shall I, reward my son with something? Wu Jiao's heart was greatly settled. His son was so sensible. A little money was nothing. Recently the crown prince has been studying hard. One heir. Reward. Chapter 11 Wu Jiao's suspicion. What Li Juan did, in the eyes of Wu Jiao, is to have no ambition, and this is also more in line with Wu Jiao's interests, so a large number of rewards were sent to the Eastern Palace. However, what makes Li Jinxiu unhappy is that these rewards are not useful. All jade, gold, silver, cloth and such mundane things. If it was a loser who couldn't cultivate, these might be the best things, but nowadays, Li Juan, who could already cultivate, naturally wasn't satisfied with these things used by the people. Luckily, the last 2 boxes contained all spirit stones, probably around 200, but it was precisely these 200 spirit stones that made Li Juan burn with rage. 200 spirit stones, all drained of their aura as waste products, but this was also a high-level currency used by the common people, something more valuable than gold and silver. Your Highness, slave will be your person from now on, willing to serve left and right. Yes, Your Highness, we are twin sisters, 2 dainty young girls, or the kind of fox charming girl with fox blood. Li Juan looked at the sisters who came up to him. Mother Nature has a bit of a conscience, but the conscience was black. and it was obviously used to spy on herself. Then dance a part for this palace, so that this palace can appreciate it and see if you are qualified to accompany this palace. Fading the veneer. It's not that Li Juan is horny, just that the flowers are blooming. If he doesn't appreciate two eyes, it also seems to be uninteresting. After all, it's the best reward Mother Nature has ever given, isn't it? He'd figured it out. Trying to live. For what? It's natural to enjoy life. Li Juan removed his shoes and stepped on the furry blanket towards the case table. Taking the pillow, he reclined on the sable. The palace maid hurriedly brought the freshest melons and fruits, kneeling beside Li Juan, peeling the outer skin one by one and gently sending them to Li Juan's mouth. The two fox May maidens were frozen in their tracks. The Empress mother had sent them here to stay by His Highness' side and serve him while monitoring the crown prince's every move. I didn't expect the prince to be so ridiculous and want to make them do a lap dance when they first arrived. Then a couple of musicians walked in, and Li Juan began to live the life of King Zhou. This palace is very pleased. Little chestnut. Reward. The gold and silver rewarded by the Empress Dowager was just delivered to the two fox May maidens. But the two fox charming ladies are also petrified. They are also cultivated people. Take these mundane things to reward them. This is how to look down on them. Li Juan does not care about this. Is to disgust you. Laughed. You go to warm the bed for this palace. You go to carry foot washing water for this palace. Little Chestnut was shocked. This was supposed to be his job. How could he let these two demonesses steal it? Your Highness, do you dislike the slave girl? Li Juan looked up suspiciously and asked, what makes you say that? Serving His Highness is the slave girl's part of the job. And now they've got it. Get lost. When did I ever let you warm the bed? Punish you to face the wall to think for 2 days. 2 days are not allowed to serve this palace. Coterie was crying with anger. Yangshin Temple. Wu Jiao had just finished her cultivation. The 8th rank realm was now firmly established, and at this rate of cultivation, she would be able to advance to the 9th rank in half a year at the latest. Shangguan Wanner handed over a handkerchief, and Wu Jiao wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and asked, has there been any news from the 9 Zhangtai? Your Highness, the 9 Chapters Terrace has found evidence of the second prince's corruption. In the 6th year of Emperor Wu's reign, there was a great drought in Guangzhou. The late emperor sent him to provide relief, and he embezzled 300,000 taels of relief silver, with all the human and material evidence. In addition, he embezzled 30,000 spirit stones from the West Mountain mines and secretly colluded with the demon sect, and all of those 30,000 spirit stones were given to the demon sect. The great prince of the royal family has taken the great demoness Lonely Red Moon as his master. Wu Jiao did not seem to have any anger, because these things, we all know in our hearts, just that when the late emperor was there, in the way of the royal face, did not put it out. Now it's time to come out into the open. Leave it to Imperial historian Wei Zhong. He knows what to do. There is another thing about the crown prince. The crown prince has visited the eldest princess's residence, the second princess's residence, and the 2 princes' residences in the last 2 days. There's no way to find out what exactly he went for, but when His Highness the crown prince went to the greenhouse, he rewarded the flower girl with a top-grade spirit stone. Wu Jiao's face instantly changed. Rewarded with a top-grade spirit stone? 1 top-grade spirit stone could buy a mansion in Changen City, enough to feed and clothe ordinary people for a lifetime. Spirit stones were all but scarce to her, and she only had around 200,000 of them in her inner coffers. A single night's practice can consume dozens of. Where did the crown prince get the top-grade spirit stones from? This palace remembers that this palace has never rewarded him with spirit stones. Neither did the late emperor. Wu Jiao's eyes fluttered. The crown prince actually had top-quality spirit stones. Could there be something else odd about this? Associated with the heaven and earth anomaly in the direction of the East Palace at the beginning, Wu Jiao began to have some doubts. Go and give the crown prince this palace's Xin Gui jewel, and say that mother sees that he has been studying politics hard lately, and that placing it by his side will calm his mind. The crown prince is really flirtatious. That's a spirit stone, a wasteful thing. Years in politics had taught her that anyone had a chance to flip the script and should never be careless. She wanted to test whether the crown prince was really secretly practicing. The Xin Gui jewel could emit a light fragrance that was extremely friendly to ordinary people, and placing it in the bedchamber could calm the mind and spirit. But once a cultivator puts it by his side, it can be a life-threatening thing that will make the cultivator's qi and blood flow backwards, which will result in minor injuries and disabilities, and in serious cases, the cultivator will go off the deep end. You deliver that and don't worry about the rest. Wu Jiao pondered for a moment and commanded again. Have the southern border war god Shui Yongyan lead 50,000 iron horsemen to quietly move north. Shangguan Wanner was surprised. Your Highness, when Shui Yongyan goes north, will the Yu people make a comeback? Shui Yongyan was a war general promoted by Wu Jiao himself, holding 100,000 iron horsemen to defend South Vietnam. and he himself was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. She was afraid that once her side made a move against King Qi, it would make King Wu jump over the wall. Changen, the Western region protector, was the king of Wu's man and had 300,000 troops in his hands, while the forbidden army guarding the capital was only 70,000 strong. If he secretly transferred 50,000 iron horsemen from the southern border to Guangzhong, together with the army in Heshi, he would not dare to make a move even if he, Changen, were to do so. Leaving 50,000 iron horsemen is enough to deal with the South Vietnamese. Today they are just a bunch of lost dogs. No need to worry. We're just waiting for the Imperial court to turn on King Qi tomorrow. Pinch persimmons, naturally to pick the soft pinch, Qi Wang has no military power, just and the devil some collusion. Shi Wujiu cannot be afraid of a devil? If they know what's good for them, they can still operate within Diqian. If not, all of them will be killed for you. A devilish sect is just a devilish sect. In front of the state apparatus, it is like a child. Eastern Palace. As night fell, Li Zhuan was supposed to go hunting again, but it turned out that the third princess, the fourth princess, and Xiao Wu were all absent from the mansion. This disappointed Li Zhuan. He could only return to his dormitory room and prepare to cultivate, striving to break through to a third-grade martial artist tonight. He now had the most powerful technique and a sufficient amount of spirit stones. His cultivation was bound to grow by leaps and bounds. Li Zhuan returned to the dormitory. One fox-charming woman warmed her comforter, and the other had already prepared the foot-washing water. After enjoying 998's superb service, he sent the two beautiful ladies out. Not that he can't, it's really that there is a difference between human and demon, and he still has to cultivate. The banshee only affects how fast he can draw his sword. Furthermore, these two were sent by the Queen Mother, so how could she not be on her guard? Alert! Alert! Danger warning level 9, the host is breathing in poisonous gas. The gas will destroy the host's 5 organs and the qi and blood will flow backward. The host is requested to survive immediately. Li Zhuan snapped his eyes open. Poison? Where is the poison? No matter what, he just scurried out of the house. Dian Wei at the door was taken aback. My lord. Li Zhuan was just about to say that this house was poisonous when he sensed someone approaching him in a hurry. He immediately rephrased. There are leprechauns in the house. Chapter 12, I want to impeach the king of Qi. A leprechaun? Where? Dian Wei had already pulled out the twin halberd stuck in his back and charged straight in. Then the twin sisters also came to Li Zhuan's side. Your highness, there are female goblins there? The two of them were curious. Weren't they both female goblins? Why would any female goblin come to rob them of their jobs? At this time, Dian Wei came out with a depressed look on his face. Nothing. He hadn't seen what a leprechaun looked like yet. My lord, no goblins were found. Li Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It might be that the palace is seeing things. It's fine. I'll go back to sleep. Wicked come. You go rest too. Lord, I'll guard you. The twin fox-winks walked away with a depressed look on their faces. What a goblin. It scared them. They thought that his highness had found out who they were. Li Zhuan came to the room. He already knew how the poisonous gas came. Nothing was brought in today except for that Xin Gui treasure bead rewarded by mother to be placed at the head of this bed. Li Zhuan carefully walked up, observed for a long time, and asked the system, what is this thing? Shen Gui treasure pearl, spirit stone companion in the spirit stone vein. For ordinary people, it has the effect of tranquilizing the spirit and calming the qi, however. For cultivators, it is a strange poison that will enter the cultivator's body along with the heaven and earth's spiritual qi, destroying the cultivator's 5 organs and 6 bowels. Normally, low-level cultivators will not even notice it, and within half a year, the poisoned person will bleed from all 7 orifices and die of fire. What an outlaw! Li Zhuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If it were not for the fact that my old man is a hanging wall, this is not really going to be accounted for here? He thought he was doing a seamless job and practicing beautifully, and ended up dying without knowing how. Wu Jiu, you poisonous woman, I've already shown you weakness, and I've also shown you once and for all. I don't want this throne. I've given it to you, and you still want to screw me? Li Zhuan's face sank to the extreme, his heart irritated, but nowadays there is no strength to tear the skin off of Wu Jiu. When I get stronger in the future, I'll let you feel the kindness of a mother and her son. Only, Li Zhuan was very puzzled as to how Wu Jiu found out that he could cultivate, or he was beginning to doubt that he could cultivate, so he used this to test him. Li Zhuan would never think of it even if he thought about it. Li Zhuan was silent, since he was already suspected. He had to use this thing to wash away his suspicions. It was just that with this Xian Gui treasure pearl in one's chambers. How could one cultivate in the future? After a long time, Li Zhuan's eyes lit up, beavering away, searching for an identical artifact to replace the thing in front of him. And then, do unto others as they would have them do unto you. The next day, Li Zhuan first went to ask for peace, and then went to Taba in the workshop. After turning around for a day, he didn't find anything that was the same as the Xiangui treasure pearl, and by the looks of it, this Xiangui treasure pearl was indeed a scarce treasure as well. But the day went on with unexpected gains, and Dian Wei said that there were strong people who had been secretly following them. While passing by a stall, Li Xuan was able to see something similar to the Xiangui treasure pearl, except that it was clearly an imitation. Li Xuan decisively bought the entire floor stall, then asked Dian Wei to put the things into his space ring and take out the things in the East Palace warehouse to sell. It's the only way to trick Wu Jiu. The treasures of the Eastern Palace, which were all of great value, were quickly snatched up, surprisingly earning 3 top-grade spirit stones. In fact, Li Xuan thought about it all night, and the only thing that could make Wu Jiu doubt his cultivation was the spirit stone. He remembered that night, he hadn't brought any other treasures or gold or silver with him, so he had rewarded the flower girl with a spirit stone. So, in order to get himself completely out of suspicion, Li Xuan took the 3 spirit stones and went to Chui Xiang Lu again. Throwing a spirit stone, he arrived at the boudoir of the flower leader and enjoyed a good dose of God's treatment. However, in the morning, he still has to go to the court. Shangguan Wan'er passed the word that tomorrow's morning court, the crown prince must attend. He had known then that Wu Jiu must be making another move on someone. This night, in order to get rid of the suspicion, one could only temporarily stop practicing. In the courtroom, the ministers gathered. Li Xuan, wearing a 4-clawed golden dragon suit, stood in the forefront, his hands in his sleeves, his eyes drooping, as if he hadn't woken up from sleep. The crown prince's palace. Jinan. Li Xuan glanced at it, but it was the second royal uncle. This old guy never went to the court. No, the day his father died, he once came to fight for the throne. Imperial uncle. Good. Does the crown prince know that the queen has asked us to gather together for some great event? Li Xuan shook her head. This palace doesn't know. Li Xuan's attitude was very cold, which made the second imperial uncle depressed in his heart. You brat. This king sent you 8,000 spirit stones, and this is your attitude? But after thinking about it, the heart is balanced. Before and this kid has nothing to deal with. Now if too intimate, in turn led to suspicion of the Empress Dowager. Don't bother with the harpies anymore. At this time, Wu Jiu walked from the back hall to the Golden Palace, with Shangguan Wan'er following by her side. I have met the Empress. Your Highness is 1,000 years old. All of you love ministers, stand up. The reason for convening this great court today is still for the matter of the crown prince. Li Xuan was shocked in his heart. Setting up such a big battle today, is it for me? Could it be that? Li Xuan had a premonition in his heart that something bad seemed to be happening. You're not going to kill me on the spot, are you? He immediately checked the system, but the system was unresponsive. The late emperor unexpectedly died. Have not set a marriage for the crown prince. Half a month later is the crown prince's bar mitzvah. This palace heart is also anxious. In order for the royal heir to flourish and for the Dacian kingdom to become more secure, all ministers have been summoned today to discuss the candidate for the crown princess. Li Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. So it was to choose a crown princess for himself. Scared the old man to death. But soon, his mind began to freak out again. Isn't this another person sent to spy on you? What kind of bull **** prince consort? How can I practice if I have to sleep together every night? Li Xuan sputtered madly. Do you have any daughters who are waiting for their daughters? Up and down the courtroom, all the courtiers looked at the crown prince, and they lowered their heads and pressed their tongues. The crown prince was a waste of space. Sooner or later he would be scrapped, possibly to death, and by marrying his daughter to her now, would he not be sending her into the fire? When the time comes, their family will be implicated. Little cutie, only then will you marry your daughter to the crown prince. Secretaries, why don't you say anything? Do you not have daughters in your families? Wu Jiu asked again, and the whole hall went silent. Li Xuan sighed. His own this prince can be a real wimp. The minister's daughter do not want to marry their own. Since this is the case, then this palace will not force the matter. Starting tomorrow, the national selection of the crown princess will begin, and this palace will not believe that it will not be able to find a crown princess. Retreat from the court. Wu Jiu was obviously a bit annoyed. Crowd? Just at this time, Imperial historian Wei Zhong stood out and bowed. Your Majesty, I have a present message. I want to impeach the King of Qi. Then he pointed at the King of Qi and said, Chapter 13, The Dynastic Court's Dilemma. When the Imperial historian said that the person he impeached was the King of Qi, the entire hall was silent. The ministers couldn't figure it out. Isn't Wei Zhong one of King Qi's men? Why impeach the King of Qi? Could there be something else going on here? Even the King of Qi himself was baffled. Looking at Wei Zhong with a dumbfounded face, was supposed to be a crowd of melon eaters, not expecting to eat on his own head? Your Highness, the Imperial Historian's office has found that in the 6th year of the martial emperor's reign, there was a great drought in Guangzhong, and the late emperor dispatched the King of Qi to provide relief. allocating $1.5 million in money and grain, and the king of Qi ended up embezzling 300,000 taels. So, when there was a great drought in Guangzhou, the court tried its best to provide relief, but in the end, the starving corpses were still all over the place, and it was all because of the king of Qi's fault. Hiss. The civil and military ministers all looked at the king of Qi, who, as an important figure in the royal family, dared to embezzle the disaster victims' life-saving money. King Qi was a cultivator, and in the eyes of a cultivator, 300,000 money and grain really wasn't much, just tens of top-grade spirit stones. Li Zhuan was also shocked. This Qi Wang good dog courage. The great ancestor once said that official corruption is a common thing, but corruption of money and grain for disaster relief, the prince commits the same crime as the common people. One word: death. Wu Jiao did not say anything, and after listening to Wei Zhong's report, he turned his icy eyes to the king of Qi, asking him to say 1, 2, 3. The king of Qi stared at Wei Zhong with a deadly glare, his eyes full of anger, itching to dismantle Wei Zhong. Wei Zhong was a poor scholar back then. He failed the Imperial exams and almost froze to death in Changen City in the snow. It was him, the king, who saved him, and let him work in the house as a bookkeeper, and later saw that this person's heart is lively and wise, so he let him become his guest secretary. In order to cultivate him, the king of Qi even recommended Wei Zhong to the late emperor and made him an official in the court. Without his king of Qi's support, what are you, Wei Zhong? And how can you still be a royal historian today? But this is the same person who jumped out today to impeach his former savior. Wei Zhong, don't spit blood here. This king was ordered to provide disaster relief back then, and all the money and food was spent on the victims. So what is there to say that this king is corrupt? Wow! After reading the Zhengbiao, as well as the account book, Wu Jiao threw it directly at King Qi. King Qi, here's the ledger. Take a look for yourself. King Qi picked up the ledger and flipped through it. Soon his eyes went black. When did Laozi ever embezzle this money? But where is this relief money? The ledger is really his Qi Wangfu's. King Qi was puzzled, and he could be sure that he had definitely not embezzled this disaster relief money. He is not a little cute. The dynasty expressly states that no matter if you are an ordinary official or a royal son or grandson, if you embezzle disaster relief money, you must die, which is the rule set by Emperor Taizu. Passport. Soon, the witnesses came in, and what the king of Qi never expected was that the witnesses were the bookkeeper he had just expelled from the royal residence. Herbs can testify that King Qi corrupted the disaster relief money, and for that reason, King Qi even expelled me from the Qi King's mansion and dispatched people to break my legs. King Qi, the king of Qi, is at the moment unable to defend himself. Two people, both of whom were once his accountant, are at the moment jointly proving that he has corrupted the relief money and grain. Now it's all witnesses and material evidence. He can't wash away even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Your Highness, this king acts right and sits upright. There must be a hidden agenda in this matter. With this stuff, wanting to cure this king is not convinced, and the world is not convinced either. These two are both my king's former bookkeepers, and these two have joined forces to falsely accuse my king. I still ask your highness to be clear about this. Wu Jiao nodded and laughed. King Qi is right. This evidence is not enough to sentence you to death. Wei Zhong once again arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, I also want to impeach the king of Qi. During the time that King Qi was operating the West Mountain mines, he used his power for personal gain, embezzled 300,000 spirit stones, and secretly colluded with the devil cult, all of which funded the devil cult. The great son of the Qi Wangfu has worshipped the great devil as his teacher, and at this moment, the Qi Wangfu is a devil's cave. After Wei Zhong finished speaking, he hastily stepped back. He was also afraid in his heart. Don't look at the king of Qi is usually amiable, good-tempered, human-like, but this person is evil, a belly of ruthlessness and bad water, colluding with the devil, oppressing the people and deceiving the king. He had been saved by the king of Qi in the beginning, but the favor had been repaid long ago, and he had helped the king of Qi gain a foothold in the dynasty and gain countless political resources. However, the king of Qi had never even looked at him as a human being, but instead viewed him as a dog of the Qi king's house. That damned Disher Z is even more detestable than the great devil. He practiced evil arts and sucked young girls to cultivate their essence. Half of the young girls who disappeared from Changen City were his doing, and his daughter, only 10 years old, was poisoned by the son of the world, was sucked dry essence. If he didn't take this revenge, he, Wei Zhong, swore not to be a human being. For this reason, he held back for 8 years. 8 years, do you know what I've been through? Li Zhuan was also stunned. The king of Qi had colluded with the devil cult and even given the country's cultivation resources to the devil cult? Big melon, really big melon, but at this moment, he couldn't be happy. This guy colluded with the devil cult, he had deceived him, would he be counted? Might as well take this opportunity to get this guy killed today. A hint of ruthlessness also appeared in Li Zhuan's eyes. The rest of the people were even talking as if they were reacquainting themselves with this Qi king of Deqian. Wu Jiao stood up and said in a cold voice, Wei Zhong, falsely accusing the prince of Deqian is a great crime of exterminating 9 clans. Do you have any evidence? Wei Zhong fluttered on his knees, tears in his voice. Enlighten the empress. I am the evidence. When I was working in his mansion, Qi Wang Shixi practiced evil arts, sucking a large number of young girls' essence. In the back of the Qi king's mansion, there's a dry well, and that's full of the corpses of young girls, piled up like a mountain. The young girls captured by the Qi royal family not only provide their worldly son with cultivation, but also provide the great devil with a large number of male children. The king of Qi has lost his humanity. His crime is unforgivable. Please let your highness decide. Wu Jiao's eyes erupted with fire. Her fingers pinched and creaked as she scolded. King Qi, do you have anything to say? The king of Qi stared, his eyes likewise spitting fire. His son had been backstabbed, and by the time he realized it, he had already cultivated evil arts. But Shixi is the only sole child of the royal family. He can't kill it. It's just that one wrong step in the beginning can never be taken back. Since it says the Qi royal family is guilty, then it's guilty. Things are in the right place, and I was going to pretend for a while, but since Wu Jiao has turned on him, it's a straight showdown. The old man is not pretending. Ha ha ha. Wu Jiao, is that all you've got? If you want to punish this king, you're not qualified. When the late emperor was around, he didn't even dare. So who are you? Shang Guanwan drew her sword and shouted angrily. King Qi, you are unbridled, or dare to call Niang Niang by her name? Ha ha ha. He Wu Jiao a woman. This king honors her. She is the royal sister-in-law. This king does not honor her. What is she? A person surnamed Wu. Dare to flaunt her power in front of this king? This world is my Li family's world, fought down by the ancestors of the Li family, not by her Wu family. The king of Qi laughed loudly, not putting Wu Jiao in his eyes at all. Wu Jiao was surrounded by experts, but the highest strength was only the 9th rank, not even reaching the Grand Master. However, the offerings of his royal residence had a great master sitting on it. What can you do? Since you are forcing this king to show his cards, then this king will dare to get you killed today, and this king will directly ascend to the throne and become the emperor. Shang Guanwana rushed towards the king of Qi and stabbed his sword at his brow, but King Qi's whole body shook, and with a thud, Shang Guanwana flew backwards, spitting blood from her mouth. Peak 8th grade realm. This martial art is a golden bell? Some martial generals had already seen that King Qi had actually cultivated to the peak of the 8th grade, a step away from the 9th grade, and entering the 9th grade would be equivalent to half a zongshi. The ministers present stepped back, and some military generals also stood out, scolding the King of Qi not to commit any offense. But where would the King of Qi listen to these people now? All of them must die. Wu Jiao was also shocked in her heart. She really didn't expect that Qi Wan was a peak 8th grade realm powerhouse and had also practiced the defensive martial art Golden Bell Shield. But since she dared to turn on King Qi today, she had naturally made all preparations. Come on people, give this palace to take down this traitor. Wu Jiao bellowed, and 5 9th grade old men appeared in the hall. Chapter 14 Execution of the King of Qi. The King of Qi's hair flared in anger, and his entire body's true Qi boiled up. Click here. He had gone straight to the devil, and his cultivation had risen to the 9th rank, and his entire being had been transformed. At the same time, he crushed the jade token and started calling for help. Jia Jia Jia. Wu Jiao, you demon queen, you forced this king to do this. After today, this king is the emperor of Deqian. Rumble. The 5 9th grade struck out with full pressure, pressing down on Qi Wang's 7 orifices, but Qi Wang wasn't afraid at all, and with a rumble, he slammed his fist out, his true Qi rippling, causing the 5 who were applying the pressure to back off. Kill him. Wu Jiao's heart began to be afraid. She still underestimated the King of Qi and was not prepared enough. 5 9th grade experts made a move at the same time. Li Zhuan scampered away. The gods fight. The brats suffer. He is the most innocent brat of all. Lifted over by the airflow just now, he only felt that his internal organs had moved out of position. The civil ministers also ran out of the Taiji Hall, and the military generals stepped in to help shock the King of Qi. Scared to death, Li Zhuan ran out of the Taiji Hall and ran to the corner of the square wall in front of the door of the Taiji Hall in one breath, inhaling and exhaling with a big breath. Scared me to death. How could I not expect that the King of Qi would be so terrifying? If I had known earlier, I would never have dared to take on this mission. Ha! Li Zhuan looked up and was surprised to see Wei Zhong and hear him talking to himself. Wei Zhong also looked up, and when he saw that it was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he was instantly shocked. Then he arched his hand and smiled awkwardly. The two of them stood together like this, quietly watching the great powers within the Taiji Hall fight. Buzz! A golden light shot up into the sky as the grand formation of the Taiji Hall was activated. Then the miserable screams of the King of Qi were heard. Demon Queen, you want to steal my Li family's world? You falsely accuse this king. This king will not let you go even as a ghost. Demon Empress, wait for the endless retaliation of the demon sect. Lord Lonely, save the king. Gradually, the hissing of the Chi King subsided, and in the distant sky of the palace, a red shadow moved in quickly, like a drifting cloud of morning sun. Stop. Damn it, Wu Jiu, do you want to make enemies with my demon sect? In the sky, a very demonic woman dressed in red appeared, standing proudly in the void and shouting harsh words at Wu Jiu through the air. Ha ha ha, lonely red moon, if you have the ability, come in and fight. Is it true that I, Wu Jiu, am not afraid of you? The lone red moon in the sky was silent, seemingly calculating the gains and losses, and after a long time, she let loose with a vicious statement. Wu Jiu, count on your ruthlessness. Today's matter, this honored one remembers. Whoosh! The lonely red moon was like an evening cloud floating in the sky, flickering for a few moments before disappearing. Then, the golden light over the Taiji Hall disappeared, and Wu Jiu's voice was heard. The King of Qi has committed an unforgivable crime by committing an offense, and has been killed on the spot. All the people of the Qi royal family are equally guilty. Where are the 1,000 bull guards? Surround the Qi King's mansion and arrest them for questioning. The voice traveled over the entire Taiji Hall, causing Li Zhuan's eardrums to sting. At this moment, he finally realized what a mole-like existence was. Today, no matter whether it is the fighting and calculating in the courtroom or the killing of the gods, it has given Li Zhuan a deep lesson. At the same time, he was afraid in his heart. Fortunately, the King of Qi was killed in a clean manner and did not involve him. In the event that King Qi broke the news about his extortion of spirit stones, he was afraid that he would die an even worse death than King Qi. This world, it's just horrible. In the future to do things, must endure, must meticulous, must pretend. Crown Prince, let's go in. Li Zhuan nodded numbly, his face pale. In Wei Zhong's eyes, this is the prince is not useful and deserves to be a pawn. This was terrifying, and what he had experienced was 10 times more horrifying by far. The Crown Prince carefully followed behind Wei Zhong and entered the gate of the Taiji Hall. The body of the King of Qi fell on the ground, blood flowing all over the place, missing arms and legs, while not far away, there were likewise several corpses, both civil officials and military generals. With 5 ninth grade suppressors, King Qi was still able to kill people, so it was obvious how terrifying he was. Wu Jiu was still sitting on the golden throne. His face was blue, coldly looking at the body of the Qi King lying on the ground, and those 5 ninth grades were no longer here. Li Zhuan guessed that they must have gone to slaughter the Qi Wang house. According to Wu Jiu's ruthlessness, she would definitely want to kill the Qi Wang house without leaving a single chicken or dog behind. Ministers, the King of Qi is committing treason and preparing to usurp power. Now that the King of Qi has been put to death, the House of Qi has committed an unforgivable crime, and according to the laws of Daqian, it shall be punished by capital punishment. But remembering that the late emperor has just died not long ago, and the court is still in grief, this palace believes that it is better to reduce the punishment. What do the ministers think? After a long silence, Wu Jiu still opened her mouth to ask the following courtiers. The left minister stood out and cupped his fists. Your Highness, the late emperor has just died, and the King of Qi dares to conspire against the emperor. This is bullying the late emperor's orphans, and should be heavily punished. Seconded. I second the motion. Civilian and military ministers have agreed. Only the 4th royal uncle Wu Wan Li Sun, with a lost soul. He thought he had a lot of power, and he had kept a lot of strong people around him, and he had even made offerings to great figures of the sovereign level. But what happened today made his heart skip a beat. The second brother, who was usually harmless, had colluded with the demonic cult, and his son had even worshipped the great demon as his teacher, cultivating by sucking the essence of young girls. The usually low-profile second brother was a true 8th-ranked powerhouse, and after demonization he even became a 9th-ranked and practiced the golden bell. However, this was not the most alarming part of his day. The person who alarmed him the most was the demon Empress Wu Jiu. This imperial sister-in-law, who had been stuck at the 7th rank, didn't realize that she was also a peak 8th-rank powerhouse, surrounded by experts, casually taking out 5 9th-rank powerhouses. To say that she didn't have a great master sitting beside her, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Wu Jiu must have known that Lonely Red Moon was a grand master and was in the Qi King's residence, yet she still turned on the Qi King. At one point, it even made King Wu wonder if Wu Jiu had intentionally attracted Lonely Red Moon into the palace, thus beheading the Great Devil. If, today, he could kill the Great Devil Lonely Red Moon, Wu Jiu's reputation in Deqian would be raised a lot, and all the major orthodox Jianghu sects would support Wu Jiu. Mother her, one's better than the other at pretending, just one size cutie for the king. King Wu Lisun cursed himself in his heart. From today on, I'm afraid I'll have to pretend to be a grandchild myself. Wu Jiu first destroyed the 3rd brother, today he destroyed the 2nd brother. If he doesn't listen, will it be himself tomorrow? King Wu, how do you think it should be disposed of? Wu Jiu suddenly looked at the fuming King Wu, Li Sun, and asked, King Wu Li Hun? Chapter 15, Finding a Teacher for the Prince. Li Sun, the king of Wu, immediately laughed and said, Second brother, Qi Wang conspired against the king, and should be disposed of in accordance with the laws of Daqian, and will never be lightly spared. After he finished, his heart was suffocating. Second brother and third brother were killed one after another, and the crown prince, this asshole, is weak and incompetent. I'm afraid that the world of the Li family, I'm afraid that I really have to change my last name. Even he couldn't save the day now. Confronted with this demon queen, he became afraid. Since the king of Wu has said so, let's follow the king of Wu's suggestion. The king of Qi has been executed. The prince of Qi is guilty of many crimes, sentenced to death by decapitation. The family members of the house of the king of Qi, the male soldiers were sent to the frontier, and may not return to the capital without an imperial decree. And the female ones were sent to the Department of Correctional Services to show their punishment. Officials who have colluded with the Qi royal family shall be removed from their posts on the spot, confiscated from their families, and relegated to the status of commoners. The Imperial City Department will immediately start to hunt down the remaining members of the demonic sect, kill them on the spot, and expel them from the territory of Daqian. Wu Jiu gave many orders in one breath. Then she looked at Crown Prince Li Juan and asked, Crown Prince, do you think Mother did the right thing? At that moment, everyone turned their gazes to Li Juan. Li Juan's whole body was a jolt, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, My son thinks that the fourth imperial uncle's suggestion is good. Li Sen almost spit out blood. What do you mean old man's advice was good? Old man was forced to do something. He glared fiercely at Li Juan before remembering that he had given 8,000 spirit stones to this punk. But according to the current situation, even if this punk gave the throne to himself, would he still dare to sit on it? Did he get screwed over by this guy? In his mind, he thought that when he got off the court, he would ask for the 8,000 spirit stones back, and he didn't want to sit on this throne. Even if he had thoughts, it was only after he went to the west himself that he dared to have them. As long as he arrives in the western region, he has 300,000 Western Army Iron Cavalry. When the time comes to kill back with the slogan of the diligent king, he can still sit on this throne of Daqian. So, in the next few days, he had to find a way to get back to the west. But would this demon queen let herself go back? The left and right prime ministers both sighed in their hearts. The crown prince could really be enough of a waste, even though the king of Qi had gone too far, colluding with the demon clan and allowing his son and the demon clan to brutalize the people. But what the hell is going on? And Wu Jiu did not come up with evidence. As for taking out the evidence of Qi Wang's corruption, it is simply ridiculous. The civil and military officials present, is that ditch clean underneath? The little bit that King Qi corrupted is called corruption? In short, whoever Wu Jiu wants to die right now has to die. A few of them, now they really miss when the late emperor was around. Wu Jiu laughed. Then carry out what you just said. The crown prince and the governors of the 3 provinces stay behind. The palace still has something to say. Yes, today's court meeting, sort of just like this ended, and the Qi king closer to the Minister of Rights, the royal secretary, on the spot was taken down. I am afraid that these people will end up in a very miserable state, but any officials who had not defected to Wu Jiu's side were beginning to think of a way back at the moment. The benefits of following the others were definitely there, and once they were liquidated by Wu Jiu, there was the possibility of losing their lives. The king of Qi was copied and exterminated. Not to mention them, the demon queen is too ruthless. Taiji Hall, the 3 provinces left 4 people, respectively, the right and left prime ministers, the minister of service, and the Chinese minister. The 4 of them represent the 3 most powerful departments in the 3 provinces of Daqian. Because the Shangshu province Shangshu order is usually the emperor concurrently, and there are only the right and left servants, which can also be called the right and left prime ministers. Ministers, the crown prince does not understand political affairs, but also need everyone to take a band. You see, this is okay. You 4, each with a day of study. The 4 men stared at each other in disbelief. Let's put it this way. Since all of you are going to lead the crown prince in his studies, you are the equivalent of being the crown prince's teachers, and the enthronement will be sent to all of you in your homes. 4 people heart happy, did not expect to be able to mix a prince master or prince master, so it is also good. Just think of the previous prince approved those folders. The 4 people's hearts are clogged with panic. The annotations written by the prince can send away the officials who have been petitioned. This student, I'm afraid it's not easy to lead. Li Juan was also dumbfounded. He was already annoyed with studying after Wu Jiu, and he didn't give himself the throne, and he had to learn how to handle political affairs by himself. Isn't that self-contradictory? And what's the point of trying to do it yourself? Teasing old me. With this time, wouldn't one go to a greenhouse to listen to music? Wouldn't one go to swim in the mountains? Now it is surprising that he has been given 4 teachers to teach him how to handle political affairs. Li Zhuan's eyes glanced at Wu Jiao with a sly look, and she even ended up being caught by Wu Jiao. Crown Prince, you're not happy? Wu Jiao asked with a cold face. Li Zhuan, my son is happy to do so. Since you're happy to do so, you haven't met your 4 teachers yet? Li Zhuan sneered in his heart. Since he wanted to worship, he would worship thoroughly. Li Zhuan lifted up his 4-clawed golden dragon suit and directly knelt down on one knee. The student pays his respects to the 4 teachers. Flutter, flutter. The 4 Diqian's humorous ministers. In their hearts, were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past, kneeling on the ground one after another. They were good teachers, and it was a great honor to be the Crown Prince's teacher. But they didn't want to take the lives of their 9 clans just to be the Crown Prince's teacher yet. Accepting the Crown Prince's kneeling, are they living too long? Your Highness the Crown Prince. What are you? Crown Prince. Never. Crown Prince, get up. We are subjects and you are the Crown Prince. We deserve to die. Li Zhuan stood up and asked with a puzzled expression. Teachers, what are you doing? Isn't it natural for a student to kneel and worship his teacher? Why are you guys on the ground? Li Su, the left Prime Minister, with cold sweat on his forehead, fell on the ground and pouted. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you are the Crown Prince, and since ancient times, it's all about subjects worshipping the king. Where is there a king worshipping his subjects? Right Minister Yang Tan also hastened to say. Yes, Crown Prince, this can never be done. The squire and the C didn't dare to raise their heads at all. Oh, the palace knows. All teachers, please rise. Wu Jiao looked at this scene and rolled her eyes. She saw that the Crown Prince had definitely done it on purpose just now. Crown Prince, today you will follow Li Su to learn. Wu Jiao saw that several ministers had climbed to their feet. Learning to read and criticize the Sangha under Minister Li? This the palace likes. Li Zhuan was excited. As long as all the officials are all scolded. See if you still support the palace in the future? Li Su's eyes darkened, almost forgetting that the Crown Prince followed the Empress to learn how to approve the medals, and as a result, he stunk out everyone. It seems like the only people who didn't get yelled at were the ones who offered up the souvenirs and said it was a lot of fun. Prime Minister Li, let's go. Hurry up and go criticize the Zhang. Wu Jiao waved her hand and watched Li Zhuan walk out of the Taiji hall with an excited face, but she sighed. At the moment she looked torn and didn't know what she was struggling with. After a long time, Wu Jiao instructed the eunuchs around her to say, arrange for the Crown Prince to choose a consort as soon as possible. Outside the Taiji hall, Li Sun came out and waited here. He wanted to wait for the Crown Prince to come out and ask for all the spirit stones back. That was a whole 8,000 spirit stones, enough for him to cultivate for a year or 2. Chapter 16, You're afraid to live until half a year later. King Li Sun waited for the prince for almost 3 incense sticks of time, and only then did he see Li Zhuan come out, followed by the 3 provincial governors of Daqian. All 4 of them had ugly faces. They had thought that they had taken a good job, but after what had just happened, they finally realized that this was a scourge. The Crown Prince had just knelt down in front of the Empress to worship them, absolutely on purpose. What kind of Crown Prince would do that? The royal family had taught the royal sons etiquette since they were young, so how could they kneel down and worship their subjects, which was too ridiculous. However, this prince has always done things ridiculously. Minister Li, do you have a daughter? Li Zhuan suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Li Su almost bumped into Li Zhuan's body, and hurriedly apologized. But soon he reacted. Li Zhuan was asking, did he have a daughter? What does he want? Li Su stared wide-eyed. The old man's daughter and your father is a generation. Besides, we are all royalty. We are all surnamed Li? You dim-witted, incompetent scum. Li Su almost snapped on the spot. Minister Li, why don't you answer my palace's question? Do you have a daughter? How else can Li Su answer? If he lied to this guy, it is deceiving the king. The Crown Prince is also a king. My minister has 3 daughters. The eldest and the second have married, and the youngest is waiting for her daughter. Pretty good. Daughters are their father's coats. Your daughter must be good to you. Speaking of this, Li Su's face showed a proud smile. 3 daughters are very filial, especially the youngest daughter. Is his favorite daughter? Your Highness is flattered. The daughters are good to the old man. Then, Li Zhuan asked Yang Tan, the right minister, does Minister Yang have a daughter? Yang Tan, the right minister, is afraid in his heart. He has daughters, and 4 of them, all of them are still in the boudoir. How can this be good? Your Royal Highness, I have 4 daughters, all of whom are already engaged. In the end, he still chose to deceive the king. He'd rather be sent away than wait for you. Pity. Li Zhuan looked at Yang Tan and laughed. This palace is now still missing a princess. Right, Squire. Zhang Shuling, do you have any pending daughters? The 2 of them waved their hands in succession, itching to leave this place immediately and never see the Crown Prince again. All 4 of them are cursing in their hearts. Today the empress herself asked the whole court. No one is willing to marry their daughter to you. Don't you have any self-awareness that you are a waste of a crown prince, destined to have nothing to do with the throne, and may even die a miserable death? You have a strong mother who is jumping at the chance for the throne. You have 5 sisters, one more powerful than the other. And you, nothing but the empty title of crown prince. The most despicable thing about it is that the royal dogs can practice while you can't. Everyone is not a little cutie. Would you send your own daughter into the fire and drag a whole family to be buried with you? Li Juan awkwardly laughed. In fact, this palace does not care at all to stay in the boudoir, or married out of the second marriage. Hiss! The 4 bigwigs of the dynasty sucked in a breath of cold air, and a dangerous smell permeated their entire bodies. What does the prince mean by this? Even if they get their daughters married off, they'll have to get divorced and marry you again? That's ridiculous. Crown Prince, Imperial uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. Li Sun finally waited for Li Juan and immediately shouted. Li Juan froze for a moment and laughed. 4th Imperial uncle, what are you waiting for me for? Naturally, there are important matters. Let's go to my king's residence to talk. Li Sun snubbed. No, this palace is under the mother's decree to follow Li Xiang to learn about politics. If there's anything, Imperial uncle can say it here. Li Sun gritted his teeth and said, pay back the money. Li Juan, pay back what money? When did this palace owe money to Imperial uncle? This palace is the crown prince, rich in the 4 seas, and still needs to borrow money from Uncle Wang? Did Uncle Wang remember wrongly? Li Sun didn't expect that the crown prince would start to play tricks. The 4 ministers were also surprised. The crown prince actually borrowed money from the 4th prince? Is the prince short of money? It's impossible. The crown prince doesn't know how to cultivate. The money that the royal inner treasury allocates down every month is definitely enough for the crown prince to spend. Li Sun's teeth itched with anger and said in a cold voice, this palace lent you 8,000 spirit stones. Don't you want to recognize the debt? You are the crown prince, the heir to the throne of Diqian, with a golden tongue. How dare you renege on your debt? Li Juan is not panicked. Give out things. You still want to go back. Want to fart eat it? You are a grandson when you borrow money and a grandfather when you pay it back. I'm your master now. How dare you talk like that? Oh, Imperial uncle. The palace remembers. Li Juan slapped his thigh and laughed. Li Sun sighed in relief. That was all he had. It's good to remember. Imperial uncle. Isn't that what you gave to this palace? You said as long as this palace promises. Crown Prince, what are you babbling about? When did you promise this king anything? Li Sun was shocked. There were still the governors of the 3 provinces standing behind him. If he told the demon queen about this, he would definitely not survive until tomorrow. But 8,000 spirit stones. It hurts him to death. So, he gathered his courage and whispered, Crown Prince, aren't you afraid that this king will tell your mother? Li Juan, Uncle Wang. Actually, those spirit stones, this palace has long since handed them over to mother. Put. When Li Sun heard this, he spat out blood on the spot and fell straight to the ground. It was only at this time that he realized that he seemed to have been pitted by the demon empress and this dog crown prince making a game of it. Li Juan, you shall not die a good death. This revenge, this king remembers. Li Juan hurriedly shouted, quickly come to people the 4th Imperial uncle princely. The 4 men were unsure. How could the crown prince and the 4th prince vomit blood after whispering a few words? But to say that the 4th prince is princely, this prince's mouth is too poisonous. The 4th prince had clearly stood up. Hey, Uncle 4th King, it's just a few thousand spirit stones. It's not like you can eat it or wear it. It hurts to be angry. Here's the rest of the spirit stones. Give it to you. Li Juan also knew that if this matter became public, his next plan would have to go down the drain, and other people would definitely come and ask for the spirit stones as well. If the news reaches the mother's side, it will be impossible to explain, and he won't be able to get a single penny of these spirit stones. Li Juan shoved a storage ring into Li Sun's hand, which also contained a few hundred spirit stones. Since they had all torn their faces apart, there was no need to be merciful. This ring was meant to be given to Wu Jiao, but now it was cheaper for Li Sun. In this ring, there was a Shen Gui treasure pearl that was similar to a spirit stone lying in it. I'll see if I can't kill you. Li Sun immediately checked and saw that there were only 500 or so spirit stones, and his mouth went askew with anger. Don't worry, these spirit stones, this palace will return them to you, in half a year at most. You'd better give it back to this king, or else I'll definitely tell your mother about your little, and then we'll all die together. Li Sun flung his sleeves and left angrily. Li Juan looked at the distant 4th Imperial uncle Li Sun and sneered. I'm afraid you can't wait until half a year from now. Chapter 17, How to Strengthen a Nation. A big fist will do. Li Juan followed Li Su to the Hall of Government. Although he was the crown prince, it was the first time Li Juan had come here, and it looked like the office of the Prime Minister of Diqian was still quite good. Crown Prince, today I will teach you to criticize the Zhangji, and criticized the Zhangji as not every book to be annotated. Li Juan said, "Prime Minister, this palace knows how to do this and doesn't need to be taught." Li Su was furious. "You approve that is called will. You know that the old man sent the folding down." The 100 officials are dumbfounded. They've all been scolded by you for being self-absorbed. And some of them have even been so terrified that they've personally run to the queen to ask for forgiveness. Crown Prince, let's approve the Zhangji. According to the actual, the tone should be gentle. Prime Minister, the Queen Mother asked you to teach this palace the skills. She didn't ask you to teach this king how to behave. Think about it. How many Zhengzhua have you approved over the years? How many of them are really something? And how many of them are just disease-free? Wasting the country's resources and wasting the time of you old ministers. These disease-free courtiers, this palace sees them deceiving the king. At first glance, Li Su seemed to make so much sense. This Zhangji is the best transportation bridge between the courtiers and the emperor, and a means for the emperor to understand the following. The emperor is a loner, and that's needed to provide some emotional value, isn't it? If every day was about state affairs, wouldn't the emperor go crazy? Your Highness, I disagree with you. Okay, if you don't agree, let's start approving it. Are you first, or is this palace first? Naturally, Your Highness first. Li Juan sat down and began to read the Zhangzhua. So sleepy, what torture. So, thinking of cursing, Li Juan fought and started to power up, cursing as hard as he could. Li Juan dealt with it particularly quickly, except for some uncertainty about the important matters of the country. The rest is 2 words: waste. Everyone in Dakian had called him a waste of a prince, so he naturally had to call him back, or wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? The work was fast and furious. Li Su, who was watching from the side, was stunned, but his face turned green as he watched Li Juan curse those unpleasant words. He's afraid to even send those folders down. Hey, Li Su sighed deeply. Your Highness, why don't we discuss the strategy of governing the country? Li Su doesn't want to let Li Juan approve the Zhangjiang anymore. This is simply to give him trouble. At the same time, he wanted to see if the Deqian's crown prince was really a waste. What does the teacher want to talk about? Li Su, what does your Highness think is the best way to strengthen the country? It's a very big concept, and trying to make sense of it in a moment is simply not possible. Fistful. Li Su's eyes widened as he asked, what did your Highness say? Big fists. Whoever has the biggest fist will be able to occupy the best resources, and then the country will naturally be strong. If you have a big fist, you can reason with anyone, and they are sure to listen attentively. As the saying goes, truth is only within the range of cannons, and dignity is only above the blade of the sword. Li Su, your Highness makes such good sense. Can a big fist make a country strong? All the warlike countries in history have been annihilated in history. Militancy will lead to death. Your Highness said only one side, but all things, he has 2 sides. Only the implementation of benevolent government is the policy of long-term stability. Good war will die. Li Juan is a little impatient. He is a waste of the crown prince, and the throne is not related to the pressure, even if he knows how to rule the country. So what does it matter? Minister Li has a point. The children are teachable. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Li Su's face. Li Juan got up and said, time's up. This palace will leave first. Finally made it through class. Li Juan did not go to the Eastern Palace, but went directly to look for the 3rd princess. My lord, I have inquired about all the things you asked my subordinate to inquire about. Li Juan sat in the carriage, resting his eyes, while Dian Wei sat on the side to give Li Juan a report. The Qi King's mansion was exterminated today, with no chickens or dogs left behind, and killed to the point of bloodshed. There were 5 9 ranks in 2 Zhongshe realm powerhouses that went to the Qiwang mansion, and then the 3rd princess brought people from the Imperial City Department to clean up the mess. The great demon Lone Red Moon has taken the world's sun and vanished, and the demon cult personnel who stayed in the Qi King's mansion actually retreated a long time ago. Right now, the whole city is searching for members of the demon cult and the great demon Lonely Red Moon. Li Juan asked, where is 3rd Imperial sister now? Should have gone after the murderer. Li Juan was silent for a moment and said, go wait at the Imperial City Department. Li Juan came to the Imperial City Department, which is located in the western city of Changen. The location is still relatively remote, but the guard is very strict. What a big dog's guts. How dare you stop the crown prince? When Li Juan's carriage was stopped at the entrance of the alleyway, Dian Wei was instantly enraged and scolded the guard. Soon, 2 more 6th-grade powerhouses immediately appeared in front of Li Juan's carriage. One of them, a woman with a head full of pigtails, said coldly to Dian Wei, even if the eldest princess comes, she has to hand in her obeisance. The meaning is very obvious. Prince, you are a waste, but also want to enter the Imperial City Division. The Imperial City Division is the territory of the 3 princess. The princess holds 300,000 troops. Want to come in, have to hand in the invitation. How dare you? The crown prince is the crown prince and has the right to go anywhere in Deqian. Are you not trying to rebel? Little Chestnut was almost exasperated, saying that he was about to step forward. Imperial City Division, important land. Unrelated people may not trespass or kill without amnesty. The two men drew their swords straight away. Dianwei couldn't bear it any longer and pulled out the twin halberds at his waist. So he asked, "My lord, the lord insults the minister to death. I'm going to kill them both." Li Juan's heart is also angry, as the crown prince, but was treated like this. Just at present, the spirit stone did not arrive. Out of the words, "The loss is great. Can you beat it?" Dianwei was a 7th grade, 2 6th grades from others, or someone else's territory. Dianwei said, "It seems like we can't beat them." Li Juan stepped out of the carriage and said, "What are you excited about if you can't beat them? Good men don't fight with women. Look at your highness," Li Juan said, then lifted the curtain, stepped on Little Chestnut's back and got out of the carriage, put his eyes around and looked around, and finally this time, he looked at the two sword-wielding soldiers of the Imperial City Department. "You want to kill the palace? Have the necks of the 9 clans been washed clean?" The two men's whole body shivered and took a step back. Yes, no matter how much of a waste this person in front of them is, they are now the crown prince. The crown prince of Diqian. Dare to draw the sword against the Diqian crown prince. That is the crime of treason, the great crime of exterminating 9 clans. If this were to spread to the empress, not to mention the 3rd princess, even the god of heaven couldn't save them. However, the 3rd princess had given orders that no one except the queen's men were to enter the Imperial City Department, or they would be killed without pardon. What can be done about it? "Prince, what are you doing over here?" Just at this time, the voice of 3rd Princess Li Yinzhou came from behind Li Juan. Li Juan turned around and saw Li Yinzhou with one arm hanging down, covered in blood, and the people behind him were the same. None of them were in one piece, and they were followed by 7 or 8 prison carts. Li Juan's face was pitch black, and he didn't bother to care about Li Yinzhou's death, but instead asked with a smile, "3rd Imperial sister, you still know that this palace is the crown prince?" "Ha? This palace thought that you were the emperor of this great Qian." Chapter 18, Old 4 is a big fat goat. Li Yinzhou frowned. Today's crown prince. His words were a bit impulsive. "Who gave you the courage?" "Waste. Crown prince don't put a big hat on imperial sister. The Imperial City Department is only responsible to the Diqian Emperor. Even if you are the Diqian's crown prince, you don't have the right to ask about the affairs of the Imperial City Department. The throne of Diqian is undecided. The Queen Mother oversees the country. An imperial sister can only be responsible to the Queen Mother. I beg your pardon, Imperial brother, you cannot enter this Imperial City Division." Li Yinzhou slightly arched his hand and finished his words, signaling behind him to escort the prison cart in. She must interrogate these people immediately and send the results of the interrogation to the palace in a timely manner. Mother's sudden move against the 2nd Imperial uncle today was not expected by everyone, and could be described as fast, precise, and ruthless. And for her, that was a good thing. Once the royal uncles got the throne, it was much scarier than them 5 sisters getting it. When the royal uncles get the throne, the 6 of them, mother and son, will surely die, and their power will be uprooted. As for the crown prince, she didn't see him as a person at all. Li Juan laughed slowly. "This palace can't get in? That's not necessarily true. Imperial sister, how about we make a deal?" After a little while, he added, "The orthodoxy of the throne is at stake." Li Yinzhou, who had just raised his feet, suddenly stopped his pace and turned around to look at Li Juan, obviously somewhat surprised. After all, this palace is the crown prince of this great Qian, and whoever this palace cedes the throne to is the rightful ruler. Li Yinzhou was silent, staring blankly at Li Juan. That icy face actually showed a trace of a kind smile, only the smile was too stiff, not at all in line with her high and cold temperament. "Prince, please." Li Juan nodded and took the lead towards the gates of the Imperial City Department. As Little Chestnut waited by the carriage, Dianwei turned to the 2 men who had stopped them and said in a cold voice, "Now, my highness has become a heavenly king. You, villain." The woman with a full head of braided hair had her chest heaving with anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who let her put her harsh words out just now? And as a result, the princess took the initiative to invite this waste of a prince into the Imperial City Department. Dianwei laughed towards the woman with a full head of braids. "You hit me SA. You hit me T." The Imperial City Division was a large mansion with 3 entrances and 3 exits, especially the backyard, which was larger than even the East Palace's footprint, and within the tall walls, a martial arts arena was built, and this martial arts arena below. But there is something else. The Imperial City Division captured people will be escorted into this dungeon in the harsh interrogation. Li Yinzhou instructed her minders to go and interrogate the prisoners immediately and make sure to bring out the people behind them. In fact, there are no more people behind the scenes, but Li Yinzhou is wanting to lead the way. Can implicate some of her enemies? That is naturally the best. All go down. No one may approach. Li Yinzhou gave the order. Li Zhuan said, "Wicked lie. You go out too." Dian Wei bowed and clasped his fists, then glanced at third princess Li Yinzhou with an unkind look in his eyes. The meaning was clear. He was threatening Li Yinzhou not to do any harm to the crown prince. When everyone had gone out, Li Yinzhou snorted. I didn't realize that the crown prince had such a loyal and tough general by his side. She sensed from Dian Wei that he was definitely a tiger general of 100 battles. Not just a strong force, but a killing aura that could only be raised by killing on the battlefield. He is a soldier who retired from the Northern Realm battlefield. A poor man. Some time ago, when the Eastern Palace was replenished with guards, the great Imperial sister sent me 1,000 remnants of the Northern Realm, and he was one of them. No wonder. Li Yinzhou nodded, then laughed. Can you cede him to your sister? Li Zhuan, don't talk about those useless things. I came to find you today for the throne. This palace thinks very clearly. The throne is not related to this palace. Rather than waiting for someone to pick the peach, it would be better to give it to my sister in exchange for some money to spend. 10 days later, it is the day when it is agreed that this palace will ascend to the throne and be called the emperor. At that time, this palace will abdicate the throne to the third sister. This palace only has 2 requests. For 1, third sister protects me and sends this palace out of the imperial city. Secondly, give me 8,000 top-grade spirit stones, and this palace will ensure that the queen will be clothed and fed in the future. Li Yinzhou was a little surprised in her heart as she listened to Li Zhuan's words. Ha ha ha, little brother. It is said that you are a waste and a little cutie. Sister realized today that you are just waste, but definitely not a little cutie. Li Zhuan clasped his fists and smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Third sister, 8,000 spirit stones, before ascending to the throne must be given to me, or else my little brother does not mind looking for people to cooperate with. The rest of the several sisters, this is salivating for a long time. To be honest, Li Yinzhou was very moved. 8,000 spirit stones, together with protecting the crown prince's safety in exchange for an orthodoxy in the succession to the throne, was indeed very cost-effective. Once he obtained the crown prince's abdication, he himself was invincible in terms of public opinion. Who knows whether the crown prince will go back on his word. When the time comes to ascend the throne he himself called the emperor. Li Zhuan looked at Li Yinzhou's dark face in contemplation and immediately added, Third sister, are you worried that this palace will break its word? You guys hold a lot of power and authority. I'm just a waste. Ha ha ha. Just as well. I was wrong about the man. Li Zhuan, with some disappointment on his face, turned around and walked away. Just as Li Zhuan opened the door, Li Yinzhou spoke. Little brother, Imperial sister promises you 8,000 spirit stones, plus a dog's life for you. If you dare to deceive this princess, you know the consequences. Li Zhuan turned around and smiled. Deal. Li Yinzhou is also a quick person. Directly took out a storage ring and threw it at Li Zhuan, who went to catch it, but ended up not catching it. However, Li Zhuan was not angry and ran all the way to retrieve the storage ring from under the window. Then he bit his finger and began to drip blood to recognize his master. After half a day, there is no success in recognizing the owner. Li Yinzhou forehead can really be a waste. The great Qin Imperial family, even a dog, has cultivation, but the crown prince of Dakian, surprisingly, cannot cultivate in the slightest, and even the most basic storage ring cannot be done to recognize the owner. It is ridiculous that just now he was a little worried about this kind of person. Li Zhuan got half a day, also did not see the storage ring to recognize the success of the owner. He towards Li Yinzhou sardonically smiled. See the joke? Then he took the storage ring and walked out of the gate, shouting, Imperial sister need not worry. If Imperial brother breaks his word, by all means come and take my head. Li Yinzhou said in a cold voice. Definitely. Waiting outside the Imperial City Department, Li Zhuan is finally relieved, letting Dian Wei help him recognize the owner. Li Zhuan finished checking. No more, no less. Exactly 8,000 spirit stones. Li Zhuan looked at the Imperial City Department and smiled broadly. And there is still the oldest 4. The old 4 for the throne is imperative. She is in the dynasty of power is huge. Relying on the Imperial Examination Examiner, the world of Confucianism are her disciples. 5 surnames and 7 hopes and her head. Old 4 is a big fat goat. Chapter 19, Thief's Heart. Li Yinzhou stood at the entrance of the Imperial City Department and watched Li Zhuan disappear at the end of the road. She always felt that there was something wrong with things. These 8,000 spirit stones were her wealth that she had saved up over the years, especially since she was about to impact the 8th rank realm. It wouldn't do to not have enough spirit stones, but the legitimacy of the throne seemed to be even more tempting to her. If she could obtain the throne, those 8,000 spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket. But according to today's situation, even if Li Zhuan gives the throne to himself, can he sit on it? The Queen Mother's side is determined to win the throne, and the 2 royal uncles are the consequences of offending the Queen Mother. The The more Li Yinzhou thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. These 8,000 spirit stones, were they going to go down the drain? But she felt resentful if she was given this qualification by her eldest or fourth sister. Humph. As far as that waste of a royal brother is concerned, the 8,000 spirit stones will be his own sooner or later. When the time comes, just bring it back. After figuring this out, Li Yinzhou took the people and went to the palace. I've copied second Imperial uncle's house today, and I haven't reported it to mother yet. Taiji Hall. Shangguanwaner had already reported to Wu Jiao that the 9 Chapters Terrace had dispatched experts to intercept and kill the members of the demon cult in all directions. But in the end, they had let the great demon, Lone Red Moon, escape with the world's sun. It just escaped Changen City, and with members of the 9 Chapters stage spread throughout the 9 states, the great demon would be caught sooner or later. Wu Jiao nodded and asked, how is it going on Lao Heir's side? Has Lao San been to Lao Heir's side? Shangguanwana knew that what Wu Jiao was asking about was naturally wanting to know the source of the beauty pill. Been there, but no one really knows what the two talked about, except that the third princess came out with a dark, unpleasant face. You tell the 9 Chapters Terrace side to keep an eye out. This is important. I remember. Shangguanwaner bowed, secretly remembering in her heart that it seemed that she would have to do some probing on the second princess. Your Highness, the third princess has come. The little eunuch hurriedly came to Wu Jiao's side and bowed to report. Shen. Wu Jiao just needed Lao San to make a run for it, to probe on Lao Heir's side. My son has met my mother. Wu Jiao got up and said, the seized property is filled with the state treasury, and according to the previous decree, those who should be killed are killed, and those who should be filled with the army are filled with the army. Mother, this is the list of people and the amount of property seized by the Imperial City Department. Wu Jiao reached out, took it and glanced at the seized wealth and frowned. It seemed a bit low. She glanced at Li Yinzhou and laughed. Wasn't it swept away by the devil cult? But it wasn't right. This time it was specifically targeting the Qi Wangfu, so naturally the attackers had already been arranged. Before the King of Qi got the news, he would definitely not hand over the property of the King of Qi's residence to the devil sect. According to the previous investigation, the Qi Wangfu's property should be between 30,000 and 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The Qi royal house has been in cahoots with the demon cult in recent years, and has sort of spent a lot of spirit stones, but definitely no less than 30,000 spirit stones. But there was only a mess on the ledger, and there were only 12,000 spirit stones. Li Yinzhou was taken aback. What did mother mean by this? Suspecting that you're hiding money from the Qi Wangfu? She hadn't touched a single one of them, and they were still found by the experts around Wu Jiao. Mother, indeed this is all there is, and my son would not dare to keep it private. If the Mother Queen does not believe in my son, she can probe my son's residence and the Imperial City Department. My son only has a maximum of 3,000 spirit stones. Li Yinzhou hurriedly bowed and replied, and in his heart, he said that it was fortunate that he had given the 8,000 spirit stones to his Imperial brother, or else he would really be unable to say anything. After all, these spirit stones are also earned by relying on the Imperial City Department and plowing through families everywhere over the years, and none of the money is too clean. Ha ha ha, Emperor's son, how could mother not believe you? It's just that the Qi Wangfu's money may not have been searched or may have been swept away by the devil. Thank you, mother, for believing in my son. Then Wu Jiao walked towards Li Yinzhou and grabbed his hand, scaring Li Yinzhou so much that his whole body shivered. Cold sweat instantly ran down his forehead. Imperial son, have you been slacking on your cultivation lately? And your cultivation has not grown at all. Li Yinzhou returned. Mother, my son has entered the 7th rank, and for a time he could not break through to the 8th rank. Wu Jiao pondered, then laughed. Mother has stopped at the 7th grade for 8 years. A beauty pill went down, and directly rushed away from the 7th grade, and in just a few days, this cultivation of mother has already broken through to the 9th grade. Emperor's son is only 23 years old now. If he has such an elixir, he may even have the possibility of impacting a grandmaster. It's just a shame that mother got one. Lao Heir, this child, do not know how to think, mother once asked, but she is adamant that she does not recognize. Emperor's son, there is a great deal of bitterness and hatred between mother and your second sister. She doesn't trust mother at all. Why don't you go and beg for it yourself? For the sake of cultivation, you're not ashamed. Li Yinzhou understood very well in his heart that his mother wanted to let himself explore his second sister's situation, but she had already gone to probe her second sister, who sarcastically scolded her, saying that if she had such a good elixir, she would still go and suck men's essence to cultivate. Is the old woman with a bag in her brain? She thought about it. Her second sister was right. With such a powerful elixir, why should she cheapen her body and play with those smelly men? And so it was never spoken of again. Perhaps the mother's access to the elixir did not come from her second sister, but according to that day, the elixir did come from the second sister's people. or the Crown Prince of Waste personally handed it to the mother. In that case, there were 3 scenarios. That elixir was a reward from the Phoenix Pavilion to that dead soldier. And second sister, as a Phoenix Pavilion progenitor, definitely had the elixir. The second scenario was that the elixir was obtained by the dead soldier unintentionally. In the third case, that elixir belonged to the younger brother of the Prince of Waste. However, the third can be ruled out. The Prince of Waste wouldn't be a waste if he had pills. He didn't know, at all, the value of that elixir. After Li Yingzhou figured out these situations, he wanted to go and try again. And if he couldn't, he could spend money on it. A single elixir could allow the mother to advance. If one possessed that elixir, one's own impact on the sect master would definitely not be an afterthought. Mother, my son will go to my second sister's side to ask. Wu Jiao smiled and said, this time the property of the copied family. You take half of it, really cannot. From your second sister to buy a piece is also okay. Li Yingzhou did not expect that there would be such a good thing, and hurriedly bowed. Many thanks to mother. Li Yingzhou turned to leave and immediately went to the Qintian supervisor, paid a visit to his teacher, and told the old heavenly master about this matter. The old heavenly master was silent for a long time before he said, it is better to believe in something than nothing. Teacher thinks that you should still go and try. Then he was also a bit mesmerized. That quality of elixir. Within the super large clans, that was also a scarce commodity. Chapter 20, Take Me Far Away. Girl. The carriage drove smoothly towards Fengming Pavilion. Li Zhuan sat inside the carriage, thinking about how to trick the fourth sister. The fourth sister is the smartest person in Dakian, and has been in the officialdom for many years. Even if it is the old fox in the dynasty, mentioning the fourth sister also has to give a thumbs up. The fourth sister was enlightened at the age of 3, composed poems at the age of 5, and at the age of 8, she familiarized herself with the 100 schools of thought, collected the strengths of all schools, and wrote countless famous pieces, which were idolized by the literati of Dakian. When the late emperor was alive, she also wrote a shocking play 10 sparse, from all aspects of the analysis of the existence of Qian problems, but also put forward a solution to the program. The late emperor and mother adopted her suggestions, and within 3 years, Dakian was politically clear, economically and culturally prosperous as never before, and even more so. Yan and Zhao quickly recovered to their pre-war levels after the war. She always had insights on politics, economics, and culture, and even some of her insights were very ahead of her time. A recommendation that can invariably deal a devastating blow to another country. The poisonous plan of destroying the country without using military force and killing people without a sword almost killed the Qing Empire, which was also one of the 4 great empires. But that poisonous plan, in the implementation of the deviation, so that the great Qian also paid a heavy price. I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult for Li Zhuan to cheat spirit stones from such a ruthless person. What's more, she has even gathered the strategists and poisoners of this world around her, and she is studying every day how to maximize the benefits. Nowadays, the fourth sister, the only shortcoming is that there is no military power in her hands. Otherwise there is no need for other people to fight for this world. As the chief examiner of the Imperial examinations and the director of the world's first literary academy, all the civil officials in the world are her students, and the 5 surnames and 7 hopes are her backyard. The good thing is, these days, her students don't grow up. Phew, Lord beware. Suddenly, Li Zhuan heard the neighing of a warhorse, then the carriage flew straight up. Li Zhuan's whole body tensed up and tried to let himself land safely on the ground. Alert! Alert! Host danger level 9+, please ask the host to survive. And if you succeed in surviving, you will be awarded 1 lucky draw. Whoosh! An arrow broke through the air and shot into Li Zhuan's carriage. Fortunately, after Li Zhuan received the system's warning, his entire body was attached to the edge of the carriage, and the arrow was shot empty. The carriage fell hard to the ground, splitting into pieces, and Li Zhuan lay in the center on all 4s. In a sorry state, all he felt was a buzzing in his brain, and all the bones in his body fell apart. Lord! Dianwei drew out his twin halberds, decapitated the 2 black-clothed men who rushed up, and immediately retreated back to Li Zhuan's side, shielding him behind him. Lord! The comers are not good. Later I will hold them back. You escape backward. Run out of this alleyway, then enter the main street. Li Zhuan poked around. There were 5 black-clothed men with knives in front of him, and there were 2 crossbowmen on the roof. And then looking behind him, well, 4 black-clothed men pressed up. Heck, it's over. Even if Dianwei protects his side, I'm afraid he'll have to give up his life here tonight. Lord, run! Li Zhuan was speechless and stood in place without moving, and Dianwei glanced back and instantly stopped talking. Catch this dog for me. Our ability to get out of the city tonight depends on this piece of crap thing. The black-robed man at the head of the group gave the order in a cold voice. Li Zhuan froze for a moment, and quickly raised his hands. I surrender. I voted. I will take you out of the city. Dianwei, wicked come, cast it, save your life first. With a sigh, Dianwei threw away the twin halberds in his hands and raised his hands like Li Juan. The black-clothed men were stunned, and heard that the Dacian royal family, all of them are tenacious. Only the souls who died in battle, never surrendered. Get them both under control, bring them to the wagon, and let's get out of town, soon. Li Juan and Dianwei were tied up and stuffed into the carriage. 6 black-clothed men squeezed into the carriage. One of them changed into Dianwei's clothes, drove the carriage, and headed towards Xuanhe Gate. On the carriage, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. These black-clothed men were murderous and looked at Li Juan with bad eyes. Li Juan gathered his courage and asked, "Dare I ask you, warriors, who are you?" "Shut up," the leader of the black-clothed man chortled. And at this time, Li Juan realized that it was actually a woman. Li Juan decisively closed his mouth. "Reasoning with a woman, that doesn't make sense. When we get to the city gates, you'll talk to those lapdogs guarding the city and get our carriage out of the city." Li Juan nodded vigorously and asked tentatively, "You're from the Qi King's house, aren't you?" Jab. A sharp dagger, directly grazing Li Juan's cheek, cut off a bunch of Li Juan's hair. "Next time you talk, it won't be your hair, it'll be your neck." Li Juan's eyes rolled for a moment, and he immediately became excited and laughed. "Girl, take me far away." If, however, he followed this woman far away from home, he would never have to be counted on all day and be afraid. The black-clothed female leader was stunned and directly blanked Li Juan. What kind of tiger and wolf words were being spoken? Dianwei almost cried, "My lord, this is not the time to pick up women. We are their prisoners, and when we get outside the city, we may both be gone." Li Juan didn't believe in this evil and said again, "Girl, I know that you are people from the Qi Wangfu and were chased by that witch Li Yingzhou. You must know that I am the crown prince. As long as you have me in your hands, the court will have no choice but to let you go, even though I am a waste. But as you all know, there is no king's land under the sky. Where can you escape to? Sooner or later you will die under the sword of the Imperial City Department. It's different if you just grab me. I can bring you safety. After all, I am the crown prince of Diqian." The woman listened to Li Juan and removed the black silk scarf from her face, revealing a stunning face. It's just a shame that the face was slashed and scarred. "My name is Li Yuran, the righteous daughter of the king of Qi. Humph, I know you're a waste of a prince, and I'm not thinking of killing you. I just hope you can help me get out of the city. As long as I get out of the city, I'll let you go." Li Juan, however, was in a hurry and roared, "You can't let me go. Take me away. The farther away the better." The woman turned her face away and cursed, "Nuts." She also sighed in her heart. The king of Qi had once said that the crown prince was a waste of space. Not only was he devoid of any cultivation, but he was also a lecher. Today, I see that it is so. A complete waste of time. Seeing himself beautiful, wanting himself to take him far away. The carriage finally arrived at the city gates. The inspectors immediately came forward with their lances raised. Li Yuran drew his dagger and pressed it against Li Juan's waist and said in a cold voice, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll stab your waist right away and then wipe your neck. Let's die together. With you, a waste of a prince, accompanying me, I won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Li Juan was very excited. Finally leaving the Imperial City. As long as you leave the Imperial City, even if you don't follow this woman, you will be able to fly high in the sky. The sea is wide enough for the fish to swim, and in one breath, you will directly rush to the deep mountains and old forests. When he had cultivated himself, he would kill back and take revenge. "How dare you stop His Highness the Crown Prince's carriage?" The man driving the car chortled. For a moment, all the surrounding soldiers, including those secret agents of the Imperial City Department, all tensed up. The carriage wasn't the Crown Prince's at all, and the people driving it weren't the Crown Prince's guards. Just at this time, Li Juan poked her head out and smiled faintly towards the soldiers. "It's been hard work guarding the city. This palace is out of the city for a little bit. Release them immediately." The soldiers who stopped the road didn't know the prince either, so they rushed to ask their superior. The carriage stopped in front of this city gate. The crowd of people entering and exiting had slowly become smaller, and those two gates, held down by the soldiers with both hands, seemed that once there was any movement, they would close the gates without hesitation. The soldiers on the citadel gripped the long swords in their hands, bows and crossbows, their eyes staring at the carriage with death. Even the plainclothes Imperial City Secretary who was walking back and forth already had sweat pouring out of his back, and the hand in his sleeve had long since clenched his dagger. Chapter 21. She is pregnant with the dragon seed of the palace. The officer guarding the city was the vice-general of the 1,000 Bull Guards, who had received an order from Wu Jiu to assist the Imperial City Department in capturing the rebels of the Qi King's house and the remnants of the demon cult. When he heard that the Crown Prince was going out of the city, he immediately came to pay his respects to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is widely recognized as a waste of space, and in this battle to seize the throne, The one who is least favored is the crown prince, but as the vice-general of the 1,000 bull guards, he wouldn't dare to neglect the crown prince. After all, he is now the crown prince, and with just one word, his 9 clans would have to be eliminated. Su-ko, vice-commander of the 1,000 bull guards, pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The vice-commander of the 1,000 bull guards, naturally, had met the crown prince. After all, he was the backbone of the Imperial city's guard. Su-ko, this palace has been ordered to leave the city. Quickly make them move out of the way. Yes. Su-ko hurriedly let people get out of the way. The carriage slowly drove out of the city gates. Looking at the faraway carriage, Su-ko's face was ancient. Even if the crown prince's carriage hid the remaining sins, what did that have to do with him? All he had to do was report the incident. Go inform the third princess that the crown prince has left the city. I dare not stop him. Then he asked his subordinates to inform Changen that the crown prince had left the palace and they had failed to stop him. This way, Su-ko doesn't have to take any responsibility. In the carriage, Li Yuran let out a sigh of relief and looked at the fading Changen city. Righteous father's family was slaughtered. As a righteous daughter, cannot even do revenge, can only take the Chi Wanfu people to hide away. Righteous father, my daughter is unfilial, so she can only wait for the right time before avenging the Chi royal family's death. Li Yuran knelt in the carriage and sobbed in pain. A female attendant next to her said in a cold voice, Miss, directly killing this dog prince would be considered avenging the Chi royal house. This dog prince is the demon queen's own son. The rest of them yelled, Miss, kill him and collect some interest first. Li Yuran reddened her eyes and looked at Li Juan, who hurriedly said, Girl, don't be foolish, the pursuers will soon catch up. If you kill this palace, no one can escape. Come on, take me and run. Let's go far away. Then, he gave the rest of them a scolding. You idiots, all you know is killing people every day. Your brains are a good thing, but you grow them on your asses. You. The maid was furious and drew her sword to behead Li Juan. Li Juan wasn't afraid and stuck out his neck. Li Yuran chortled, Shut up, all of you, and hurry up and run. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and it was predictable that it was definitely the De Qian's cavalry catching up. Once a large number of cavalry caught up with them, these few men died without even knowing how. Daring to hold the crown prince hostage and leave the city, this crime can exterminate all 9 clans, not to mention that they are already wanted criminals. The carriage began to speed up on the official road, shaking Li Juan so much that he spat out his bitter water. Lord, lean on me. Dianwei is afraid that the carriage will run too fast and directly throw Li Juan out. Then it will be a big game. So with his robust body, he deadlocked Li Juan. Whoosh! Arrows fell on the carriage like rain, and some even shot into the carriage, directly killing the black-clothed man. Ouch! Li Juan went straight mad. This is going to be too much. A big man was shot through his chest and fell right on top of him. Blood kept dripping onto his face and down about to flow into his mouth. Nay, his hands were tied behind his back, so he could only enjoy himself. Bang! All that could be heard was that someone outside the wagon fell off, and then the wagon went out of control, hitting a tree so hard that the warhorse let out a mournful cry and the wagon rolled away. Pain! It really hurts too much. Li Juan had unsealed his cultivation, but his strength of the 3rd rank could only maintain him from being dropped to his death. It rolled a good distance before it stopped. Dianwei broke free of the ropes, and with several wounds on his body, he rushed towards Li Juan regardless. Lord, don't worry, I'm still alive. It just hurts too much. Dianwei sighed in relief and helped Li Juan up. At this moment, Li Yuran was also thrown in the distance, seemingly injured, with blood flowing from his chest. But the few black-clad men climbed to their feet and killed towards the charging cavalry. Miss, go, avenge us, avenge the king and princess. Li Yuran stared blankly at the several black-robed men who were far away, clenched his fists, turned around and walked a few steps, then looked at Li Juan again. She finally drew her long sword and said in a cold voice, You deserve to die. All of your royal family deserve to die. Dianwei grabbed a wooden stick on the ground, his killing intent boiling. Humph, if you want to kill my lord, you're not qualified. Li Juan struggled to sit up and sighed. Wanting to go far away from home seemed impossible, but this woman's strength was also good, so it would be a shame to die. Uncle Chi must still have power, maybe in this woman's hands. If we take her down, will we get Uncle Chi's power? If you don't want to die, don't run and don't think about killing this palace. Cooperate with this palace, and this palace will avenge your death. Li Yuran was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. As long as she survived today, so what if she sacrificed her body? She would be able to get close to the demon empress, and she would have more chances to avenge the Chi Wangfu. She limped towards Li Juan, then jumped into his arms and fainted. Li Juan didn't know where to put his hands. He only felt that the woman smelled good. No loss. After some washing, it should be an excellent one. Being this palace is made to warm the bed is enough. Li Yuran opened his eyes and said in a cold voice, "For the sake of revenge, I can fulfill any idea you have, including this body." Li Juan. By this time, the cavalry had already killed the black-clothed men who had rushed past and rushed to Li Juan's side. Li Yinzhou jumped down from his warhorse and coldly walked towards Li Juan. Imperial brother's life is really great, being held hostage by the remnants and still surviving. Third sister, you finally caught up. I almost didn't see you. Li Yuran squatted down, glanced at the woman in Li Juan's arms, and asked, "Who is she?" "She is this palace's savior. It was she who protected this palace just now and was unharmed." "Out of the city with you?" Li Yinzhou asked with a frown. "Kill for your little life." As Li Yinzhou spoke, his long sword instantly came out of his body and swung at Li Yuran's neck. Li Juan hurriedly used his body to protect Li Yuran. "You can't kill her. She is pregnant with this palace's dragon seed." Obviously, Li Yuran's body trembled slightly, and Li Yinzhou stopped his long sword and sighed. "Humph, you'll die under a woman's knife sooner or later." Li Yinzhou sneered and laughed. "On you this waste still dragon seed? Don't get in your face." Then, she mounted her warhorse and said, "Send the crown prince back to the eastern palace, and the rest of you, continue to look for the rest." Chapter 22, I want to be hugged by the prince. By the time he returned to the eastern palace, it was already dark. Li Yuran was like a wounded kitten, lying in Li Juan's arms, seemingly sleeping soundly, but clearly there were still wounds on her chest. "It's time to get up. We're back in town and at the East Palace." When he said this, he could feel that Li Juan's resentment was very big, when he was so nice to say, "Hurry up and take him far away together." This nonsense is very much. Now it's good that we're all back together again. Li Yuran's eyes moved slightly, but there was no intention to open them. Li Juan sighed, "Evil come, carry her to the bed for me." Dian Wei rolled up his sleeves, came up viciously, and was about to fight his way out. Finally, Li Yuran slowly opened her eyes, and snapped with a delicate look, "Nu Jiao wants the prince to hug. The slave is pregnant with the crown prince's dragon seed." Li Juan straight rolled his eyes. In front of his male androgynous self to say this kind of teasing words. Not afraid of acting into reality? Li Juan didn't say anything. After all, if this matter was investigated, he himself couldn't get out of it, and it would even attract the attention of his mother. Perhaps, it had already been on the mother's radar. "It's not like you have anything to lose by faking it." Li Jun picked up Li Yuran and went straight back to his dorm room, placing Li Yuran on the bed. The door to the dormitory room was also slammed shut by Dian Wei, who was very talented in this area, holding his twin halberds and blocking the doorway like a mountain. Seeing that the door to the room was closed, Li Yuran immediately broke away from Li Juan's hands, ducked back and whispered, "What are you doing? You go out." "Hey, you, lousy, saved your life. You don't even say thank you, but you still let this palace out? This is the bedchamber of the palace. Aren't you pregnant with the palace's dragon seed? Let the palace examine it." Pust. Suddenly, Li Yuran spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Li Juan was taken aback. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "What's wrong with you?" Li Yuran's eyes were a bit disoriented, and she said breathlessly, "Poisoned? The arrows are poisonous. This is a ploy by the third princess. If I die, you're the one harboring the remnants." Cough cough cough. At that time, the people from the Imperial City Department shot arrows towards the carriage, and you told the third princess that my injuries were caused by the carriage hitting me. Li Juan. Someone called the Imperial doctor. Li Yuran hurriedly pulled Li Juan's hand and laughed miserably. "No, once the Imperial physician diagnoses that I'm poisoned by arrows, you and I will both die." After a long time, Li Yuran held Li Juan's hand tightly, revealing a faint smile, and two small dimples appeared on her cheeks. "Just kill me. You're a good man and I don't want to get you involved." Li Juan froze. This woman, how to say it, he actually a little touched, gave himself a good guy card, but is he a good guy? Not also. Li Juan also only saw the value of Li Yuran and went to save her. For Li Juan, he didn't have the heart to spend effort on a woman's body yet. The most important thing right now is to accumulate enough chips and then stay alive in this fight. "Are you really willing to die for me?" Ha ha ha. "I've lived enough, and even if I live, the rest of my life is just for revenge." Li Juan nodded, indicating that he understood. "Alright then, in your next life remember to have a good birth. Don't live for others, live for yourself." Li Yuran slowly closed her eyes and waited for Li Juan to make a move to kill her. That way, she could end this miserable life of snatching food from wild dogs on the side of the road for as long as she could remember. Often beaten and kicked, and even sold her to an evil man. But luckily she was ruthless enough to get up in the middle of the night, kill the evil man, and escape, until one day, while she was fighting a fellow beggar's feral child over a bun, a pair of very gold-dressed men adopted her. By the time she was 10 years old, she realized that the couple were very honorable royal princes and princesses of Diqian. When she was 10 years old, Many of the children in the manor outside of the city were tested, and she stood out from the rest. The king of Qi recognized her as his righteous daughter in front of everyone, and from then on she managed a group of 500 assassins for the king of Qi. The members of this group of assassins are all feral children adopted by the king since childhood. They have killed many people for the royal family, including merchants, officials, and even royalty. But wherever the king of Qi's wealth was blocked, there was only one way out, and that was for him to somehow disappear. For so many years, the people who died in her hands, not 300, there are also 500. Sometimes, when the late night comes, she does not dare to look at her hands, always feel that her hands are stained with blood. How to wash cannot be clean. Yes, I've already done so much for my righteous father. I've finished repaying the favor. Even if I die and go down to see my righteous father, he won't complain about me anymore. Bang! Li Yuran only heard a muffled sound, then felt her brain buzzing, seemed to see her righteous parents, righteous father, righteous mother, child is unfilial, can't avenge you. Li Juan supported the collapsed Li Yuran and gently placed her on the bed, shaking her head helplessly and pacing back and forth in front of the bed. Is it worth it or not? The value of this elixir is there for all to see. After Wu Jiu ate it, she directly became 10 years younger, breaking through the shackles, not to mention that there is no bottleneck in her cultivation, and her cultivation doubled. But this elixir is basically ineffective if you eat it by yourself. Give it to Wicked? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. When we extract a piece of power Vajra pill for Wicked come later on, and eat it to turn him into a Vajra man in seconds, we will feel more secure ourselves. Dian Wei, who was outside the door, suddenly had an itchy nose and sneezed several times. Who the is counting on me? Let's see if my twin halberds don't shatter him. Forget it, it's cheaper for you to give birth to a few more little dragons for this palace in the future. Li Juan took out a beauty pill and stuffed it into Li Yuran's cherry mouth. The entrance of the elixir turned into a torrent, immediately impacting Li Yuran's whole body. Li Yuran in her sleep only felt as if she flew up beyond the 9 heavens. That feeling was simply too good. I'm going to heaven after death. Shouldn't I be going to the 18 layers of hell? Li Yuran was puzzled. She had killed too many people and created too many sins in her lifetime. She must be going to the 18 layers of hell after death. But now she was actually floating in the sky, a beautiful fairy scene that dazzled her. Li Juan also did not idle. Originally wanted to let the maid to this woman to change clothes, bandage the wound, think for a moment, and then their own hands. It's not that he can't resist the temptation and wants to make some bargains. It's really that this matter can't be made known to outsiders. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. It would even cost him his own life because of this rescue of this woman. Wu Jiu's suspicion is too heavy. Once you know that he saved a Qi Wang's daughter, he did not die on the strange. This is still the second. If you know that the elixir from the hands of his, all the earthworms in the eastern palace will be chopped in half. In fact, there is no need to bandage the wound. This top-grade elixir is just awesome. Li Yuran served half a quarter of an hour. The toxins in the wound disappeared, and the suppurating wound automatically began to repair. A quarter of an hour later, the wound was as good as new. Li Juan used scissors to cut off Li Yuran's blood-stained clothes, then changed into a set of her own robe. Seeing that Li Yuran wouldn't be able to wake up for a while, Li Juan sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. He hadn't practiced for 3 days. The third-grade realm was just too weak. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman didn't want to take his life today, I'm afraid that he would have died long ago. Chapter 23, Giving birth to a bunch of dragon babies to pay off the debt. The second half of the night, Li Yuran fluttered her own eyes twice and slowly opened them. In fact, her heart did not want to wake up, because she was afraid that after opening her eyes, she was deep in the 18 layers of hell. But her body's instincts eventually made her open those heavy eyelids. Into the eye is a dim yellow. Gradually she sees clearly. Very familiar place. Sitting up violently, she finally reacted to the fact that this was the Crown Prince's chambers, and this was where she had died. But it wasn't right. It was too real. So real that it was as if she was still alive. Li Yuran ruthlessly pinched her cheeks. It hurt. It really hurt. I'm alive. Really alive. Not dead? She looked over at Li Juan, and then she was stunned at what this guy was doing. Cultivate? He can practice? Isn't this guy rumored to be a loser? It can't be practiced. Dreaming? One must be dreaming. Slap. Li Yuran fiercely smacked her cheeks to make herself wake up in a hurry and go to hell to be punished. She didn't want to have such a dream. Waking up from the dream would make it even harder for her. Li Juan withdrew his power and stared dazedly at the young girl in front of him as she kept smacking her cheeks. Li Juan, Hey, are you sick? Staying up in the middle of the night and disturbing people's cultivation. Gah? Li Yuran stopped at once and looked at the furious Li Juan in a dumbfounded manner. Half a day later, Li Yuran finally came back to her senses and asked tentatively, I'm not dreaming, am I? Li Juan stood up, walked towards Li Yuran, and slapped her so hard that it felt good in her hand. The dream is awake. It's time to pay the debt. Li Yuran froze again, whispered for half a day, and suddenly rushed to Li Juan, hugged Li Juan and kissed him deeply. I'm really alive and not dead. Thank you. Li Juan's body stiffened and his face turned slightly red. Damn. The old man has been a single dog for 2 lifetimes, but he was taken away from his first kiss by his enemy? It's reasonable to say that Li Yuran is Li Juan's enemy. Li Yuran also suddenly felt that she had gone too far. She was overly excited just now and even kissed the crown prince, which was too unreserved. Will this little man think, later, that he is a bad woman? Cough cough cough. Li Juan broke the awkward atmosphere. Here's a mirror for you. Look at the newborn you, and from now on be yourself, never again a vassal of anyone, or a slave to anyone. Li Yuran received the mirror made of spirit stones and thought in his heart that he had come alive and it was time to live the life he wanted again. But what does this have to do with your looks? Only, when she saw herself in the mirror, she almost didn't hold it and threw it on the floor. Who is the young girl in the mirror? That's too pretty? Looking at it again, it slowly became certain that the person in the mirror was her, that she was the pretty girl in the mirror, just wearing a man's robe pulled down her stunning face. She slowly sat down on the bed. For a moment she was unable to accept it. It was too shocking. She was a cultivator. She knew that there were some secret techniques, or pills that could make people return to their old age. But those things are beyond the reach of ordinary people like them in their lifetime. And even thinking about them is a sin. Even Changen's demon empress didn't have this kind of ability, right? Perhaps only those within the great clans that stood above the empire had such secret techniques or elixirs. But something like this can no longer be valued. Happy? Happy? Li Juan looked at the dazed Li Yuran and asked. Li Yuran looked up at Li Juan seriously. After a long time, this is when he asked, why did you save me and go to such great lengths for me? Li Juan pondered for a moment and laughed. Would you believe me when I say that I have my eye on you? Li Yuran lost his smile and laughed. I don't believe it. You are the crown prince. Even if you are a waste prince, there are plenty of women. As long as you want, women will come forward. What's more, you are not a waste, but a fox with a deep heart. This Chien, even the 4th princess is not as deep as you. Ha ha ha, are you scolding me or complimenting me? Li Yuran bristled. Sort of a compliment. You can answer why you saved me and gave me such a great creation. I don't want to accept your gifts unaccountably. I'm a woman of principle. Li Juan also stopped pretending and laughed. Because you are useful to me. I need your help. Li Yuran laughed. Laughed very tragic. Very painful look. You said did not let me live as I want. In the end, her eyes gradually firmed up. I don't have a high level of cultivation and I don't have a backstage. Just a weak girl. Is it worth your blood money? Li Juan walked to the table, poured a cup of tea, and gestured for Li Yuran to sit down. The palace trusts its own vision, and you will not let the palace down. Then, Li Juan looked at Li Yuran wistfully and laughed. Even if this palace looked away, aren't there still you? You can give this palace a bunch of dragon babies, which is also considered to repay the debt. Li Yuran sat down, picked up the teacup, drank it all in one go, and smiled. Happy cooperation. I'll be yours from now on. And I can have dragon babies for you. Really? So now we're Mr. 1. Li Yuran's cheeks instantly reddened. She had been wandering the world for many years, but her cheeks were not as thick as a prince in a deep palace. Is it time to say yes? Or is it time to say yes? He said he would let himself live the way he wanted, and she wanted a home. Your Highness, the 2nd and 3rd princesses are here. Outside the door of the room, untimely came the voice of the little chestnut. Li Juan was furious in his heart and wanted to castrate this little chestnut again. Li Yuran also had a big shock in his heart, and immediately said, Your Highness, at this moment, the 2 princesses have joined together, and it is obvious that they are here to ask for punishment, and you may have accidentally revealed your horse's foot. Why don't we put on a show? How do you act? Li Juan asked in wonder. Naturally, it's a despicable match for a vixen. Had ha ha ha. This one is extremely pleasing to the palace. Last night, after 3rd Princess Li Yinzhou returned from outside the city, she went to the 2nd princess residence and directly demanded the elixir. In the end, the 2 sisters quarreled, fought and beat up, and in the end, Li Yinzhou had to spend money to buy it. But the 2nd princess Li Himhuang was furious, saying that it was to put on her head, noisy until almost dawn. The 2nd princess then realized that the elixir is Li Juan offered to go, so the 2 joined together to come to confrontation. Chapter 24, 2nd Sister. Why did you send someone to kill me? Li Juan, get your ass out here for 2nd Sister. Rubbish, speak clearly. Where did you get the elixir offered to mother? Outside the door. In the courtyard, came the sound of Li Him Huang roaring angrily, seemingly no longer the pretentious female petite lady. Then came the voice of Dian Wei, please stop the two princesses, the lord is resting. You, get out of here right now or this princess will kill you. If you want to disturb the lord's rest, the heavenly king will not be able to do so, unless you step over me. Bang bang bang. Immediately after that, there was an extremely harsh sound of fighting coming from outside. After 3 breaths of work, the sounds of fighting died down and the door to the room was kicked in. The 2 men stepped over Nori's body and came in. Li Juan sighed, Dian Wei is loyal, but still too weak. It's all his fault as a lord for not arming him. When you draw something good later, give it to Dian Wei first. The room was dark, reeking with the scent of a man and woman after their pleasure, and Li Juan rose from the bed, shielding Li Yu ran behind him. Li Yu ran as a deer after being frightened. Shrinking neck, do not dare to reveal the head to act very realistic. Worthy of being a killer origin. Second sister, what are you doing? Li Juan looked extremely angry, his eyes glaring icily at Li Himawang. Li Himawang did not care about Li Juan, just waved her hand, and the candles in the room were all lit, bright and blinding, so that Li Juan could not help but cover her eyes. What for? Killing you. Li Himawang was angry, with a lot of fire in her heart. This little punk, who didn't he know where he got an elixir from, even falsely accused that he got it from her. Heaven and earth. She also wanted that kind of elixir, but her strength didn't allow it. Even Phoenix Pavilion couldn't obtain an elixir of that quality, so how could it be given to a random dead soldier? The most detestable thing was that the Queen Mother even suspected that the elixir came from her, and encouraged the third sister, a fool, to come and ask for it from her 3 or 4 times. The exasperated Li Him Huang glared fiercely at her third sister Li Yin Zhou again. Idiot! Li Juan was calm because the system didn't warn him, which meant that his life wasn't in danger. What makes you say that? Second sister? Even if you want to plot against the crown prince, then you have to have a name. Li Himawang's chest kept heaving with anger, but she still resisted the urge to kill and said icily, you said that the elixir was mine? Li Juan pretended to be a fool and bit the bullet. What elixir? How do I not know? What you my? Li Him Huang saw that this despicable younger brother was beyond redemption, and she was so angry that her liver hurt. A hard slap in the face. Just as she was about to hit Li Juan's face, third Princess Li Yin Zhou stepped in and said faintly, second sister, are you going to kill to silence? A slap in the face came up empty, and the angry Li Him Huang turned around and fought with Li Yin Zhou. The two fought hard in Li Juan's chambers, only to make the house suffer for the old time. Crackle. What imperial vases and rare paintings have all become obsolete. Don't fight. You guys, don't fight. This palace is Ru Kiln. This palace is treasures. Woohoo. The balls of this palace. Just as Li Juan went up to persuade the fight, he was attacked by both sisters at the same time, and jointly struck a fatal blow. Li Juan flew out backwards and collapsed on the bed, directly collapsing the bed. Fortunately, there is still Li Yuran as a meat shield, protecting the cultivation of all seal Li Juan. Otherwise, not disabled will also be abolished. The two sisters finally stopped, but the smell of gunpowder was still strong, and they had to one to death to be happy. Li Juan was helped up by Li Yuran. This time Li Yin Zhou actually eat. Isn't this the woman that was brought back from outside the city last night? Last night it was too dark. No idea to look. I did not expect it to be a great beauty. No wonder the royal brother was dead set on protecting her. No wonder. Such a beauty. If she were a man, she would certainly not want to abandon her. It was just too eye-catching. It would be interesting to capture them back and keep them in their own princess's residence, as their own maids, to serve them. The second Princess Li Himawang couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Li Yuran's face and body. She had been wandering around the rivers and lakes and the public and famous families for all these years. What kind of beauties hadn't she seen before? But it was really the first time to see such a bright woman. This woman is not like a mortal woman at all, like a fairy that fell from the sky. Even if she rolls in bed with this colorful gangster, it still makes her spotless. If we get her to Phoenix Pavilion, the business of Phoenix Pavilion, I'm afraid that it will be 10 times hotter than before. No need for her to sell her body, just need her to come out and show her face. It will be able to attract countless people to come and watch. The two princesses, both began to measure Li Yuran, rather forgetting about what had just happened. You too, that's enough. Li Juan endured the pain, and only after a long time, which made him feel better, he suddenly let out an angry cry. Li Himawang, humph, little trash, tell me clearly, what happened to the elixir you offered to mother? Li Yin Zhou's eyes were sharp and she similarly looked at Li Juan. She was also eager to know the answer. Li Juan rolled his eyes. Just for this? For this, you have come here before dawn and vandalized my dormitory. Do you know how much damage has been done? This is a treasure that I spent a full 100 spirit stones on. Today it's all ruined by you. My heart's blood. Li Juan only talked about his losses, just not about the elixir. Compensate you. 100 spirit stones. Hurry up and say spirit stones. Bah! Hurry up and say the matter of the elixir. Li Himawang directly threw 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones clattered to the ground from the storage ring. Li Juan's eyes glowed and he hurriedly asked Li Yuran to put them away. Li Yuran pretended to be innocent, scared, and shy, slowly and methodically picking up the spirit stones. Li Juan looked up, tapping his head as if reminiscing, actually chagrined that he wanted less. A moment later, she looked at her two sisters and said calmly, "That day, this palace went out of the city to escort third uncle to the prison, and not long after leaving the city, she was targeted by the dastardly thieves. Luckily, I secretly brought 1,000 East Palace close guards to follow behind, and eliminated all of that abominable group of thieves. Little brother is poor and afraid. Let someone touch the corpse. The result is to touch a storage ring. Let someone take out the contents. In addition to some spirit stones, there is an ancient box. Later, I opened the box and saw that it turned out to be an elixir that smelled quite fragrant, so I gave it to mother and honored her old man. But I never thought that the pill was so precious, and I heard that it helped mother make a breakthrough, and her strength has even soared all the way up. Repent, if I had known that powerful, I would have swallowed it in one bite, and also got rid of the name of waste." Li Juan self-consciously recalled the scene at the time, telling the two sisters a colorful and wonderful story. "Second sister, that's just the way it is. I never said that the elixir came from you." "Second sister?" Li Juan was confused. Then his face turned ugly as if he had figured something out. "Third sister, what's going on here?" Li Juan looked towards Li Yinzhou, deliberately luring the third princess to tell the truth. Li Yinzhou snorted coldly. "Idiot, because those killers are Phoenix Pavilion's dead soldiers. So, if you get the elixir from the Phoenix Pavilion's dead soldiers, that elixir naturally belongs to the Phoenix Pavilion, and second sister is the Phoenix Pavilion master's personal disciple, controlling almost the entire Phoenix Pavilion." Li Juan turned around and asked with an incredulous face, "Second sister, why did you send someone to kill me? I'm your own brother." Chapter 25, Mother, I have a crown princess. Li Himawang was speechless for a while, surprisingly not knowing how to answer. Li Himawan was a little embarrassed for a long time. Those dead soldiers aren't there to kill you, they're there to kill third Imperial uncle. Sending the third Imperial uncle to the Great Qian First Prison is equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Others don't know, but my sister knows that the Great Qian First Prison and the third Imperial uncle have a very close relationship. Li Yinzhou frowned. Just make it up. The first prison in Daqian has always been mysterious. Even the Imperial City Department is not allowed to interfere. Even if the escort of prisoners can only be handed over at the main gate, there has never been anyone alive out of the prison, unless it is a corpse. And the controller of the first prison in Daqian can only be the Daqian Emperor after taking power. Even if it was the mother, she had never controlled the power of the first prison of Daqian, let alone the third Imperial uncle. Li Juan laughed coldly in his heart and said, "Anyway, the elixir was searched from the dead soldier. This has nothing to do with me at all. What are you looking for me for?" Li Yinzhou looked towards Li Himawang, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. "Second sister, what else do you have to say? That elixir is from your Phoenix Pavilion. I can spend a fortune on it. The Queen Mother also needs." Li Himawang, teeth clenched, fists pinched creaking, originally ran over to defend. The result is more and more black, and now put himself directly into it. Not is also. "I really didn't. You guys are out of your minds." Third sister, if the second sister had it, she would still look like this, and would have long since become the first beauty of Daqian. Her strength would have rubbed off on her, and she would still be able to let you bully her? Li Yinzhou, I don't care. Either give the elixir or go to war. Li Himawang was also enraged. There's no pills if you want them. Start a war if you want. Do you think I, Phoenix Pavilion, am afraid of you, Imperial City Division? Then we'll see. The two men turned to leave, and at the same time turned to glare at Li Juan, saying in unison, "Rubbish." Li Juan, watching the two leave, Li Juan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these two groups did not suspect Li Yuran. Li Yuran looked at the silent Li Juan and laughed. "Your two sisters, how can they treat you like this? Too mean." Li Juan Sunshine, the throne competition. You have seen the dynasty's princes in harmony. This is all good enough. There is no Zuanwoman change. There is no fishy wind in blood. Li Yuran said with some sadness. That's because it hasn't been your turn yet. In fact, it's long been bloody and stormy. Li Juan froze for a moment. Yes, 2 of the 3 royal uncles had already gone, and the third was coming soon. It just hasn't been his turn yet. Li Yuran asked, "Your Highness, what are you going to do?" Li Juan looked at Li Yuran and asked, "How many people do you have?" 500 dead soldiers. Li Juan's eyes instantly brightened. "It was not in vain that I spent a huge price to save you. Ha ha ha, Good, from now on we'll be in the same bed. No distinction between us. Bah, I was just trying to repay you for saving my life. Fine, fine. I'll report to mother today and ask her to bestow the marriage. For the sake of this waste of a palace, it's also made mother worry a lot, and is now searching for beautiful women in the whole of Dakian to choose a consort for this palace. Oh, this news, Li Yuran was not clear, but for some reason, she was actually a little jealous in her heart. At this time, Dian Wei walked in, his breath disorganized and with blood at the corner of his mouth. Please punish my lord, my subordinates have failed in their duties. Li Juan picked up Dian Wei and laughed. Wicked lie, cultivate well in the future, and strive to slap the incoming enemies, all of them, to death underneath your twin halberds. A storage ring was thrown at Dian Wei. There are 2,000 top-grade spirit stones in here, so raise your strength as soon as possible, and when you have the chance, this palace will find you a technique and martial arts skill that matches yours. Dian Wei knelt on the ground with a flutter. My lord, I will live up to my lord's cultivation. Well, go down and heal. Li Yuran took it all in her eyes. She had to say that this prince was really generous to his subordinates. 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones. She hadn't even seen that many spirit stones. At one time, when they cultivated, they were only given a few spirit stones at a time, or 500 people using them together. If she had such abundant resources at that time, she would have already broken through the 7th rank, and her power would have been at the 9th rank realm no matter what. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, relying solely on absorbing the aura of the heavens and earth, his cultivation could not be raised at all. Breaking through from the 7th grade to the 8th grade was an important threshold for cultivators, and unless there was a chance, an ordinary person would be stuck at the 7th grade, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. This Dian Wei is really lucky to have met a good lord. What? You want it too? Li Yuran nodded his head in a hurry. Is it okay? Naturally, didn't you charge 100 spirit stones just now? There you go. You're welcome. Li Yuran directly broke the defense. You give a big old bad man 2,000 upper grade spirit stone. Give me 100? Li Juan turned to leave, ready to finalize the marriage first, lest he send a spy to spy on him then. And who would he find to cry to? Your Highness, this morning you will go to learn about government under Right Minister Yang Tan. Little Chestnut took the itinerary and reported to Rihan. Please hurry to wash and eat. Your Highness, the Right Minister is a stereotypical person and has a strange personality. He likes to scold people. Li Juan said. You go tell him that this morning this palace pinpointed that this palace is not suitable for studying. Little Chestnut, although His Highness's words sounded absurd, they did fit His Highness's persona, and there was no fault with that at all. As Little Chestnut ran all the way, he went to inform the Right Minister Yang Tan about it. He knew that this time he was sure to be met with inhuman fury, but it can't be helped. Who made him a tiny eunuch? Li Juan washed up, had breakfast with Li Yuran, inquired about Wu Jiao's schedule, and then went to the Palace of Nourishing Heart. When Wu Jiao is not doing anything, he always likes to stay in the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Li Juan did not understand at first, but when he can cultivate, then he went to the Hall of Nourishing Heart, and that's when he found out the secret. The aura of the Nurturing Heart Hall was very thick, more than twice as thick as other places at least. My son has met my mother. In the Hall of Nourishing Heart, Wu Jiao sat on a futon, her eyes closed as she recuperated. She didn't open her eyes, but only asked, what are you doing here at mother's place if you don't go and study with the right minister? Li Juan clasped his fists and said, Mother, my son has a crown princess. Wu Jiao suddenly opened his eyes, killing aura, dead staring at Li Juan. After a long time this said, oh, whose woman? So insightful. Chapter 26, the chicken or the egg comes first. Li Jin bowed and said, Mother, after my son was held hostage out of the city last night, it was she who saved my son's life, and I can't thank her enough for saving my life. Oh, so you're going to give yourself to me? Wu Jiao could not see the joy, but just said flatly, Li Juan bowed here. My son fell in love with her at first sight. Wu Jiao stood up and walked towards Li Juan. Her aura was so compelling that Li Juan felt like he had fallen into an ice hole, and his legs couldn't help but tremble a little. Wu Jiao stood beside Li Juan for a long time before she said in a serious tone, You are the crown prince, the crown prince of Diqian. How can the crown princess be a woman with an unknown identity and unclear birth? Even if mother agrees, your father's spirit in heaven won't agree. The ancestors of Diqian won't agree, and the civil and military ministers of Diqian won't agree. Mother, Li Juan knelt on the ground. Wu Jiao snorted coldly and said, Whatever women you want, mother will find them for you. Only you can't have the ones that come to your door of their own accord. Mother doesn't want you to be taken advantage of. Li Juan gritted his teeth and said, Mother, if the crown princess can't do it, then the side consort can always do it. Mother, my son knows that in Diqian, in everyone's mind, my son is a waste of space who can't cultivate, but my son definitely has a clear conscience as a human being. I promise Li Yuran that I will definitely marry her in this life. I don't want to go back on my word. I can't let all of Dechen think that I am not only a waste of space who can't cultivate, but also a villain who doesn't keep his word. In that case, my son is sorry for mother's cultivation, for father's spirit in heaven, and for the ancestors. With a dark face, Wu Jiao said in a cold voice, "That's enough." Li Zhuan shut up immediately. Li Zhuan knelt on the ground, did not dare to look up at Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao walked back and forth, seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, she finally was loose. Then be a side consort. Thank you, mother. Wu Jiao froze for a moment, suddenly realizing that she seemed to have fallen for her son's trap. Wu Jiao suspiciously looked at the excitement of Li Zhuan. This kid is afraid to have long been playing this idea. First of all, open mouth to be the title of the prince consort. They certainly will not agree. And then back to the second. They are embarrassed not to agree. Ha ha ha. Wu Jiao suddenly burst out laughing. Then she turned and asked, "Who taught you to do that? Asking for money in the sky and paying it back on the spot. That's a sneaky way to play it." Humph, Li Zhuan thought. Worthy of being the future empress, the person who controls the world. His own point of psychological warfare, but was seen through. Mother, don't blame me. I have no choice. I really like Li Yuran. You still haven't told this palace who taught you this method. Was it the one called Li Yuran? At this time, Wu Jiao was clearly moved to kill. This kind of person should never stay with the crown prince. Mother has misunderstood. This method is the method of negotiation that my son learned from my eldest sister's husband. Negotiating with opponents in business will get you what you expect and dominate. Wu Jiao's face gradually relaxed. Wang Tang? Yes, Wang Tang is very talented in business. A good thinker, but it is a pity to be tied to that martial artist of the Grand Princess. Mother, granted. Let that woman stay with you and take care of you. Thank you, mother. Satisfied, Li Zhuan turned around and was about to leave when Wu Jiao called out to him. When there's time, bring her here. This palace would like to see with my own eyes what kind of girl it is that makes the crown prince of Dechen swoon. Li Zhuan arched his hand to indicate that he knew. In fact, the heart is more than a little wary. Come to see Wu Jiao, indicating that Wu Jiao still will not just let it go. When he went out from here, I'm afraid Li Yuran's identity would be investigated immediately. However, Li Yuran had been an orphan since she was a child and was adopted by the Chiwangfu, but she had never shown her true face in front of the world. Anyone who knew who she was is dead. All that was needed was for Li Yuran to bite the bullet and say that she had returned to Dakian from the northern realm of the Dune Sea to join her relatives. There would be no way to investigate this. The northern realm was originally a war-torn place, and even more so a place with a very large population movement. Even if the Imperial City Department wanted to investigate a person, it would be very difficult. Just after Li Zhuan left, Wu Jiao instructed Shangwan Waner, "You go and investigate that woman named Li Yuran. Which way is the ghost god? Humph, daring to lurk around this palace's son. I will definitely let her die without a burial place." Shangwan Waner led the way. Li Zhuan went out of the nurturing hall, and the system's rewards were finally here. BIU, the host has succeeded in survival, and has been awarded one chance at the lottery. Drawl, congratulations to the host. He has obtained a set of ancient gold silk soft armor, which can resist a blow from the Zhongshe realm. Li Zhuan was overjoyed in his heart. This was also great. In the future, he wouldn't worry about dying, unless they had met a powerhouse stronger than the sovereign realm. But Li Zhuan also found a problem at the same time. As long as he wore this gold silk soft armor, wouldn't he encounter no danger? How can I survive if I'm not in danger? How do you draw rewards if you don't survive? It's just a big hole. At this moment, Li Zhuan was torn. Before he was just trying to stay alive. He didn't want to take risks. He didn't want to go to his own abuse. But at this moment, Li Zhuan is wanting to get dangerous. The more dangerous it is, the more excited he will be, because as long as he survives, he will be able to obtain greater benefits, and he was willing to go into danger for the sake of profit. It's as if it's like being bewitched. Desire, indeed, can change a person. At this moment, Li Zhuan wanted to both stay alive and obtain more rewarding resources. It would be a dance on the tip of a knife, on the border of death, jumping back and forth sideways. Li Zhuan went to Yang Tan's side and was so angry that Yang Tan pushed Li Zhuan out and swore that he would never teach the crown prince again. He couldn't afford it. He immediately went to Wu Jiao to resign his title as the crown prince's teacher. He asked the prince what he didn't understand. The prince said, "In this world, does the chicken come first, or the egg?" This question, Yang Tan thought for a long time. His old face was black. How to answer? Will be disliked by the crown prince? Dislike him dumbfounded. Yang Tan also went crazy. Was it the egg or the chicken that came first? In no time at all, the question spread through the hall of government, and the crown prince of Waste posed the question of whether it was the egg or the chicken that came first. The bigwigs in the hall of government, too, are freaking out about whether it was the egg or the chicken that came first. Each has his own words, each has his own reasons, but neither can convince the other. In the end, it was agreed that since no one could convince anyone, the problem would be solved with fists, or with the person who asked the question. Soon, this question spread to the Diqian First Academy again, and the students began to discuss it. In the Taiji Hall, Wu Jiao was similarly frowning. First there was the egg. No. First there was the chicken. Where did the egg come from? Wu Jiao pondered this question until late at night, which brought out a smile. This question is actually quite simple. It's just a matter of determining who's number one. The first chicken originated from the egg, and that proves that the egg existed before the chicken. Chapter 27. A broken army is a strong army. Shangwan hurriedly knelt on the ground and congratulated. Congratulations to your highness. Congratulations to your highness. The corners of Wu Jiao's mouth rose and she laughed. What is there to be congratulated about this little path? Shangwan said, Your highness is unaware that the entire court, including the world's first literary academy, have never given this answer. Wu Jiao turned to Shangwan and asked, Does Lao Si not come up with an answer either? No rumors. Ha ha ha. A bright laughter came from the great hall. At this moment, Wu Jiao, feeling very happy, her literary talent has surpassed the world's literati talents. Even the fourth daughter, who was held up by the crowd as the little Zhuge, is not as good as her. But immediately she couldn't be happy anymore, because the person who asked the question was actually His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who was known as the trash of Diqian. Everyone treated the Crown Prince as a waste, but they didn't know that he just couldn't cultivate and his brain wasn't stupid. Judging from his recent behavior, his own son had the look of his father back then. Wu Jiao frowned and thought, the killing intent in her heart thickening a few more points. After Li Zhuan came out of the Hall of Government, he went straight back to the Eastern Palace. On the way, he asked Dianwei how those remnants of the army had been trained and whether they could serve as the safety of the Eastern Palace. At first, the eldest princess sent him 1,000 remnants of soldiers coming down from the north, and later on, he asked Dianwei to select some capable warriors and start training, just to ensure the normal security of the East Palace. He didn't expect, either, to have this remnant of his army protect his well-being. After all, it's not realistic to put your life in their hands, rather than looking for a crooked tree yourself. Later, after hearing from Dianwei, after treatment, 300 capable warriors were selected from the remnants of the army, and later on, they let Dianwei begin to train them, and Li Zhuan didn't bother about it. When Li Zhuan asked about the remnants of the army, Dianwei's eyes instantly glowed and he licked his lips. Your Highness, this remnants of the army has been trained by my subordinates to become wolves that can eat people, and nowadays, if they are placed in the Forbidden Guards, they can defeat 5 with 1. Take this palace to see what you need. Just mention it to this palace. What this palace can do, try to fulfill you. Li Zhuan didn't expect to be able to let Dianwei praise him. Then it means that this group of remnants, I'm afraid that they are not simple remnants. It may be that the elite unit, having fought its way out of the establishment, left behind these 1,000 remnants and simply withdrew its number. If it was an ordinary miscellaneous army, according to the brutal war in the north, basically there wouldn't be any remnants left behind. And even if there were remnants left behind, they would be deserters. Dianwei hesitated for a moment and bowed. Your Highness, I'm afraid that if you want them to go further, you'll need more cultivation resources. The top-grade spirit stones you bestowed on your subordinates today, could you please let me pass them on to them? It's useless for me to hold so many of them at one time. Li Zhuan laughed, not ashamed of Dianwei. Just think a lot for the Lord. No need. This palace still has some spirit stones here. Take them, and after I've met them, you'll instruct them to cultivate properly. Strive to make them a sharp sword in my palace's hands. 1 incense stick later, Li Zhuan met 300 soldiers in a dilapidated courtyard in the East Palace. We have met His Highness the Crown Prince. These people had been practicing the art of killing, and when they saw that His Highness the Crown Prince had come down, they immediately assembled, and the leader ran up to pay homage to Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan was very satisfied. It was indeed a rare and strong army. Your Highness, in this team, excluding a few teenagers who aren't martial artists yet, the rest are all martial artists. Among them, there is 1 person of the 5th grade, 3 of the 4th grade, 18 of the 3rd grade, 63 of the 2nd grade, and the rest of them are all 1st grade martial artists. Li Zhuan was even more surprised. He didn't expect that they were all still cultivators, and some were even stronger than himself. Not bad, all cultivate well. This palace will definitely not treat you all poorly. Then, he signaled for Dianwei to distribute the spirit stones. Wow. Dianwei took out his storage ring and with a wave of his big hand, a small mountain piled up by top-grade spirit stones appeared in front of him. At this moment, all 300 people turned pale, followed by their eyes going crazy. They had seen spirit stones, only low-grade or ones where others had exhausted their aura from cultivation, but they had never seen so many. How many spirit stones is this? The captain who stood in front of the pile of spirit stones was called Wusu. He was the one who had the highest cultivation in this team. He was originally a soldier in the Sand Dune Sea border pass, stationed in the Sand Dune Sea for 8 years. Their main general led 5,000 people and fought in the various forces in the Sand Dune Sea for 8 years. Only, later, when the Sand Dune Sea rebelled, they suffered heavy losses after one battle, and after withdrawing from the Sand Dune Sea, they guarded the border for 3 months to stop the rebels from going south to wreak havoc. Later on, when His Majesty went on a personal expedition, they became one of His Majesty's vanguard legions, attacking the Dune Sea from the front. In that battle, their great generals were killed, their captains of thousands were killed, their centurions were killed, and their sheriffs were killed. Luckily, he survived that battle and became a captain of 1,000 men, leading 1,000 men to attack a force in the Dune Sea. In the end, the regiment annihilated that force, but only 100 or so of the 1,000 men he led ended up walking down alive. And of those 100 who are still alive today, there are only a dozen left. The 1,000 remnants of the army that were distributed to the Crown Prince were those who had survived the battle of the original attack on the Dune Sea. It's just that His Majesty's death, the assassination of the great general, and the mutiny of the supervisor have caused the great situation to collapse in an instant. The forces of the Sand Dune Sea counterattacked, and in the end, the army had no choice but to withdraw from the Sand Dune Sea and defend the area around Jigaki City. Since the Grand Princess's Xuanjia army took over, they were sent straight back, but when they returned to the capital, the people in the court were ignoring them, not to mention the rewards. They didn't even give them food, leaving them to fend for themselves. Originally he had wanted to take his brothers out of the city and find a place to make a living counting the begging, but in the end, the Grand Princess's people came to read the decree to let them enter the palace to be the Crown Prince's guards. When they first heard this news, it was actually harder than killing them. They all knew that the Crown Prince was a person who couldn't cultivate, so sooner or later, the throne would be taken away by someone else, and what awaited them could only be a burial, and would even involve the 9 clans. But there's no way. The Grand Princess's people said that if you disobey the decree, it's a great offense to exterminate 9 clans. Dian Wei looked at the crowd and smiled. This is your highness's reward. Each person takes 5, and whoever is the first to break through the first level is rewarded with 10. For a moment, the 300 people were in a collective uproar. 1 top-grade spirit stone was enough to make them fight for their lives. Who would have thought that they would be able to share 5 at once? 5 spirit stones, how much would that be worth? No, 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 cultivators should never link spirit stones to money. A top-grade spirit stone was something that the bottom cultivators like them wouldn't even dare to think about. What are you gawking at? Why don't you hurry up and take the spirit stones to cultivate? If you break through a level, you can receive 10 of them, and this rewarded spirit stones. Feel free to dispose of them at your own discretion, Dian Wei said with a grin. Wusu swallowed deeply and once again carefully inquired, dare I ask Lord Dian Wei, can we really take 10 rewards for breaking through the first level? Dian Wei gasped, you group of Qiu Biao, simply do not know what is good and bad, do not want me to take away, to be, we will be. As Wusu knelt down on the ground and thanked Li Xuan, he took 5 pieces with trembling hands, and the rest of the people similarly knelt down on the ground and took 5 pieces one by one. They held the spirit stones tightly in their hands as if they were holding their wives and children. With a spirit stone, it would allow their family to live a good life. We thank your highness for your kindness. Only then did Li Xuan step forward and say, no need to be polite. All of you are good sons and daughters of Dakian, and have made great achievements on the battlefield. Only because of the death of the father and the mother's momentary lapse of attention, letting the treacherous ministers victimize all the heroes. This is what you deserve. However, now that you are inaugurated in the Eastern Palace, you are the people of this palace, and this palace will never treat its own people poorly. From now on, the safety of the Eastern Palace, the safety of this palace, is in your hands. I hope that the next time I see you all, you will surprise me even more. Then I will surprise you all. After Li Xuan finished speaking, he turned around and left. There is no need to reason with these people. As long as the money is there, they will understand to whom they should give their allegiance. Chapter 28, Feet Up. Let me see them. The Crown Prince's bedchamber in the Eastern Palace. What are you giggling about? I've got 2 pieces of news here. One bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear? Li Yuran was smiling sweetly and giggling in the mirror. Since she had Li Xuan as a big tree, she no longer had to worry about anything but cultivation and eating and drinking. Li Xuan is right. Life on Earth, but a few hundred years, in the case of living, must treat yourself well. Therefore, today, she wore the most expensive clothes, used the best makeup rouge, ate the best meals, and got violently high on 5 top-grade spirit stones. No, at noon, By accident, her cultivation broke through to the 8th rank realm, and that wasn't all. Her cultivation was still surging, and there seemed to be signs of breaking through to the 9th rank. She was very happy today, looking at the most beautiful self in the mirror. Li Yuran smiled into a shy flower. I'm not giggling, I'm just happy. Well, it's good to be happy, so let's tell you happy things. Li Yuran stood up and removed Li Zhuan's outer clothes for him. Then, the two of them sat opposite each other. Li Zhuan laughed. I managed to convince the Queen Mother to let you be the Crown Prince's side consort. Li Yuran froze for a moment, then was laughing. You still really want to marry me? We're just working together. Li Zhuan also smiled. This palace, however, believes that a husband and wife relationship should be more intimate than partners. Li Yuran suddenly became shy, her cheeks brushing like red apples, eyes dodging Li Zhuan. He whispered, then say bad things. The bad thing is that you can't be the crown princess of this palace? Suddenly, Li Yuran's eyes misted with some water, but she still forced herself to be calm and laughed. I don't care about any crown princess. Sooner or later I'm going to die with you anyway. Li Zhuan brightened up and laughed. Ha ha ha, so you promise to be my woman? No. Li Yuran shyly turned her face away. How could she answer this? Legs up. Let me see the feet. Li Yuran's eyes widened. Looking at the feet? Does the prince still have this hobby? With a serious face, Li Zhuan said, take off your shoes. Li Yuran was very resistant. I don't. You ate my most precious elixir. You can't afford to pay it back. Li Yuran, you also wore the clothes I designed, used my latest research on rouge, and stayed in my palace's rooms. Li Yuran was speechless. Why was this crown prince so petty? You used 5 of my top-grade spirit stones, Li Yuran said with some devastation. I take off. The shoes faded, revealing white feet. Li Zhuan measured them with her fingers, then stood up and said, Little chestnut, go and customize a pair of warrior boots for use at the Zongshire level according to what the palace said. Then build a pair of top-notch warrior armors according to yesterday's dimensions, and send them to the East Palace 3 days later. Little Chestnut carefully noted it in his heart, and secretly said in his heart, the Crown Prince is really good to the Crown Princess. A pair of top-grade battle armor, together with a pair of battle boots, is not cheap, and at the very least, it needs 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Li Yuran looked at her own feet, then looked at Li Zhuan's appearance, and instantly burst into tears. I thought the man was a sex maniac, or a sex maniac with a bad habit, but I didn't realize that he was looking at his feet in order to measure his shoe size. I was wrong about him. He's a one-of-a-kind guy. But why are you being so nice to me? The more she was treated well, the more she felt unable to repay Li Zhuan. Li Zhen turned to look at Li Yuran, her eyes filled with tears, so that when one looks at her, one can't help but want to pounce on her and give her a good consolation. Li Yuran opened her mouth long enough to say some words of thanks, when she heard Li Zhuan say, don't misunderstand, I'm not being nice to you, I just want you to protect me better. You have broken through the 8th grade today, when 8 days later, you will be able to break through the 9th grade, and with top-grade battle armor and boots, and equipping you with a supreme divine weapon, you might be able to take this palace and kill your way out of the palace. When Li Yuran heard Li Zhuan's words, her eyes instantly widened and she couldn't believe that this was what Li Zhuan had said. I'll be damned. You dog, it's a waste of my mother's tears, and it's causing my mother to get blindly excited. Get out. You get out of here. Believe it or not, I'm going to die with you now? Li Zhuan laughed sardonically. Why are you angry? It's not like you agreed to be my woman. Li Yuyan then realized that he had been deceived by this old six again. I'll beat you to death. Li Yuran directly went up to grab Li Zhuan, and Li Zhuan was not spoiled and directly pounced on him. It was just that Li Zhuan was too weak, and was shaken out by Li Yuran in one go, landing hard on the bed, and the new bed that had just been replaced was smashed all over again. Humph, you'd better not mess with me. You can't afford to mess with me. Li Yuran stood to the side quietly looking at Li Zhuan, who was wailing in pain, and laughed blandly. She was finally getting back at Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan grimaced and said, Fine, fine, the day I surpass you in cultivation, I will make sure that your life is worse than death. Humph, I wait for that day. When I lay down, you feel free to make me worse than death. Li Zhuan climbed up. The two of them shook their kung fu mouths for a while longer. Twilight fell, and the two of them each sat down on one side and began to cultivate. Hey, give me 50 of your top-grade spirit stones. Li Yuran's cultivation speed was extremely fast. She should be the type of genius with high talent, but whenever she had cultivation resources, her cultivation level rubbed up. On the contrary, Li Zhuan, with enough spirit stones and all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, his cultivation grew extremely slowly. You're thinking about fart eating. Make your own money if you can. When Li Zhuan opened his eyes, he saw two bushy eyes, coming to Li Zhuan's eyes with a smile. Your Highness, investing in me is investing in you, and when you're in danger, you'll still have to rely on me. Do you give it or not? If not, I'll rob it. Robbing must be faster than making money. With your speed, it's better not to waste the spirit stones. Give them all to me, and when I impact the sovereign realm, I'll bring you to kill out at that time. Li Xuan looked at Li Yuran and suddenly thought of Lin Daiyu, who plucked the willow upside down, carrying herself in one hand and holding a sword in the other, killing people and horses, and rushing out of Changen city. Li Xuan's entire body winced and obediently pushed the spirit stone beside him to the side. In this way, Li Xuan and Li Yuran stayed in the house for 9 whole days. Li Xuan's cultivation level was promoted from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade, but his battle power was soaring terribly. With his 4th rank, he was definitely able to fight a 5th rank aggressively and still be in an undefeated position, which also impressed Li Yuran. Especially the gong method that Li Xuan cultivated was actually the lost 9 Yaojiujiexing skill. This kind of gong method was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. Even if it was her, she couldn't cultivate it, and it was very strict in terms of the requirements for the cultivator's foundation. And Li Yuran spent 800 spirit stones in 9 days, breaking through the 9th grade realm, and it was only a matter of time and chance before he was a zone master. The outside world is rumored to be crazy. Li Xuan, since the prince side consort, live in the East Palace 9 days and 9 nights without rest, broke 3 beds, and the time for the succession of the throne, only 1 day left. Changen city has long been surging in the dark, and even some families, in order to avoid war, has long been out of Changen city. Ever since Li Xuan raised the profound question of egg or chicken first, the 4 bigwigs of the political affairs hall were completely at a loss. How can you teach the prince when you can't even answer his questions? So they were all decisively silent, and would never again take the initiative to seek out the prince at their own peril, because His Highness the Crown Prince said to the public that only those who can answer this question are worthy of being his teacher. So the prince let himself go completely. Chapter 29, 500 Deadly Men, 360 Actions. There is no impermeable wall under the sky, and the matter of Li Xuan selling the rightful title of the throne to the 4th prince has finally been revealed. The first literary institute in the world. A woman in a Confucian shirt was seated at the main seat, and on the 2nd seat was surprisingly Yang Tan, the right minister. Your Highness, this matter is true. The strategist beside the King of Wu, who is one of ours, contacted my minister through a single line. 4th Princess Li Qingyan frowned slightly and put down the book of rights in her hands as she looked up at Right Minister Yang Tan and asked, how many spirit stones were offered? Yang Tan clasped his fists and said, it is said to be 8,000. 8,000 spirit stones can be exchanged for the rightfulness of the throne. It's really cheap. It's just that even if Uncle Wu gets the rightfulness of the throne, does he have that ability to sit on it? Not to mention the mother's side. None of the 5 sisters were willing to let King Wu sit in that position. Li Qingyan's eyes seemed to have green Jane shadows flowing in them, and her cultivation of the 8th rank realm made Yang Tan beside her shiver, not daring to look into the princess's eyes. It is said that the 4th Princess Li Qingyan cultivated the 1 Dao spring and autumn annals, but anyone who gazes into her eyes for more than 3 breaths will fall into the vortex of consciousness of the microaggressions of the spring and autumn annals and be unable to extricate themselves. Right Minister, don't worry. Your grandson, this princess, will arrange to study in the Academy of Letters. When the study is finished, let him go to the State Prince's elementary school to further his study of the way of letters. This princess will personally be his teacher. Yang Tan immediately knelt on the ground and worshipped with an excited face. My humble servant thanks your highness. My young family will definitely fully support the princess's 1,000 years of domination. Alright, this princess asks you, how do you feel about the crown prince? Yang Tan froze for a moment. If it was before, he would have immediately said that the crown prince was an unproductive waste of time, unable to achieve anything in literature or martial arts. If the crown prince is the emperor of Dakian, without the support of the empress dowager, without the help of the princesses, in less than 10 years, Dakian will certainly die. This is not his alarmist talk, but the result of deduction. Today's Dakian, internal and external problems, without a strong king to deter, Yan Zhaolan will certainly fall into war again. The southern and northern regions will certainly once again be suffering. Outside forces will surely move in on the Dune Sea and even take over the entire north. However, since the death of the late emperor, he was unable to understand the crown prince, especially on the day of the throne. He even threw away his hand and gave the throne to Wu Jiao. It was something no one had expected. If he ascended the throne himself, everyone would have a chance to compete for the throne. But when Wu Jiao ascended the throne, everyone else could only watch. Then again, during this period of time, what this prince did, more and more let them guess not, in the end is really stupid, or pretend. He is always trying to curry favor with Wu Jiao, and he is still sitting on the throne, and he can even ask such crazy questions as which came first, the chicken or the egg. I dare not speak out of turn. In fact, this princess has long seen that this little brother doesn't want to do nothing. Even if he can't cultivate and doesn't have any backing, he can still be alive. That's what he's capable of. Does your highness mean that he has been pretending? but in fact he has a ditch in his heart? Humph, you've seen royalty with cuties. Li Qingyan snorted coldly. Then she added, even if there was, it would have died long ago, but the prince remains healthy and alive. Yang Tan said doubtfully, but he is the only son of the late emperor and the empress dowager. It's not strange that he survived. Li Qingyan stood up and smiled bitterly. Lord Yang, you don't understand the mind of father and mother. Even more so, you don't understand the cruelty of a palace seizing the throne. In father's eyes, we are born as a bunch of parasites, and only those who survive in the end are true dragons. It's just that father also didn't expect that he would die in his untimely death, so much so that all of his plans went out the window. Ha ha ha. Young Tan didn't know what to say. He just lowered his head, his forehead sweating coldly. He didn't want to hear these big disrespectful words. You go down. We'll be ready for the day after tomorrow. Can pull together as much as possible. If not, the day after tomorrow, the court will impeach it, will not cooperate with those old things. All sent away. This princess has just received a message that Big Sister has led 100,000 Xuanjia troops southward, arriving outside Changen tomorrow morning at the latest. At this moment, ruthlessness appeared in Li Qingyan's eyes. As for the crown prince's side, this princess will personally go there tonight. Yang Tan was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the princess would dare to lead her army south without an imperial decree. Is this a rebellion, or to force the palace? When Yang Tan left, Li Qingyan sighed. Nowadays half of the entire courtroom were hers, but the only deficiency was the lack of military power. But she wasn't afraid either. She didn't have military power, but her mother had it, and the oldest three had it. Mother-in-law San would never witness the eldest princess being the sole ruler of the family. Go and have the Cui family prepare 15,000 top-grade spirit stones, and say that this princess is going to the Eastern Palace to negotiate. Eastern Palace. Li Zhuan and Li Yuran stopped cultivating, and the two of them continued to sit facing each other. Crown Prince, how do you plan to do it tomorrow? Do you really want to cede the throne to the demon empress? Li Zhuan said with dissatisfaction. It's mother. This palace won't allow you to call my mother like that. Okay. Marry a chicken and follow the dog. I'll call her mother too. Li Zhuan was silent for a while and smiled. I just got the news that the eldest princess is leading 100,000 Xuanjia troops and will arrive outside Changen tomorrow night. Do you think that if I give up the throne to mother, she will take over? Li Yuran was also silent, and after a long time, she said, I don't think so. It's not like she's a little cutie. Nowadays, there are only 50,000 forbidden troops around Changen City. The rest of the army is stationed in Longyue, and the southern border legions under the control of the Empress Dowager's hands are also too far away to quench the thirst of the near. Li Zhuan said, so, this throne the day after tomorrow, the enthronement ceremony, no one is willing to go to sit, can only push me up to be a puppet? At that time, the Empress Mother will be in the curtain and in control of the power, whether it is Second Sister's Phoenix Pavilion power, Third Sister's Imperial City Division intelligence, or Fourth Sister's 1 Yuan power. They will all support the Empress Mother for the time being, as this palace ascends to the throne, and the eldest princess loses the banner of clearing the ruler's side. She will immediately withdraw her troops and will definitely not attack Changen City, otherwise she will lose the hearts of the people and even become a rebel. What awaits her in the end can only be a joint siege by the Southern Realm Legion and Western Army of the Great Qian. Li Yuran laughed. This throne is back in your hands, and you cheated so many spirit stones. Why don't you look happy? Li Zhuan's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, I'm happy my ass. If I ascend to the throne, in less than a month, you and I will have to sleep underground. The palace is full of the mother's people, and the dynasty is full of enemies. No matter how well I do, they will look for reasons to abolish the emperor. And without the throne, I can only die. Li Yuran looked at the emaciated Li Zhuan and hesitated for about an incense stick of time before slowly taking out a black token. This is the last of my cards, and I'm giving it to you. Now, 500 dead soldiers trained from childhood, with the highest cultivation level of 6th grade and the lowest cultivation level of 3rd grade, proficient in assassination techniques, infiltration, and spying. Among them were foot soldiers and peddlers, high officials of the temple, wealthy merchants and merchants, famous prostitutes of the greenhouses, and the best of the 360 trades. Li Zhuan tightly pinched the black token in his hand and kept swallowing his saliva. This group of people, too powerful. It was just that he was very puzzled. Since it was so powerful, how could Uncle Qi still have his entire family slaughtered by his mother? Even Li Yuran, the head of the dead soldiers, almost perished in Changen City? This woman is not screwing with me, is she? Chapter 30, the fourth princess takes the initiative to send money. What? You doubt their abilities? Li Yuran was very unhappy in her heart. The dead soldiers that she personally trained were absolutely loyal to her and their abilities were outstanding. Yeah, I'm just skeptical of them. Are you looking for death? Li Yuran was about to get mad again. Li Zhuan hurriedly said, listen to my defense. You blew the 500 dead soldiers out of proportion. Why was the Qi Wang house slaughtered in full? And you still need to blackmail this palace to get out of the city? Li Yuran said in a very stifled manner. It's all because King Qi was too conceited, thinking that with a demon sect patriarch sitting in his residence, the Empress Dowager would definitely not make things difficult for him. While not all of the 500 dead soldiers are in Changen City, which is only occupied by me and some of the recruited disciples. As it turned out, things were urgent that day, and by the time I got the news and rushed over to rescue them, the Qi Wang mansion had been exterminated, and the people from the Imperial City Department had their sights set on me. Li Zhuan was then relieved of his confusion and nodded. So that's how it is. Li Zhuan pondered for a moment. Then you will send out a secret order tonight to gather all the dead soldiers out and prepare for the intended escape. Target Northland Dune Sea. Li Yuran was shocked in his heart. Your Highness, you're going to the Northern Dune Sea? That's not a peaceful place. The forces are too cluttered. There's no difference between us going and looking for death. Think about it. The Great Qian Court didn't even take the Sand Dune Sea, and your father perished in the Sand Dune Sea because of it. Li Zhuan stood up and laughed. The bigger the storm, the bigger the fish. You can notify them as much as you want. Whether you can go all the way to the north, it depends on your people, but do not give the old man dragged back. Otherwise, At this moment, Li Zhuan's murderous aura boiled over, and he was a different person from before. Li Yuran's whole body trembled, and she hurriedly said, please don't worry, Your Highness, my concubine will do a good job. Li Yuyan then woke up. He still underestimated this prince. Royalty, indeed, has no one good. This dog thing, than previously his own righteous father looked much more vicious. One's life is so miserable. Having just escaped from the wolf's den, he entered the tiger's lair again. Yoran, you go out for a while. This palace wants to meet a money-giving girl. Li Yuran froze for a moment. It was so late. There were still people coming? I'll even give you a gift of wealth. You think you're the emperor of Dakian? But immediately afterward, Little Chestnut ran in and said with a flustered expression, Your Highness, the fourth princess seeks an audience. Little Chestnut was really scared. Last time she was knocked out of her incisors by the second princess, and now her speech was leaking. Li Yuran, she, a powerhouse of the 8th rank realm, hadn't even sensed the visitor, and His Highness, a 4th rank weakling, could. What a joke. Could it be that she had practiced a fake kung fu? Li Zhuan turned around and said, let her in. Not long after Li Yuran and Little Chestnut went out, a woman wearing a green-colored Confucian shirt slowly walked in. Li Zhuan was sitting on the felt, drinking scarlet wine. His eyes were sleepy, and he surveyed Li Qingyan, who walked in, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Li Qingyan was very quiet, all bookish and looked like a harmless and weak scholar. It would be a mistake to look at her that way. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. She frowned when she looked at the bottles and jars on the floor, then at the carpet with a few red belly buttons and the woman's personal belongings. For this scene, it did make her uncomfortable. Who the are you? Li Zhuan looked up and cursed. Li Qingyan was furious in his heart and stepped forward to snatch the wine from Li Zhuan's hand, saying, Crown Prince, you're so ridiculous that you simply degrade your ancestors' reputation. The face of my royal family has been disgraced by you. Desolation. Doesn't deserve to be a crown prince at all. Give me back my wine. You shrew, who the are you? Li Zhuan got up and was about to grab the bottle. Li Qingyan said angrily, I am your sister Li Qingyan. Li Zhuan seemed to react only then, wiped his eyes, finally saw clearly, immediately changed his face and brought a pleasing look. So it's the 4th sister who has come. My brother has missed the welcome. Humph. Rubbish. Li Qingyan flung her sleeve and snorted coldly. Then he said, why did you sell the imperial throne to the 4th imperial uncle? Is this imperial throne something that can be measured in money? Li Zhuan froze for a moment, but he laughed out loud, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Why not? Something that doesn't belong to me is being held over my head. So what's wrong with me trading it for some money? Li Zhuan smiled broadly and spread his hands, asking, is that a problem? I am now the crown prince, the crown prince of Diqian. What do I do? And I still need my sister to say anything? Li Qingyan's eyes went cold and he reached out to whip Li Zhuan. But in the end, he didn't land. She suppressed her short temper and silently recited the meditation incantation 3 times before saying, it's sister who spoke too harshly just now. Really? You shouldn't joke about the throne. Li Zhuan sneered in his heart. You are less chaste here. You come tonight. Is it not because of the throne? Want the throne? Take money. If sister has the heart to want it, brother naturally trusts sister more. This throne sister takes it. Li Qingyan was overjoyed in her heart. She was worried about how to open her mouth just now. After all, she is a scholar. Face is very important. I didn't expect this one to be sent up of its own accord. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Send them to the East Palace by midnight tonight. This throne will belong to you tomorrow. I will abdicate to you in front of everyone in the world. Seriously? Isn't it true that you gave Uncle Wu 8,000 spirit stones, but you asked for 20,000 for your sister? To love or not to love? Since sister is not interested, please also leave. This palace is going to rest, Li Zhuan said dryly. Li Qingyan's chest began to heave with anger. This was treating her like a big-head slaughterer. Sister will give you 10,000 pieces. Tomorrow the throne will be abdicated to sister. This great Qian's kingdom and mountain. If it is given to sister, sister will definitely not let you down. Moreover, will not let the ancestors down. See them off. Li Zhuan didn't spoil Li Qingyan at all, and shouted in a cold voice to Dianwei outside. Li Qingyan looked at Li Zhuan indifferently, as if she was looking at a dead person. Tonight you have completely angered this princess. Humph. Isn't it just 20,000 top-grade spirit stones? Here you go. A red storage ring was thrown at Li Zhuan, who went to grab it and still didn't catch it, and finally picked it up from the ground. Canonical check. Li Zhuan wanted to drop blood to recognize the owner, but the storage ring did not recognize it, so he could only awkwardly hand it over to Dianwei. My lord, it is 20,000 pieces correct. Li Qingyan looked seriously at Li Zhuan and said, you'd better keep your word. The day after tomorrow for the ceremony of ascending to the throne. If you dare to go back on your word, I will make sure that your life is worse than death. Li Zhuan clasped his fists. Thanks. Then he laughed. Naturally, I won't go back on my word. It's up to you whether you dare to take it then. Chapter 31, the princess leads her army south to attend the king. Wang Tang flees for his life. Yangxin Temple. In the past 2 days, Wu Jiu had gained some insights in martial arts, and closed her eyes for 2 days to cultivate, and the major events in the court were handed over to the Hall of Government, which was presided over by the left Prime Minister, Li Su, and the right Prime Minister, Yang Tan. If he could not make a decision, he would ask Shangwan Wanner, and the staff group around Wu Jiu would give advice before he went on to govern. However, during the first 2 days, no major events occurred, and the Dakian court was functioning normally, and the localities and borders were also peaceful. But just this afternoon, the Yanmen Pass Guard sent a letter of 800 miles of urgent. The two prime ministers read it, instantly shocked, for a moment at a loss for words. The Xuanjia army, which was ordered to guard the northern border and prevent the rebels of Shichukai from coming south to invade Yinshanfu, was not authorized by the court, but the Grand Marshal Li Xuani led the 100,000 Xuanjia army southward, and had already seized Yanmen Pass, and was coming straight to Changen City. It was obvious what Rapunzel Li Xianyi wanted to do. It's just snatching the throne by force in the name of the diligent king, because after the death of the late emperor, the Dakian crown prince Li Zhuan did not succeed the throne before the national mourning, but instead of the throne to the empress dowager. We all know that the empress dowager Wu Jiu very much want to do this Dakian empress, but from the hands of the son to seize the throne, how to say, are not right in the name of the world to be criticized. So the empress dowager Wu Jiu has been pressing this matter until now, and wait for the day after tomorrow to see the situation. If the crown prince still give way, Wu Jiu will certainly take over the throne, firmly sit up, so that if Wu Jiu will not be criticized. After all, the prince is too waste, cannot control the large Qian. Prince 3 let the throne, Wu Jiu which took over, but when the two left a beautiful name. But this is not a matter between Wu Jiu and the crown prince. The 5 princesses are not good people, they all want to sit in that position. The 3 princes also want to get that position. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone is extremely prepared. The court is calm on the surface, but secretly it is a dark current. All do not know how many people died. Heavyweight officials do not know how many crops have been changed. The 2 chancellors immediately reported the matter to Shangwan Wanner, a beloved member of the Empress Dowager's side, and asked her to pass the news to the Empress Dowager immediately. Shangwan Wanner was also very surprised when she got the news. She didn't expect the eldest princess to directly stop pretending and start a mutiny, which is much more powerful than the previous palace coup. In the past, the palace coup, at most, the most is the fight within the city of Changen, are secretly to each other. The Rapunzel directly led the south. The eldest princess is the most important general in the north, and her task is to prevent the south of the Sand Dune Sea from violating the border and to ensure the stability of the northern border of the Great Qian. She's leading her troops south. What about the people of the entire north? The first thought that came to Shangwan Wan'er's mind was that the northern border was afraid to be lost. She took the 800-mile emergency and waited anxiously outside the Palace of Nourishment, a matter that was no longer up to the staff corps to decide. It can only be decided by the Empress Dowager herself. Wu Jiu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Her eyes opened, 2 flashes of light passed by, and then a joyful look appeared on her face. Another step closer. At this moment, Wu Jiu has already arrived at the 9th grade realm. Is considered a half-step Zongshi. Just the 9th grade realm want to break through the Zongshi. but it is very difficult. It wasn't a matter of having the talent and resources to make a breakthrough, but rather it required great chance to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, which was a long process. Some people had superb talent, some people had gone through all kinds of life, and some people had obtained heaven-defying resources, but they still could not make a breakthrough in their whole life, and they still needed to look at their luck. If we give this palace another half a year's time, this palace will definitely be able to break through the sovereign realm, and at that time, who else will give me up? But the strength of this 9th grade, competing for a position and suppressing the curfew is also enough. She rose with an open hand and reached out, and the phoenix robe, which was hanging in the distance, flew towards Wu Jiao and draped itself over her body. Then she frowned, as if she could see outside with insight. But something is wrong, come in and report. Shang Wanwaner almost cried when she heard Wu Jiao's voice. Finally she was going to meet her mother. Shang Wanwaner pushed the door in and quickly came to Wu Jiao's side, bowed and said, Your Highness, Yanmen Pass has sent an 800-mile emergency. The eldest princess is leading 100,000 Xuanjia army southward, and will be able to arrive outside of Changen tomorrow afternoon. When Wu Jiao heard this, her whole body instantly boiled with murderous intent. This rebellious son, how dare she disregard the righteousness of the country? She's coming south to grab the throne. What about the people in the north? This person is not even blessed to be given the throne. She deserves to be the first one to be kicked out of the game. Wu Jiao blackened her face and cursed for half a day, but she had to say that Rapunzel Li Xianyi was really bold. At this moment, with 100,000 Xuanjia troops outside the city, the probability of the eldest princess seizing the throne was also the greatest. However, Wu Jiao simply did not put this 100,000 upcoming Xuanjia army in the eyes. She has long been secretly mobilized. 50,000 Southland legions came to Guangzhou, previously in order to hold back the king of Qi, and now just use Li Xianyi on the body. The 50,000 Southern Realm Legion, plus the Changen city's forbidden guards, and the 100,000 Xuanjia army that had come from afar. She didn't look at in her eyes. Send someone to inform that rebellious child to stop and return to the northern realm with her troops at once, and the palace will pretend that nothing has happened, or else suffer the consequences. At the same time, pass on the order that all the forbidden guards meet the enemy in the north of Changen City, and that the 50,000 Southern Realm Legion take over the city defense of Changen City. Order the Longhua Legion to immediately rise up and move north to take over the defense of the northern realm and guard it tightly, and never let that group of people from Shichukai move south to infest the people of the northern realm. Shang Wanwaner immediately bowed and led the way. When Shang Wanwaner left, Wu Jiao shouted into the empty hall, inform the 9 Zhangtai to immediately blockade the residence of the princess, capture Wang Tong, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, and put everyone in the Wang family under surveillance, and once they make a move, kill them all without mercy. After finishing her speech, Wu Jiao left the Hall of Nourishing the Heart and headed to the Hall of Taiji to meet with all the officials and deal with political affairs, as well as discussing the handling of the matter of the princess leaving the north without authorization. Just half a day ago, inside the Rapunzel's residence, Wang Tang met a female general who sent him a personal letter from the princess. Wang Tang was shocked after reading the letter. Not caring about so much wealth in the princess's residence, he just hurriedly put some important things that he had accumulated over the years into a storage ring, and then he took a carriage and went on a direct trip to the Wang family. Father, it's not good. Wang Tang stormed into his father's study, who was practicing calligraphy, and was displeased in his heart, saying, You're a horse harnessed by the emperor's side, and you're still so adventurous. What kind of behavior is this? Risky counts a request. The fire is burning all. Our family may not protect the 9 clans. Wang Tang is also a reader. At this moment his dirty words one after another. Wang Tang's father, finally realizing the seriousness of the matter, busily asked, Adverse son, did you upset the princess again? Wang Tang panted, hastily waved his hand. Listen to my son to finish. You old thing, do not interrupt. The princess has rebelled. Leading 100,000 Xuanjia army south, has broken Yanmen Pass. My son just got a letter from the princess, saying that we should hurry out of the city. Boom! Wang Tang's father was struck by lightning, almost sat on his butt on the ground, but quickly stood up again. This kind of thing, danger and opportunity coexist. If the struggle to win, then the Wang family will be developed. Quickly, men, pack up your fine things and quickly follow the old man out of the city. Wang Tong hurriedly said, Go separately, use carriages or war horses, and after leaving the city, immediately go north and join the princess. Chapter 32 The Ruthlessness of Wang Tang's Family. When the 9 chapters stage killed the Rapunzel's residence, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment there were people there. Even the maidservants in the princess's residence were missing. The entire mansion, as if it had been burglarized, had all the valuable things removed. Things that were not worth anything were pushed to the ground and smashed. Capital commander. The extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is not in the palace. Come to report, but the commander of the capital has long seen. Wang Tong, this guy, I am afraid that he has long known that the eldest princess is going to rebel, and ran away early. Go, arrest some people for the master and ask them. The subordinate clasped his fists and returned. Do, commander. The entire princess house. There is only one dog. The dog was still stabbed and dying. The commander of the capital inhaled his nose. He had seen the ruthless, but he had never seen such a ruthless one. He escaped himself and swept the house away. Even the dogs that watched over the house were not spared. The capital commander grunted and said angrily, leave a few people to stand guard. The rest of you immediately follow this capital commander to the Wang family to take a look. I just can't believe it. Wang Tang ran away, and so did all of the Wang family. After the burning of an incense stick, the commander led 100 or so people rushed to the Wang family residence. Only the door was closed. Knocked for a long time. No one came to open the door. The commander of the capital was so angry in his heart that he let people go in over the wall and smashed the gate. When the subordinate people climbed over the wall and went in, they didn't see anyone come to open the door for a long time. The Du commander scolded angrily for a few times, and only then did the subordinate open the door with a horrified face. When the Du commander entered the courtyard, he realized why his subordinate had a horrified look on his face and took so long to open the gate, only to see that in the courtyard, the bodies fell all over the place. All of them were maids or slaves on the king's mansion. These people died in a miserable state. All of them were killed by a single blow in the state of escaping. Search. The 100 or so experts from the 9 chapters stage immediately dispersed to search for people. After a long time, they came back with a dejected look on their faces, reporting back to the capital. There is not a single survivor. Up and down the Wang family residence. In addition to these dead maidservants and slaves, the rest of the Wang family all disappeared, and all the gold, silver, and finery of the entire house were taken away. Even the face of the capital commander was pitch black. Since he became the capital commander of the 9 chapters terrace, he had copied countless families, and no one had ever escaped from him, but he didn't expect to pounce today. How can I explain this to the Empress Dowager? Just even what? Says, the subordinate said with trepidation. Even the gold paint on the pillar was scraped away, and a bubble was pulled in the rice vat. If you can tolerate it, you can tolerate it. The capital commander was simply going mad with anger. Wang Tong, the Wang family, you all deserve to die. Don't let me catch you, or you're finished. Quickly close the city gates and chase after Wang Tang and all the Wang family. The Du commander gave the order, and all the people from the 9 chapters terrace went out to the 16 city gates to seal the city in pursuit of Wang Tang's father and son. Wang family father and son escaped, this regardless of whether it can be captured. This matter must be immediately reported to the Empress Dowager. The commander-in-chief, Huang Qi, returned to the Taiji Hall and prostrated himself in front of Wu Jiao. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Wu Jiao frowned. Is not just to catch an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team, Wang Tong, as well as the father and son of the Wang family, which cannot be taken. Could it be that the 9 chapters terrace had been raised to be a waste by itself all these years? Screwed up? Metropolitan Commander Huang Qi prostrate even lower, whispered, I do not know how extra horse harnessed by the side of a team to learn the news. In half a day ago, took the family fine soft out of the city. The Wang family likewise. Waste. What is the use of this palace in raising you? Bang! Wu Jiao waved her hand, a majestic force that directly sent Huang Qi, who was in the 8th rank realm, flying out, and ruthlessly flung him outside the Taiji Hall. Huang Qi continuously coughed up blood, but he didn't dare to play dead and immediately slumped back down to Wu Jiao's feet. Damn the guilty. Humph. Why don't you hurry up and go after them? If you can't catch them back, you'll bring your head to this palace. Yes. Huang Qi hurriedly climbed out of the Taiji Hall. His whole body was soaked with cold sweat, only to feel that his internal organs were hit by a heavy hammer, and his breathing became unsmooth. He had never expected that Nyang Nyang's cultivation had progressed so quickly. A month ago, he remembered that the Empress's cultivation was stuck at the 7th grade realm, and even if he stood and let the Empress beat him up, she couldn't injure him in the slightest. But after only a month had passed, the Empress had only waved her hand, and she had been seriously injured herself. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that she is already a half-step sect master. Appalling, when it's really appalling. At this moment, Shangwan Wanner finished passing out military orders and also returned to the palace. Just now she saw Huang Qi, the commander of the 9 Zhangtai, covering his chest, flying out of the palace as if there was a dog chasing behind him, and she didn't even shout, Your Majesty, is something wrong? Wu Jiao sighed and said with an uneasy look, Wang Tong has run away, and so has the Wang family. This imperial son of mine is a sentimental person. His own rebellion, but also do not forget to think of his husband's family, even early to pass the intelligence. Shangguan lost her smile in her heart. The eldest princess would not care about the death of the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Just the princess understood in her heart. The extra horse harnessed by the side of a team Wangtang at least is a martial arts scholar, but also the first son of the Wang family. The Wang family is what people? That is the 5 surnames of the great Qian 7 Hopa. If you want money, you have money. If you want people, you have people. You can manage whatever resources you need. The reason why the eldest princess was able to command 200,000 Xuanjia army all these years, the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side had a lot to do with it. On the way to seize the throne, the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side and the Wang family are definitely good helpers. How could the princess possibly throw away such a good booster? Your Highness, I have already gone ahead to inform the southern realm soldiers and horses that they will move into Changen city from this moment onwards as the main guard, and that the forbidden guards are all out of the city, heading north to intercept the Xuanjia army. At the same time, 800 miles of urgency was sent to Longyu, ordering General Wang Zhongyao to go north and take over the northern guard. You take Mr. Jean with you and go see the princess. Tell her not to make any mistakes, and if she returns to the north now, the palace will pretend that nothing has happened. If she insists on going south, don't blame this palace for being merciless. What 100,000 Xuanjia army? This palace doesn't even look at it in the eyes. Her second sister, third sister, fourth sister, including the oldest 5. Can't they be saving lamps and allow her to inherit the throne? Yes, I'll be on my way. Shangguan just came back, didn't drink a mouthful of water, and went over to the abandoned garden, taking an old man to the outskirts of the city, going north to look for the eldest princess's camp. At the same time, the crown prince, the 4 princesses, the king of Wu, the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, and the imperial household were all summoned to the palace to discuss a solution to the matter of the princess's rebellion to the south. Li Zhuan stood at the front, half squinting his eyes, observing the people around him while checking the system. Strangely enough, everyone's danger to him had been lowered by quite a bit, especially Wu Jiao. The danger warning was only level 5 now, but what makes it strange is that King Wu's danger level is at level 8. Li Zhuan was speechless. You're a dying man and you're still talking to a punk like me? He had just observed the king of Wu. His footsteps were weak, his eyes were disoriented, and he was much weaker than before. He must have used the Xian Gui treasure pearl. In 6 months, your old boy will be dead. Wu Jiao looked at the following group of ministers and royal sons and daughters. His face was icy cold, and then returned to calm, the corner of his mouth slightly loose. All of you may know, Li Xianyi, this rebellious son, led 100,000 Xuanjia army south, said what to clear the side of the king, to punish the treacherous and sycophantic, and return a clear sky in Deqian. How do you all think? Chapter 33 Legion, lend you a little money and block me every day? No one spoke, the hall was quiet, and the ministers, including the royal sons and daughters, lowered their heads. For the princess, the prince, and the crown prince, the eldest princess led her army southward, and the most anxious person at this moment should be the Empress Dowager. What has it got to do with them? For the ministers, the Rapunzel rebelled. What else could they say? After all, they are all royal bloodlines. You are fighting for the throne. They are under a lot of pressure to come forward at this time. What? All mute? Crown Prince, don't you have anything you want to say? When Wu Jiao saw that no one had spoken, she was furious in her heart. You are the Crown Prince of Deqian. This throne should have belonged to you. Now, the princess is coming to steal your throne, saying that all of us present in Gungun, all of the royal daughters, and you, King Wu, are all traitors and sycophants. Li Zhuan raised his head, glanced at Wu Jiao who was full of anger, opened his mouth, but did not speak. Waste. Wu Jiao cursed in anger. You can really be a puddle of mud that can't hold up the wall. People are leading their armies south to rob you of your throne, and you are still so calm, as if this throne has nothing to do with you. After a long time, Li Zhuan stood out and bowed. Mother, my son is a waste. Even if my son becomes the emperor of this Dacian, he is not capable of governing Dacian. Since the big imperial sister wants this Dacian river and mountain, let her sit. This Dacian river and mountain. But anyone surnamed Li who is capable can sit. A murderous intent flashed in Wu Jiao's eyes as she stared dead at Li Zhuan. Li Zhuan added, of course, mother's hard work. When father was alive, he and mother ruled the world together. This Dacian's mountain, mother can also sit. Finally, the imperial historian Wei Zhong couldn't help himself. If he held back any longer, Wu Jiao would be able to pick his skin when he came down to the court. Your Highness the Crown Prince is careful what you say. The throne is not an object. How can you say let's? According to the first successor, this great Qian king, naturally is the Crown Prince's Highness. The crown prince is now an adult, even if his ability to manage politics is not good. Isn't there still Nyang Yang? When the late emperor was alive, Nyang Yang helped the late emperor with his political affairs, and his ability to manage politics is obvious to all. When the crown prince grows up, he will naturally be able to manage the government. The Rapunzel did not get the court decree. She dared to lead the army south without authorization. This is obviously forcing the palace. Not. This is a rebellion. How can a rebellious rebel sit on the throne of Deqian? How can he control the hundreds of millions of people in Deqian? I, Wei Zhong, will only be loyal to the great Qian river and mountain, to a virtuous and holy monarch, and I will never serve a chaotic ruler. Humph. In the future, if the eldest princess gets this great Qian river and mountain, I, Wei Zhong, am willing to crash and die on this golden palace. We will reconsider, and would like to follow Lord Wei as he crashes into this golden palace, and never serve a rebellious minister. Officials from the 6 ministries have come forward to yell. The left and right prime ministers looked at each other. They naturally didn't want to let the eldest princess to beat in and become the emperor. After all, they weren't the eldest princess's people. Your Majesty, I thought that we should unite as one and work together to defeat the Xuanjia army. Right Minister Yang Tan came out and said. Wu Jiao looked at Yang Tan and snorted coldly. Yang Qing, what are you going to take to defeat the 100,000 Xuanjia army? Is it your old bones? Or is it better to have the palace cloaked? Then she teasingly glanced at the crown prince. Or rather, push the crown prince out and scare the 100,000 Xuanjia army to death. Li Zhuan sweated. Why did this mother queen grab herself and not let go? I've told you. Whoever loves this throne. Whoever takes it. Yang Tan glanced at the 4th princess. The 4th princess did not look at him at all, just playing with the board in his hands. Thoughts do not know where to fly, so he backed away again in embarrassment. Your Highness, as an old man of the royal family, I have accompanied 2 emperors, and these children are all my descendants. And the late emperor once told the old minister that the last thing he wished to see was infighting within the royal family and the killing of flesh and bone. Now if you want to repel the eldest princess's Xuanjia army, the only way to do so is for all the princesses to put aside their grudges against each other, and for all of you to unite and cooperate with the empress to defend the enemy. Emperor of Deqian, but never a disorganized one. At this time, the left prime minister Li Su finally came forward. As an old man of the Li royal family, by rights, he should support Li Zhuan, but this grandson is simply a mess. It's better to support him than to support yourself. But he also knew that if he did that, he would die even worse than the king of Qi. Today's this situation, support Wu Jiao claimed the emperor, perhaps the most sensible choice. In fact, he has long chosen to stand in line Wu Jiao. If you do so, you may be poked in the backbone and said that you, the Li family's rebellious son, have supported the foreign demon queen and stolen the Li family's kingdom, but there was nothing he could do. The situation was unforgiving. What else could he do with hundreds of members of his family, all under Wu Jiu's watchful eye? His favorite youngest son, in particular, went to Zhu's hangtai and became Wu Jiu's most loyal dog. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Zhuan slowly stood out and arched his hand towards Li Su. What the teacher said is very true. All royal sisters, hand over the military power in your hands and let the mother defend the enemy. You all want to be emperors. But now that big sister is leading 100,000 Xuanjia troops, when Changen city breaks down, let alone the throne, will you still have a way to live? And King Wu, when big sister kills her way in, the first person to be decapitated will be you. King Wu said angrily. Why? Li Zhuan smiled faintly. Because you hold 300,000 Western troops in your hands. You are the greatest threat to big sister. King Wu cursed. Crown Prince, don't spit blood. The Western Army is the Western Army of Deqian, guarding the western regions for Deqian, pioneering and expanding the territories, with unparalleled loyalty. How did it become this king's army? Li Zhuan laughed. King Wu, don't pretend. All of you present are not cuties. You and the commander of the Western Army have been wearing the same pants for a long time. King Wu hastily knelt on the ground. Aggrieved, please also be your majesty's lord. I absolutely did not have an affair with the main general of the western region. I dare to swear. Wu Jiao heart-cold grunt, but is not one to poke this time again. 300,000 Western Army. If the fight over, she cannot help. It was still most important to stabilize the Western Army, and when she freed up her hands, she could then clean up King Wu and the Western Army. Crown Prince, don't you dare to talk nonsense. Why don't you back off? Then she added, apologize to your uncle Wu Wang. Li Zhuan rolled her eyes and glared at King Wu. If you want this palace to apologize, Uncle Wu, in your next life, just lent you a little bit of money. You block me every day. Are you funny? King Wu was so enraged that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is that a little bit of money? Chapter 34, Killing Each Other. Wu Jiao was interested and asked with a smile. Emperor's son, You owe Wu Wang money? The king of Wu is still blocking you for money. Li Juan also did not hide it, arching his hand and saying, Mother. The king of Wu was shocked in his heart. Chao Nima, Laozi gave you so many spirit stones. It is at the critical moment. Zen is located in this king, not for you to sue. Now if this kid tells the story, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of this Taiji hall today. Reporting back to Empress Dowager. The crown prince is talking nonsense. This king has never borrowed a single penny from the crown prince at all. Li Juan blinked her eyes, touched her head, looked at King Wu in confusion, and muttered to herself, could it be that this palace remembered wrong? Yes, absolutely the crown prince remembered wrongly. This king has not borrowed the crown prince's money. Li Juan, a hamstring, frowned and said, Uncle Wu Wang, this palace remembers clearly. You said that this palace borrowed money from you, and that day blocked this palace at the entrance of the Imperial city and asked for 500 spirit stones. So Uncle Wu, you lied to this palace. King Li Sun of Wu's face turned into a pig's liver color, and his beard began to tremble, and after a long time, his face turned red, and then a mouthful of black blood spurted out. Prince, it's not good. Come quickly, Uncle Wu Wang princes. Li Juan saw King Wu Li Sun collapsed on the ground and hurriedly shouted for someone. The king of Wu was thus exasperated and fainted, and Wu Jiu's face did not change in any way, as if she was watching the joke of the two men. In his heart, he was puzzled. Where did the prince get the spirit stones, and 500 of them? But he didn't know what kind of fault there was between him and the king of Wu. But the spirit stones were extorted away by the king of Wu. But she thought that this matter was definitely not simple, and that the always steady king of Wu would be so angry that he would vomit blood? However, Li Juan was unable to cultivate. This matter she had already determined, and her heart was relieved. No matter what, the crown prince could not cultivate. In the end, he was not related to the throne, because this world was a world of the weak and the strong. As an emperor, one had to have a strong enough cultivation, and even more so, one had to hold power in his hands. Wisdom and cleverness alone can never govern the world. Since the founding emperor of Diqian, no matter that emperor, he was a Zhongshe level expert. Even the late emperor, that was the peak of the 8th rank, and in his old age, he was definitely a Zhongshe level expert as well. Throughout this world dynasty empire, which country's national emperor is not a cultivation of strong? For this reason, the great Qian want to renew. Stand this central plains not fall. The emperor must be strong. The king of Wu was quickly carried off, but managed to escape the sadness of having his military power taken away. At this time, 4th Princess Li Qingyan stood out and cupped her fists. Mother, my son would like to lead the 3,000 scholars of the Academy of Literature and go out of the city to meet the Xuanjia army. Before Wu Jiu finished speaking, the officials in the courtroom, all of their faces changed at once. 4th Princess, it must not be the scholar of the 3,000 Writings Academy. Even though they are both literate and martial, but after all, they are practicing cultivation techniques to cultivate their lives. The Xuanjia army is always on the battlefield, and it's unstoppable. 3,000 scholars going to meet the battle. That's no different from sending them to their deaths. Please think twice, Empress Dowager. Mother, think twice. I will reconsider. Your Majesty, absolutely not. 3,001 yuan scholars. Is the future of Dakian? They folded in this battle. My Dakian literary world will be broken. Even the right minister Li Su also kneeled on the ground. The reason why all these officials, be they civil ministers or military generals, have come out in opposition so uniformly is naturally that their interests have been jeopardized. The 3,001 yuan scholars are either the sons and grandsons of these courtiers or they are related to these people. Is it possible to send their loved ones to their deaths? They couldn't figure out why the 4th princess was doing this, but they definitely wouldn't agree. 4th Princess Li Qingyan glanced at Wu Jiu, and then coldly looked at the courtiers who were kneeling on the ground to dissuade her, and snorted coldly in her heart. The lives of your loved ones are in the hands of this princess. However, these old men are eye to eye with the rest of the people, and some of them even support the Queen Mother's claim to the throne. So today I would like to let you know that she was just testing her mother and at the same time warning certain people that Wu Jiu would never joke with the lives of 3,000 schoolchildren. After all, these 3,000 people from the Academy of Literature would be the pillars of the Great Qian in the future. Wu Jiu looked icily at the following group of ministers kneeling on the ground, with the same cold snort in her heart. Since the 4th princess had already handed over the knife, if she didn't catch it, wouldn't she be letting down old 4th's intentions? You all have a point. Please rise. 1 yuan is my Dakian literary forum important place. 3,000 students is the future of Dakian, but now the country is in danger. When the rivers and mountains change strings, all the secretaries, what should be done? Shangguan Wan'er stood out at this time, bowed and said, Your Highness, my Dakian, since the beginning of the great ancestor, The homes of the military generals have the precedent of raising their own soldiers. Nowadays, the military generals of Dakian's dynasty, which one of them doesn't have a few hundred or thousands of their own soldiers at home? If these men were organized, how could it not be a mighty army? The military generals were dumbfounded. That was their hard-earned pro-army, consuming an unknown amount of money and food that could be used to save their lives when they went out to war. How can it be that the empress is now in her thoughts? If, now, they don't hand it over, it may be their sons and grandsons or relatives who die. The military generals almost cried. The right minister Yang Tan immediately stood out. Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. These military generals should be out of a wave of blood, usually on the basis of those pro-army, no less in Changen City to show off their power. If we kill this wave of military generals' personal army, it will be their Changen City for the literati in the future. Your Majesty, I agree with Lord Shangwan's opinion. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man, and it is time to raise an army for 1,000 days. Generals, it is time to offer up your own army to fight the enemy. Yang Tan said the righteousness, listening to the ears of these military generals. The heart of this gas hate to go up, a knife to kill this dog phase. When the civil officials heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. Finally they didn't have to let the 3,000 people from the House of Letters go out and send them to their deaths. We second the motion. Wu Jiao smiled bashfully and asked, all of you, are you willing to do so? Just at this time, an aged-old general slowly stood out. This person's name was Wu Jianye, a veteran of 3 dynasties. After the late emperor ascended to the throne, he accompanied the late emperor in his western expedition to the western regions, and made great achievements, and was honored with the title of Marquis Kaiying. Kaiyingho's family keeps 1,000 soldiers. All of them are brothers who lived and died together in these years, but everyone is old. But Kaiyingho has always kept these soldiers and never treated them harshly. It's just that today he had to stand up and say something. He didn't want those old brothers of his to die at the hands of his own people. Your Highness, the old minister's home is 1,000 of his own soldiers, but as you all know, those soldiers, now old, have no combat power at all. Let them go to war. I don't agree. Wu Jiao's face changed drastically. This damned Marquis Kaiying, daring to call her bluff to her face. Outrageous. If you don't agree, are you going to let this palace's plan go bankrupt? Marquis Kaiying knelt on the ground, his old eyes tearful. Your Majesty, those veterans, who have fought for Daqian for their entire lives, without merit there is also hard work. Now let them go to their deaths. The minister's heart aches. Yang Tan stepped forward and said, Marquis Kaiying, focus on the big picture. Marquis Kaiying stood up and laughed loudly. Your Highness, lords, since this is the case, the old minister is willing to lead his family, men, women, and children, to go out of the city to meet the Xuanjia army. Can we spare those veterans? In fact, Wu Jiao is not willing to let the veterans go out of the city to die. To be honest, those veterans have been fighting for Daqian for their whole life. Without merit there is also hard work. At this time to let them go to kill their own people, it is really a little bit unseemly. But dispensing with the veterans of Marquis Kaiying, who would be willing to hand over their own soldiers? How else could she hold the military power in these people's hands for good? Without these military powers, how can we win the next fight? These rebellious sons of his own, each one of them is not a good person. And among these generals, how many of his own beloved ones have been bought by these rebellious sons? They've stood in line to stand. With a hardened heart, Wu Jiao said, then the old general will take his wife and children out of the city to meet the battle. Everyone present was suddenly shocked in their hearts, not realizing that Wu Jiao was so ruthless. By this point, no one will ever come forward and say that they are not willing to turn people in. Chapter 35, Eating Melon on Your Own Head. Wei Zhong, this palace has enthroned you as a governor. Start this matter at once. Gather all the people together, and this palace will personally go out to the city to meet the battle. The crowd was again shocked that the empress was going to go out to meet the battle in person. And at this time, the disheartened Marquis Kaiying stood out again, arching his hand and saying, Your Highness, I still have something to present. Marquis Kaiying, please speak. Marquis Kaiying turned to look at everyone who was on the court, and wherever his eyes went, everyone started to dodge. Then, he laughed. Your Highness, just the personal soldiers of the military generals alone. The old minister just estimated that the ones that are in Changen City are probably only about 5,000, and together with the 50,000 forbidden troops outside the city, they are also by no means a match for the 100,000 Xuanjia army. Wu Jiao frowned. Is Marquis Kaiying going to die together? You want to drag yourself into the water. You old thing, don't even think about it. Are you qualified? Others do not know, but the palace is very clear. You Wu family over the years, how many benefits? Just outside the city that good land. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of acres. When the late emperor was still alive, you old thing corrupted military pay? If you hadn't knelt in front of the late emperor for 3 days and 3 nights, and then later took the blame for your crimes, you would have been executed long ago. You think you're a good thing, thinking for those veterans, but in fact, you're only doing it for yourself. Aren't those veterans children, nowadays? Your own soldiers beside the younger generation of the Wu family? Those people, with their salaries from the great Qian, only know you, the Wu family, but not the imperial court. Then what should be done? In the opinion of Marquis Kaiying? Marquis Kaiying revealed a cold smile. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that your Majesty is unaware or has been blinded by the treacherous sycophants. Wujiu was surprised. Was there anything she didn't know? It is well known that military generals have their own soldiers in their houses. This is an ancestral system set down by the founding emperor, and the number varies according to the size of the title. As in the case of an old minister, who has 1,000 soldiers, while a county queen can only have 100 of his own soldiers. But your highness may not know that in recent years, the number of civil officials who have not only houseguests but also gatekeepers in their houses is staggering. Our military generals are very shabby when we compare them with the civil officials, such as, some powerful people keep 3,000 disciples. Wu Jiu heart rejoice, she really look, no way to clean up this group of civil officials. I did not expect this old man is a good person. Good. At this moment, the civil official, with eyes that spit fire, would love to go up and go in with a white knife and come out with a red knife. The 2 prime ministers, in particular, trembled all over. It is a tacit understanding among civil officials to keep their disciples and recruit their family members, and no one will try to poke holes in it. Who's going to work for them if they don't have some protégés? Who will protect their property? Who will advise them? Wu Jiu looked at the 2 prime ministers with icy eyes and grunted. Is what Marquis Kaiying said true? The 2 prime ministers fell to their knees at once, and it was killing them. I deserve to die. Humph, a civil official, keeping so many disciples, preparing to rebel and become an emperor? I deserve to die. All the civil ministers all knelt on the ground. Li Zhuan looked at this scene, simply stunned. He is still too simple. A civil official should keep 3,000 gatekeepers? What kind of gatekeepers are? Absolutely dead soldiers. Then there are the military generals, all of whom have their own personal soldiers. However, as the crown prince of Dakian, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, there are only 300 remnants of troops in his hands, which makes people laugh out loud. This De Qian sucks. If one really sits on this throne without Wu Jiu, I am afraid that it is that Emperor Xian of Han. In the imperial court, there is no telling how many powerful officials like Dong Zhuo and Cao Cao will emerge at once. You deserve to die, but not now, and since you've all been raised, hand them all over and take the blame for your sins. I'm willing to turn it all in. Yang Tan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the 4th princess, speechless in his heart. It's all because the 4th princess made a fool of herself, and now it's all over for everyone. In the end, the only one who benefits is Wu Jiu, because no matter whether they were civil ministers or military generals, the private soldiers or gatekeepers they kept were in fact the forces of the 5 princesses or Wu Jiu, or a certain prince. Can they, as subjects, really rebel? I can't. You personally go and count them. Distribute weapons to these people and bring them out of the city. This palace will personally lead the army to crush the rebellious son. Then, Wu Jiu continued. Lao San, you lead the people of the Imperial City Department and immediately leave the city to obtain information. By the way, use the people from the Imperial City Division to organize a troop of 3,000 soldiers to serve as a scouting team to spy on the Xuanjia Army's vanguard troops. Try to slow their advance. Li Yinzhou gritted her teeth. It was obvious that Mother was preparing to make her people cannon fodder. But what else can you do now? Not to agree is to be guilty. My son obeys. Penis. Elder, what are you thinking about? Wu Jiu called out to Li Himhuang. Li Himhuang did not respond and seemed to be contemplating something. Mother, let the Phoenix Pavilion strike, and this palace will grant you the right to lead the army. Li Himhuang froze for a moment and immediately bowed. My son obeys. She never expected that this controversy, the person who ultimately benefited from it, was actually her. She had never had military power. She could only rely on the Phoenix Pavilion. But the Phoenix Pavilion was not a dynastic power after all. Li Zhuan sighed. The second sister stupidly happy. What? You're going to be sold by the Queen Mother on this one. The prince is at your service. What? Why are you bringing this back on yourself? There's no one else who eats melon to himself. Chapter 36 Supervisor. Soldiers at the city. Li Zhuan didn't know what his mother, at this moment, wanted from him. I have no military power. No martial arts. Is a complete waste. Do you want me to go into battle to kill the enemy? Then you might as well just give your son a bag of rat poison. My son is here. Regardless, at this moment he didn't dare not to stand up for himself. Wu Jiu sighed, said, the palace personally pressure array crusade against the Xuanjia army. the dynasty but cannot no one to take care of political affairs. Wu Jiu hesitated again, but finally said, "You'll supervise the country." Li Juan was never expected that Wu Jiu would let him supervise the country. I am afraid that this is the benefit of waste, but if he was a little bit stronger, or a prince who could cultivate, Wu Jiu was determined not to let him supervise the country, and would even bring him with him at all times. Li Juan also did not have too much joy, because he supervised the state and not supervised the state. There is no difference. It is nothing more than a mess, but also think about how to support the front line, to provide food supplies to Wu Jiu, to ensure that the army's food problem, he can't get any benefits. After all, when Wu Jiu goes to meet the enemy outside the city, the center of power will also go outside the city with him. What monstrous authority can be left behind? Even if he were given monstrous power, no one would listen to him sincerely. These courtiers, long ago, were not the courtiers of the great Qian, but the courtiers of the mother, the 5 sisters and the king's uncles. "My son obeys your mother's will." Then, Wu Jiu added, "Old 5, you will stay and assist the crown prince." The corner of Li Juan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, Wu Jiu was not even trusting himself as a punk. At this time, a woman standing in the crowd slowly walked out, dressed very plainly in a grey Taoist robe, her hair pulled up high and pinned with a wooden pin. Her cheeks were fair and 7 times similar to Wu Jiu's. There was no joy on her face. She was clearly only a year older than Li Juan, but she looked quite a bit older. She bowed and bowed. Mother, don't worry, my son will do his best to assist the crown prince." "Humph." Wu Jiu gave a faint then got up and said, "All of you, start assembling your army. Tomorrow morning, go out of the city to meet the battle, or else the Xuanjia army will hit the bottom of the city." In fact, at this moment, the Xuanjia army is facing a countless number of armies in pursuit, and at this moment, it has run into 50,000 forbidden guards, both sides, although there is no fierce battle, but it is blocking the Xuanjia army to the city. If Wu Jiu personally led the rabble of Changen city to arrive at the battlefield again, the princess wouldn't even know whether to retreat or to engage in a fierce battle. "Your Highness, this journey has broken 15 cities in a row. The generals are exhausted, and a duel with the forbidden guards at this moment would be extremely unfavorable to our army. What's more, there are still 3,000 defenders in Weinan city, and if there is a fierce battle between the two sides, this army suddenly rushes out. Also, the Southern Realm Legion appeared in Changen city and sent a secret report saying that it was 50,000 men, but who knows, are there any hidden men? Your Highness, we can't afford to be careless this time. Once we lose, we'll have lost completely, with no chance of a do-over." 30 miles away from Weinan city, the sky was already dark, and the princess led 100,000 Xuanjia army, rushing here from the northern border in one breath, breaking 15 cities along the way, and killing outside of this Weinan city. Originally, she wanted to take Weinan city with a bang, and used it as a stronghold to confront the Imperial court, so she had a full grasp of the negotiations. However, the Weinan city's guard Yangxing is a full of tough generals, the face of 100,000 people in the army attack. Do not let the army attack for 3 hours. The deaths and injuries, and even the citadel did not climb up, and at this moment, the scouts had already sent the information that Changen city's 50,000 forbidden troops had already appeared 30 miles away in front of them. Originally, the eldest princess was still extremely excited. Changen city is 50,000 forbidden troops. These little cuties, they don't guard the city properly, but also run out to die. As long as she bypassed this large army and attacked Changen city in a surprise attack, she would be able to take it down with a single blow. But soon, it made her dismiss this idea of a surprise attack. A secret message came from Changen city. The Southern Realm Legion had arrived in Changen city at an unknown time, and it was they who had replaced the Forbidden Guards. The Southland Legion had actually arrived at Changen city. This was not good news. The Southland Legion was good at fighting. It was the Queen Mother's beloved legion, and it was quite a bit more elite than her Xuanjia army. It looked like Mother had already made preparations, and one had still underestimated Mother's determination. Why wouldn't you want to win yourself? However, with only 50,000 forbidden troops, she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Even if the Weinan city behind her would sneak attack herself from the rear, she would never put it in her eyes. And her biggest worry now was whether all the Southern Realm legions had come to Changen city. Send scouts first and scout around for news. Set up camp here tonight, and at dawn tomorrow attack the Forbidden Guards and march on the city. If you have already rebelled, you can never retreat. Retreat only leads to death. Tell the generals that even if they die, it will be His Highness who dies first. What's more, their wives and children's relatives are all in the Northern Realm. This princess has already made arrangements for them to die in battle, and naturally, someone will support their elderly wives and children for them. The strategist beside the Grand Princess nodded. and could only camp for the time being, waiting for tomorrow to fight again. Just at this moment, someone came to report, "Your Highness, a group of people have been captured, and they say they have come to join you. Kill it." Without the slightest hesitation, the Rapunzel directly ordered the soldiers to behead him. Anyone who came to her at this time was either a desperate loser or a spy sent by the Queen Mother. The soldier was just about to turn around to kill someone when Li Xianyi suddenly thought of something and asked, "But do you know what they are?" "There was an old man who claimed to be my son Wang Tang was the emperor's son-in-law or something like that." Li Xianyi slapped her forehead. Almost killing one of her own really pissed her off. The city of Changen was just around the corner, but the army had met a tough opponent and could not be replenished from Weinan City. They were cavalry and traveled all the way south, fighting to fight, with no logistics at all. As the female god of war of Deqian, she knew what kind of virtue the defenders of the domestic cities were, and facing 100,000 troops and horses, she must have opened the city and surrendered. But he never expected to meet a stubborn Yang Xing who was unreasonable and stubborn to the end. "Let them in." Soon after, the soldier came in with a group of people, and it was clearly the old and young Wang family. "My humble servant has met Her Highness. The princess is 1,000 years old." "Father, you shouldn't curtsy. My daughter-in-law can't bear it." Although Li Xianyi was strong, he was usually very polite to this old man of the Wang family. After all, without this old man's help, she would never be able to raise 100,000 Xian armor army. "Father, mother, where is the sidekick? Did he not escape?" Wang father laughed. "The extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, he came out a long time ago. He knew that the princess might have gone all the way south without bringing enough provisions, so after he left the city, he went straight to the manor outside of the city and took the dead soldiers on the manor to transport the provisions." In fact, Wang's father was only telling half the truth. Wang Tong went to transport grain and grass, but at the same time, he also secretly transported the gold and silver treasures, and hid them somewhere outside the city. At the same time, there was a large amount of spirit stones that needed to be properly placed, and one couldn't just flail around with a storage ring. Li Xianyi's heart was somewhat grateful, and that cold heart, unexpectedly, somewhat began to melt. Wang Tong, this dead-licking dog, didn't realize that it was this act of transporting food that had warmed up the princess's heart. "Men, dispatch 5,000 scouts to Shinjiahe to meet the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team." At the same time, the army moved 20 miles south and encamped near the Wei River. Chapter 37, The Courage of a Licking Dog. Marching in the dark is a big no-no, but Li Xianyi had no choice. What she needed most in front of her was food and grass, and placing the camp in this place was really unsafe. There were 50,000 forbidden guards in front, and Weinan City in the back. What should she do if the forbidden guards in Weinan City attacked at night in the middle of the night? There is no food or grass, the soldiers are already starving, and secondly, the army is tired and demoralized, so once the two sides fight, I am afraid that they will lose. So she decisively marched 20 miles at night and set up camp near the Weinan River. When it was midnight at midnight, the 5,000 scouts finally came back with grain and grass, and at the same time the person who came back was also the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. Wang Tong. Wang Tang was wounded, with a hideous cut on his back, but she didn't seem to care, and when she saw Li Xianyi, a long-lost smile finally appeared on her face. Half a month did not see the princess. Let him miss very much. Do not care how the princess usually treat him, but he is a mind. The princess as well. Is a sunny day. Princess. Li Xianyi was actually a bit touched at this moment, rushing forward and looking at Wang Tang's wounds with some watery mist in his eyes. "You are hurt." Wang Tang froze for a moment. His nose was a little sour. This was the first time the princess cared about him. Ha ha ha. Enough. Even if he died, he was content. "Hey, no harm done. Just a small injury. On the way to transporting food, I encountered a dog's leg of the dynasty and was bitten by a dog." Li Xianyi said, "Army doctor, go bring this princess's wound healing pills and give them to the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team." Then she said to Wang Tang, "I actually know all about how good you are to me. It's just that my mind before was not on the matters of men and women, so I hope that the emperor's son-in-law will sympathize with me." When Wang Tang heard this, a big man actually sobbed a little. "I know it all. The princess's ambition is the world's rivers and mountains, and as an extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, I have always been unwavering in my support for the princess. Take your family down to rest first." Wang Tang nodded. Soon after, he was given a healing elixir. This was the first time the princess had given him something. Even though the wound on his back was causing him excruciating pain, he still could not afford to use the elixir. As if this elixir was a token of love, Wang Tang held the elixir. His face was filled with tenderness, and he kept hemming and hawing under the oil lamp, standing not far away. Wang's father sighed. "My Wang family is also a prestigious family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. How did I give birth to such an incompetent brat? If it wasn't for this cub, their family wouldn't be like this now. Son, elixirs are for healing, not for appreciation. You're seriously injured, so hurry up and eat it. Wang Tong gritted his teeth and stood up, only to realize that the pain in his back was so severe that it made him suck in a breath of cool air. Father, this is the first time the princess has given me something, and I'm still a bit reluctant to eat it. Wang's father was helpless. He knew his son's virtue, so he could only advise, you'd better eat it. The princess doesn't want anything to happen to you either. If you're crippled or dead, who can still help the princess? Now that the princess is leading 100,000 Xuanjia army southward, she is very aggressive, but only the princess knows that in fact, this 100,000 Xuanjia army doesn't have much combat power left, and the timing is not favorable to the princess. My father has heard that Wuju has long since transferred 50,000 Southern Realm legions northward, and the soldiers guarding Changen City today are the Southern Realm legions, and 50,000 Forbidden Guards have already left the city to meet the battle. What? The princess is in such a bad way? At first, he thought that the princess led 100,000 Xuanjia army south. The dynasty must be panic, and then negotiate with the princess. Did not think that things have become so serious. Wang Tang immediately took the elixir and sat down to heal his injuries. He had to get better right away and then go and do his best to help the princess win this war. The princess was then given a plot to seize the throne. This was what he, Wang Tang, should do. The center army tent. Li Xianyi was seated at the seats, and below him were a dozen or so great generals, all of whom were discussing how this battle should be fought. As long as they defeated the army sent by Wuju in one battle, they would control the initiative. Go back to the negotiations, and there will surely be a place for her on that throne. Your Highness, when we went south, we had agreed that this time, we are not really going south to fight the forbidden army of the dynasty, but to support the princess and be able to win in the first wife's seizure. Now it's become like this. Our Xuanjia army is said to be thieves. We are all Dakian's army. Several generals. You said. I said. Originally, we all listened to the words of the princess, and went south in order to give the princess a boost, and to frighten the empress and all the princesses in the court. Unexpectedly, it was directly treated by the court as a rebel army of thieves. Li Xianyi said, the original intention of this princess has not changed. Still do not want to have a war with the dynasty, but want to compete with them fairly for the throne just. Humph. It's just that mother is biased. If she really wants to go out of the city tomorrow to fight with this princess, then so be it. With 100,000 Xuanjia army, attacking Changen City is still doable. If it's not possible, this princess orders another 100,000 troops to go south. This princess doesn't believe that it won't be possible to take Changen City. At this time, another general stood up once again and clasped his fists. Princess, fight. Yes, having been recognized by the court as thieves who have rebelled, there is no way back for us. Just at this time Wang Tang's father and son walked in, and Li Xianyi frowned. Emperor's son-in-law, the army is in the middle of a deliberation, so please wait outside for a while, and if there is anything, it won't be too late to wait until the deliberation is over. She was a little flustered in her heart at the moment. She just wanted to go south and participate in the drama of her sister and mother and the others to seize the throne. That is, she had brought more manpower with her. How did she put herself into the ranks of the rebellion? She was stifled in her mind, and angry, forced her, directly into the city of Changen, imprisoned you and so on. The throne of Qianlong is still her. Li Xianyi. Princess, my father and son, are willing to travel to Changen City for the princess. Wang Tang clasped his fists and said. Li Xianyi froze for a moment, then the other generals stood up as well. Wang Tang said, Princess, in fact, the two sides are not at war right now. There is still room for détente. A big war between the two sides at this moment will only cause pain to the relatives and quickness to the enemies. The people who will benefit in the end are not you, Princess, nor the Empress Dowager, but I'm afraid it's the foreign enemies and a few other highnesses. The Empress Dowager, at this moment, is most unwilling to meet you in sword fight. Wang Tang was right. In fact, Wu Jiu genuinely did not want to fight hard with Li Xianyi's 100,000 Xian armor army. At that time, win or lose, it is the 50,000 Forbidden Guards guarding the capital and the 50,000 Southern Border Legions. I am afraid that they will have to lose a lot. At this moment, the external environment of Dakian, very bad. Wu Jiu is most worried about the foreign enemy invasion. Li Xianyi looked at Wang Tang for a long time before he said, good, extra horse harnessed by the side of a team. I believe in you. You go for this princess. However, there are many dangers this time, so you must be careful. Tell you what, I'll write a letter and you bring it to mother. Chapter 38. Take my money and you dare to give others a talking to? That night, Shangguan had already gathered all the personal troops of the military generals and the guest ministers of the civil officials in Changen City, totaling 23,000 people. This figure is really scary. Even Wu Jiu cannot believe that this is the most loyal civil servants and military generals of Dechen did something. Bred 23,000 people. What do they want? A rebellion? Wu Jiu blackened her face and lashed out. At the moment she did not rejoice at having gained so many people. Instead she was somewhat vaguely fearful. Shangguan also knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise her head. After a long time, she then said, "Your Highness, there are some people's homes that are keeping an overabundance of their own soldiers, and they are all kneeling outside to ask for forgiveness. Humph, all let kneeling go. When tomorrow morning, when this palace personally march, bring them, let them armored, with their own soldiers charge." The corner of Shangguan's mouth twitched. The military generals were just fine, leading their troops into battle. It was a family affair. But what about those civil officials? But Wu Jiu is clearly going to get these civil officials killed. A group of people knelt outside the palace until dawn, and by the time Shangguan came out to deliver the decree, some of them had already fainted. But Shangguan ordered people to pour cold water over these people to wake them up, and then she said, "By order of the empress, all the lords are to go out with the army. Go home and put on your armor." The people kneeling in the room were all dumbfounded. What the hell? They've been kneeling all night. Their legs are broken. It's not easy for them to get up at this moment, and you're still asking them to follow the queen to the battlefield. Are you kidding? The queen has said that those who wear their sins are exempt. Once these words came out, the military generals who were kneeling on the ground climbed up and directly disappeared in a puff of smoke, while the civil officials who were kneeling on the ground similarly disappeared while lying on their backs. When the first rays of morning sunlight flooded Changen City, these civil officials and military generals, who had once knelt on the ground, appeared outside the Imperial city with armor and swords, waiting for Wu Jiu to arrive. Dressed in a golden armor with a sword, Wu Jiu rode a high horse and slowly came out from the gate of the palace surrounded by the Jingwei. "We pay our respects to the queen." The ministers knelt on the ground, and the 23,000 men, likewise, knelt on the ground. Wu Jiu greeted the sunrise, looked over, and said faintly, "This day, the palace will march in person, so all of you will wear your sins. Whoever dares to run away in cowardice will be beheaded. She just wants to get these people killed. Don't give her that. At the moment, it is the time to use people. And the most important thing that Qian is not lacking is the civil servants and military generals. These people, are the assholes of the country?" She ascended to the throne of the 9 and 5. Her ambition is not today's Dechen, but the whole world. With these people, far from being able to assist her. At this moment, the group of ministers were so scared in their hearts that some of them even started to write their wills. "Your Highness, the eldest princess has sent someone." Just at this time, Shangguan hurriedly walked to Wu Jiu's side and whispered. Wu Jiu wasn't the least bit surprised and just said lightly, "Bring it up." Then, the crowd saw the two father and son of the Wang family who were tied up, and Wu Jiu was surprised in her heart. How could it be these two goods just escaped and was sent in by the princess? The emperor's son is really ruthless. Oh, Wang Tang's father and son were gagged and kept struggling. Wu Jiu didn't dismount, but simply signaled for someone to remove the contents of their mouths. "Your Highness, the guilty minister was sent by the princess to deliver a letter." Wang Tang said hurriedly. "Present." Shangguan stepped forward and had the letter searched from Wang Tang, then presented it to Wu Jiu. Wu Jiu opened the letter and grunted coldly after reading it. "Bold and rebellious son, a rebellion is a rebellion. Where are all the excuses?" Wang Tang quickly kowtowed and said, "Your Majesty, the princess led her army south for the sake of the great Qian River and mountain. Looking at the situation today, the three empires are strong. The country's rulers are all in the half-step Zhongshu realm. The country is rich and powerful. The people are tough. The mercenaries start at 1,000,000. There are countless sects within their borders. And the crown princes are all cultivation geniuses. In the era of the martial emperor, the late emperor conquered the north. Yan Zhaoge was overthrown, and the north even became the backyard of the great Qian. Conquered the west to make the west a treasure trove of the great Qian, and conquered the southern barbarians in the south to get back the land that had been lost for 300 years. Your Majesty's sacred Rui, assisting the late emperor to govern the court, so that the great Qian appeared in the martial emperor's heyday. But the sky does not meet the wishes of the people. The late emperor died. The crown prince was unable to cultivate. The majesty of the great Qian in the world is gone. Even if the Yan Zhao remnants, once again stirring up the wind and clouds, committing crimes, the northern border of the sand dunes of Hainan invasion, rampant banditry in the western region. The remaining three empires are foolishly trying to dismember and divide my Dechen as a meal for their rise to power. Your Highness, the princess' heart is filled with the future of Dechen. Even if you succeed the throne, the crown prince must not be allowed to succeed the throne. The crown prince can't control the ministers, can't control the military generals, and even more so, can't deter the remnants of the rebellion. And if the crown prince inherits the throne, De Qian will become the biggest joke in the world. Please think twice, Your Highness. After Wang Tang finished speaking, he poked his head directly on the ground and kept kowtowing. The guilty minister is willing to die for his sins. Please think twice, Your Highness. Wang Tang's father, Wang Yuan, likewise kowtowed incessantly and cried out, Your Highness, think twice. The crown prince's succession to the throne will inevitably bring about the demise of the great Qian. We do not want to be the people of a dead country, and please, Your Majesty, choose another wise ruler. Wang Yuan followed his son, and now he can only go one way. Who let him raise such a dog-licking son? Even if he wants to reopen a small number, it is too late. Wu Ju's dark cheeks did not move in the slightest, but looked coldly at the father and son. Just at this time, those civil officials and military generals who had knelt all night last night were also kneeling down to request Wu Jiu once again. Your Majesty, please abolish the crown prince and install another wise ruler. I ask that the crown prince be abolished and another wise ruler be installed. Just at this time, the left and right prime ministers also rushed over, and when they heard this, they were so frightened that they hastily knelt on the ground. Dog Day. Yesterday has already negotiated. First fight this battle before the abolition of the crown prince matter. You bunch of losers. You've been fooled by a Wang Tang. The two of them, one of them being Wu Jiu's people and the other being the fourth princess's people, naturally wanted to get rid of the eldest princess who held military power in her hands first, waiting to get rid of the princess, then abolish the crown prince. We can then fight is not too late. I ask that the crown prince be abolished. Establish another crown prince. That's right, these two old farts are actually talking about another crown prince, meaning that the new emperor will be Wu Jiu. I don't know who encouraged the people. Just in this stall, a group of people even managed to pass through the layers of forbidden soldiers surrounded. A breath rushed to the front of Wu Jiu's driving. Wu Jiu's brow jumped straight up and glanced at all the people present. In that everyone was in a daze. Who the hell let the old people in? I ask your highness to think twice about abrogating the crown prince's position as crown prince. De Qian cannot allow a wastrel who cannot cultivate to be the emperor. We do not want to be the people of a dead country. Wu Jiu can no longer turn a blind eye. Slowly jumped down from the warhorse, said sadly, the crown prince is the first emperor set up the crown prince, even if he is unable to cultivate, but also the first emperor's eldest son, the same as the palace's own son. In the case of reason, the palace cannot get down to abolish his position as the crown prince. But how important is the great Qian Jiangshan community? If the death of the prince, this palace to the 9 springs, cannot explain to the late emperor, cannot explain to the great Qian ancestors, the matter of deposing the crown prince has a great deal to do with it, and needs to be discussed and decided by the Hall of Government. So don't worry, the palace will definitely choose a bright ruler for all of you. Li Zhuan, who stood in the crowd in the distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The money was not spent in vain, and finally deposed himself as the crown prince. Just at this time, an old man trembled and kowtowed. Your Majesty is merciful. I heard that the eldest princess has led 100,000 Xuanjia troops to the outside of Changen city. Is this going to be another civil war? Oh mother, there can be no civil war. De Qian can't afford to be hurt. We civilians just want to live. The eldest princess has 100,000 mercenaries, and has followed the late emperor in all his battles over the years, and has the posture of a great emperor. So why don't we make the eldest princess the crown prince? Li Zhuan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly stared in disbelief. This old man was one of the eldest princess men? Chao Nima, how dare you take my money? Chapter 39, Seeking Your Own Death. Wu Jiu was also exasperated and laughed. Was this old man an ordinary citizen? Oh, you're saying that you want this palace to make the eldest princess the crown prince? Then tell me, who should inherit the throne in today's world? The old man was confused, but still boldly said, Your Majesty, the late emperor died, and the crown prince is naturally the heir to the throne. Wu Jiu nodded and laughed. This palace understands. You mean to make the eldest princess the empress? Right, strawman. Wu Jiu heart has already had the intention to kill a grass people. Since you are grass people, should have the consciousness of the grass people, do not go to study farming business, or you go to cultivate also line run to the palace to talk about who should be set up for the emperor. This is not a big joke? Does it mean that all of you in the Council of State are rice bowls? But she still smiled and asked, Old Abbot, this palace will ask you a few questions first. Are you from Changen? The old man earnestly returned, sort of Changen people, but their ancestry is in Luoyang, Tokyo, and their ancestors accompanied the move to the capital. Wu Jiu glanced at Shangguan Wan'er beside her and asked, Can you recognize this person? Shangguan Wan'er's iron face, she has the eyes and ears of His Majesty, the celebrities of this Changen city, she is naturally very familiar with. and this old man kneeling in front of her, although he is not a celebrity, his ancestors have celebrities in their lineage. It's just that this person doesn't have the slightest bit of self-knowledge. What kind of a person are you that you dare to point out in front of the queen? Do you really think that you are your ancestor? And let the queen make that traitor. The first princess, the empress? Your highness, his grandfather was Liu Himing, the bright minister of our great Qian. Wu Jiu finally remembered and said, is that the one who encouraged Emperor Ruizong to move the capital? Exactly. What bright phase? Bright phase for him would be lifting him up. Wu Jiu scoffed. When the drought in Hedong serious, the dynasty under the allocation of relief money and grain, but was corrupt officials embezzled most of the people to eat, in which a few Jianghu crowd rose up. There was a rebellion. The dynasty immediately dispatched a large army to suppress it, but the result was that the army of the dynasty was unexpectedly unable to defeat the rebels and suffered a defeat. Seeing that it was advantageous to do so, the sects of the eastern part of the river held public opinion hostage, and a large-scale rebellion took place. Instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, the prime minister encouraged the young Emperor Ruizong to move the capital, who, in his ignorance, heeded the words of the chancellor. That's what gave rise to what would become the capital of Changen City. But that rebellion, which lasted for 20 years, drained the wealth that the Empress of S.A. Ri had accumulated over a lifetime. When Emperor Ruizong came to power, this turned the situation around and eliminated the rebels in Hedong. If it wasn't for the fact that the world was in turmoil at the time, and that other empires also had more or less internal problems, I'm afraid that Dakian would have died a long time ago. When the old man saw that Wu Jiu didn't listen to him at all, but instead questioned the female officer beside him, he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak again. However, when Wu Jiu asked about his life, then he said in a cold voice to the people around him, arrest him, and chop him up. The group of people kneeling on the ground shivered all over. Even the left and right prime ministers were wide-eyed. How can things in the imperial court be something that you, a white man, can babble about? Wu Jiu sneered. My lady, you can't kill me. Click. The guard's hand raised his sword, and straight away, he decapitated the talkative old man. In the royal family, who is the emperor? Who is the subject? Naturally by the dynasty to decide. There is the political affairs Hall Gungong, a person outside the court, ran to the palace before the nonsense. The palace did not exterminate his 9 clans, is considered to be the mercy of the palace. Wang Tong, the emperor's son-in-law, was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Mother ******** ing old thing, who the do you work for? They, father and son, risked their lives for the sake of the eldest princess and ran from outside the city to this tiger's den. Just now, after 9 bulls and 2 tigers, this slowly said the queen. The queen seems to have the intention of negotiation. The result is good. By this dog so stirred up, all finished begging for a son. Your highness, still please be clear about it. Wang Tang cried out. Instead, Wu Jiu had someone gag Wang Tang's father and son. Although the 2 people held the determination of certain death, but at this moment it is because of an old man implicated in the death. This death is also too wrong. Wang Tang's heart at this moment is filled with grief and anger. His heart is still your highness the Rapunzel. Your highness, hurry up and go. Go as far away as possible. Never return to Changen again. This Changen city is a cannibalistic demon. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was as dead as ashes. He knew that following his son would never end well. Just pity the Wang family old and young. To give this rebellious son to accompany the burial, the creation of the people. Why the old son gave birth to such a rebellious son, but also the only son. Wu Jiu just waved her hand and smiled coldly. Escort them to the dungeon, and when this palace captures the rebellious son, it will send you and the others on your way together. Departure of the Grand Army. Shangguan Wanner gave the military order, and 23,000 men, plus these dozens of civil officials and military generals, made up this large army for the expedition. But this makeshift team is so awkward to watch. Wu Jiu pro-conquest, but there is no member of the side can be counted on the number of generals or marshals. Only so small shrimp 2 or 3, but also greedy and fearful of death of the generation. The people of Changen City, looking at the people following around Wu Jiu who went out to meet the enemy, couldn't help but rush home to pack up their belongings. When the late emperor was alive, before and after every war, there were a large number of great generals and marshals, and the kind of tough soldiers who were not afraid to die were even more numerous. But since the late emperor's northern expedition to the northern Dune Sea, the loss of generals and troops, the accumulation of the Great Qian all these years, a battle to the loss, they weren't too convinced before. Even if that battle was very tragic, it wasn't so bad that even those famous generals and marquee players were lost, right? Until today this is to see that the Great Qian is really not working. Even to put down a rebellion, you have to put together an army, all sorts of things not to mention, and let those literati put on their armor? Are you sure you're not going 1,000 miles to deliver ahead? Some rich merchants, seeing this, had some plans in their hearts, while some sects, seeing this, likewise had plans. These multinational merchants or large clans of theirs usually had so many branches scattered in so many countries. On the one hand, it's about making money, and on the other hand, it's about saving your life. Li Juan saw Wu Jiu leave, then returned to the Taiji Hall. Wu Jiu said, "From today onwards, let him live in the Taiji Hall to deal with political affairs, but also to provide the army outside the city food and grass. I'll supervise your grandma's leg." Li Juan is really speechless. Is Wu Jiu does not understand military affairs, or does he understand? But he is playing dumb. Out of the city less than 80 miles, riding a warhorse run, an hour can run to. You also want this prince personally prepare grain and grass. But a military order is a military order, and disobedience is punishable by execution. Li Juan sought out the two prime ministers, so he asked them how the grain and grass situation was, but it was ready. As a result, Li Juan got an answer that almost made him crazy. The treasury is not only no money, but also owed a debt. It was also clear why Wu Jiu had asked him to supervise the country, not for any other reason, because he had spirit stones in his hands. Chapter 40, The Military Master of the Xian Armor Army. Weinan River. At this moment, it was already noon on the following day, and 10 hours had passed since the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team had gone to Changen City to negotiate with Wu Jiu, and there was still no news coming in. She knew that she could no longer sit back and wait for death. Perhaps, Mother was not thinking of peace talks at all, but rather, she wanted to get rid of the Xuanjia army completely. Pass the order down. In half an hour, launch a full-scale attack on the Forbidden Guards. The men led the order and left, and the eldest Princess Li Xianyi walked back and forth in the tent, anxiously waiting for news. "Mother, my son doesn't want to be this rebellious son. This is what you forced my son to do. Since you don't want to make peace, let's meet at Bingfeng." Just at this time, outside the tent came a Confucian middle-aged man. This person's face is white, a Confucian shirt, sat with a long sword. The momentum is very sufficient. Just some sorrow between the eyebrows. "Warlord, the princess asked you to guard the north. Why did you go south as well?" The one who asked the question was a military Wanfujing, and following the middle-aged man, there were 3 other Wanfujing and several military bruisers, all of which were strong people of the 6th grade or above. The middle-aged man grunted coldly as he walked away. "It's not because you guys are too much of a waste of space. If Laozi hadn't come, the princess would have been killed by you." The wannabe was dissatisfied with this, but opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything, and the rest of the men even scrunched their necks and closed their mouths. By the looks of it, this middle-aged man, in the Xian Armor Army, had a supreme status, and all the generals were very much in awe of this one, and even a little afraid. "You accompanied the princess south. You are running towards the throne." "Humph, we have 100,000 Xuanjia army. As long as we break through Changen City and kill the waste prince, the eldest princess will be the emperor. But you wasteful things, you've turned a deaf ear to my words, and engaged in negotiations. If negotiations can get you the throne, what's the use of having you? Negotiating with the Empress Dowager is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Not only did you get Her Highness killed, but you also got 200,000 Xuanjia army generals killed." Everyone present changed color, but the princess listened to the words of the emperor's son-in-law and wanted to negotiate. So what could they do? As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of the tent, and the eldest Princess Li Xianyi had also gotten the news and was already standing in front of the tent door to greet him, the sadness on her face disappearing. Sergeant Liu had a hard journey. The person who came was none other than Lv Haowen, the military division of the Northern Realm Xuanjia army, a man who was both literate and wise, and was the number 2 person in the Xuanjia army, who was bent on assisting Li Xuanyi to become the female emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. And this time the eldest Princess Li Xianyi led 100,000 troops south, the same as this one's means. Want to compete for the throne, must make the thunderbolt means. After the previous few things, he had seen very clearly that Wu Jiu wanted to be the emperor, just in the way of reputation. Pushed back the time, this succession ceremony, Wu Jiu will not hesitate to ascend to the throne. By this point, everyone will have lost their chances and will even be liquidated. Instead of that, it would be better to be more direct and swing south and capture Changen City, and the eldest princess would be the emperor of Diqian. But in the north of the time to discuss the good, the army to the city of Changen outside. The princess is hesitant, but also to play what soldiers in the city, and negotiation with Wu Jiu? It's that little cutie. Come up with that? My humble servant has met the eldest princess. Then he sighed, Princess now is not the time to talk about affection. You are a party of generals. You know that a general will end up with 10,000 bones withered. How do you not know that the emperor's anger? The ambush of 1,000,000 corpses. Attack now. When the diligent army arrives, the Xuanjia army will only die. I suspect that the Empress Dowager will definitely march in person. She already sees you as a traitor and will hang all of the Xuanjia army." Li Xianyi let out a bitter smile. How could she not know? Since leading the army to the south, the dynasty has long regarded her as a rebel. She can only break the boat, and then create a new world. From the northern realm, full of confidence, all the way south, breaking the barrier, all the way here, facing the old generals who used to address her as the eldest princess, the old ministers, breaking the barrier to her and calling her a rebel, making her break her defense. In particular, the Weinan city guards would rather be broken for jade than for tile, making her Xuanjia army suffer heavy losses and still unable to take down Weinan city. A Weinan city, so that she suffered heavy losses, facing a shortage of food and grass, the soldiers' hearts and minds, and that Changen city is unbreakable. The worst thing was that Wu Jiu had let the Southern Realm Legion take over the defense of Changen city ahead of time, making her lose her confidence in breaking through Changen city for a while. Then later on, the extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side and his father and son transported grain and grass, and then proposed that they could go and negotiate for a while, and that it would naturally be the best if they didn't move their armies to make the mother and others give up their resistance. She wanted to be an emperor, but she didn't want the great Qian capital to become a city of rubble. Woohoo! The pale, heavy sound of trumpets came from Changen city. This was the horn of a large army assembling and preparing for a big attack, and when he heard Li Xianyi's ears, he couldn't help but have his whole body tremble a little. Lu Haowen knelt down on one knee with tears in his voice and cupped his fists. "Please order the princess. I am willing to lead the attack on Changen city. It's now or never." Li Xianyi finally mustered up the courage to release the mighty pressure of a ninth-grade powerhouse, and said in a cold voice, "Since mother is so determined, what does this princess have to hope for? Rise up, warlord. This princess will personally lead the army to attack Changen city. Yes, I am willing to defeat 50,000 forbidden guards for the princess." Li Xianyi froze. Did the military division even bring the Xuanjia army south? Lu Haowen laughed out loud and said, "I'm not hiding it from your highness. I've brought 8,000 Serbian iron horsemen." Li Xianyi was overjoyed. The iron cavalry of the seaside was the Imperial Guard set up by the late emperor, who had followed the late emperor in his eastward and westward campaigns, and whenever the battle was tense, they were the ones who took the lead in charging. 8,000 cavalry. That is the father's treasure. But the father's sudden death. This group had to stay in the north. No place to go. Li Xianyi made several gestures of goodwill, but the Serbian iron horsemen were not buying it, believing that they were the emperor's men, and with the death of his majesty, it was only natural for them to renew their allegiance to the new emperor. They, the iron horsemen of the seas, are loyal only to his majesty, but after the late emperor was buried, the heart of the emperor is a delay in succession, but also no one has ever asked about this iron horseman from the outside of the country. Lu Haowen, however, visited 3 or 4 times, and even gave this army the best equipment, softly, coercively, and analyzed the current situation, and finally was able to persuade the iron horsemen outside the Seychelles. The Xian armor army had 200,000 men, 100,000 men had gone south, and there was another 100,000 troops defending the northern border against the forces of the Sand Dune Sea. If all of the Xuanjia army went south, the Sand Dune Sea counterattacked, and the rest of the forces intervened. At that time, the iron cavalry of the seas would be the sinner of the great Qian, failing to live up to the late emperor's holy grace. Good. The military division attacked 50,000 forbidden guards, and this princess will personally meet with the mother. Lu Haowen once again advances. Princess, never be merciful, but regardless of everything, attack Changen city, capture the crown prince Li Zhuan alive, and make Li Zhuan sit in the position of your highness. Li Xianyi nodded. Woohoo! The war order was given, and the Xuanjia army side also began to line up their troops and prepare for the big attack on Changen city. Chapter 41. How about you guys kill me as army rations? Wu Jiu led the civil and military ministers, a phoenix flag fluttering in the wind, followed by a motley army of 23,000 men. Hearing the distant sound of an attacking horn, she couldn't help but raise her head, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. Rebellious son, do you still dare to really attack Changen city? The palace will wait here. Where is Marquis Kaiying? The old minister is here. Marquis Kaiying hurriedly stepped forward. This palace said that I would let you be the governor. You give this palace a good supervision. Whoever of the family dares to take a step back, shoot to kill, and remember which family they are from. This palace will settle the score in the fall. Kaiyingho has a bitter face, settling accounts in the autumn. He. Nyang, this is to drive to the end of the world. These old ministers of theirs, without merit there is still hard work, just because they didn't support the queen's claim to the throne and didn't stand on the queen's side. The old minister obeys the decree. Departure, crusade. Kaiyingho is already 60 years old. His hair is gray, but as a veteran general, he is still old and strong. He rode on his warhorse and waved his hand, and behind him 23,000 men and horses followed closely. In fact, this army is definitely a marvelous army if all the people are united. After all, the battle strength is there. These were the tough soldiers of the Dacian army, those who had survived countless wars. Otherwise, they would never have been able to become personal soldiers. Even if these gatekeepers came out of the civil officials' residence, most of them were both civil and military. But of course, some of them were also indiscriminate. But in any case, this army would be invincible if used properly. One has to admire that Wu Ju's vision was ingenious, drawing out these people and appointing veterans of 100 battles like Kai Ingho, while pressurizing them with power, so that these people had to fight for their lives. And these bruisers, before they came here, they all got the death order from the family head. That is, as long as they die in battle on the sands, they will protect the later generations behind these people for the rest of their lives without any worries. Senior, third Princess Li Yinzhou came forward and said, "Mother, how many men do you have in your hands?" Li Yinzhou did not dare to hide. Returned at this moment outside Changen City there are 6,000 people. A part of the men and horses have not rushed to Changen City. You gather the Imperial City Division and head to Weinan City to take over Yangqing's 3,000 defenders, plus the 6,000 Imperial City Division, and sneak up behind the Xuanjia army. Li Yinzhou led the order and nodded his head to leave. Penis? The second Princess Li Him Huang with armor stood on the side. Sullen, would have been your thing, and she did not have any off-show. Did not expect the mother to give her military power? The temptation is really too great. She really didn't forbid the temptation to promise her mother that she would let the Phoenix Pavilion take action. And this time she brought 3,000 members of the Phoenix Pavilion with her. Please, mother, you lead 3,000 Phoenix Pavilion dead soldiers to carry out decapitation operations while spying on military intelligence and assassinating the top brass of the Xian Armor Army. If you run into your big sister, keep her alive. Li Him Huang looked up with an unbelievable face. When has mother been so merciful, catching and leaving her alive? Humph, it's for the sake of your reputation. Li Him Huang scoffed. For her reputation? I'm afraid it's for your reputation. Wu Jiao glanced at Li Him Huang. With this kind of IQ, you still want to grab the throne with other people. You don't deserve it. If that rebellious son's life was left behind, the Xuanjia army would become a trump card in her hands. But if we kill the eldest princess, the Xuanjia army will surely defect to others. This battle, even if she won, she lost. My son obeys. She turned around and set off with 3,000 dead soldiers of Phoenix Ming Pavilion. Old Fourth, since the people of the Academy of Letters are not participating in this battle, you will stay by the side of this palace and give advice. Li Qingyan arched his hand and walked over to Wushu's side. Do you think that this battle can be won? Wushu asked with a smile. Li Qingyan cupped his fists and said, with mother's personal expedition, it is bound to be winnable. Humph, what makes it so? Li Qingyan hurriedly bowed again and said, these 23,000 people that mother has extracted. At first glance they appear to be a diverse and ragtag group, but these people have been baptized by the war and are all tough generals in the army. Couple that with those protégés in the civil government's house who are scheming. There is also the fact that the Queen Mother has not given them a way back. They only have to hold the determination of certain death, and only by winning can there be a way out. Add another 50,000 forbidden guards, as well as Third Sister's Imperial City Division and Weinan City's 3,000 soldiers and horses, and sneak in from behind the Xuanjia army. And these numbers combined have been equal to the number of the Xuanjia army. The Xuanjia army has been running for thousands of miles, all the way south, and has long been exhausted. Plus they have no food and provisions. The morale in the army is low, and most importantly, they are rebels without a name, and have no moral advantage. There is one last thing. Mother has replaced the garrison of Changen City. Those defenders, my son, looked extraordinary. I'm afraid it's a strong brigade. Even if the eldest princess defeats the Forbidden Guards and Marquis Kai Ying, it's nothing but a fool's errand to try to break through Changen City. I'm afraid mother still has a backhanded plan? After saying these words, Li Qingyan looked up at Wu Jiao, who smiled and laughed. Indeed, he is the royal unicorn child, even stronger than that waste of a brother of yours. Oh, mother thinks the prince is strong? A dragon son of the royal family can't be a little cutie. The crown prince is just unable to cultivate, but not a little cutie. If mother let go and let him fight you, and gave him military and royal power, none of you would be his match. Hiss. Li Qingyan sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The queen mother was so optimistic about the crown prince. Could it be that the crown prince really had the talent of the heaven and earth? But he's been silent, wasteful as he can be. Could it be that he had really neglected him? Old Four, don't even think about it. He can't cultivate. He can't become the emperor of Great Qian after all. The palace. You ask this palace for money and food? The rats in the treasury don't even want to go there. So where can I find money and food for you? Tell you what, how about you kill old me and let the army use it as rations? A country this big, where the rats in the treasury don't want to go, and you want supplies and provisions? Li Juan really can't figure out what's wrong with Wu Jiu. She can't sit still after all this? A country that runs out of money is not far from extinction. Want the money in my palace's pocket? Dream on. Even if the country dies, I won't blink an eye. Fifth sister, mother has asked you to assist this palace. This palace is a waste of space. You handle this matter. Old 5, who was sitting not far away looking at the ledger in a daze, frowned. It had been thought to be a good thing that this time the queen mother hadn't asked her to accompany the army or to contribute to it. Just let her assist this waste of a brother to supervise the kingdom. I did not expect, really did not expect. The Dacian treasury is empty, and the front is at war, wanting money and food. If she can't get the money and food, she's guilty whether she wins this war or loses it. As for this waste of a prince, people have already broken the pot. Chapter 42, no money, no food? Then let's rob them. The fifth princess, whose real name is Li Mingyi, was born with heavy pupils and was regarded as a demon, grew up with an aloof personality and never talked to anyone, even when his father said to everyone that my son Mingyi was born with a forbidden sign, but he is a genius in martial arts and will have extraordinary achievements in the future. However, the people always thought that Li Mingyi was the great Qian calamity, an ominous person who would bring about the death of the great Qian. For this reason, Wu Jiu especially loved Li Mingyi, even more than the youngest prince. Li Mingyi was not treated well by her 4 sisters when she was young, so much so that she liked to be alone since she was young. Even when she was practicing, again, she was the one who was alone and hid in the dark to practice, not letting anyone find out. With an aloof personality, she has been into Taoism and Buddhism since she was 10 years old, practicing the 6 paths of reincarnation method, as well as practicing the sword path, 9 palace flying stars. From that meeting onwards, the Li Mingyi that others saw was 2 looks, one in a Taoist robe practicing sword, the other in a monk's robe practicing kung fu. It had to be said that Li Mingyi was indeed a genius in cultivation. She used the Buddhist method of 6 paths of reincarnation to refine her qi and supplemented it with the 9 palace flying star sword technique, both of which were superimposed to give her infinite power. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever fused Taoist sword techniques with Buddhist techniques, but Li Mingyi, an alternative that was considered an ominous being by everyone in Dacian, had fused them and even cultivated them. Now that she was 19 years old, she had never once struck out in front of outsiders, and outsiders couldn't see exactly what realm she had reached. Even the patriarchs couldn't see through it. Some people guessed that Li Mingyi was afraid that he had reached the terrifying Zhongshe realm, but everyone couldn't believe it. A Zhongshe realm at less than 20 years old. How appalling was this? From ancient times to the present day, there was only one saint who reached the patriarchal realm at the age of 18. It could be seen how talented this Princess Li Mingyi was beyond compare. Crown Prince, no money, no food. A clever woman can't cook without rice. You're the Crown Prince, can't do anything about it. So what can I do? Li Mingyi just put down the account book in his hand and looked up without joy or sorrow. Li rigorously said in a cold voice, this palace doesn't care. This money and food must be found by you. This is an order. Li Mingyi's eyes suddenly changed, becoming deep and profound, and that heavy pupil began to appear and disappear, which scared Li Juan. You're not going to get pissed off and kill me, are you? Li Juan hurriedly went to check the system layout, not realizing that Li Mingyi's system layout was blank. Li Juan opened his mouth wide, looking like he had seen a ghost. Nothing. Why are you scaring me? Li Juan sighed in relief. Looks like, can't provoke this 5th sister, like this kind of emotionally abnormal. In fact, they are all ruthless people. It's better not to provoke. In case of a psychotic episode, secretly do away with themselves. Who will they find to reason with? Li Juan's eyes fluttered, but things must be given to solve, or wait for the mother to return. They will certainly be cleaned up, or perhaps the body of the little belongings, all of which will be pitched away. There will also be a fear of life. A few moments later, Li Juan smiled broadly and slowly walked towards Li Mingyi. He. At this moment, Li Juan looked as obscene as sinister. Looking at Li Mingyi kept frowning. His heart couldn't help but hit a cold shiver. What does this kid want to do? Imperial sister, little brother here has a way to get money. I wonder if you dare. Crown Prince, please speak. Li Mingyi was silent for a long time before he arched his hand and said, do you know who is the most greedy and who has the most money and food in the whole dynasty? Li Mingyi once again arched his hand and said, I don't know. Li Juan smiled faintly. Naturally, it's he Taisher. Now that this palace is supervising the state, coinciding with the deficit of the state treasury, you will immediately lead 500 forbidden guards to encircle He Taisher's residence heavily. Wait till the afternoon, and then go again, and then cry poor to Mr. He, and just borrow money from him, and if not, Let him think of the king of Wu before he speaks. Li Mingyi was directly stunned. Isn't this open robbery? That's the kind of thing she can't do. It's better for the crown prince to do it himself. I've always been a man of the world. I can't do this kind of work. Li Juan was furious and said, Mother asked you to assist this palace. Is this how you do things? You can't do this. You can't do that. What can you do? Li Mingyi bowed and did not speak. And only after a long time did she faintly spit out 4 words. Cultivate and ferry people. Although these last 2 words are light, they are full of killing intent. And the temperature of the entire hall seems to have dropped. And Li Juan realized that this so-called ferrying people, I am afraid that it is killing people. Crown Prince, Mother asked me to assist you in supervising the country, not to let you hobnob the ministers in the court. You'd better think it over. Don't pull the hatred onto this princess. Alright then, the palace will do it itself. Wicked lie. Point all the East Palace soldiers and horses. Surround the Imperial Master's mansion to this palace. Not a single mosquito can be let go. Jian Wei, who was on duty outside the Taiji Hall, immediately clasped his fists and turned around to go to the East Palace to order troops. At this time, Li Mingyi walked to Li Juan and advised, Crown Prince, please also think twice, so you will make a big trouble and provoke the people to change. Ha 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 ha, the imperial household is also considered the people? Li Juan laughed out loud. It would be good if it could provoke a civil unrest. Let you do it and you don't want to do it. Now that this palace is doing something, you should stay out of it. Li Mingyi did not expect that the Li Juan at this moment was actually so strong. Just as Li Juan led 500 East Palace guards to the Taisher house to copy the house, the 2 prime ministers also learned of this incident, which almost didn't make the 2 prime ministers angry. When you run out of money, do you have to raid the minister's house? He is the teacher of the late emperor, but also the teacher of many ministers in the court, disciples throughout the entire Great Qian. If the he master's house to be copied, then it can really poke the hornet's nest. Princess why don't you persuade the crown prince? This is a big trouble, even if it's the mother. I'm afraid it can't be disposed of. The crown prince is making a death wish, Yang Tan said sadly, and then he and Li Su scrambled towards the imperial master's mansion. They must dissuade the crown prince from doing absurd things. Otherwise, even if the late emperor came out of his coffin, he couldn't set this matter of the crown prince right. When the crowd dispersed, Li Mingyi was left alone in the large Taiji hall, her eyes staring straight at the emperor's throne looking at it, not knowing what she was thinking in her head. The imperial master's residence, Taisher has reached a venerable age, but the whole person is still alive and well, without a bit of the old man's appearance. Rosy cheeks, strong body, holding 100 pounds of Qinglong crescent blade, playing in the courtyard is a tiger. Although Taisher he was a civil official, he cultivated the way of literature, and nowadays, he was also a 7th grade powerhouse. Only because of his qualifications, he had not been able to break through the barrier of the 8th grade. His Majesty had once promised him that when His Majesty broke through to the sovereign, he would help the Imperial Master find the opportunity to break through to the 8th grade and renew his life for 50 years. But His Majesty had unexpectedly collapsed in the battle at the Sand Dunes Sea. He only felt that his life was too bitter. And then he saw Wu Jiao break through the 8th grade, and then break through the 9th grade, all the way to the top, so that he saw the hope. Originally, he was in favor of His Majesty's son taking the throne, but seeing that Wu Jiao had broken through so easily and must have obtained a heavenly chance, he had to break faith with His Majesty in favor of Wu Jiao. He is even more aware of the fact that, when the late emperor, His Majesty treated him too well, a Taisher house, rich as a country, once his own support for the crown prince's failure to the throne, waiting for his Taisher house, I'm afraid that is the end of the disaster. The tragedy of the Qi Wanfu made it even clearer to him that the Taisher mansion had to be changed to support Wu Jiao. As for the crown prince, he was a waste of space who couldn't cultivate. Taisher juggled the great sword for a while and threw it to a middle-aged man next to him, who looked anxious but did not interrupt the Taisher's sword dance and waited all the time. But there's news from the queen's side? The middle-aged man bowed and said, Father, the imperial master's mansion is surrounded by palace guards. The eunuch looked up with a look of incredulity. Chapter 43. Taisher was puzzled and furrowed his brows into a frown. Palace guards have surrounded his Taisher residence? That's absolutely impossible. In fact, he had long been one of the queen's people, fully supporting her in her claim to the throne, and even secretly providing considerable wealth. As long as he raised his arms, her ascension to the throne would go much smoother. The queen can't dig her own grave, can she? There is also the fact that the empress is killing people through the hands of the eldest princess in order to remove the parties and forces of several princesses and princes in the dynasty the personal soldiers of those military generals, the disciples of the civil officials, were wiped out by the empress. Even if these people managed to survive the battle with the Xuanjia army, how could the empress allow them to return to those people again? This is equivalent to the fact that the empress has completely offended most of the civil and military officials in the court, and for the sake of her imperial throne, the Empress has no choice but to rely on the Imperial household. After all, He Koan is a veteran of 3 dynasties, and is the teacher of the late Emperor, and speaks with great weight in Dakian. The most important point is that he has money in the Taisher house. Bang! Father and son had not yet stepped out of the backyard. Li Zhuan brought people in aggressively. The people of the eunuch's residence tried to intercept them, but they were directly put on the spot by Dian Wei, and a bloody head rolled to the old eunuch's face. Prince, stop! The old Taisher was furious and hastily scolded, for at the moment, Dian Wei was still committing murder in the courtyard. But even though the old eunuch loudly rebuked, the generals brought by Li Zhuan turned a deaf ear and just killed people. He Taisher's eldest son, He Miao, had eyes that spewed fire and wanted to rush up to stop him, but he was pulled back by the old Taisher. Crown Prince, why did you massacre the people of my Taisher house? He Miao could only shout in hysterical rage. At this time, Dian Wei came up covered in blood and bowed. My lord, the thieves who assassinated you were all annihilated. Li Zhuan nodded his head, and only then did he walk towards Taisher He, his face somewhat grim as he said angrily, Taisher He, what do you mean by Taisher house? Is it going to be regicide and usurpation? He Miao's father and son instantly widened their eyes, their faces all stunned. This shameless man, why is he still evil? He Koan in the end is a 3-dynasty elder. After a slight shock, they recovered their color, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The old minister has seen His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He Miao's eyes were filled with blood, hating to kill this stupid and incompetent prince with a sword, but there was no way. If he killed the prince, I'm afraid that they would have to exterminate the 9 clans of the Imperial Master's house. I have met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He Koan then asked, please also ask the Crown Prince to tell the old minister what the old minister did wrong to make the Crown Prince so angry that he wanted to behead the household servants of my house to vent his anger. This is a very level-headed statement. The prince is indiscriminate and murderous, taking people's lives to vent his anger. Is this what a prince should be like? Then he added, the old minister has worked diligently for the Dakian Jiangshan for 50 years and accompanied the 3 late emperors. Even if the imperial household has done something wrong, please ask the crown prince to clarify. Even if I want the old minister's head, the old minister will never frown. Why did the crown prince kill innocents indiscriminately? This shouldn't be what a crown prince should look like. Li rigorous pressure did not listen to the words of the great master. Just cold voice, this palace was ordered to supervise the state. The Xuanjia army is under the city. The treasury is short of money and food. The mother said before she left, the great master is highly respected. What are the difficulties? Come to seek the great master to solve the problem. This palace is here, but I was almost stabbed with a sword by the dog's leg of the imperial master's house. Taisher, take a look. Is the Taisher house going to commit regicide and revolt? Li Zhuan ripped open the outer python robe with one hand, revealing the white shirt. Scarlet blood soaked through half of the lapel, and the blood was still flowing out. Flutter, flutter. Howie Koan father and son did not anticipate that the guards at the door actually have such dog guts, dare to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This is to send all of their Taisher house to the rhythm of awe. The Crown Prince rests his anger. This matter will definitely not be authorized by my father and son. The imperial household is loyal to the imperial court. Even if it is given 1,000 dog guts, it would not dare to assassinate the Crown Prince. Please also be clear with the Crown Prince. He Koan crouched down. The body is trembling, which had to be afraid of awe. This is regicide, is to be put to death of the 9 clans of the great crime, even if the prince is a waste, but after all, is the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, the person who assassinated the Crown Prince must be an undercover agent sent by the eldest princess. Please have the Crown Prince investigate thoroughly. He Miao hurriedly defended. Li Zhuan covered his wounds. His face was blue and gloomy in a scary way. Taisher my Li family is not thin on you. Father is even more respectful to you. Taisher house is too disappointing to this palace. 1-2 to this palace hands, may be the dark side of the princess, but this palace has already said clearly, this palace is the crown prince of the dynasty, but you Taisher house raised the dog, together to this palace shot, if not this palace guards desperately protect, this palace this will go to see the father. Crown Prince forgive me, I really don't know, I swear to heaven that I would never dare to harm Crown Prince. After a long time, Li Zhuan also saw that the show was almost over, and if he waited, the pig's blood in his arms was about to coagulate. Just as well, this palace is a waste of time. Death or injury does not matter. The affairs of state are important. Taisher get up. However, assassinating the crown prince, even if it's this palace, the waste crown prince, that's a great crime of exterminating 9 clans, and I still hope that the imperial master's office will give this palace an explanation. He Koan's heart was finally relieved. As long as the crown prince did not pursue the matter, it would be a heavenly good. Only, he still didn't believe that the guards at the door dared to make a move against the crown prince. There was definitely something fishy about this matter. It's just a pity that the guards at the door, all of them were decapitated by the crown prince's men, dead without proof, and the crown prince was wounded in the chest. Why did such a bad thing happen to him in the Taisher's house? Don't worry, crown prince. My Taisher house will definitely give your highness an explanation. Li Xuan let people move a chair, directly sitting in the courtyard ready to discuss national affairs. Taisher, now that the Queen Mother is on a personal expedition and wants this palace to supervise the country, but the treasury is in deficit and can't get any money or food at all. I heard that the Taisher's house is rich enough to rival the country, so can I borrow some money or food to get through this difficult time? Words heard here, He Koan finally is understood. The prince came to the prince's house is to borrow money to come. Damn it, even staged a bitter trick for the old man. Just now he really bluffed him. Is this still that trashy prince? Just now, he was still puzzled as to who had instructed his guards to assassinate the crown prince, but now he realized that he was afraid that the crown prince had made something out of nothing, stabbed himself and framed the crown prince's residence. You are a tough one. But now, in the end, whether to borrow money and food? The answer is obvious. Do not borrow money and food. The imperial household is afraid of endless trouble. Borrowing money and food. He was really not happy about it. Tang 3 Dynasties, the late emperor's imperial teacher, in the Great Qian is also a first-class respected generation. A lifetime, never ate this kind of loss. Thinking for a long time, Imperial Master He Koan gritted his teeth and arched his hand. If the country is in trouble, as a subject of Great Qian, naturally I will help out. I wonder how much money and food the prince needs. It's not much. 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Li Xuan covered his chest and said in pain. Chapter 44, The Rotten Praetorian Guard. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones? When He Koan heard this number, he directly fainted. It is better to execute the 9 clans. Father, what happened to you? He Miao was shocked and hurriedly jumped to He Koan's side, shaking him unceasingly. Dian Wei stepped forward and laughed coldly. The imperial master is worried about the country. This is fainting, can't you see? Get out of the way. Let me do it. Daring to assassinate the crown prince of Great Qian and fainting. Who gave you the guts? Dian Wei went straight to his hand and pinched He Koan's middle, and soon He Koan was awakened by the pain. It was just father and son, holding each other and crying in pain. Old elder master, mother is leading a large army, fighting the enemy outside the city. Do you pay for this? If you don't want to pay up, the day the city breaks down will be the day your Taisher's house is slaughtered and your money is the eldest princess money. If mother returns victorious, and you assassinate the supervisory crown prince and exterminate your 9 clans, mother will still be able to take the money. He Koan cried. Prince, you're inhuman. You devil, you're not a loser. You're a demon. You're more inhuman than anyone. Crown prince, this is too much. The imperial household can't get that much money. Li rigorously pressed his chest. The blood flowed more again. Continued, if you solve the urgent needs of the dynasty, it is a meritorious official. The imperial household will still be able to prosper for 100 years. He Koan gritted his teeth and said, 30,000 upper-grade spirit stones, no more. Humph. Do you take this palace as a merchant and dare to bargain with this palace? One price, 48,000 pieces, no less. This palace has taken this sword for nothing. Prince, He Koan directly howled. 40,000 pieces, that's all the Taisher's house has. Deal. Taisher, this is the loan note, please keep it, and when the Queen Mother returns, you will take it and demand it from her. Li Xuan threw the loan note on the ground, turned around and walked away like nothing, just not even pretending. Dian Wei, receive the money and return to the palace immediately. If you can't collect the money, you'll have your heads. When Li Xuan walked out of the gate of the imperial master's mansion, he pulled out a piece of pork from his bosom with a bag of blood on it with a disgusted face, and after looking around, he threw it to a passing wild dog. The wild dog picked up the pork with an excited look on his face and ran away in a huff. Li Xuan got on a carriage and returned to the palace, and Dian Wei and the others arrived later. My lord, there are only 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rest are converted to gold and silver, as well as food and herbs and so on. This is 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, and for the other things, the guards of the Eastern Palace are in the process of transporting them. What's going on over at the Taisho? My lord, just as you left, the 2 chancellors arrived and berated us, but seemed to be very happy about it. Li Xuan coldly grunted. They are naturally happy. With money in the dynasty, they can continue to be the prime minister with a high level of peace of mind. However, if you want to move the money that I earned with my life, I'm afraid that they will have the life to spend it. Li Xuan sought out the 5th Princess Li Mingi, slapped the bill of money and food that he got from the Taisher house in front of him, and laughed. The palace has done it, and the next thing to do is to look at you. Li Niangyi picked up the bill, glanced at it, and said in surprise, that much? Li Xuan asked rhetorically. is this a lot? It's just one of the 9 cows of the Taisher's house. Li Mingyi was even more surprised. Li Zhuan, this waste, could ask for money from the Imperial household, and so much more. How on earth did he do it? If converted into spirit stones, there are 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is worth a year's tax of estate in Diqian, or that kind of upper state. Good, I'll make the arrangements. Li Zhuan took 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The heart is happy. As compensation for him, at least cover a piece of pork so long. Go back and hurry to soak a hot bath. As for whether or not the Taisher would go to Su after Wu Jiu's return, Li Zhuan wouldn't care about anything that far away. Outside Changen, Wu Jiu's tent moved forward. Already 30 miles from Changen City, 30 miles ahead of the Weinan Valley, is where the two sides are fighting. The first to engage in battle was the 50,000 strong Forbidden Army. The leader of the Forbidden Army was an 8th grade martial artist named Lu Shixiang, born into the Lu family, a family of martial generals, and once a famous general who followed the late emperor in his eastern conquests and western conquests. This man had a bearded face and looked very rough, but his heart was delicate. His most outstanding achievement was the battle of overthrowing the state of Zhao. With a keen grasp of the battlefield, he led 1,000 personal guards, rushed up to the top of the city, opened the gates, and gained the honor of being the first to enter the city. However, he was also wounded in that battle, and was placed in the Forbidden Guards upon his return, and after the death of the late emperor, he was reused by Wu Jiu and became the commander of the 50,000 Forbidden Guards. Originally, he was guarding the capital, which was not a bad job for him with serious injuries, and he could also take care of his family. But the Southland Legion suddenly arrived at Changen City, and immediately replaced them with the Forbidden Guards. This made him very dissatisfied in his heart, thinking that Wu Jiu did not trust him, but then he realized that the princess led 100,000 Xuanjia army southward and rebelled. Lu Shixiang was instantly confused, letting him take 50,000 Forbidden Guards to face 100,000 Xuanjia troops. What kind of international joke is that? What kind of goods were the Forbidden Guards? And what kind of elites were the Xuanjia army? Could he not know? Forbidden Army, the security of the capital, should be the most elite army in Dakian, but no one would have thought that the Forbidden Army is a group of mud. Cannot help the wall. Not to mention the battlefield 5. Each soldier is also a grandpa with a fierce and intimidating background, either relatives of the Prime Minister's family or the royal relatives. Anyway, it's just a bunch of two-biters. They entered the Forbidden Army to get money, to be gold-plated, not at all to be soldiers to arch the capital. These people can't be said to be devoid of military discipline. People don't even know what military discipline means. When Lu Shixiang learned that he was going to fight against the Xuanjia army, which had been fighting hard for 10 years on the frontier, he had the heart to die. These 50,000 Forbidden Guards are simply cannon fodder that the queen has pushed out to die. Why is he doing this? But there is no way. Wu Jiu gave a death order, even if the battle to a soldier, but also never allow him to retreat half a step. Otherwise executed 9 clans, his family, his wife and children, but all of them are in Changen City. Lu Shixiang looked at Changen City and let out a long sigh. I'm afraid that the only way to save his family and his wife and children is to die for his country. General, enemy attack. The personal soldier was covered in blood and fell down in front of Li Shixiang. Got it. Lu Shixiang gave a faint reply, then fumed. Let the supervisors go on, and whoever dares to retreat will be killed without pardon. The old man himself charged. Chapter 45, The Iron Horseman of the Outer Seas. Lu Haowen, the civil and military master of the Xuanjia army, straddled his horse and held his sword. General Han, follow me to kill the enemy. Behind him, Han Wu was the commander of this 8,000 Serbian iron cavalry, and Han Wu secretly sighed. This military master Lu was worthy of being the number 2 person in the Xuanjia army. Han Wu followed His Majesty and destroyed countless countries over the years, and was most loyal to Dakian. But he didn't expect to follow the princess to rebel against the court for the sake of Dakian, which made him depressed. In the end, I've listened to this military counselor Lu's bull ********, but since it has gone south, naturally, it cannot ride the wall, no matter who is on the throne. This world is still the world of Diqian. It's worthy of your Majesty's graciousness. He is His Majesty's beloved, and His Majesty has also said that the Crown Prince is cowardly, and I am afraid that he cannot afford to take on the world of Dakian, and that he can only be one of several women. As for letting the Empress Dowager succeed to the throne, His Majesty has never said so. Sons and daughters, let the lords of the Forbidden Army see the elegance of my iron cavalry of the seaside. The Forbidden Army has always considered themselves superior, looking down on the Border Army, and even more so, looking down on them, the Iron Horsemen of the Seychelles, saying that they are barbarians. After all, these words were also correct. Most of the generals in the iron green of the seaside were from the northern realm, and there were even some Yanjiao people, as well as some who were foreigners from the seaside. However, His Majesty is very ambitious and uses people in an unconventional manner, treating them well and also treating them as his beloved. So these people are following His Majesty with their hearts and souls, but even though they were His Majesty's inner circle, they were still looked down upon by these forbidden lords. Today, I'd like to learn how the battle power of the lords really is. Lu Haowen was in the lead. Han Wu even rode his horse closely behind Lu Haowen. 8,000 high-speed charging cavalry, like a sharp-pointed sword, neatly organized, straight towards the foot soldiers of the Forbidden Army. After Lu Shixiang led the supervisors to decimate a group of people, which eliminated the chaos, he began to deploy his troops, placing 20,000 cavalry on the two flanks, with the shield soldiers at the forefront, and only after that were the bow soldiers, and he stood across his horse, fiercely leading 1,000 of his own troops, ready for the final fight. The 50,000 forbidden guards were ready to go, waiting for the Xuanjia army to kill, and the two sides would fight to the death in this Weinan River Valley. Gradually, the ground began to tremble, and then a black dot appeared on the horizon, followed by endless galloping cavalry. Smoke and dust rose, and war horses neighing. Only, Lu Shixiang looked at the enemy army, but fell into deep thought. Something's not right. Isn't it the Xuanjia army that's killing us? Why are there less than 10,000 men? The personal guard next to him said, the Xuanjia army is also taking us too seriously. It's 50,000 pigs. It'll take a day to kill them. General, to dare to kill the 50,000 forbidden guards with less than 10,000 men, do they really think they are the Iron Horsemen of the seas? Lu Shixiang also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Xuanjia army is arrogant, or rather, the eldest princess didn't even want to fight with the forbidden guards, but sent this army to hold herself back, and she has already led the main force of the army to attack the Empress Dowager? If that's the case, when he had defeated this cavalry, he would then lead his army to rescue the queen, but he would have saved the day. Pass the word to the entire army, crossbows and arrows to cover, left and right flanks to encircle and surround. Obviously, Lu Shixiang's strategy is not wrong. If dealing with a less than 10,000 Xuanjia army, even if the forbidden guards are no longer waste, under this deployment, absolutely easy to pin down the enemy army. Just at this time, Lu Shixiang suddenly saw a large flag erected among the rushing cavalry, which was clearly the military flag of the Iron Cavalry of the Seychelles. Hiss! Lu Shixiang sucked in a mouthful of cool air and exclaimed, Serbian Iron Cavalry, how could it be them? The personal guards around the same heart shock, wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. The Serbian Iron Cavalry, this is a banner in the Dacian army. Even in the Serbian, that is the enemy's nightmare. Whoever sees the Serbian Iron Cavalry, either to die, or to run away as early as possible. There is no third way to go, because the Iron Horsemen of the seaside, His Majesty's beloved, are well equipped. Every warhorse is a fine 1,000-mile pony, and every general starts at a minimum of the 5th rank. General, Lu Shixiang was jolted, then roared, meet the enemy. He didn't chicken out, he didn't back down, and even though he had expected the outcome, he still roared out the order. There is no other meaning. When he sees the Iron Horsemen of the Seychelles, he is afraid that he can only die. Even if he escaped and survived, could his family survive? Can't. The only way to die is to die in battle. At the same time, the emergence of the Serbian Iron Cavalry also inspired Lu Shixiang's heart to compete and win the blood. Although the Serbian Iron Cavalry is recognized as the first in the Great Qian dynasty, but there is no first in literature, there is no second in martial arts. And today, I want to appreciate the strength of the Serbian Iron Cavalry. Lu Haowen urged his warhorse forward bravely, while still smiling at Han Wu. General Han, do you see the other side's arrangement? The center army is shield and armor soldiers, behind them are bowmen, and on both flanks are 210,000 man cavalry. Ha ha ha, if you and I rush to the front of the center army, we will immediately divide our troops into left and right, and directly overwhelm the left and right cavalry, without bothering about the center army. Han Wu at this time is also blood, has always been looked down upon by this group of lords. Today let them appreciate the power of the Iron Cavalry in the Seychelles. Ha ha ha, just the thing, the two of them galloped their horses, and just when they were 1,000 paces away from the shield army, they only saw a sky full of arrows, shooting towards them like rain, and right at this moment, Lu Haowen and Han Wu immediately turned their horses around and charged towards Lu Shixiang's two flanks. The rain of arrows in the sky fell short, 1,000 paces, just the range of the bows of the forbidden guards. However, these two generals, just when the enemy shot the first wave of arrows, split their troops and attacked the two heads of cavalry. Lu Shixiang at the rear of the center army froze. How could he not think that these sons of Es would be so good at timing, impartial, right when the crossbow arrows were fired, completing the turn of the cavalry, worthy of being the iron cavalry of the seaside. Even if it was an enemy, Lu Shixiang had to sigh in admiration. The Serbian iron horsemen were really not simple, but sighing is sighing. His two wings, I'm afraid it's over. After the Siwai iron cavalry split up, they were like two sharp swords, plunging straight into the hearts of the two cavalries. The generals of the two cavalries, having just received the orders of their master general, were still preparing to surround them on both sides and cut them down. As a result, this cavalry, which is less than 10,000, has split up, which is not looking for death. But when they saw the flag, they were instantly dumbfounded. The Serbian iron cavalry, it was the Serbian iron cavalry. It was over, and even the hearts of the cavalrymen who were ready to make a dash for it and build a career were cold. But at this moment, if they didn't charge, they would only die. The only way was to charge, and they might escape if they charged through. The cavalry general roared angrily and rushed out with his horse waving his long sword first. At least he was a 7th grade powerhouse. He would definitely be able to charge out of the charging formation of the Serbian iron cavalry alive. The two cavalries were like a tidal wave, crashing together with a bang. Only instead of seeing the scene of both sides tumbling over each other, there was a one-sided slaughter. Those Serbian iron cavalry, one-person double knife. Knife must cut people's heads, and even a knife down, horses are broken. Even the cavalry general who was thinking of charging out of the local military formation and preparing to flee for his life, a 7th grade powerhouse, did not escape being hacked to death, and the one who chopped off his head was Han Wu, the main general of the Iron Horsemen of the Seychelles. Chapter 46, 100, 000 to 50, 000. The advantage is mine, without a doubt. The battlefield was instantly disorganized as 4,000 Serbian Iron Horsemen rushed the battlefield and came up to kill the opponent's main general. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Wu simply raised his long sword and continued to slash left and right as if he were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. 4,000 people just broke through 10,000 forbidden cavalry, leaving only the corpses of the forbidden army along the way. And of course, a small number of unlucky people from the Serbian Iron Cavalry. The main general of the cavalry of the Forbidden Guards was killed, and the right flank directly collapsed, and the cavalrymen who were lucky enough to escape with their lives no longer dared to engage with this group of murderous madmen, and directly hit their horses and ran wildly, fleeing towards the distance, as far away as they could. Lu Haowen's battle record was no worse than Han Wu's, as he similarly charged into the Forbidden Guards first, as if possessed by a god of killing, charging left and right, decapitating the main general of the Forbidden Guards and killing through 10,000 of the Forbidden Guards cavalry. The two sides had clearly converged at the back of the Forbidden Guards, and the moment they did, Han Wu and Lu Haowen simultaneously revealed smiles. The two seemed to have a heart-to-heart, and once again led the cavalry behind them to turn and kill from a weak spot in the rear of the Forbidden Guards. Lu Shixiang, the main general of the Praetorian Guard, looked dumbfounded. Were these Serbian Iron Cavalry still human? With less than 10,000 men, they dared to bravely charge an army of 50,000 men, and what angered him the most was that, for that matter, they had split their army. With a cavalry of 4,000 or 5,000 men, he charged into a cavalry of 10,000 men and killed through. It was just as well that they killed through, but they went around to the rear of their own center army, which had nothing behind it but their own 1,000 man personal army, and their 2,000 man supervisory force. The archers were in front of them, the shield and armor soldiers were in front of them, and on the left and right flanks, the cavalry had broken up and fled in all directions. The enemy would be able to rush in front of him in a moment, and he wouldn't even have a chance to give military orders. It's coming so fast. Lu Shixiang already knew that the final end of the Forbidden Guards, in addition to the cavalry that escaped, I'm afraid that all of them will be accounted for here today, either surrender or be killed off. But the odds of surviving a surrender are still very good. After all, if the eldest princess wanted to successfully succeed the throne and ascend to the throne, she could not do so without the lords and nobles in the capital. And it so happened that the least of these Forbidden Guards were the descendants or relatives of the lords and nobles. By capturing them, the Rapunzel would be able to blackmail the city's lords into taking sides. But if others can do it, can you do it yourself? Categorically impossible. If he had surrendered, Wuju would not hesitate to order the slaughter of his 9 clans. He wasn't a lordly figure and couldn't do that kind of desperation. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Shixiang simply raised his longsword and roared violently. Sons and daughters, it is time to martyr our country with death today. Charge with me and kill them all. Even Lu Shixiang himself didn't believe this, and his subordinates naturally wouldn't believe it either. But they were the Lu family's most loyal personal guards, and if the main general wanted to die in battle, they would follow. One glory for all, one loss for all. Their life, death, Wealth and fortune had been predetermined since they followed Lu Shixiang and became the Lu family's own soldiers. Lu Shixiang led 1,000 of his own soldiers, riding their war horses, and without hesitation rushed towards the galloping Serbian iron cavalry. At this moment, the shield-armored soldiers who had charged at the front had long since died and thrown down their shields and armor, scattering their legs and fleeing. They just came to the Praetorian Guard for gold plating. They didn't think about getting killed. The opposite side of the less than 10,000 cavalry instantly crushed two full 10,000 cavalry on both flanks. The cavalry had long since run away. They stayed to die? In their family, they still have countless wealth, gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful women to inherit, and in the future they will all be people. How can they die here? The cavalry fled in a rout. The shield and armor soldiers threw away their helmets and fled in the wind, and the bowmen ran with them. 2,000 supervisors looked at the messy appearance. They looked at each other and surprisingly, they didn't know what to do. The soldiers of the Forbidden Guards were left to flee, because at this moment they did not dare to block, and whoever dared to do so would become a dead soul in the hands of these routed soldiers. In the entire battlefield, only the main general, Lu Shixiang, with 1,000 personal guards, recklessly rushed towards the imposing and murderous Serbian iron cavalry. Unsurprisingly, Lu Shixiang's 1,000 men would be hacked alive by the Serbian iron horsemen, without even a little splash. It's over. It's all over. Someone from the supervisors ran away, and once someone takes the lead, there's not much more to say. The big guys run for their lives. What people didn't expect was that Lu Shixiang, with the determination of certain death, killed through the charge of the Serbian iron cavalry, covered in blood. He strangled his warhorse and turned his head to look. The 1,000 of his own soldiers who had just followed him in the charge, none of them had followed him. All of them were dead, hacked to death by the Serbian iron horsemen. Lu Shixiang looked blankly at the entire battlefield as the Serbian iron cavalry, like heavenly soldiers and generals, killed his own soldiers and then began to chase after the cowards who had fled. Some people kneeled down and surrendered. Some people still tried to escape. Only the price of escape was very high. Either they were shot to death by crossbow arrows, or they were caught up by the Serbian iron horsemen and cut off their heads with a knife. Lu Shixiang's physical strength was too consumed. Even at the 8th grade realm, he was staggering at the moment, and finally, he still couldn't hold on, and fell off the warhorse headfirst. Lu Shixiang realized that he had lost an arm, and a large hole appeared in his chest, with his intestines exposed. But at the moment, pain was something that Lu Shixiang could not feel at all. He knelt with difficulty, and in the direction of Changen city, he heavily kowtowed 3 times. Your Highness, I've done right by you. Father, mother, my child is ungrateful, and cannot give you an old age. Tears crossed Lu Shixiang's cheeks and fell drop by drop on the ground, splattering the dust. He thought of his aging parents, of his wife and children, and of his youngest son, who was only 2 years old, ignorant and only just learning to call his father. There wasn't the slightest pain in the body, but the heart was suddenly aching terribly. In the next life, and when the next life comes, I will come back to protect you. He followed His Majesty's conquests and gave the first half of his life, not expecting that, after retiring from the border army, he would still die on the battlefield. He had to not die. To his dying day he couldn't understand why there was a need for war in this world. Is that position that important? To fight with the lives of millions of people? Lu Shixiang fell head over heels and gradually lost consciousness, but he was still kneeling, facing Changen city. His greatest hope was that his family would be safe and that Wuju would spare his family for the sake of his death in battle. 50,000 forbidden guards, chased and cut down by 8,000 Serbian iron cavalry. The routed cavalry escaped, and the rest of the deserters were either killed or chased back. At this moment, this large piece of land was filled with corpses, and there were only 10,000 or so of the forbidden guards left alive. These people were trembling and shivering, and all of them knelt down on the ground, waiting for the serpentine iron cavalry's sentencing. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being the iron cavalry of the seaside. The battle power is just extraordinary. Lu Haowen jumped off his warhorse and met the grim-faced Hanwu with a hearty laugh. Leading such a group of cavalry in battle is really a great pleasure in life. The Xian armor army was quite capable of fighting, but compared to the iron cavalry of the Seychelles, it was a far cry. Hanwu remained gloomy and said in a cold voice, General Lu, the Serbian iron cavalry has suffered heavy deaths and injuries, with 300 killed in battle and 500 carrying wounds. The corner of Lu Haowen's mouth twitched. 8,000 people impacted 50,000 people. He only died 300 people, injured 500 people, and half of the enemy was taken out. What more do you want? This is a huge victory, Lu Haowen said with a smile. Hanwu laughed coldly. That was your victory, not mine. The iron cavalry of the seaside. Losses must come from you, General Lu, with pensions at 10 top-grade spirit stones per person, and compensation for the injured at 3 top-grade spirit stones. At the same time, Select 300 5th-grade experts from the Xuanjia army to replenish the Iron Horsemen of the seaside. This is my demand, or else this general will return to the north at once. Obviously, Lu Haowen was very dissatisfied with the request Han Wu made. 10 spirit stones for each person who died and 3 spirit stones for those who were injured, which was a few thousand top-quality spirit stones. Even for the entire Xian armor army, there weren't many of them. As for picking experts above the 5th rank, he was happy to do so. It was only good to replace them all with the Xian armor army. Only if they were all replaced, would there still be such a battle force? Lu Haowen smacked his lips and laughed. General Han, you also know that I am just a courtier, and will definitely not promise you anything, but if you go with me to see the princess will definitely promise you that when you attack Changen City, you can have as much as you want. Han Wu is not a little cutie. Laughed. When we attack Changen City, will I still be able to get a pension for the Serbian Iron Cavalry? Ha ha, I'm afraid that by then, they'll all be pretty much dead. General Lu, are you not Han as a little cutie? Up? Han Wu pondered for a moment and immediately assured, if you come with me to see the eldest princess, I will naturally give you a promise. Han has already betrayed his majesty and the crown prince, and will definitely not betray his brothers, so I don't want this promise, I want the spirit stones. Lu Haowen was furious in his heart, but there was no way. At the moment, he needed this group of people. Such a good fighter. Where to find it? Fine, I promise, but make sure you come with me to see Her Highness the Princess. To the south of the Weinan Valley, the princess led 100,000 Xuanjia army and had met up with 20,000 men from the dynasty. Facing 20,000 men, the princess was prepared to leave 30,000 men to charge and clean up this group of men, while the rest crossed the river and killed their way to Changen City from the south side of the Wei River to capture the city. According to the information sent, these 20,000 men in front of us are simply a bunch of rabble. All of them are the personal soldiers of the generals in the city, or the gatekeepers of the houses of the honored ones. 30,000 against 20,000. Advantage to me. Mother is as arrogant as ever, thinking that 50,000 forbidden guards, and these 20,000 rabble, can stop this princess' determination to take Changen City? Changen City. This princess is determined to take it, and that imperial throne. This princess is also determined to sit on it. Just at this time, the report was sent to the hands of the eldest princess Li Xianyi. She was overjoyed. She did not expect that the 8,000 Serbian Iron Horsemen directly routed 50,000 forbidden guards, at the same time captured more than 10,000 people. This is great news. Without the constraints of the forbidden guards, without worries, Li Xianyi can let go of attacking Changen City, even if there are 50,000 legions from the southern realm guarding the city. She's not afraid in the least because she has 100,000 Xian armor army in her hands. At this moment, she didn't even put these 20,000 cannon fodder in her eyes. Chapter 47. If you want me to join, you'll have to pay more. The 30,000 Xuanjia army, facing 20,000 rabble, was full of confidence and stupidity. The military honor was right in front of them. Just one charge from them, they could sweep away 20,000 men from the other side, capture the Empress Dowager alive, kill the city of Changen, and capture the dog crown prince alive. It was just that Her Highness the Princess had delayed in giving the order to attack, which made the generals, who had been waiting for a long time, start to get annoyed. In fact, Li Xianyi's delay in giving the order to attack was because she was waiting for the opportunity to fight. The 70,000 men who had crossed the Wei River had not yet arrived at the south gate of Changen City, and as soon as they did, they launched an onslaught on Changen City. At that time, Wu Jiao, who was waiting in formation, would surely panic, and at that time, it would be the best time to launch his own attack. After all, Wu Jiao has countless experts around her, and there are even patriarchs sitting around, so killing them like this, in case of an ambush, 100,000 Xuanjia army can't afford to be damaged. If she killed in the end, both of them lost, and the others picked up the advantage, she would be infuriated. Those 4 sisters of hers were not simple masters. Just at this time, Lu Haowen brought Han Wu over. I meet your highness. Lu Haowen bowed on one knee. Han Wu was silent for a moment before he also knelt on one knee. I have met your highness. Li Xianyi took 3 steps and quickly stepped forward, full of joy as she helped the 2 generals to their feet and laughed. Ha ha ha. General Han really didn't let this princess down. A battle to crush 50,000 forbidden guards, captured more than 10,000. The Seychelles Iron Green. Really, the name is not false. General Han is good enough to rival the famous generals of all times. Men, give a seat. Today's Li Xianyi was wearing a golden battle armor and carrying a sword. His face was white with red, and the smile that filled his face had not disappeared since he had seen Lu Haowen and Han Wu. especially for Han Wu. As warm as seeing an old flame, almost pulling Han Wu's hand, the two came to a hug. Lu Haowen sniffled and felt that the eldest princess had really gone overboard. He had followed the eldest princess for many years and had never seen a smile appear on her cold face. It's groundbreaking. Is this still the same Rapunzel? Once she had cold eyes, raised eyebrows, and a majestic demeanor, especially those eyes, which revealed wisdom and determination at all times, always posing as the superior one. The princess's perverse behavior today gave him a feeling of losing favor. Lu Haowen couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Her Highness the eldest princess was going to use a beauty trick on Han Wu, a crude martial artist? That's not good. You're the queen of chill. You're taking the high road. Even the licking dog of the emperor's son-in-law, after licking for so long and taking the whole family with him, still hasn't licked you well. Li Xianyi spoke eloquently to Han Wu, her main purpose still wanting to get closer to Han Wu, hoping to use her charisma to completely keep Han Wu by her side. General Han, how is father treating you? Finally, the smile on Li Xianyi's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by sorrow. False sorrow for the Li family's rivers and mountains. Han Wu was really a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the princess. As the late emperor's beloved, it wasn't like he hadn't seen the princess before. Normally, the face of the princess, no matter who she sees, she feels that others owe her $1 million or $800,000, high and cold as a piece of ice. Passing by her, all have to fight a cold shiver. Han Wu was even more aware that today's Rapunzel was so enthusiastic. For what again? Han Wu is not worth anything. He is just a crude martial artist. What is really worth is the Iron Horseman of the Seychelles. The late emperor has the favor of knowing him, but also will be the elite of the Seychelles Iron Cavalry to him to lead. This trust, enough to let him for the great Qian's kingdom of heaven and earth to sacrifice this dog's life. But after all, the Rapunzel is not His Majesty. Han Wu remembers, deeply remembers, the words that His Majesty often admonished him, your loyalty to Han Wu is not to me, but to the mountains and the earth and the grain of Dakian, to the billions of living beings in Dakian. Therefore, when Lu Haowen came to lobby, he agreed, but with one prerequisite, and that was that half of the 200,000 Xuanjia army must remain in the north to guard the border. If all 200,000 Xuanjia army went south, even if he led the unparalleled battle strength of the Sibei Iron Cavalry, how would he be able to defend it in the face of a battle line that stretched for thousands of miles? Han Wu knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, and said with some choking sobs, the king's favor is like a mountain, and I can't die for it. Eldest Princess Li Xianyi's heart was greatly determined, then said, Father as a 9th grade strongman, but was shot by a stray vector and died. This matter is very absurd and doubtful. Now that the crown prince is a waste of space, and the empress mother is holding the court, monopolizing power and removing dissidents, the empress mother's mind is already clear. This world is ultimately the world of the Li family, and must not be surnamed Wu. General Li, father's corpse is not yet cold. Are you willing to watch your father's heart and soul be destroyed? Join this princess and take back the Li family's world, and you'll be considered to have repaid your father for knowing you. Han Wu raised his head slightly, and after a moment of silence, he asked, does the eldest princess want to be a female emperor? Li Xianyi laughed out loud, then said in a domineering manner, why not? Since the founding of Great Qian to this day, there have been 2 female emperors. Why can't this princess become the 3rd? Han Wu was speechless, but he knew deep down that the Rapunzel was not a benevolent monarch, but instead a lord who regarded human life as grass. How long has it been since His Majesty's death? What has she seen on this journey south? Broken homes and scattered wives, and it was all caused by Rapunzel's trip south. Do you really want to be loyal to such a person? He has to be loyal to the great Qian rivers and mountains, and he has to be loyal to hundreds of millions of living beings, and this is his promise to the late emperor. Han Wu is just a martial artist, and does not understand what the theory, as long as the Qian Jiangshan is still there, as long as the people live and work in peace and happiness, his enemies only foreign invaders. Never extend a long knife to one of your own, much less to an innocent person. At this moment, Han Wu made a decision. He cupped his fists and said, Princess, I, Han Wu, am a commoner. I need 50,000 top-grade spirit stones to ensure the battle power of the Seychelles Iron Cavalry. Li Xianyi froze. Her face instantly reddened. She had said so much about the righteousness of the country that she didn't even want to lose her face. Aren't you afraid of choking to death with such a lion's mouth? 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. I don't have any up and down the Xuanjia army either. Immediately, Li Xianyi said icily, General Han, you are a vassal of the great Qian dynasty. What do you mean by asking this princess for so much wealth now? Han Wu wasn't afraid of the princess and laughed. I'm afraid the princess doesn't know that the Iron Horsemen of the seaside are only loyal to one person, and that's His Majesty of the great Qian dynasty, and no matter who succeeds to the throne, the Iron Horsemen of the seaside are loyal to whoever succeeds to the throne. This was the original intent of the late emperor when he created the Iron Horsemen of the Seas. I do not dare to forget, and I hope that your highness the eldest princess will sympathize. Eldest Princess Li Xianyi was furious and pointed at Han Wu. You, bold, Han Wu, however, continued, now that the princess is not yet an empress, the previous trip south was due to an exchange of conditions, for the sake of peace in the north. Now that the princess wants the Iron Cavalry outside the flood to fight desperately, attacking Changen City, or the Empress Dowager's Southern Realm Legion will require the princess to pay the price. Simply put, it's fine to ask the Beyond the Seas Iron Horsemen to sell their lives for Her Highness, but you need to add money. Your Highness mustn't forget that the Iron Cavalry of the Seychelles is a mercenary corps that traverses the countries, and it is natural to pay for a mission. Chapter 48 Wu Ju's Determination. Li Xianyi was infuriated enough that his face darkened. If it was usual, she swore that she would absolutely decapitate Han Wu with a single sword, and even if she had to lose half of the Xuanjia army, she would still exterminate the Serbian Iron Cavalry. But today's situation does not allow her to be capricious. The Serbian Iron Cavalry was able to easily defeat 50,000 Forbidden Guards, so naturally it was not a good match. If you flip out now, it's the equivalent of digging a grave for yourself. But pulling the strings came at a cost. She didn't have that many top-grade spirit stones, and for this southward march to serve the king, she had almost exhausted the Xuanjia army's family fortune. Can we wait until we capture Changen City before paying you for the spirit stones? Li Xianyi held back his temper, which was about to explode, and once again inquired gently, Your Highness, Rapunzel, farewell. I'll return to the northern border first. His Han Wu's scheming has been completed, not half ashamed of His Majesty's cultivation, with their 300 lives, in exchange for 100,000 Xuanjia army to defend the northern border. No enough. Han Wu, how dare you? How dare you disrespect Her Highness the Princess? Lu Haowen finally couldn't help it. Dog day Han Wu, your head was kicked by a donkey. The princess is so courteous to you, you even don't know what to do. Open your mouth is 50,000 upper grade spirit stone. Before obviously not say so, I brought you here. Han Wu, aren't you afraid of settling scores? Han Wu left the barracks without looking back, taking his own Serbian Iron Cavalry with him as he sailed away. Lu Haowen jumped to his feet in anger and cursed bitterly. He couldn't figure out that he was clearly going to be able to gain the merit of being a slave to the dragon right away. But this Han Wu turned away on the pretext of asking for money, and offended the eldest princess who was about to become the empress. What the hell is this Han Wu's brain filled with? Don't force it. Seeing Han Wu far away, the eldest princess immediately regained her composure. The most important thing at the moment was this battle. Without the help of the Iron Horsemen from the outside of the Seychelles, she was still able to defeat Wu Jiu, and still able to take Changen City and ascend to the position of the 9-5. In time, Your Highness, General Hua has sent a secret report that our army has successfully reached the southern gate of Changen City and has launched an attack. Li Xianyi stood up, holding his sword with one hand and said, Good. Then she asked, Are there any movements of the enemy forces ahead? The visitor shook his head and said, Not ever. Li Xianyi frowned and said to Lu Haowen, Military Master, why do you think they are doing this? According to reason, when Changen City was attacked by a large army, shouldn't the Queen Mother, upon learning of this, have retreated and returned to Changen City to hold the fort? Why haven't they moved? If the intelligence can reach this princess, Mother naturally can get it as well. Lu Haowen also frowned as his mind spun rapidly, thinking quickly about the issue, knowing that he only had 20,000 rabble in his hands. Wu Jiu had no intention of retreating in the face of the Xuanjia army's sneak attack on Changen City. Either they were emboldened, or they were playing it cool, banking on the legions of the Southland and the tall walls of Changen City. Just at that moment, there was a shout of alarm and the neighing of a warhorse from outside. Li Xianyi and Lu Haowen rushed out of the tent, and saw a warhorse lying on the ground, struggling ceaselessly, never being able to climb up, and only coming up with sad cries. A scout, covered in blood, had been helped towards Wu Jiu and Lu Haowen. Rapunzel, Weinan City defenders are out. They are killing our army from the back. The princess and Lu Haowen were relieved when they heard the words of the scouts. They were afraid of a sudden sneak attack by a large army. If it was the defenders of Weinan City, it was not enough to worry about. Li Xianyi immediately said, General Pei Nan, lead 2,000 cavalry and go exterminate them. Humph, finally willing to come out. Without the shelter of Weinan City, this princess will see how you die. Princess Li Xianyi gritted her teeth, was really angry by the Weinan City's General Yang Xing. That scout was greatly shocked, desperately shook his head and said with his last breath, The enemy army has over 10,000 people. It is the third princess leading the troops. After that scout finished speaking, he directly fainted. Lu Haowen's face turned ugly. Things seemed to be in trouble. He finally figured out at this moment why Wu Jiao was indifferent in the face of the Xuanjia army's sneak attack on the southern gate of Changen City. It turned out that the third princess Li Yingzhou had been sent to sneak up on the back of the Xuanjia army. Luckily, because of that bastard Yang Xing in the rear, the princess even sent scouts to keep an eye on it, or else the trouble would have been even bigger. The three princesses have joined forces with Yang Xing, and their backs have to be defended. Eldest princess, the third princess sneaked up on the back of the Xian armor army, and I'm afraid that's why the Empress Dowager is indifferent. Li Xianyi said in a cold voice. I didn't expect the third sister to help the mother to deal with this princess. Well, then let's give it a solution together to avoid trouble. Warlord, now there are still 30,000 men, all of them elite. You lead 20,000 cavalry and go to war at once to break the mother's dependence. This princess will lead 10,000 cavalry to destroy the third sister. Afterward, you and I will converge on one place and march on Changen. Lu Haowen had no objections to the princess's arrangement, and that was all that could be done at the moment. However, the princess was still careless and should not have left only 30,000 troops behind. Wu Jiao has been in power for more than 10 years, so how can she be a simple person? Take care, princess. Lu Haowen turned around and left, and after leaving the barracks, he came to the place where the two armies were facing each other. Lu Haowen straddled his horse and held his sword, standing at the forefront of the army, and at once, the horn of attack began to blow, and the war drums thundered and resounded through the 9 heavens. Kill! Changen City side. Time went back to an hour ago. Wu Jiao got the news that the 50,000 forbidden guards on the northern front were defeated, and more than 10,000 were captured. This was actually expected by Wu Jiao, relying on the group of rice buckets of the forbidden guards to win the battle, or fighting against the Xian armor army that had gone through countless battles, was almost impossible. Not too disappointed, but rather some excitement. This group of assholes dead or good, so as not to consume the food of the great Qian. She just wanted to use the princess's Xuanjia army to bring about a major cleansing of the internal forces of Deqian. Only by removing these tumors could she successfully ascend to the throne as the emperor, and be able to carry out her ambitions to make Deqian stand on top of the world. All these years of ruling and dealing with things big and small in the country, she knows better than anyone how greedy these families and gentry are, and how they can even sell out Deqian for the sake of profit. They were like a big net, stringing and colluding with each other through marriages, interests, and divisions, squeezing the underclass, seizing benefits, and cultivating their own forces. The Praetorian Guard is an example of this. As the garrison that guards the capital, it turns out that all of them are wastrels from the big families, who receive high salaries but do nothing. The outstanding generals who wanted to enter the Forbidden Army, however, were as difficult as heaven. Even those who had made great achievements in the border army would be assimilated into the Forbidden Army and become a waste of space by them. In Dakian, the contradiction between the imperial power and these lords and nobles has been close to the edge of the outbreak. When the late emperor ascended to the throne, was thinking of bold reforms, but was opposed by all the lords and nobles of the powerful families. At one point, the entire south and east of the river was rotten, with beacons and displaced people everywhere, which forced the late emperor to issue an edict of guilt. But the late emperor was not willing to do so he thought of foreign wars, shifted the domestic conflicts, and began to cultivate his power in the military. Over the years, the late emperor had sort of controlled most of the military and financial power, and just when the late emperor had taken the entire northern realm, even the Dune Sea, and returned with prestige, he died, on a poisoned arrow. Wu Jiao believed it at that time, but when he entered the 9th grade, but was skeptical. A 9th grade, half a patriarch, cannot be poisoned arrows can be injured, that shoot arrows of the people of what power? I'm afraid that some people are afraid and have let the powerful strike, unwilling to allow the late emperor to return and bring credit for a radical revolution in the country. Wu Jiao also thought very clearly, the path of innovation does not work, then she will not go. Kill it, little by little, she will always send all these people away. Then, Wu Jiao got the news that the Xuanjia army was moving south and sneaking through the south gate of Changen City, and she just slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Have the second and third arrived at the appointed place? Shang Wanwana hurriedly said. According to the time, it should have arrived, but no news has come. She was silent for a long time before she said, let them attack at the same time. As for this side, tell Marquis Kaiying to wait for the other side to attack before we charge, and not to disobey military orders. Shang Wanwana returned after going out for half an incense burner's time. The horn for the attack had already blown, and the Xian armor army launched a charge. As for Wu Jiao, there were already a dozen or so 9th grade powerhouses standing around her, and there was even a patriarch not far away to deter the powerhouses that had come to assassinate her. You guys, you'll be supervising the battle later, and whoever dares to back off will be killed without pardon. Wu Jiao gave the military order icily. Thank you for all the support and encouragement. Extra tomorrow. Chapter 49, The Last Battle of the Lords and Lords. In front of the formation, the army was gathered and the flags were flying. Along with the battle horn blowing, the war horses began to neigh. And this time, there were even a small number of demonic beasts participating in the battle. Normally, demonic beasts were products that belonged exclusively to clans, and national armies didn't care to use them. Once a demonic beast rebelled on the battlefield, it would be a hellish disaster. Therefore, when wars are fought between empires, demonic beasts are generally not used. Unless it comes to the time of the death of the country and the destruction of the species, they will take out the demonic beasts to fight a battle. But these lords and nobles of Dakian, who have a lot of money and are afraid of death, will keep some low-ranking demonic beasts at home and recruit Imperial beast personnel to enhance their battle power. The old general Kai Ingho is old and strong, straddling the horse and holding a sword, straddling the front of the army, looking far and wide with his head held high, gazing at the tens of thousands of enemy troops in front of him. Quite a great general's demeanor. At his side were several of the city's honored generals whom he trusted. At this moment, his face was pale, and the news he had just received from Shangwanwaner had almost caused him to fall off his horse. 50,000 forbidden guards suffered a disastrous defeat. The main general Lu Shixiang was decapitated. More than 10,000 people were captured. And the worst thing is that the war was fought by the Iron Horsemen from outside the Seychelles. Just the name of the Iron Horsemen of the Seychelles alone could scare off countless soldiers, not to mention fighting for their lives. He also couldn't figure out how the Serbian Iron Cavalry, which was the late emperor's beloved legion, had come under the control of the Rapunzel. However, there was good news. The Rapunzel had split her army. 70,000 men had gone to sneak up on the southern gate of Changen city, and currently they only had to face 30,000 Xuanjia army and 8,000 Serbian Iron Cavalry. At the same time, the second princess would also lead a beheading operation with strong men, and the third princess would lead 10,000 men to join up with Yang Xing in Weinan city to sneak up from behind the Xuanjia army. The scales of victory, again, seemed to favor their side. Gentlemen, the old man just now also got the latest news. The war princess divided 70,000 troops to sneak attack Changen city south gate, the empress dowager, and sent the second princess to behead the other side of the main general. To capture the eldest princess of this traitor, the third princess led 10,000 Imperial City Division and Weinan City Yang Xing Convergence. Sneak attack Xuanjia army back. In this battle, victory belongs to us. Listening to Marquis Kai Ying's words, the depressed generals finally picked up their spirits. So, we still have a chance to crush the Xuanjia army? I put my harsh words here. Above the battle formation, whoever dares to retreat and not move forward, I will be the first to behead him, all without the need for the supervisors behind him to do so. In the face of Marquis Kai Ying's forcefulness, these generals bowed their heads in silence. They were not wastes. After all, they had also followed the late emperor in his campaigns. It's just that back then, they threw away their heads and spilled their blood, and with great difficulty, they were able to exchange for today's status and honor. So they really couldn't give up. They were lost by glory and wealth. The life of paper and gold, emptied their bodies, today forced to go to war. 9 deaths. Gentlemen, there's no need for me to say more about what the queen wants to do. Seeing that the crowd still hadn't summoned the courage to fight to the death, Marquis Kai Ying finally began to poke the crowd's lung tubes. Hearing Marquis Kai Ying's words, sure enough, the eyes of all the people were all angry, dissatisfied, and a hint of fear. The ancestors of the big guys were all meritorious officials who fought for the kingdom together with Master Taizu. Their ancestors bled and sacrificed to make such a big kingdom. So what's wrong with their children and grandchildren enjoying it a little bit? This was as it should be. But it was the emperors of the Li family of every generation that had to cross them, trying by all means to take away the power and wealth from their hands. By the time the first emperor, the honored nobles and the royal family of Dakian, almost flipped, but fortunately the first emperor repented in time, and led them to continue to wage war with foreign countries, to seize the benefits and wealth. But the late emperor is dead, and the empress dowager is in control of the court, more so than the late emperor ever was, and the empress dowager wants to use the civil unrest to destroy them. Where is the justification for this? But they still have to be passively wiped out. The empress dowager's tactics are superior and more ruthless than the late emperor, or even the previous emperors. The empress dowager took out the righteousness of the country and asked them to personally charge and defend the capital city of Dachien. Isn't this a disguised attempt to weaken the power in their hands or even let them die on the battlefield? People die like lamps go out. They die. The power to protect the family is gone, even if they have made great achievements. But who will talk for a dead person? Not to fall on the well will burn high incense. If we lose the battle today, it is a small matter that we lose our lives, and it would be a devastating disaster for the family to be uprooted. So, all the generals should share the same encouragement. The crowd remained speechless, but some of their eyes had begun to firm up, gripping the weapons in their hands, fighting to the death. As long as they survived, they could keep their ancestors' family business. When the new ruler they support succeeds to the throne, they will again be subordinate to the dragon and enjoy glory and wealth. Even if it is not the one they support who succeeds to the throne, they can just change their family and join the new ruler by virtue of this battle success. Gentlemen, behind you is Changen City. Say goodbye to your families. Fight one more time for the family to be great again, and if we win, we will still be the honored members of this Changen City. How do you command? Old General, how do you fight? Marquis, we are all at your disposal. The lords around them have stood up. Kai Ho's heart, which sank to the valley, gradually had a glimmer of hope. And if everyone put their old lives on the line, it is not impossible to overcome. Good, then the old man will arrange it. All of you look for your trusted clans to join forces and form 5 battle teams of 4,000 men each. The old man led 4,000 men in the main attack on the center army. Chui family head, you lead 4,000 men, just as a replacement. When the old man and the enemy army fight, you immediately lead 4,000 men as a replacement. General Lu, you lead 4,000 men to attack the enemy from the left flank. General Zhang, you lead 4,000 men and attack the enemy from the right flank. The remaining 7,000 men, including the Imperial Beast Force, will have General Shangwan lead the army and act as the vanguard. The people clasped their fists and saluted, dispersed in all directions, began to reorganize their army, and began to prepare for a duel to the death for the sake of their family's glory and riches. These great Qian lords, since they want to go out of the city to fight the enemy to the death, naturally will not take their own lives to joke. In addition to their own battle strength is not too good, including armor, weapons, war horses, elixirs and other such things, are the best. However, the soldiers beside these lords, those were all elites who had survived only after 9 deaths from the battlefield. No matter whether it was combat skills or experience, they were all quite rich. The difference is the lack of determination to fight to the death. But in this moment, their family head gave them the most lucrative promise of a temptation that would make them willing to die. At this moment, for the honor of the family head and the endless rewards, every one of them had a high fighting spirit and took out the determination to fight to the death. It had to be said that Marquis Kai was a qualified veteran general when it came to mobilizing morale. As the enemy's attack horn blew, Kai Ho also immediately gave the order to attack. 7,000 men and horses, accompanied by the neighing of war horses and the roars of demonic beasts, began to gallop across this great land. Chapter 50 Shangguan Yun. Shangguan Yun, whose surname is Shangguan, is not even remotely related to Shangguan Wan'er, a close courtier of Wu Jiao. On the contrary, their family was much more famous than the queen's close minister Shangguan Wan'er, whose ancestor was a famous general who followed Taizu to fight for the world, and eventually obtained the title of Duke of State, which had been passed down to his father. Famous generals have appeared during this period, but none more famous than Lao Zu. Their family and Kai Ho family situation is similar. That is, in the house to raise some retired down the veterans, by the civilian officials climbed bite. His father had to launch a person, to participate in the battle of this only. Shangguan Yun is both a scholar and a martial artist, but he is not eligible for a title. He is the eldest son, but he is not a firstborn. He is a woman that his father snatched back when he was with the army on the warpath, and he does not have any status or identity in the state duke's house. Nay, his father and the brothers who inherited the title were all greedy and fearful of death, and in order to live on, they went so far as to give the title to Shangguan Yun, on the condition that Shangguan Yun would fight on behalf of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Yun, who had no way out, gladly accepted the title, wanting to go against the grain to become the heir to the title and become a human being. This battle was crucial for Shangguan Yun. He wants to live. He wants to win. He wants to do whatever it takes for his future and for his aggravated mother at home. A barefoot man is not afraid to wear shoes. Dying in battle only meant he didn't have the life. Shangguan Yun's eyes were icy cold. He had also participated in the Northern War. However, the battle merit was given by the family to his wasteful brother. This time, he definitely would not hold back. Kill affront, and when we return from this victory, even if we die, we will never give up our battle honors and titles. He talked to Marquis Kai, and the generals and marquises present gave him assurances that as long as he led the vanguard and routed the Xuanjia army, and returned victorious, he would seek a title for him. Seniors, after the victory, when I become the head of the Shangguan family, I will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. 100 bounties for killing 1 person, 10 kills, 1 spirit stone bounty, 100 kills, 1 top-grade spirit stone bounty, the sun and the moon, the emperor's heaven and the earth, the gods bear witness. Shangguan Yun fumed and made promises to his men. Naiha he is a man of little words. Originally is the state house of the abandoned son, this time is only pulled out for cannon fodder. Everyone, if you believe it, will really become a little cute. Shang Guanyun looked at the performance of the crowd inside in his heart, but he did not give up, but said, "I rushed to the front." Just as he said that, the Xian armor army had already launched an attack, a clear cavalry charge that covered the land. Shang Guanyun sucked in a mouthful of cool air. To be honest, not afraid is false. What kind of goods these people behind him? He is more clear than anyone. Even if they are veterans of 100 battles, if they do not have the heart to go to their deaths, then they have no power to fight and are doomed to fail. Shang Guanyun remembered the insults his siblings had inflicted on him, his father's moralistic old face, and his mother who had been caught stealing in the woodshed in the middle of the night and beaten to death by the underlings. What is wrong with the mother? Even if she is a maid, she has given birth to a son for her father, who was beaten by the servants of the house just to get a little food for himself. Kill! Shang Guanyun weirdly screamed and hit the horse, rushed and went out. Must win. Must go back decently. He wants to make everyone pay the price. These veterans? Looking at the Shang Guanyun who rushed out with a strange scream, all froze for a moment and cursed in their hearts. Which is a great general, personally charging into battle? Usually, it is them, the soldiers. But these veterans also felt in their hearts that those who could face a strong enemy and dare to charge were worthy of respect. Experience on the battlefield has also taught them that to be cowed without fighting, or to turn and run away, will generally result in a very, very bad death. Only by charging up to them head-on might they survive to be the beneficiaries of military honors. Punch! The veterans pumped their warhorses and began to charge, and the Imperial beast masters, at the same time, released their demonic beasts. Both sides charged at the same time, sweeping across the land like a flood. In the Xuanjia army, Lu Haowen smiled maliciously. As the number 2 person in the Xuanjia army and a strong person of the 9th grade realm, his ambition was to assist the eldest princess to become the female emperor of Diqian. Naturally, when the eldest princess became the empress, he would be the aide-de-camp of one person above 10,000 people, an extremely honorable person in the world. So, if you don't fight for your life at this time, how can you get riches and honor? Kill the demon queen and capture the dog prince alive. It was only a teenager that appeared on the battlefield that made Lu Haowen puzzled, looking plain and ordinary, but charging at the forefront. It's you. Take your head and sacrifice it. Lu Haowen once again increased his speed, breaking away from the cavalry and riding away. After both sides were 500 paces away, they decisively used crossbows and arrows to shoot at each other, and countless people were shot and fell off their horses, quickly becoming meat cakes. But to their amazement, the 2 men charging at the front of the line were not taken care of by the crossbow and met peacefully. Lu Haowen raised the greatsword in his hand. The power of the 9th grade realm converged, and a golden stream of light filled the greatsword. Similarly, on the other side, Shang Guanyun raised the longsword in his hand, but his longsword was different from Lu Haowen's. Lu Haowen's was the green dragon crescent sword, while his was the army standard weapon, the stranger's sword. He, who was only in the 5th rank realm, was like a mole cricket in front of Lu Haowen, and I'm afraid that as long as Lu Haowen swung his sword down, Shang Guanyun's corpse would be separated. The disparity is too great. Lu Haowen watched as the teenager defied all odds, his entire body filled with endless killing intent as he rushed towards him and swung a blade towards him. Ha ha ha, this general admires your courage, but you're still going to die. Boom! The 2 men crossed paths. Lu Haowen slashed at the teenager Shang Guanyun. Instantly, a golden light protected Shang Guanyun, then the golden light dispersed and disappeared. The separation of the corpses did not occur. Instead, Lu Haowen's long sword was shocked and bounced back, making his hands numb. Grass. Lu Haowen was furious. What the hell is this? What kind of remarkable thing is this kid wearing? It was able to withstand a 9th grade strike? It was just a pity that due to inertia, the 2 of them had staggered apart. Otherwise, Lu Haowen would have absolutely fought to the death and would have snatched back what that kid was wearing, which was definitely a remarkable thing. Pust! Shang Guanyun spewed out a mouthful of blood and almost fell off his warhorse, but he did not suffer very serious injuries. Shang Guanyun was dumbfounded. What was the situation? He had survived? But at this moment, he couldn't care about that much. There was only hacking and slashing. He could survive the hands of that main general just now. Surely he could kill his way out and gain the ultimate victory. All he remembered was that before he left for the war, his mother had found a plain inner armor from one of the chests and told him to wear it no matter what. It was the most precious thing she had. It was probably that inner armor that did the trick. The battle continued. Lu Haowen led the Xian armor army all the way, piling 20,000 people straight up without any battle tactics, just charging and killing. In the face of absolute power, all methods of warfare pale in comparison. Despite the fact that these 7,000 veterans had braved death and climbed out of the gates of hell countless times, it was clear that it wouldn't work this time. The 7,000 men were instantly swallowed up by the 20,000 Xuanjia army, but it also stopped the Xuanjia army from continuing their charge. At this very moment, Kai Ingho roared. The left and right flanks strike. All generals, follow the old man to kill the enemy. The 4,000 men of the center army also rushed out and continued to charge head-on. 20,000 against 20,000. Half a caddy, depending on who holds out to the end. Chapter 51, Madmen on the Battlefield. The veterans and those gatekeepers, who had been promised by the house masters, all wailed and defended the house masters to the death. It was just that the battle strength of the Xian armor army was there, the same baptism of countless battles, and the bitterly cold northern border made them even more valiant and warlike. Most importantly, in the Xuanjia army, there was still a madman like Lu Hawan. He was covered in blood, leading the generals of the Xian armor army like a sharp arrow, charging left and right. Where he charged, there was a large body. Gradually, the battlefield began to clear. Kai Ingho had his head taken by a Xuanjia army general. General Lu was stabbed in the heart with a sword, and General Zhang was decapitated by Lu Hawan. The Cui family head, who was a replacement, looked at the tragic situation of the battlefield and brought his men to flee for their lives, only to be decapitated by the strong men dispatched by Wu Jiu. This great battle lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Lu Hawan dragged his tired body, knocked 2 pills, and then looked at the 20,000 Xuanjia army, those who were able to fight, less than 10,000. The enemy army, on the other hand, has been completely wiped out. Again, Lu Hawan seemed to think that this battle that could have been won with a very simple charge was won with such heavy deaths and injuries, and he had still underestimated this particular unit. Each and every one of them, they fought him with the mindset of certain death. These lords and nobles, what had happened? Or what kind of mesmerizing soup had Wu Jiu filled them with? Wu Jiu's royal tent was not far ahead, visible to the naked eye, and all it took was a charge to capture Wu Jiu, the demon queen, alive. But Lu Hawan looked up at the sky across the street and was a bit embarrassed. A full 9th grade, standing proudly in the void, stood in front of him. If they wanted to rush over, they would have to kill these 9 ranks first, and in the dark, there were the same patriarchal powerhouses releasing terrifying pressures. Warlord, what to do? The brothers have suffered heavy damage, and if they fight the 9 half-step sect masters, they might all die in battle. Lu Hawan's cronies, all of them gathered together, each of them carrying injuries, some of them very serious. Lu Hawan glanced at the crowd and gritted his teeth. This was a very difficult choice. If you retreat, you may still be able to survive, but the big deal is to return to the north and support the war princess to make herself king. But Wu Jiu is obviously not far away. As long as the capture of Wu Jiu, the eldest princess is the empress. He is a person under 10,000 people in the empire of the Minister of Power. These brothers who had been with him for years were likewise ministers from the dragon. After a long time, Lu Hawan asked, "Do you want to live in Changen City and have money, beauty, and status, or do you want to go back to the north and suffer again?" All of these generals' complexions gradually changed, from the fear they felt just now, to fervor. It's all that bitter cold north that's making all these people crazy. Even if he took his life, he would still want to win a great future out, and his children and grandchildren would no longer have to continue to suffer in the north. Naturally, I want money, beauty, status, and to become a man of honor. Yes, it's always right to give all the pills to the old man. No governance or anything. Ha ha ha, then follow my old man and blog a front out. At this moment, Lu Hawan's eyes were filled with madness. What happened to the 9th grade? Lao Tzu is also a 9th grade. There are 9 of you, and behind me are countless sons and daughters of the north who are not afraid to die. Kill, capture the demon queen alive. Lu Hawan's injuries quickly healed most of the way, and with a roar of rage, he urged his warhorse, and then rushed towards the 9 products. The generals behind him, each with bloodshot eyes, looking like madmen, similarly urged their horses and rushed towards the half-step sect master who stood proudly in the void. They knew they would die, but they weren't afraid. Poverty and bitter cold are much more to be feared than death. Standing on the hillock, Wu Jiu, who had observed the entire battle and eliminated the people of the world's great families, was still satisfied in her heart. However, facing the Lu Xuanjia army charging a half-step sect master, this scene shook her heart a little, knowing that it was a group of courageous people who could not do it. Who was that general on the other side? Next to her, Shangwan Wanner said, "This person's name is Lu Hawan. He is the concubine of the Lu family, and after he had no chance of a title, he joined the Xuanjia army, and now he is the eldest princess's military advisor, in charge of the entire northern realm's Xuanjia army. It's a character, but that's as far as it goes. You can go back to the city. The crown prince, this asshole, has robbed the Taisher's residence, and the writ has been sent to this palace. If we don't go back, maybe he'll do something out of the ordinary." Shangwan Wanner asked doubtfully, "Your Highness, wouldn't it be better to borrow the crown prince's hand to completely suppress the Taisher house?" Does the crown prince have that ability? The power of the Imperial Master's house is something that even this palace has to be afraid of. The reason why the Imperial Master's house didn't deal with the Crown Prince was because it was afraid that when this palace returned, it would take their family to task. This palace to clean up some people, naturally, but also to enlist some people, such as the Imperial household. Once these people united, as when dealing with the late emperor, this palace cannot do anything, unless the use of a large army to suppress, and again, but then, the price is too big. Wu Jiao and Shangwan Wan heir left the hill together, got on a carriage, and returned to Changen city. Lu Haowen fought for his life and was being pressed by the 3 ninth grade at the same time, but the more he fought, the more courageous he became, seemingly not afraid of death at all, fighting for his life, which in turn caused those 3 ninth grade to tie their hands. Crazy, just crazy. Gentlemen, take out your stunts and kill him. The 3 ninth grade were enraged, the 3 of them killing one person, but letting the other party get more and more courageous. It was simply a disgrace to them. On the contrary, the other 9 products were similarly grey and furious, despite the fact that they had killed countless Xuanjia army generals by virtue of their great power. These mole-like existences disgusted them. These people were so brazen that they rushed up and blew themselves up, no different from madmen. At the end of the battle, the 9th-ranked powerhouse was, surprisingly, covered in wounds by these Xian armor army. Crazy, all ing crazy. But even though these people were crazy and didn't take their lives seriously at all, constantly blowing themselves up and charging, in the end, they still couldn't take down the 9th grade powerhouse, but they didn't die in vain. Lu Haowen desperately killed a 9th grade powerhouse while he was in danger, and looking around them, the Xian armor army was less than 1,000 strong. Gentlemen, kill him. One of them roared angrily. Today's battle was a disgrace to their 9 products, and when they returned, they didn't know how they would be dealt with by Wu Jiao. The power of the 9th grade poured down, and Lu Haowen roared angrily, but he had no power left. Hey, a long sigh of relief. Is this how it's going to die? Chapter 52 Survival from Death. Kindness. Shangwan Yun suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily as he searched for his stranger's sword. It's killing me that the weapon that saved my life is gone. Finally, he saw his weapon, sticking not far away, and he fought to push away the body pressed against him, grasping the stranger's blade in a death grip. Then he cautiously looked around for the enemy who had pounced on him. Only unfortunately, as far as the eye could see, there was not a single standing enemy, nor a single living teammate, and smoke filled the air, and a mountain of corpses and blood. He stared stupidly at everything around him. Dead, all dead. The only thing he could hear was the crackling sound of the battle fires burning, with a few occasional miserable hissing of demonic beasts. He was in a trance, sitting on his butt on the floor, breathing heavily, his heart beating so hard that he couldn't help but tear up after the robbery. I survived. The old man triumphed. Mother, my child can come back to inherit the title, and we will never be bullied or humiliated again. Kid made it, repelled the rebels and survived. Woo-hoo-hoo. Shangwan Yun clutched his head and cried loudly and painfully. Just at this time, a mighty pressure came. Then like a gale sweeping through, it lifted Shangwan Yun directly to the ground, and by the time he climbed up, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. So miserable. Sure enough, the ancients were true to their word. A great sorrow and a great joy. It was a silhouette in a black robe, carrying a destructive power that swept over her and straight into the distance, and it was only at this moment that he could see clearly that there seemed to be someone else fighting a long way away from him. After that black silhouette descended over there, a palm was swung out, causing the other party to be shocked and retreat at great speed, and the black silhouette rolled up a person and directly vanished, coming towards the direction of his location at great speed. Shangwan Yun was scared silly. That black shadow just now, it was the sovereign realm. It was definitely the sovereign realm. Terrifying as hell. Terrifying as hell. Shangwan Yun, who was standing dumbly watching, was once again swept over onto the ground by the power of the black shadow sweeping over him, and he finally fainted. Even at the moment of passing out, he was ranting, "Why are you targeting old me? I've had a miserable life. One day, I will become a patriarch and kill all you dogs." On the side of the 9 pins, they were also enraged that they had rescued that sinful general right under their noses, and they rallied to catch up, but the patriarchal realm was too fast, and they still couldn't catch up. Weinan River. The Rapunzel frowned, biting her lower lip, her face cold underneath. The surrounding personal guards, they bowed their heads and dared not speak. The second princess led the members of the Phoenix Ming Pavilion and carried out an assassination campaign against him, right on the battlefield, blatantly targeting her. Those dead soldiers, disguised as the Xuanjia army's personal guards, laid their hands on her, but fortunately she was strong in force and dodged one disaster after another. Damn Phoenix Pavilion. Damn Li Him Huang. When this princess attacks Changen, she will sacrifice your heads to the flag. It was just that the assassination of the Phoenix Pavilion, in the midst of the army, was something she didn't need to worry about, and what really worried her was the third princess's Imperial City Division. The Imperial City Division and Yang Xing's allied forces were comparable to her in number, and in the Imperial City Division, there were many experts, so it was really not easy to deal with them. She only had one Zongshi beside her, and she was also sent to deal with the Zongshi beside Wu Jiu. If there was a Zongshi beside herself, then wasn't there one beside the second princess and the third princess? There definitely is. It was just that what puzzled her was that the two armies were facing each other, but the third princess was slow to give the order to attack. Instead, she was focusing on defense. It wasn't until the afternoon that a secret letter was delivered that revealed the mystery. The content of the secret letter was that the third princess had set up a banquet between the two armies, wanting to catch up on sisterly love and talk about cooperation. However, the princess did not immediately agree, but waited for news from Lu Haowen in Changen City. Regardless of which side got it, there was no need for her to talk about cooperation with the third princess at all, and it would only be the third princess who would die. The throne must be hers. Li Xianyi. It wasn't until late afternoon that Patriarch returned with the injured Lu Haowen. The princess was disappointed that Lu Haowen not only failed to take down Wu Jiu, but also lost his troops, and none of the 20,000 Xuanjia army survived. All of them died in battle. Having failed to fulfill the wishes of Her Highness, the eldest princess, asked the eldest princess to please lower her sins. Lu Haowen knelt in front of Li Xianyi. His entire body was lost, as if he had lost his soul. Ever since he established the Xian Armor Army, no matter who he fought, he had never lost a battle. Even the outlaws of the Sand Dune Sea, he had never failed so miserably. But today, he was defeated by a group of rabble-rousers. He was shocked at just how Wu Jiu had managed to get that group of veteran soldiers to defy the odds and charge like a bunch of lunatics. Warlord, victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. You can't be blamed for this. You've done a good job. But obviously, facing the comfort of the Rapunzel made Lu Haowen even more disoriented. Li Xianyi looked at Lu Haowen's appearance and said once again, Warlord, such a small matter has made you lose your bravery. The next matter is even more tricky. How can you reassure this princess? Lu Haowen's whole body had a jolt, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Please rest assured, princess, I am just a little lost. Every warrior of the Xuanjia army is my heart and soul. It's your heart's blood. How is it not this princess's heart's blood? But right now is not the time to grieve. It's time to avenge their deaths. I understand. Seeing that Lu Haowen had come out of his loss, the eldest princess gave Lu Haowen the secret letter. After reading it, Lu Haowen pondered over it and asked, Rapunzel, is there any progress on the Changen City side? The news from the south gate of Changen City also came. The siege was very tough, facing the tall walls, plus the Xuanjia army are all cavalry, not good at attacking the city. Heavy casualties. Lu Haowen sighed. Still starting an army was too hasty, but Wu Jiu didn't give them time to prepare either. Once the rightful title of the throne was taken away from him, or if Wu Jiu directly inherited the throne, it would all be too late. Princess, I'm afraid there's no hope in trying to rely on our own strength to take Changen City, not to mention the fact that Changen City's walls are tall and thick, with numerous defending devices. Even if we break through the city, we still have to face 50,000 Southern Realm legions. The nearest Diligent King's division is at Luoyang, and it will only take 5 days for it to reach Changen. The great armies of Diligent Kings from all over the world will arrive one after another between 10 days and half a month. We are short of food and grass, short of siege equipment, and have to face harassment from other forces. The time and place are not ours anymore. The warlord means cooperation? Li Xianyi asked with a frown. Lu Haowen nodded helplessly. Yes, cooperate. Take Changen City first and force Wu Jiu to surrender her authority. Everything will be much easier. Li Xianyi slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and clenched her fists. This princess agrees with the military division. Someone, send a letter to Lao San. This princess is willing to negotiate with her. Chapter 53, Four Sisters Cooperate. Wu Jiu trapped outside the city. Early the next morning, right in the center of the two armies in the open space, a simple table was set up with a jug of wine, 3 wine goblets, and 3 futons. Li Xianyi had brought his clan master powerhouses with him to act as escorts to the meeting. It was just that Li Himawen was also present, which surprised her. Elder sister, don't come back while on the battlefield. Li Himawen was still wearing a revealing low-cut long dress, her hair casually pulled back as if she had just woken up from a nap. Humph, do you think that even with your underhanded tactics, you can make me jealous? Cluck 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 cluck. It's just some assassins. Naturally, they can't be put on a pedestal. But as eldest sister knows, second sister has been unloved since she was a child, and doesn't have anything on a pedestal. Isn't that why we invited the eldest sister over today? To discuss together how we can get the second sister to get something on the table as well. Humph, tongue in cheek. Li Xianyi snorted coldly. not wanting to talk to his second sister. Li Himawang was happy today because she was happy when others were unhappy, and she rejoiced when she watched her eldest sister get defeated. Elder sister, please take your seat. Li Yinzhou bowed and saluted. Li Xianyi sat on the futon and looked at the people brought by Lao Er and Lao San, all of whom were strong at the Zhongshe realm, even 3 times stronger than the Zhongshe beside her. Li Xianyi was secretly surprised in his heart. It was fortunate that he didn't immediately launch an attack, otherwise he might have put his life on the line. Li Yinzhou arched his hand towards Li Himawang. Second sister, please sit down as well. After the 3 sat down, Li Yinzhou went straight to the point and said, the 2 imperial sisters, the mother's mind, it is clear as day, so there is no need for my sister to elaborate. The 3 of us are gathered together today, so let's just get it straight and cooperate. The 3 of us, inside and outside, will first capture the imperial city and force the queen mother to surrender her power, and then, you and I will fight for the throne with our own skills. How? I naturally have no opinion, Li Himawang said with a smile. Just at this time, 4th Princess Li Qingyan walked in with her people and laughed. I have an opinion. Why did you leave your sister behind when the 3 sisters worked together? The 3 of them rolled their eyes at the same time, not realizing that the 4th sister had also come. In that case, then the 4th sister should sit down as well. Li Xianyi was silent for a moment and asked, how do we cooperate? Come up with a charter. We don't have much time. Then she added, the industrious king's troops from Luoyang, who are the queen mother's inner circle, have already arrived at the Hango Pass, and will arrive at Changen City in 2 more days. The 4 were silent for a moment. Li Yinzhou said, this matter, I'll do it. I can pass a fake decree through the Imperial City Department. Just say that the rebellion has been pacified. No need for them to be diligent in the king. Maybe we can delay for a few days. Li Yinzhou continued. It's just that mother has already returned to Changen City, and it's not difficult for us to raise a campaign from within the city. 4th Princess Li Qingyan laughed. This is something you 3 don't need to worry about. Mother, she can't go back. The 3 of them were delighted at the same time, and Li Xianyi hurriedly asked, why? Li Qingyan said, mother is in the city. There are only 50,000 Southern Realm legions. She thought that by placing the Southern Realm legions inside the city and guarding the city, she could guarantee that everything would be safe. But she miscalculated. 50,000 people spread out over 16 city gates. How many of them can be divided? And the defense of the city is under the direct jurisdiction of my people. Because of Elder Sister's big sneak attack on the South City, 50,000 South Realm legions, all of them are defending the south of the city, and the rest of the defense is under my people. Unless mother can enter Changen City from the South City, she won't be able to enter in this lifetime. Hearing Li Qingyan's words, all 3 of them were stunned. Li Yinzhou asked in a cold voice, since you've already taken control of Changen City, why did you come here and talk to us about cooperation? Li Qingyan arched his hand and laughed, because mother has 9 ninth grades in her hands, as well as the power of the patriarchs behind her, along with your power, all of which are pressed towards my sister. Won't I be bound to lose? Crowd. Win-win cooperation. Get rid of the powerful one of the mother first, and our power will be equally divided, so I won't be afraid. Li Xianyi stood up and said, it's said that the 4th sister is the Wenxu star descending to the heavens, so there really is something to it. In that case, the 4th sister will be the one to make the arrangements. She even glanced at 3rd Princess Li Yinzhou after she finished speaking. Li Yinzhou was furious. She had gone to great lengths to organize this cooperation. The more she arranged it, the greater the benefits she could gain in the end. But in the end, she let the 4th sister pick the peach. 3rd sister, don't be unconvinced yet. If I let you make the arrangements, I'm sure I'll make a mistake. It's better to let my sister do it for me. Li Qingyan stood up and added, eldest sister, continue to attack the South City Gate. The more aggressive the attack, the better. It's best to eliminate the Southland Legion in the south of the city. At the same time, keep an eye on mother. You can't let her enter the city. The 2nd sister led the Phoenix Pavilion's experts and hunted down the Queen Mother. Of course, the eldest sister, the 2nd sister, the 3rd sister, including me, all the power above the 9th grade in their hands were handed over to the 2nd sister. 3rd sister led the Imperial City Division, entered through the North Gate, and eliminated all of the Queen Mother's inner circle within the city. At the same time, I will take the students of the academy and enter through the Northern Gate, so that they can convince their families in the city to put forth their last strength and eliminate the Southland Legion from within. After Li Qingyan finished, he clasped his fists and said, for the sake of the imperial throne, all of you work together. The 4 sisters have teamed up to take down their beloved Queen Mother first. The cooperation was immediately acted upon. The eldest princess led the Xuanjia army, crossed the river southward, and went to the south of the city to personally command the attack on the city. The 2nd princess took 4 Zhongshe, 5 ninth grade powerhouses, and 3,000 dead soldiers and went after Wu Jiu. The third princess led the Imperial City Division and immediately traveled to the North City, entering with the students of the academy to get rid of all of Wu Jiu's inner circle. Outside Changen, Wu Jiu rode in a carriage overnight to the city of Changen. 80 miles of road. To say the longest, to say the shortest also need a day and a night. Ninth grade. She already had the ability to fly in the sky and hide in the ground, but flying in the sky and hiding in the ground came at a price, and having just entered the ninth grade, she needed to stabilize her cultivation, but along the way, she encountered quite a few killers, although not strong, but every time she had to personally take action. But the annoying thing was that there was only a Shangwanwaner and a horseman beside her. It can be reached in a day and a night, but it has been delayed until now. Wu Jiu, who was meditating in the carriage, suddenly had her eyelids fluttering wildly, as if something bad had happened. Wan heir, where are we? Shangwanwaner, who was sitting outside the carriage, hurriedly said, Your Highness, there is still an hour left before we can enter the city. Speed up, there is no need to worry about my body. I am afraid that something has happened in the city. Finally, arriving at the entrance to the eastern city, Wu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Only, the city gates were closed, and the soldiers on the citadel were bending their bows and arrows, all aimed at the carriage. Shangwanwaner roared, How dare you? Are you blind? The Empress Dowager is in the carriage. Open the gates or all 9 clans will be destroyed. With a cold face, Wu Jiu lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing her head, and just at that moment, a crossbow arrow like rafters flew towards her. Wu Jiu was shocked and quickly dodged. The arrow hit the carriage and it collapsed. Wu Jiu. She slowly raised her head and looked towards the countless crossbows and arrows at the top of the city, and it was already clear in her mind that her daughters didn't want her to enter the city anymore, and the lords wanted her to die outside the city. Chapter 54, Retreating as a way to move forward, leaving it all behind. What a bunch of rebels, Wu Jiu just said lightly. Only she was still curious about which rebellious son's handiwork this was. Was it the oldest 3 or the oldest 4? These 2 were the only ones who still held the military power of the city in their hands. Although the second one had some power, it was an external force that could not be brought to the surface, and the oldest one was still fighting to the death outside the city, and there was nothing for her to do in the city. As for old 5 and Prince, Your Highness, what should we do? Shangwanwaner said anxiously. If we can't enter now, we won't be able to control the city. So what if the Southland Legion can't hold Changen City and the city is broken? That would be a real mess. Standing at the city gates, Wu Jiu glanced at Shangwanwaner and said, What's the panic? A bunch of earthlings can also defend a city gate. Wu Jiu waited quietly. The 3 great patriarchs and 9 half-step patriarchs should be arriving soon. When they arrived and slaughtered this city gate, the problem would naturally be solved. Want to kill her? She's not dead. A group of rebellious sons who don't know the sky and the earth think that this will make this palace hand over the power in their hands? Even if I gave it to you, would you be able to hold it? In this way, Wu Jiu waited and waited until the sun was about to set, and her own reinforcements had not yet arrived. Some panic rose in Wu Jiu's heart. Shangwanwaner dispatched people to poke around and finally brought news. Your Majesty, news has come from the 9 chapters terrace. Wu Jiu didn't say anything, just listened. The second princess and the third princess did not launch an attack on the eldest princess. They cooperated, and the fourth princess had a hand in it as well. Shangwanwaner spoke, her heart pounding, fearing that Wu Jiu would be angered to death. Her daughters all united, rebelling against the Queen Mother. How sad the Queen Mother should be. But Wu Jiu didn't have a bit of anger. Instead, like hearing something very common, signaling Shangwanwaner to continue. As an empress, following the late emperor for more than 10 years, and ruling with her own hands for many years, what big storms have not seen? This point of things, indeed, left her a little angry, but not yet to talk about panic. They united the sect masters and 9th product realm powerhouses in their hands and entangled our 3 sect masters and 8 9th products. Wu Jiu suddenly turned around and asked, a 9th grade died? Who died and how? These 9 products are the offerings of Diqian, the same as a trump card in the hands of her Wu Jiu. Just like this death, it is a strange pity, after all, consumed in them too much. Shangwanwaner whispered, it's Mr. Bai. He was beheaded by the eldest princess's subordinate, Lu Haowen. Wu Jiu let out a long sigh and said, Lu Haowen is a good seedling, but it's a pity that he has taken the path of no return and will eventually die. Now, the eldest princess has rushed to the south of the city with 10,000 Xuanjia troops and is desperately attacking the south city, and the 3rd and 4th princesses, leading the Imperial City Department and the students of the Academy of Literature, have already entered the city from the north city. They have united with the lords of the city and the Xuanjia army to attack the Southern Realm Legion guarding the southern city gate on both sides. Your Majesty, I am afraid of the Southland Legion. Wu Jiu, Wu Jiu remained calm and had a smile on her face, as if this was more in line with her vision. Ha, I've underestimated them. I'm afraid these ideas came from Old Four. It's just a shame about the 50,000 Southern Legion. Well, how about this? Let the people from the 9 Chapters Terrace be in charge of reaching out to the Southern Realm Legion. Let them retreat, and let a few survive. After a few moments, Wu Jiu asked again, how long will it take for the Diligent King's forces on the Luoyang side to arrive? It will take 3 days at the earliest. Then let's go. Let them make a fuss. I'd like to see how they'll end up. Wu Jiu turned around and walked towards the distance. Shangwan air froze. What did the Empress mean? That doesn't matter? Or are you completely discouraged? For a long time, Shangwan seemed to understand a little. Could it be that the Empress was deliberately letting a few of them kill each other inside the city to completely finish off those lords in the city? After all, those lords and nobles are each for their own masters, and they will certainly fight to the death. And the temporary cooperation is only to have a more powerful Empress. And now that she has withdrawn, they will once again count on each other and kill each other. A good move. Retreat for advance. Your Highness is brilliant. It's just that isn't that too cruel? How many people are going to die in the city? Inside the city. In fact, these 3 days, the city has been tossed by the Prince of a Whale. The prince first robbed He Taisher House, and then borrowed the name of Wu Jiu. Around the seizure of the property of the honored guests. Enrichment means of ruthless, so that those honored guests are ashamed. However, what broke them down even more was that successively people from several princesses came to give word to the lords and nobles they supported that Wu Jiu had been trapped outside the city, and that they should show all their strength and stand up to resist to the end. And then it was the third princess who led the people of the Imperial City Department to arrest Wu Jiu's beloved ministers in a big way. And Wu Jiu's line of ministers, too, suffered the pain of destruction. Then after the fourth princess entered the city, she united all the forces that could be united to sneak up on the Southland Legion from behind, in order to completely annihilate the Southland Legion within the city. At the same time, the palace was under surveillance and no one was allowed in or out. In the Taiji Hall, Li Zhuan sat behind the case table. The fifth princess was anxious, pacing back and forth, constantly counting the treachery of several princesses. The more neutral officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were all circled in the Taiji Hall waiting. The left and right prime ministers were also there. Only Wei Zhong, the imperial historian of the Imperial Palace, had already been given the head by the third princess, and she warned everyone to stay obediently and wait in the main hall, or else it would be Wei Zhong's fate. Crown Prince, say something. We have to find a way to rescue the queen. Only the queen can save the situation. Li Zhuan sat behind the desk table, playing with the jade seal in his hand, glanced at Li Su who was speaking, and laughed coldly. Prime Minister Li, it's this time of the year. If you want to die, don't drag my old man into it. Save the Queen Mother. How and with what? Why save? Li Su's eyes widened. Could it be that the Crown Prince is also going to rebel? You're the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince. Prince, you. What's wrong with me? Everyone thinks that this palace is a waste, and this palace also thinks that it is a waste. And shouldn't this kind of feat to save the sky be done by a genius? After the death of the late emperor, this palace is the only legitimate heir. What kind of face did you and others have at first? Saying that this palace is a waste and not worthy of being the emperor of Deqian at all. Great. Now let the match come to save Deqian, huh? Li Su old piker. As an old man of the Dacian royal family, you don't think about the Li family's rivers and mountains, but you're bent on kneeling down and wanting your mother to inherit the throne. You don't deserve to be surnamed Li. As the crown prince, and now the crown prince of the supervisory state, Lao Zi expelled you old piker from the Li family, and scratched you from the Li family genealogy. Li Su and the others were dumbfounded by Li Zhuan's dislike, trying hard to open their mouths, but they couldn't say a single word, and in the end, they were alive with anger and fainted. Chapter 55, The Prince to the Temple. Obviously, Li Zhuan wasn't satisfied and turned his gun around, looking coldly at the left minister Yang Tan and asking, is the right minister also going to suggest that this palace go and save mother? Yang Tan's whole body shivered. He suggested, he is not the Empress Dowager's person at all. He is the fourth princess's person, and he hates to see the demon empress die outside the city. Yang Tan hurriedly bowed and said, the crown prince is the crown prince of the country, and should inherit the great lineage for the emperor of Dacian. The demon empress, relying on the power that she cultivated in the past, has hollowed out the crown prince and dictated to the government through the curtain. An unforgivable crime. Li Zhuan suddenly roared. Yang Tan is bold. You dare to demonize and confuse the public, divorcing the friendship between this palace and the mother. You're dead. Yang Tan is fearless. If Wu Jiu still have a chance to win, he certainly will not say so. However, when the situation is clear, Wu Jiu is already the grasshopper after the fall. Knowing the time is a good thing. The crown prince is just trying to test himself. He's not a little cutie. Fifth sister, did you hear that the left minister slandered the mother queen? Should she be killed? Just at this time, the fifth princess Li Mingyi slowly stood out, glanced at Yang Tan, arched his hand and said, slandering the mother ladder, should be killed. Pust. A silk thread flew out from Li Mingyi's sleeve and directly pierced through Yang Tan's brow. Yang Tan was shocked. He never thought that the fifth princess was so ruthless. Yang Tan's eyes quickly lax. The body fell to the ground with a bang, and the ministers in the court were scared pale and fell to their knees. Great Qian is finished, and so are they. Originally a good big empire. Officials have money to covet, merchants have money to earn, cultivators have resources. The emperor is conscientious, expanding the territory. But now, the late emperor has collapsed, and the demon queen is in power, and she wants to be the emperor. The three princes have been plotting for a long time to usurp the throne. The five princesses are super powerful, and they are also eyeing this position, and the ministers are standing in line, wanting to seek the honor of being a dragon. But no one expected it to come to this. Everyone's killing each other. It's not like taking a side is a guarantee of safety. So longing for that time of the late emperor, Li Zhuan's entire body shivered, startled by the fifth princess's ruthlessness. From the beginning of his own crossing, the day of the spiritual succession, this fifth sister also just said that he didn't want to be the emperor, but he didn't say that he wanted to be the emperor either. The system panel of the fifth princess, on the other hand, had been blank, leaving him puzzled. Today, it seems that it is not that she does not want to fight for it, but she is waiting for the time, and she has to let Li Zhuan float. And I am afraid that this one is the final big boss. I heard that the fifth sister is the holy daughter of Taoism, but also often discuss the Buddhist scriptures with high monks. Buddhism and Taoism are incompatible, but she is traveling between the two religions. The ability is not small. And this fifth princess, who had never made a move in front of people, was finally seen today, high and deep. Could it be that she finally couldn't resist making a move to seize the throne? Is he going to be in danger himself? At this moment, Li Zhuan was both worried and excited. During this period of time, my sister and mother have neglected themselves, treating themselves like real trash, and the danger level has dropped so much that they can't even get a mission anymore. People is cheap, before thinking that can survive to live, desperately seeking to live. What the righteousness and integrity of the shame are gone. But when he got a taste of the draw to become stronger, his ambition swished up. Without danger, you can't get a chance to draw and become stronger. If one wanted to completely escape the danger, then the only way was to make oneself stronger, above all beings, and become a godlike existence. At that time, one can live in peace. When Li Zhuan excitedly opened Li Mingyi's ground system panel, he was instantly dumbfounded again. The system panel remained blank. System, what the is wrong with you? Why does old 5 system layout stay blank? Please trust the system's judgment. The fifth princess does not pose any threat to the host for the time being, so this is blank. Oddities abound. I just can't believe it. Old 5 isn't a threat to myself at all. It's absolutely impossible. Li Zhuan took a step forward, his eyes widening in anger as he questioned. Fifth sister, who gave you the guts to behead the left minister of the court in public? Even you want to rebel? The fifth princess froze for a moment. Then, her face was ancient. Slowly kneeling on the ground, she asked for forgiveness. Please ask your highness, the crown prince, to come down and apologize. Yang Tan slandered the mother, and as a courtier and a child, I am just angry. I am guilty of death. Li Zhuan? Li Zhuan was confused. This can be tolerated. You should not be pulling out the sword and angrily reprimanded? You want me to punish you? Okay. This is what you forced me to do. Li Zhuan looked coldly at the fifth princess and yelled outside. Men, drag the fifth princess outside the great hall and lynch her. Dian Wei immediately rushed in with his men, drawing his long sword and pointing it at the fifth princess. Li Su and other courtiers were dumbfounded by Li Zhuan's maneuvering. Was this crown prince being driven crazy? Brain is not good anymore. Enemy and friend cannot be distinguished. Ga mess kill. The fifth princess's eyes finally changed. Some anger burning, she raised her head slightly and looked at Li Zhuan with some doubt. Li Zhuan stared at the fifth princess dead in the face, his heart rejoicing. Finally going to explode? Ha ha ha. Explode. Kill me. Just at this time, the sound of soldiers fighting came from outside, and then the guards of Li Jindong Palace retreated into the main hall. My good brother, you've made my sister miss you. Sister said she would take your heart's blood. Sister won't forget. Protecting the prince. Dian Wei protected Li Zhuan's side, and the guards of the Eastern Palace also rushed to protect Dian Wei's side. You guys are loyal, but it's a shame you're with the wrong people. Li Himenwang twisted her waist and walked into the main hall, looking at Li Zhuan playfully and letting out a laugh. Alarm, 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 danger level 9. Host's life is in danger. Please ask the host to live. If you succeed, you'll get a chance to win a lottery. Li Zhuan was overjoyed in his heart. finally expecting his second sister to come. Do you know how the palace has lived without you? Li Himawang turned around, glanced at old Fifth, and delicately said, "What is Fifth sister kneeling for? Father is dead, and mother is trapped outside the city, so I guess she's going down to be with father. So who here is worth kneeling for? Prince of Waste? Lol 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 lol." After losing his laughter for a while, he stopped his voice and asked curiously, "Could it be that seeking the way and practicing Buddhism can really fix one's desires? Fifth sister, the opportunity is right in front of you. Don't you want to fight for the throne? That's the imperial throne of Diqian. Sitting in that position, you'll be the most honorable person in the world, and no one will dare to make you kneel anymore. And it's them who should be on their knees, the moralistic old lechers, the piggish beasts." However, the fifth princess Li Mingyi's eyes were always clear, without a trace of impurity, without desire. Even the flash of anger just now had disappeared. It was as if she was no longer a worldly person, but a clay statue in a temple. Second sister. Fifth sister has joined the Taoist family. She only wants to cultivate with one mind. She doesn't want to ask about worldly matters. The throne is empty for me. If the prince were sent to a temple and had his head shaved, would he be as docile as you? If you can't, would it be tamer to castrate and resend them? Fifth princess Li Mingyi looked up at the second princess and said, "Second sister, the crown prince is the crown prince. You can't do that? Yo, you white-eyed wolf. Just now it was him who wanted to drag you outside the temple and lynch you. You're out of your mind and you still want to plead for him?" Li Himawang hated the iron, and gave a solid, angry rebuke. "If the king wants me to die, I have to die. This is the reasoning passed down by the sages and sages, not to mention the fact that I am just a person outside the square. Life and death have long since become unimportant." Li Himawang covered her forehead and said with an exaggerated expression, "It's hopeless." Then she gave the military order. "Capture the crown prince for this princess and send him to the princess's residence. This princess will take his heart's blood tonight." After she said that, she didn't forget to lick her lips. Chapter 56, greatly tapping the potential of the fifth princess. When Li Zhuan heard this, his whole body shivered. What a cruel heart! Quickly hide behind Dian Wei. If you want to harm the Lord, first step over me. Dian Wei, sons and daughters, raise an army for 1,000 days. It's time to repay the Lord. Dozens of veterans of the Eastern Palace set up the military formation from their training, and droned, raise an army for 1,000 days. It's time to repay the Lord. These veterans were clear 6th grade realm, exuding a strong aura that filled the entire Taiji Hall with an out-of-this-world demeanor. The second princess, as an 8th grade powerhouse, had actually developed a desire to retreat. Looking at the people around her, they were only 5 or 6 ranks, and even though they were all dead soldiers, they couldn't compare in terms of aura. The second princess took a deep breath. Despite the presence of these people, the crown prince is still of kneeling. Heart blood must be obtained, because she was in the 8th grade realm. These people still weren't enough to look at. Li Zhuan, however, was not panicked, because he had the 9th product by his side, and Li Yuran had eaten the beauty pill. And during this time, the top grade spirit stones were enough to manage it, so he had already broken through to the 9th product. And now, he's not a waste anymore. He's a 5th grade powerhouse wearing internal armor strong enough to take a full blow from the sovereign realm. Want to take him away? Go dream in your springtime. This time, survival gets the sweepstakes, and he's determined to win. That's why he dared to keep trying to provoke Old Five, not realizing that Old Five was even more of a waste than he was, and froze and branched out. It's a good thing the penis came and gave him a benefit. Just with these dirtbags, how dare they flaunt their power in front of an 8th grade powerhouse? Crown Prince, bind your hands to save yourself from the pain of skin and flesh. Sister will strike very lightly. It won't hurt at all. Second sister, you can't kill the Crown Prince. This is treason. Hearing this, Li Mingyi hurriedly arched his hand to dissuade him. Get out. There's no place for you to talk here. You're even more of a waste than the Crown Prince. You've disgraced your sister. The second princess's flirtatious smiling face just now became gloomy. Li Mingyi bowed his head in the face of the second princess's rebuke. Only his eyes brightened up a lot, as if he wished that the second princess and the Crown Prince's men would have a firefight, and it would be best to kill one of them. Second princess, my younger sibling urges you to be kind. Assassinating the Crown Prince is a major crime of treason and is punishable by the execution of all 9 clans. Li Yuran held his sword and slowly walked out from behind the Taiji Hall, his aura exuding the dominance of a 9th-ranked powerhouse unmistakable. It's just that at the moment, Li Yuran was veiled and no one could recognize her. However, when she finished her sentence, she regretted it. Execute the 9 clans. Wouldn't that mean that even she would have to die? Blah, 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 or suffer from not reading. Who are you? The second princess narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Yuran. her heart secretly saying that it was not good. When did the crown prince have a 9th grade powerhouse by his side? Also, she was familiar with this person, but she just couldn't recognize him. Who are you that you dare to meddle in my royal affairs? Li Yuran walked forward, pulled Li Zhuan's hand, and even came up to kiss Li Zhuan on the lips. Your Highness, I'm not late. Li Zhuan's heart was greatly settled. The reward was afraid to arrive, and he laughed. Not late, just right. I'll be sure to reward you tonight. Li Yuran blankly glanced at Li Zhuan, obviously a righteous man, but had to pretend to be an amoral and dim king. Are you tired? My concubine is so tired anyway. It's too tiring to practice with you every day. The second princess no longer had her flirtatious appearance, but asked again, who are you? The second princess is really forgetful. We've met before and you even gave my concubine a gift. My concubine is your younger sibling. Yoren meets Yoren of South Mountain. Li Yoren, a 9th grade expert. There should be no one present who is a match for my concubine. Li Yuran unveiled his veil and introduced himself to Li Himhuan while additionally pointing at everyone present and pretending. Li Zhuan sighed, blaming himself for taking such a quiet girl and leading her astray. That's a good pussy. The second princess frowned, finally remembering, not realizing that this younger sibling of hers was a 9th grade powerhouse. It was really surprising. At first, she did not pay attention to see. After all, a waste of a princess, is the face value is very high. At that time, she also intends to get it. Grabbed to Phoenix Pavilion stand. Fortunately did not have hands to catch. Otherwise I am afraid that it would have been cold. Who dares to catch a 9th grade to Phoenix Pavilion stand? Sibling, what excitement are you looking for here if you're not properly chasing after mother? The second princess sighed. Today is considered another plant. This punk, how come his luck is so good? Every time there is someone to help him. Last time it was the queen mother. This time it's the crown princess. Lucky for you. We'll see. Mother will surely die this time. Even if you have the crown princess by your side to protect you. Is the 9th rank invincible? When the sect master powerhouses return from killing the mother, crown prince, you still won't be able to escape from this princess. The second princess huffed and puffed and left with the dead soldiers around her. Originally they had agreed that she would lead the people to hunt down the mother and the experts around the mother. But who would be so stupid? The eldest sister is in a fierce battle outside the city. The third sister, the fourth sister has already entered the city. In case they captured the crown prince, and directly claimed the emperor, is not one's busy work for nothing? So she had her people continue to hunt down the mother's side experts, while she brought her own inner circle, and through the means of the Phoenix Pavilion, she entered the Imperial city through the tunnels, and came directly to the crown prince's palace to capture the crown prince. With only the crown prince in hand, the blood of the heart will be there, and so will the chance to claim the title of emperor. It's just a pity that she miscalculated. The crown prince took advantage of this time to cultivate a group of East Palace guards, and there was a 9th pin by his side. The 5th princess looked at Li Himewang who was defeated and left. For a moment, she was actually a little lost in thought. She also did not expect that the crown princess was actually a 9th grade powerhouse, and her aura was even more powerful than an ordinary 9th grade. Ha, is the crown prince a loser? I'm afraid everyone has overlooked the fact that he is the only son of his mother and father. And how could his father, who was ambitious, and his mother, who was devious and cunning, give birth to a loser? At this time, Li Zhuan once again looked at Li Mingyi, who still wasn't willing to just let go of such a good lottery opportunity. Make sure you tap into the potential of your 5th sister in a big way. Sister 5, Chapter 57 Situation. 5th sister, it's your turn. Li Mingyi was shocked in his heart. This dog prince really wanted to kill himself, or was he testing himself? The 5th princess hurriedly arched her hand and said, Crown Prince, are you really going to kill 5th sister for the sake of a treacherous minister? Yang Tan slandered the mother. The Lord insulted the minister, not to mention our mother. Although 5th sister is a person outside of the world, but the mother gave birth to me and raised me. I can't be a white-eyed wolf. If the crown prince really wants to kill 5th sister because of a treacherous prime minister, then do it. 5th sister has nothing to say but that mother is blind and has raised such a group of white-eyed wolves like you. After finishing, Li Mingyi straightened his back, extended his neck, and slowly closed his eyes. She was gambling that Li Zhuan wouldn't kill her. In fact, she was panicking in her heart at the moment. The crown prince was surrounded by dozens of strong soldiers and strong generals, and there was also the crown princess who was such a 9th rank. If he flipped out, then he would definitely have to fight a big battle, and for the sake of a punk, exposing his own strength was really not worth it. It's better to put on the persona of a man of the world yourself. Loyalty to the mother, never wrong. Do not look at today's mother is trapped outside the city. Life and death do not know, but Li Mingyi is too clear. Mother ruling for more than 10 years. Every day to face the difficulties is not smaller than today's scene. She certainly won't stop there, and I'm afraid there's a bigger plot brewing. The eldest sister, who was relying on the 200 000 Xian armor army, was already not in a good headspace. The second sister only possessed some Jianghu power, which was ultimately unable to rise to the occasion, and she was not even able to deal with the waste of a crown prince. The third sister was also in control of the Imperial City Division, and did not yet know what the Imperial City Division had already been infiltrated into by the mother. The fourth sister is a smart one. Through the Cultural Institute and the Imperial Examination, enlisted a number of big families and clans, and gained the support of many civil officials. The brain is enough, but there is no military power in the hands after all. For fourth sister to rely on those rabble-rousers in the city and drive mother to extinction is absolutely a fool's errand. What's more, the four of them were temporarily and explicitly united just to force the mother. But once the mother took the initiative to withdraw, this alliance of the four of them instantly disintegrated, and they would even fight each other for the sake of the imperial throne. It's just a bunch of idiots. As long as you are good, the mantis will catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow is behind, and the ultimate victor will be yourself. Li Juan was dumbfounded. This fifth sister genuinely did not want to betray her mother? It doesn't make sense. Fifth sister, even if Yang Tan is a traitorous minister, that would still have to be convicted after interrogation by the Dalizi, and then convicted in accordance with the Deqian law after being reviewed by this palace. This is the crown prince's palace, not your princess's residence. Yang Tan is the right minister of the great Qin dynasty, not the princess's residence's domestic servant. Li Mingyi clenched his teeth and his body began to tremble a little. She was genuinely confused. Prince, you're not a ing loser anymore. You're stupid. Today's Deqian. It's still your turn to say. The city has been killed into a pot of porridge. The palace is controlled by the fourth sister's people. What the hell do you count as the supervisory crown prince? Now you have the nerve to talk about the Dalizi trial. Is there a Dalizi now? If the Dacian law worked, a few sisters wouldn't have trapped the queen mother outside the city. Li Mingyi looked up at Li Juan and was silent for a long time. But in the end, he suppressed his anger in his heart and arched his hand and said, "If you want to kill or die, do as you wish." It was the last limit of her patience. At this moment, Li Mingyi still didn't want to expose her strength or kill the crown prince. It was just that she was a bit angry. A waste of space. She didn't want to carry the stench of killing her brother just yet. Li Juan was disappointed that he couldn't tap into the potential after all. Forget it. There's always a chance later. Fifth sister, please forgive junior brother's recklessness. Just now junior brother was testing fifth sister. Li Juan sighed, still holding his fist. All four sisters have rebelled. Only this fifth sister does not rebel. Then yes, push her to the front to block the anger of the four sisters. She always felt that this fifth sister was not a good person. Four sisters have rebelled, and my brother is afraid in his heart. It really can't be helped. My younger brother is a waste of space, and there are only so many people around him. If they join forces to kill me, my younger brother will surely die. I'll leave the matter of rescuing the mother to the fifth sister. Nothing can happen to mother, or the entire Great Qian will die. Li Mingyi looked seriously at Li Juan. He was surprised to see that Deqian would die if he continued like this, and he did not look like a stupid person again. Please rest assured, Crown Prince, this is something that fifth sister will not keep in her mind. Rescuing the queen mother is something I will do. Okay, then please, fifth sister. Li Mingyi turned around and left without the slightest delay. She wanted to get out of here so badly. It was too dangerous. As for rescuing the queen mother, she's not a little cutie. She's not a cutie. Only then will she rescue the queen mother. It's better to be dead. Crown Prince, what are we going to do now? The palace has been guarded by the third princess and fourth princess's people. If we want to go out, it's not too easy. Just these people aren't enough to stuff our teeth. The crown princess asked with a frown. The current situation was too complicated. Even if she was a ninth grade expert, she couldn't protect the crown prince to kill his way out. Li Juan laughed. What are you going out for? To die? Let's just wait here. This is the safest place. The four sisters are able to take the wall, but I'm afraid they won't be able to do it if they want to capture the queen mother. How many years has mother operated in Changen City? What's more, the ministers of the diligent king will arrive soon, and when the ministers of the diligent king arrive, the situation will be reversed immediately. Unless they capture the mother before the diligent king's army arrives, or they decide between them to let this palace Zen throne to them. But can they decide between them? Dian Wei, immediately notify the dragon guards and have them secretly enter the city. Yes. Li Juan turned around, looked at the crown princess, and smiled. Let your people enter the city as well. It's time for a showdown. Chapter 58, Xiao Su. This princess is here. Don't be arrogant. South of the city, the upper general of the Southland Legion was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with a slender and slim figure, as if he couldn't hold up that armor, and a dark face with only a pair of bright eyes turning. If the enemy thought that he was a person who could be bullied, he was very wrong. Don't look at this weakling, but he was the upper general of the Southland Legion. the only military god of the Southland Legion. Lord General, now that the city is being attacked from both sides, brothers are heavily killed and wounded, and there is a lack of food and medicine. The situation is extremely unfavorable for our department. I would suggest avoiding the front for the time being. A veteran general arched his hand and said, "Humph, Xiao Sa, don't know what a sharp edge is. Back then, my old man took 2,000 brothers and faced 100,000 southern troops, and froze to defend the city for 100 days. Did my old man avoid his front?" Xiao Sa snorted coldly, his eyes still full of battle intent in the face of such a desperate situation. At this time, the army supervisor arched his hand and smiled bitterly. "General Shang, but now we can't contact the Queen's people. The entire city is controlled by the princess's people. Now that we've reached the Queen, protecting her is the first priority. Oh Superior General, this is a saving grace, much better than guarding the place." Xiao Sa glanced at the supervisor and slapped the supervisor on the face, scolding, "I said you are pig-brained, you are not even fit to be a supervisor, and you still have to give me bad ideas." The warlord touched his reddened face, and was not angry, but rather a bit smug, as if to say to others, "Look at it, Laozi was smoked by the upper general again." Xiao Sa laughed coldly, "Rescue, the Queen needs you to save her, and if you disrupt the Queen's plan, not to mention you guys, I'll have to take off a layer of skin. As long as we defend the southern part of the city to the death and then counterattack the city, we will have Changen City completely under our control, and when the royal force arrives in Changen City, everything will be back on track. At that time, the empress will be the orthodox, in order to ascend to the position of the 9 and 5. Once we give up Changen City and it's taken over by a certain princess who directly ascends to the throne and becomes emperor, we'll become rebels, understand?" As Xiao Sa spoke, his face suddenly became gloomy, especially that crown prince. Whoever controls him will be able to hold the emperor hostage. After a long time, the veteran general then said, "Lord General, but nowadays the brothers are fighting very hard indeed, and there are over 10,000 dead and wounded." Xiao Sa walked over to the map and looked at it for a long time, then said, "Since it's tough to defend the city, let's kill our way into the city, counter-kill our way back to the palace, and get the crown prince under control first. There are no provisions replenished in the south of the city, and are there none in the Imperial city?" Xiao Sa slammed his hammer on the table and commanded, "All listen to this general's arrangements. Little Tiger, you lead 10,000 men and kill them from Ning Lane into Vermilion Bird Street. Nan Feng, you lead 10,000 men and kill from Zhengyang Street into Vermilion Bird Street to meet up with Little Tiger. Shua Zhanyang, you lead 5,000 troops to break the back and attack the frontal enemy. A group of caramels, I believe you can succeed. Attack directly and violently. Finish off those defiant bastards. The rest of you, including the old man's 800 personal guards, stay behind to break the back." Shua Zhangyang hurriedly said, "General Shang, let the last general break the back. What's the point of wasting words? Old man's words are no good anymore?" The people bowed and led the order. The upper general was just a knife to the heart, and everyone knew that breaking the back was the most dangerous thing to do, but as a general-in-chief, it is he who leaves the most dangerous things to himself and her own army. After Xiao Sa finished, he finally solemnly admonished the generals, "Lao Zi's ruthless words in the front, whose subordinates indiscriminately kill innocents and humiliate the people of Changen City. Lao Zi will ring down his brain. Remember, we are subjects of the great Qian, and among those people are our parents, wives and children. We obey." After Xiao Sa finished his command, he grabbed his longsword and smiled broadly at his own guards. "Go, follow my old man to guard the city. I heard that the eldest princess herself has arrived. Go and meet her." The generals left with them, each leading their own people, attacking in reverse, driving straight to the Imperial city, heading south to the Imperial palace, and capturing the crown prince first. On the south city gate, the frequent mobilization of the army and Xiao Sa's personal visit made all the generals defending the city excited that the upper general was finally going to make a personal appearance. If the upper general goes out, this south city gate cannot be breached. Even if the eldest princess leads a 200,000 strong army, it will be a dry eye. Brothers, this general will personally meet this great Qian's eldest princess, the so-called northern war god. Upper general, upper general. The defenders on the city tower began to cheer, mainly because their upper general had never been defeated, leading the Southland Legion to exterminate the Southland and suppress the 100U. The entire Southland has never heard of any rebellion over the years. Even those rebels who fled into the mountains were captured one by the upper generals, and were beheaded. Exactly ridiculous. Can anything call itself a god of war nowadays? Yes, how can she be ranked alongside the upper general, except that she was born into royalty? Bull asterisk northern warlord, he can't even break through our defenses. If the upper general steps in, he will make her beg for mercy on her knees. After a cheer from the citadel, the generals fought for the general they had gotten. Xiao Su told the rest to go down and regroup, and he ascended the citadel with his own personal guards and a force of 4,000 men in reserve. At the moment, the two sides were in the truce stage, and the Xian army had suffered numerous ground defeats while attacking the city, and the damage was much more severe than that of the Southern Realm Legion. About 70,000 men attacked here and lost fully 30,000 men. Cavalry is not good at attacking the city, coupled with inadequate preparation, no large engineering equipment, just temporarily get some ladders. Siege warfare is taking human life in the fill. On the contrary, Xiao Su, on the very well prepared, he took over the city of Changen, immediately increased the defense of all parts of the city, prepared a large number of defense equipment. What rolling logs, large crossbow, gold juice, everything is there. Just that he also did not expect that the Rapunzel did not divide her troops, but ran directly to the south of the city and started attacking from the south city, while the fourth princess, as a co-defender, took the initiative to take over the rest of the city's defense tasks. Xiao Su mainly defended the city's southern gate. Unexpectedly, the fourth princess betrayed Wuju and emptied the rest of the cities except for the south city, and then began to harass her own rear indefinitely while cutting off her own supplies such as food and herbs. What angered him the most was that the fourth princess had robbed him of 50,000 war horses, turning his cavalry into infantry. This was his carelessness, just for the sake of preventing the Xian army, leaving the carriage side unnoticed, and being drilled by the fourth princess. He had his men attack the soldiers guarding the stable and take over the warhorses of the Southland Legion. Rapunzel, this god of war has arrived. Come out and show yourself, or should we just do a fight? Look at this. The Xuanjia army has suffered heavy deaths and injuries. This general promises you that as long as you defeat this general will immediately hand over the southern city. Not far below the city, eldest Princess Li Xianyi had a cold face as she looked at the arrogant and incomparable Xiao Su on the citadel. She mounted her warhorse and struck her horse forward. Xiao Su's great name was known throughout the entire Great Qian, and even the four great empires. The South Realm's actual god of war, likewise rated as one of the 20 war generals by the four great empires, and of the 20 generals of the four great empires, Xiao Su was alone at the top of the list. But unfortunately, since he had gone to the Southern Realm, he had been developing in the Southern Realm and had not followed the late emperor to participate in the rest of the great wars, so his order of war god was only recognized by the Great Qian, and the rest of the empires just thought that he was just as good as one of the 12 war generals. Xiao Su, this princess is here. Don't be arrogant. Chapter 59, Crazy Xiao Su. You call yourself the Southern Realm god of war. This princess also calls herself the Northern Realm god of war. The great battles I've participated in are no less than you. The people I've killed, no less than you. We're half a catty. What are you so proud of? You are nothing more than a faithful dog to the Queen Mother. Li Xianyi slowly moved forward. The morale of the Xian army grew high, and a mountainous whistling sound came from it. You Xiao Su want to do a fight with this princess. You are not worthy yet. What is the status of this princess? Fighting with a dog like you, won't it make people laugh? On the citadel, Xiao Su was expressionless and accepted the ridicule of the eldest princess blandly in the face of it. You say I'm a loyal dog. I'm a loyal dog. In this world, the power of speech is always in the hands of the winner. Ha ha ha. Rapunzel, don't be so smug. In 3 days at most, this general will personally come to visit you in the heavenly prison, and at that time, I still hope that you will be so hardened. Brothers, shoot her for me. With Xiao Su's order, a rain of arrows fell from the sky, only to be shot empty. The Xian army was too far away, and normal arrows would have no effect on an expert like the Rapunzel. Take this general's divine bow and, ha ha, tease this northern war god. Just now, being called by this woman as the loyal and vicious dog of the Empress was really uncomfortable in her heart. You're a rebel. What a great thing to say. Lousy think incense is enough. With you around, the old generals say, lousy still want to lose face. Xiao Su was afraid that the eldest princess had escaped, so he continued to tangle with her, swearing at any profanity, almost causing the eldest princess to become autistic. Xiao Su, you're a famous general in vain. Xiao Su laughed out loud. The eldest princess is the famous general, the god of war of the Northern Realm, and lousy is just a rogue by birth, just a vicious dog of the mother. Ha ha ha. The morale of the Southland Legion, which had fallen low, instantly rose again, and the generals began to curse the Xuanjia army below. At this moment, up and down the citadel, tens of thousands of people did not shoot arrows or charge, but began to curse at each other, and some people even roared their voices. Those who were short-tempered wanted to rush up to the citadel, or rush down, and fight the enemy to the death, but the generals on both sides would not give orders, and they could only curse each other desperately. Finally, Xiao Su grabbed the divine bow and after drawing it with all his might, he aimed an arrow at the eldest Princess Li Xianyi. However, just at the moment when Xiao Su drew his bow and arrow, the eldest princess Li Xianyi also sensed that things seemed to be out of place and beat her horse to leave quickly. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, chasing the soul for 1,000 miles. This was Xiao Su's famous divine skill, and the eldest princess naturally knew about it. She had risked her life before just to boost her morale, and now that her morale was up, a woman's sixth sense told her that she would be shot if she didn't run. And as she came, she wasn't completely unprotected. She was wearing inner armor and outer armor on the outside, and with her 9th rank strength, an arrow could still be blocked. Even though Rapunzel ran away, the arrow still caught up with her, only its power was weakened and blocked by Rapunzel. But even after blocking it, she was forced to dismount and retreat hundreds of steps, her face turning pale. Xiao Su, worthy of being the god of war of the southern realm. This force, if it was a melee battle, she was definitely not an opponent. Unless she and Lu Haoren went together, they might be able to block this bureaucrat. The Xuanjia army was collectively alarmed, and when they saw their own princess blocking the way, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the morale that had been so hard to raise just now was gone again. On the contrary, the morale on the citadel was like a rainbow. At this time, Lu Haoren, who was still injured, stepped forward and arched his hand. Rapunzel, go into the palace. I always feel that this Xiao Su is strange. How strange? Rapunzel asked with a frown. The soldiers on the citadel were replaced, all of them his personal guards, and according to the rumor, the man usually doesn't speak so much as a word to the enemy, and when faced with an enemy army, the first thing to do is to countercharge, no matter how many of them there are. That's why it's also known as Crazy Xiao in the southern realm. But today he actually sparred with the eldest princess for so long. It's too abnormal. Li Xianyi continued to frown. Could it be that he has some kind of plot? But there are enemy troops in the front and back. He has 50,000 men, almost 10,000 or so killed in battle, without any supplies, and is even worse off than we are. Can he still fly away? Lu Haoren also shook his head. As for what Xiao Su was thinking, he really couldn't figure it out. It was his intuition that told him that there was definitely a conspiracy here. Princess, no matter if it's a conspiracy or a young conspiracy, as long as we attack with all our might once and test the waters, we'll know. Li Xianyi nodded. This princess will personally lead the army to attack the city. Princess, you must not. You are the hope of the Xuanjia army. Even if you don't succeed this time, you still have 100,000 Xuanjia army waiting in the north. Let me charge for you. All men, charge with me. Hooting and hollering, the blackened army, once again, swooped down on the city. Xiao Su smirked as he looked at the unmoving Li Xianyi in the distance and laughed coldly, not even having the courage to charge. Just you deserve to be called a god of war alongside lousy? If you weren't born a princess, you'd be nothing. Xiao Su spat, grabbed his longbow, and started shooting one after another. When the successive waves of firing were finished, and the defending instruments on the citadel were pretty much used up, Xiao Su threw away his divine bow and roared, "The rest of you hold on to the citadel, and the personal guards, follow me out of the city to meet the battle." It is really crazy, facing tens of thousands of people attacking the city. This guy even wants to take 800 personal guards out of the city to meet the battle. This is no different from sending death. The city gates were opened, and Xiao Su led 800 cavalrymen, like a sharp arrow, straight to the princess's camp. Lu Haoren, who was commanding the siege, saw this scene and his heart was scared out of his chest. It's like a dog's guts. With 800 men, you dare to capture Her Highness the Princess. Who gave you the guts? Men, follow me to save Her Highness. No one guessed that Xiao Su, this dog, would go straight to the princess. However, the princess campsite, at the moment on some remnants of the army. The rest of the people are attacking the city. The Xian armor army was so shocked that they fled the city and ran to surround Xiao Su. It did give the defenders at the top of the city a chance to harvest a lot of heads with wave after wave of crossbow arrows. Charge! Kill the Rapunzel! The entire battlefield was in chaos. Xiao Su's 800 cavalry were too sharp, and no one could even stop them along the way. He rushed straight to the eldest princess Li Xianyi's face. Li Xianyi was also dumbfounded, and after a few moments of stagnation, he then reacted, grabbed his stranger's sword, and rode his warhorse to charge Xiao Su as well. However, Xiao Su wasn't rushing towards her at all and turned around to kill the city gates again, all the way back to the city. Once he went back and forth, half of the 800 of his own soldiers, who were with him, were already left, and at this moment, the soldiers defending the city, have also abandoned the city tower, desperately running towards Vermilion Bird Street. Now only running there can save the dog's life. Chapter 60, Winning the Late Emperor's Posthumous Edict by Raffle Draw. At this moment, Xiao Hu of the Southland Legion killed from Enning Lane, Nan Feng killed from Zhengyang Street, Shua Zhangyan opened the opening from the front, and the three roads converged and fought fiercely in Juke Street. They led the Southern Realm Legion to kill the four princesses and the others' allied forces, who were retreating and suffering heavy deaths and injuries. After Shao Su returned with his men from outside the city, the journey was unimpeded, and when he met up with the army, he directly killed the Imperial city. The Xuanjia army finally captured the southern city gate and took the entire southern city in their hands. Li Xianyi, who had entered the city, was not very happy. Of the 100,000 Xian armor army, less than 30,000 were still able to be put into battle today, and those who had been injured in the siege were in dire need of medication. But she did not have enough medication in her hands anymore. Eldest princess, the entire South City is now in our hands. Are we pursuing the Southland Legion? Li Xianyi said in a cold voice. Old Third and Old Fourth's men, they're really trash. We've discussed the idea of attacking the Southern Realm Legion from two sides, but they let the Southern Realm Legion leave. Lu Haowen was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. This is good. We are considered to have the South City Gate in our hands. If the South Realm Legion and us are in a dead heat, the deaths and injuries are estimated to be even greater, which is very unfavorable to our subsequent plans. At this moment, Third Princess Li Yinzhou also arrived at the southern city, covered in blood, her face gloomy to the extreme. Eldest sister, why don't you send troops after them? Li Yinzhou came up and asked for the offense. Li Xianyi sneered. You are incompetent, and you still have the face to question me? Li Yinzhou was furious. But she also knew that it was indeed because they were too incompetent to stop the Southern Realm Legion, a mature army that was so different compared to the Imperial City Division and those scattered soldiers. It's not even in the same league. At this moment, Li Yinzhou wanted more and more to have military power and a strong army that was loyal to her. It was true that the Imperial City Division had many experts, but experts could not be compared to a well-trained army. Li Yinzhou arched his hand and said, please also ask Imperial Sister to order a pursuit. My fourth sister's men and I have been scattered by the Southern Realm Legion. The Southern Realm Legion has breached the Imperial City, and now both the Imperial City and the Imperial Palace have fallen into the hands of the Southern Realm Legion. Li Yinzhou finished speaking and was a bit bereft. They had already put their lives on the line, but they still couldn't stop that group of lunatics from the Southland Legion. Li Xianyi closed his eyes in anger after hearing Li Yinzhou's words. The harpies are inadequate. Li Yinzhou also did not say anything. He really did not know what to say. It was indeed that they were careless and underestimated the combat power and courage of the Southland Legion. I thought that the two-sided attack would cause the Southland Legion to collapse, and even if they didn't, they should have broken out to the outside of the city. But who knew that they went in reverse and captured the palace? The eldest princess glanced at Li Yinzhou. In fact, at this moment, she was still a little joyful in her heart. After all, the oldest three and the oldest four's strength was greatly reduced, which was very beneficial for him to claim the throne. When she took the palace and she was the strongest, then the throne would be hers. Old Third, gather your remnants and join me in laying siege to the Imperial City. No matter what, we must take the palace first and save the Crown Prince. No? Right at this moment, Lu Haowen got the news and rushed forward. Eldest Princess, the second princess has already returned to Changen City with her people, and she did not go to lead the experts to hunt down the Empress Dowager. What? The eldest princess and the third princess stared at the same time. The second sister was going to be bad. If mother doesn't die, what can they do even if they capture the palace? Once the royal guard arrives, it will be their time to die. When the time comes, it'll be them people who are besieged in Changen City. Lu Haowen pondered again and again, arched his hand and said, the two princesses, things should not be delayed. Now we can only fight to take the Imperial City. First let the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, and the princesses are the auxiliary ministers who hold heavy power. Never. The two princesses spoke in unison. How could they possibly allow the Crown Prince to succeed the throne after working so hard for so long? It was simply ridiculous. Two princesses, please listen to my words. This is only an expedient measure. The Crown Prince does not have any strength and power, assisting him to ascend the throne. He is a puppet, and it is still not decided by the princesses. In this way, the diligent king's troops will not follow the orders of the Empress Dowager. When the Crown Prince ascends to the throne as emperor, let him order that the forces of the Empress Dowager be purged, and when the Empress Dowager's forces are overthrown and her body dies, it will not be too late for the princesses to compete for the throne. The Rapunzel began to calculate in her mind. She still has 100,000 Xuanjia army in the north. Wait until the fight for the throne. Let them go south. Who will fight with me? Good. This princess agrees. I don't know how the third sister chooses. Li Yinzhou, how else to choose? This is naturally the best way. When the time comes, will be the country's Imperial City Division recruited. This throne is her. Have someone tell the second and fourth princesses to gather their men and horses as soon as possible and attack the Imperial City together to protect that waste of a crown prince brother of mine. The moment. The Imperial city and the entire palace were occupied by Xiao So, and the original guards of the palace were the 1,000 bull guards, but Wu Jiao, in order to completely remove the power of the worldly families and powerful clans, even the palace guards were given to be replaced by the Southland Legion. Later, as the war became tense, the fourth princess falsely sent a decree for all of Xiao's men to go to the southern city, and then the fourth princess's men took over the guarding of the Imperial city and the Imperial palace. Now, Xiao So had killed back and killed all of the fourth princess's men, and the Imperial city and palace were once again in Xiao's hands. Taiji Hall. Li Zhuan sat on the dragon chair with a bland face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the entire hall was filled with his Li Zhuan's people. Dian Wei led 500 East Palace forbidden guards, heavily armed, guarding the outside of the Great Hall and standing in formation. Long Xia, the leader of the hidden dragon guards, led 200 experts and stood on both sides of the hall, killing. Outside, Crown Princess Li Yuran led 500 assassins, lurking everywhere, silently guarding the security within the Great Hall. System, draw, BIU. The system has confirmed. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a posthumous edict of the late emperor. The late emperor's posthumous edict? Li Zhuan froze. The old man is not easy to change the opportunity to draw. You give the old man to draw the late emperor's legacy? Could it be a posthumous edict of succession? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll die faster. Li Zhuan took a deep breath, reached out. The posthumous edict appeared in his hand. Indeed, the late emperor's handwriting, also stamped with a large seal. The ability to fake this system is just awesome. After reading the contents, but it was not a posthumous edict of succession, but a gift of an elite iron cavalry of 5,000 men. Li Zhuan stood up excitedly and asked, Long Xia, have you ever heard of the Iron Horsemen of the Seas? Long Xia's eyes glittered when he heard about the Seaside Iron Cavalry, as the hidden dragon guards and Seaside Iron Cavalry acted as the late emperor's right hand and right arm, one working for the late emperor explicitly and the other implicitly. He was naturally very familiar with them. When the first emperor first built the Iron Cavalry outside of the city, that the position of the commander was originally his Long Xia, Naiha in the competition, Han Wu that stood out, and won him a chip in the strategy. Then the former leader of the Hidden Dragon Guards died in battle, and the Hidden Dragon Guards fell into his hands. Your Highness, Mordecai knows, and is still familiar with. Mordecai has a not-so-shallow relationship with Han Wu, the commander of the Iron Cavalry of the plateau. Li Zhuan walked towards Long Xia and smiled. You make a trip for this palace to make that Serbian Iron Cavalry serve this palace. Long Xia was in a difficult position. The reason why he served His Highness was because of the hidden dragon token on one hand, and on the other hand was to repay the late emperor's kindness of knowing him. After all, Li Zhuan was the late emperor's only son, but that Han Wu guy is a downright stubborn donkey. He only listens to the late emperor's military orders, and only serves the late emperor to death. Letting him serve your highness, even if he goes to persuade, he doesn't have the slightest certainty. I will obey. Chapter 61, Scraping the Bones and Letting Others Scrape Them. Despite the fact that this trip might not go well, he had made up his mind that if that guy Han Wu dared to disloyalty to his highness, he would deal with him without mercy. Once the Iron Horsemen of the Seychelles become your highness's future enemies, the consequences will be unimaginable. I also got the news before. I'm afraid that guy has already defected to the Elder Princess, and it seems that he overthrew 50,000 forbidden guards for the Elder Princess. Wait, take this posthumous edict of the late emperor. Long Xia's whole body trembled. The Crown Prince actually possessed the late emperor's posthumous edict? Turned around and knelt on the ground at the back. I accept the decree. When Long Xia opened the imperial decree and read it, he immediately stared at the late emperor. The late emperor even anticipated that someone would harm him. When he finished reading the holy decree, Long Xia completely knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Your Highness, 200 people of the Hidden Dragon Guards, resurrected once again from today onwards, are willing to go to the fire for your Highness, and from now on, only your Highness will serve. Puff puff puff. The Hidden Dragon Guards in the Great Hall kneeled down and kowtowed, willing to die for his Highness. Li Zhuan was secretly surprised in his heart. The late emperor is worthy of being an immediate emperor. This means of controlling people's hearts is indeed outstanding. The Hidden Dragon Guards token was a system reward, but Long Xia was submissive on the surface and followed any orders he gave, but in his heart, he had never treated himself as someone who could be entrusted with anything, just like a tool person. But today's decree was the one that opened these people's hearts, and they finally treated themselves as if they were the late emperor. After all, the late emperor died, and he himself was the late emperor's only son, and the late emperor specially gave the Hidden Dragon Order and the posthumous edict to the Crown Prince, implying that they must assist the Crown Prince in ascending to the great throne. All get up. Li Zhuan stepped forward and helped Long Xia up. Long Xia got up and said to Vice Commander Long Ru, next, His Highness's safety is in your hands. Your Highness, take care of yourself. My subordinate will not let you down and bring that Hanwoo fellow back to you. Li Juan revealed a smile and laughed. Good. This palace believes in General Hanwoo's loyalty. Long Xia's strength was unfathomable. Out of the Great Hall, even if the Southern Realm Legion had surrounded the palace, he still had a way to get out of here. At this time, Li Yuran walked in and asked, that subordinate of yours is gone? Now is the time to use him. His cultivation is very powerful. Let him protect you so that I can rest assured. He's gone to get help. Having you guys is enough. As long as we don't do anything, the Southland Legion won't dare to do anything to us. At this moment, Right Minister Li Su finally stood up with a face of admiration and laughed. In the future, whoever dares to say that the Crown Prince is a waste of space, I will whip him to death. Li Su really did not expect the Crown Prince without saying a word. On the side of the gathering of a large number of forces, one by one, take out are enough to shock the people. Li Juan turned around and asked with a smile, Prime Minister Li, are you turning against the Queen of Jellyfish and preparing to defect to this palace? With a serious face, Li Su cupped his fists and said, I am a member of the royal family, and I should serve the Li family's kingdom, but since the death of the late emperor, the old minister had to consider for the world of Dakian, and defected to Wuju. If Wuju inherits the throne, the kingdom of Dakian can still be preserved, but if others, including His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, inherit the throne, the world of Dakian will be finished. I have long guessed that the princesses and princes would fight for the throne, but I did not expect that things would turn out like this. I'm afraid that this situation today is something that even the Empress did not anticipate. Today's Dakian Jiangshan society has been shaken by wind and rain. Civil war is endless. The remnants of the four, surrounded by wolves. Once the northern barbarian empire sends troops to the south, my Dakian is finished. Humph, you old piker. Since you know that the Jiangshan mountain of Daqian is surnamed Li, you still support the Queen Mother's claim to the throne. The Queen Mother's claim to the throne makes it clear that there is going to be infighting, and it would be strange if the Imperial sisters and Imperial uncles didn't fight. Li Su shook his head slightly, sighed and sighed again, then laughed. Crown Prince, you're still underestimating this internal contradiction within Daqian. Even when the late emperor was around, it has long been irreconcilable. The death of the late emperor is most likely related to the interior of Daqian. When a man is sick, he has to take medicine, but if this heaven is sick, it may have to eat a man. And in order to cure heaven of its disease, there is no other way but to push it back. And the first emperor did not have the courage to do so, but Wuju said that she did. Scraping the bones is indeed cruel, but if we don't do it, Dakian itself will die of disease. The old man stood with her for the sake of the world. That's why. Li Juan stood to the side, quietly listening to Li Su's words without refuting them. He came from the later world, a world that had gone through more than 2,000 years of feudal dynasties changing hands, so many of which had collapsed from within before finally being overrun by their enemies to the point of their demise. In almost every dynasty, this is the case, and only by pushing back and reshuffling the cards will the world come back into bloom. The late emperor could not bear it, but could only go to war abroad to divert the domestic conflicts. But once the war was lost, the conflicts would erupt. But the late emperor did not fail, and it was still hard to escape death. Li Juan thought a lot and turned around and laughed. So this is All Mother's scheme. He wants to use the competition between the princesses to consume all the power of those great families? Going out of your way to kill your own sons and daughters? Li Su clasped his fists and said, whatever it takes. Today, things are moving towards the plot, aren't they? Li Juan wanted to spit in the old man's face, but in the end, he held back. Li Juan returned to the dragon chair and said in a cold voice to Li Su, ignorant old man, you're being whimsical. Throughout the history of the nations, Li Su, this palace tells you that innovation will not succeed without the support of a strong force. Mild innovations will not let you succeed, let alone this kind of revolution that changes the sky and the earth. Ha ha ha. Aren't you afraid of cocooning yourselves and completely cutting off the great Qian's kingdom and country? Those powerful families, for the sake of profit, what bull ***** national righteousness will be thrown to the sky. For the sake of their family's continuity, they will defect to the enemy, and will even lead the enemy into our Daqian. How much military power does Mother have in her hands? Oh, 100,000 generals in the southern realm. But those people have taken root in the southern realm. And how many people in the southern realm are tainted with interests? 200,000 Xuanjia army of the north realm. 100,000 men went south. And now they are fighting with the South Realm Legion to kill each other. More than half of them have been killed in action. 300,000 Northwest Army. Can Mother, she can command it? Tell me, can she command it? Other than that, it leaves the Longi soldiers and horses. But what is Longi? It's the root of the Guanlong group. It's the umbrella of the Longiwei group. the same watchdogs that the Longyue group cultivates. If this big trouble could be solved by intrigue, the late emperor would have solved it long ago. Why would he have died? All watch. Mother may die too. A death more tragic than father's. Li Su swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, unwillingly wanted to retort a little, opened his mouth, but did not know how to retort. Li Xuan walked towards Li Su, then smiled. There is another way to temporarily ease the conflict and reunite. Li Su hurriedly asked what method. Ha. Didn't you say, to scrape the bones and heal the poison? It will surely hurt to scrape yourself, but what about others? Will they feel more pain and remember how good their own people are? Li Su's whole body winced. Did the crown prince mean to draw on a foreign invasion? No, this is inhumane. I don't agree. Prince, you are a madman. Ha. What's the point of you disagreeing? Go tell that to the Northern Barbarian Empire. They're afraid that at this moment, they've long since negotiated with the various forces of the Dune Sea. As long as the eldest princess's 100,000 Xuanjia army goes south, they will annex the entire northern border of Diqian, and then go directly south to invade Diqian's hinterland, giving a hard lesson to those powerful families and clans, and letting them know how good Diqian's royal family is to them. Chapter 62. If one day, can the god of battle Shao help me save the day? Li Su still didn't quite believe that the situation would be as serious as the crown prince said. The Northern Barbarian Empire and the Great Qian signed a non-aggression treaty, so both sides were previously jockeying for position in this part of the Dune Sea and never meant to hit each other's homelands. The first emperor of the Great Qian has collapsed and there is endless civil unrest, while the Northern Barbarian Empire is no better. The old emperor is dead, the 9 imperial sons are taking over the throne, and the whole grassland is in a mess. This is one of the reasons why Wu Ju dared to carry out this plan. Unbeknownst to her, she may push Dacian completely into the abyss, because the northern barbarians will soon kill the new lord of the grasslands in the grasslands, and even people do not have to kill, and join hands to take Dacian's world of flowers. After all, the north is bitterly cold, once suffered a snowstorm. The people of the Northern Barbarian Empire will not be able to get by, and if they cannot get by, they will go south to rob the perimeter of the Taiji temple. When Xiaosa killed here, he suddenly realized that many strong people he had never seen before had appeared, but these people only warned them not to approach the crown prince's palace, or else they would be killed without pardon. Some of the soldiers were not convinced, so they carried out the order to enter the prince's palace and protect the Prince of Waste. As a result, he suffered and was taught a lesson by countless 6th and 7th grade powerhouses, the same 6 or 7 ranks. They were still border troops, and they were actually taught a lesson by this group of people, so it was evident that these people were not simple Eastern Palace guards. Xiao Sa, who had learned the news, immediately brought his men to check the situation. He thought that it was Wu Jiu who had returned to the Taiji Hall, but he ended up meeting a crown princess of the 9th grade realm. Pass on the crown prince's word that General Xiao will be fine to guard the imperial city. No need to go to the Taiji Hall, otherwise he will be punished for rebellion. Xiao Sa blackened his face. A waste of a crown prince, to give him a message, and let him stay in the imperial city. On what grounds? I'm not your man, crown princess. This general was ordered by the Empress Dowager's military to guard Changen city, which was overrun by the chaotic thieves, so he could only come to protect the crown prince first. The crown prince is a matter of the countryside, so please convey to the crown prince that the army should be stationed in the palace for close protection. No need, you do your part well. Changen city can't hold broken. Don't let the imperial city and palace also broken. General Xiao, what do you say? Xiaosa's old face reddened. This crown princess was connoting that he was incompetent. Crown princess, I have military orders from the Empress Dowager. Li Yuran droned. Xiao Sa, it doesn't matter whose orders you're following. What matters is that the one who oversees the country today is the crown prince. He is the crown prince of Diqian, the future emperor of Diqian. Could it be that you want to rebel too? Humph, that depends on whether your life is hard enough. When Li Yuran finished speaking, a dozen or so strong people of the 8th rank realm appeared, and 2 of the 9th rank appeared, plus Li Yuran, the crown princess, all 3 of them. Xiao Sa was all confused. What is this? These people are the Prince of Waste's men? How is that possible? And this crown princess, she's a bit too strong, isn't she? A series of questions struck Xiao Sa's mind. If these people were really the crown prince's people, then this crown prince was hiding too deeply, too terrifying. A person can pretend to be a loser and stay hidden for more than a decade. What else can't he do? Xiao Sa took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid of the uncharacteristically beautiful crown princess in front of him, but he was afraid of spoiling Wu Jiu's scheming. I will meet the crown prince, and I will not go to guard outside the city until I see with my own eyes that the crown prince is not being coerced by you. In such a chaotic world, the last general trusts no one, so please ask the crown princess for permission. Li Yuran breathed a sigh of relief and finally bluffed this humongous general. If people had to attack the Taiji temple without any life, with an army of tens of thousands of people. They really couldn't stop them. "You're coming with me." Xiao Su turned around and commanded. "Heir et al. Put smart. Guard the Imperial city well. Don't let the rebels break through. This general will go to pay a visit to His Highness the Crown Prince." He was now eager to meet the Crown Prince to see if this Crown Prince was really a waste. If the Crown Prince reveals his true colors, the Empress Dowager will really be in danger. After all, the Crown Prince is the orthodox, and there are still some loyal officials and good generals in Dakian. Only that, all of these people have been sent to the border or to the local area. Following the Crown Princess, stepping into the Taiji Hall, the atmosphere was a bit depressing, even making him, a tough general who had experienced life and death, have a chill down his spine and walk with some trepidation. Starting from the outside of the hall, the interior of the Great Hall, all the experts, or the kind of experts who killed countless people, the lowest 4 products, the highest 9 products, especially on both sides of the Great Hall stood, are all 7 products and 8 products of the strong. Is this the prince's bottom line? Why would a loser be followed by so many powerful people? Even the Empress Dowager's side didn't have so many 7th and 8th grade powerhouses. Looking behind these experts, there were countless civil officials kneeling in purple and red robes, all of them shriveled up and pale, as if they had experienced great torture. Phew! Xiao Su did not dare to raise his head and walk straight to the front of the Golden Palace before he dared to raise his head slightly and quickly glanced at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on the throne. But he saw him standing not far from the throne, and was looking out of the corner of his eye with a sharp look. "My lord pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xiao Su directly kneeled on the ground. The situation was very bad. If he didn't act like a wimp, he might not be able to return today. The throne is up for grabs, and a battlefield bruiser like him will certainly be decimated if he is not used by the Crown Prince, and he now regretted a little. Had he known this, he would not have come to see this prince, and now he wanted to go out unless he was carried out. The situation is such that in order to save his dog's life, kneeling down to the Crown Prince is really not shameful. If you can bend and stretch, you are a great man. Xiao Su kept consoling himself, making excuses for his cowardice and fear. "General Xiao, please rise." At some point, this prince had come to his side and helped him up. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "General Xiao, don't be too formal. Just treat this place as if it were a military camp. Come as you are comfortable. This palace is not that rigid." I've long heard of General Xiao's great name. A young man of valor, became famous in one battle when he took over the southern country, and over the years he has guarded the southern border, so that no one in the southern border dares to rebel, and he is called by the people of the southern border as the first god of killing, and the little children do not dare to cry at night. Xiao Su was shocked in his heart, what he had done in the southern border all these years. Only he knew. Wu Jiao might know something, but for the sake of the general situation, she would not say anything. But today the prince is so yin and yang himself. What exactly is he up to? You're going to use this as evidence of your guilt to get yourself killed? Also cannot the great war at present. Who do not want to pull together such a member of their own tiger general? As long as to pull together to him, there are enough chips. Xiao Su still knelt down. "Your Highness has punished me. I had no choice but to do so. Those barbarians know small rights but no great righteousness, fearing might but not virtue, and it is only when the chaotic world uses heavy punishment that they will submit to the great Qian." Satisfied with Xiao Su's answer, Li Xuan once again helped Xiao Su to his feet and smiled. This palace has no intention of blaming the general, but only to say that the general's action is a crime in the present time, but a feat in the 1,000 years. After a number of years, regardless of the existence or non-existence of the great Qian, the land in the southern border is still under the control of our descendants, and it will still be subordinate to the Huaxia, and at that time, when the descendants of future generations mention the historical figures, the first thing that comes to mind will be you. Xiao Su froze. He didn't think so much and so far at all. He was only carrying out the task that the Empress Dowager had given him, in order to repay the Empress Dowager's kindness of knowing him, and after arriving at the southern border, in the face of the harsh environment, he had to go on a killing spree, and had to use heavy punishment in a chaotic world, and then later on, in order to enlist the hearts of the generals, he had to go to the exploitation of the people, and give the generals enough benefits. He was just bent on doing it for himself, but he didn't expect that a word from His Highness today would be better than 10 years of reading. Can a lousy person like himself be in the history books? Can it still be remembered by future generations as a heroic figure who opened up a new frontier? As a general, or a famous general like him, known as the god of war of the southern realm, the name in front of his body was already enough to want to leave a mark in history. Flutter! Xiao Su knelt on the ground, this time convincingly. "Your Highness, I will defend the Imperial city for you and will not let them attack." Xiao Su got up and turned to leave, and Li Xuan laughed. If one day, when De Qian is caught in a time of life and death, Will the god of battle Xiao help this palace to save the people of the world? Xiao Sa, who was just about to step out of the main hall, stopped in his tracks, but did not speak as he left at a brisk pace. But Xiao Sa's heart, which was loyal to Wu Jiao, had begun to waver from side to side. Chapter 63, Cursing the Crown Prince and Being Caught in the Act. Xiao Su exited the great hall and shook his head violently to keep himself from thinking about those have-nots. Today, after seeing the Crown Prince's pretending to be a waste all these years was indeed a fake. As for whether he could cultivate, he didn't see it because the Crown Prince didn't have the slightest aura of cultivation on his body, but he had already gathered a group of strong men around him, and with his status as the firstborn son, why couldn't this imperial throne be contested? What should he choose? General, the enemy has counterattacked. Go, follow this general to kill back. No matter what, we can't let them attack the imperial city today. I promised the Crown Prince, Xiao Su murmured, and with his long sword in hand, he ascended the imperial city citadel. In front of the imperial city, Li Xianyi had already arrived with the Xian armor army, and Li Yinzhou, Li Himhuang, and Li Qingyan had all arrived, gathering more than 50,000 men and horses. They surrounded the imperial city. It's just that the front of the imperial city is narrow, not enough for tens of thousands of people to fight together. Senior, what should we do now? Li Xianyi, who was riding a high horse, asked in a cold voice. Li Qingyan was a bit demoralized. She had thought that the seamless planning was a mistake here in Xiao Sa, the madman, did the opposite and captured the palace, disrupting her next plan. Li Qingyan took a deep breath and said somewhat viciously, fill it with human lives, no matter what, today and tomorrow, we must take the imperial city, storm the palace, and control the Crown Prince. Only if we hold the Crown Prince hostage will we not be liquidated by the king's forces. The third princess also nodded her head. In fact, she had more fear in her heart that the fourth king's uncle had escaped and ran towards the western region. The western army generals are the people of the fourth king's uncle. Once embracing the fourth king's uncle to kill back, everyone rests and counts the begging. But she didn't dare break the news to the group, lest a few of them get carried away with themselves. Alright then, the imperial city has 4 citadels and 16 weakly guarded places. Let's attack at the same time. 1 citadel for each of us and 4 weak places for each of us. This princess doesn't believe it anymore. Xiao Su can still defend. Obviously, this attack was advantageous to the Rapunzel. After all, her Xian armor army was large in number and powerful in battle. The remaining 3 are not so good, originally small in numbers. After several battles, attrition was quite severe. Even the second princess was surrounded by a few hundred people. Second Princess Li Him Phoenix once again borrowed 1,000 dead soldiers from Phoenix Pavilion and began to storm the imperial city. There were only 3,000 imperial city divisions left in the hands of the third princess, and after a wave of attacks, the imperial city division's personnel were so dead and wounded that they all began to retreat. She gritted her teeth and went to the star-picking platform, and when she returned, she was followed by 2 ninth-grade powerhouses. Give me to take the east gate of this imperial city. When this princess ascends to the throne, you and others will be subordinate to the dragon. Money, beautiful women, titles, this princess will not begrudge the reward. With 2 ninth-grade powerhouses pressing the battlefield, even though Li Yinzhou only had 2,000 men with him, he likewise broke through the eastern side of the imperial city and rushed into it. Only, the cunning and multi-terminal Xiao Su, even in the imperial city ambush, personally led the army ambush, even if there are 2 ninth-grade pressure, or once again was driven out of the imperial city. Until the evening, only the main gate was breached by Li Xianyi, and the Southern Realm Legion and the Xian armor army fought in the imperial city, killing blood and piling up corpses. In the end, it was again Xiao Su who saved the day and killed off the Xian armor army. This madman, who didn't take his life seriously at all, charged and killed throughout the battlefield, leading the Southern Realm Legion, with high morale. On the contrary, Lu Haowen in the Xian armor army was injured, and this time he went into battle to kill the enemy, and was once again cut down from his horse, almost dying. The eldest princess, Li Xianyi, was also wounded in the battle until the evening, and only then did this unwillingly retreat down. As for the rest of them, the second princess did not attack at all during the daytime. She took the Phoenix Pavilion's dead soldiers and kept waiting for this night to fall, then sneak into the imperial city, assassinate Xiao Su, or go directly to the Tai Chi Palace to capture the Crown Prince Li Zhuan. As night fell, the fighting finally stopped. The entire Changen city of 2 million people, but it seems to be dead silent, not a single person out of the house. Even if there is a great thing, they do not dare to go out. It is good that this rebel people are all the princesses of Diqian, will not kill innocent people, or Changen city is afraid that it will be reduced to hell. Outside the imperial city, several princesses had already gotten through to each other, preparing for the night attack on the imperial city. the eldest princess and the fourth princess from the north and south, at the same time began to frantically attack. At the same time, the second princess and the third princess infiltrated into the Imperial city to assassinate the senior generals of the South Realm Legion, or directly go to the Taiji Palace to control the crown prince. Inside the Imperial city, the war was over, and Xiaosu listened to the reports of the four generals and was distressed. These brothers did not leave their lives on the battlefield of the enemy country, but stayed in the Imperial city of Dakian. Think about it, is really ridiculous. General Shang, we are left with 20,000 brothers who can fight. Aha! Xiaosu just gave a then got up and said, do the brothers have anything to eat? All four of them shook their heads. Ever since the battle started, the brothers had not even had a full meal, and when they were in the southern city, they were cut off from food and grass by the fourth princess's people, and everyone lived by slaughtering their own war horses. As a result, the war horse was still taken away, and now that he was trapped in the Imperial city, he could have nothing to eat, unless he robbed the food from the palace. But whoever dares to rob the food in the palace will be exterminated. Xiaosu took a deep breath and pounded his fist on the pillar. The whole house trembled and the pillar was dented. Upper General, we are so protective of the crown prince, but royalty is also too ruthless, Xiaohu said angrily. Nanfeng similarly gritted his teeth. General Shang, if it doesn't work, let's retreat. We'd better go rescue the Empress Dowager. After all, we're the Empress Dowager's people. What's the point of protecting a loser prince? Shuo Zhangyang glanced at the two people next to him and said, please be careful with your words, both of you. Deliberate my ass. Even if the dog prince is by my side, I will still scold him for not being a human being. What the hell? I work for him and he can't even spare a meal. Xiaohu directly cursed. Ha ha ha, this young general has quite a temper. I wonder what his cultivation and abilities are. Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside the squad room. Then, a teenager wearing a four-clawed flying dragon was seen walking in, and he was followed by 3 9th-ranked powerhouses and a dozen 8th-ranked ones. Xiaosu was startled. Nima, how did the crown prince suddenly run here? On top of that, one of his own people cursed the crown prince and was caught by the crown prince. Flutter, my lord has met the crown prince. Please forgive me. It's all because of my subordinate's poor discipline. Then, Xiaosu closed his eyes. 2 teardrops rolled out, and he shouted, come on. General Xiaohu cursed the crown prince. Unforgivable offense. Drag out 100 army clubs, regardless of life or death. After Xiaosu finished speaking, he continued to prostrate himself at Li Zhuan's feet, thumping and kowtowing, calling out, please be generous to the crown prince and don't implicate his family. The guilty official is willing to suffer death. Xiaohu's brain was buzzing at the moment, and he had no idea what was going on. He only felt that he was going to be finished, and that he would have to drag his family and the upper general into it, and even the entire barracks would be implicated by his broken mouth. Chapter 64, The Palace Values Talent. Li Zhuan ignored the thumping kowtowing Xiaosu, but came straight to the flustered Xiaohu. You cursed the palace? Little Tiger flopped to his knees. In this hierarchical feudal society, daring to curse in front of the crown prince is a great price to pay. No matter who you are, even if it is a waste of the prince, that can only be privately scolded. Otherwise the face of the royal family where to put. The prince is not capable, but people's mothers have. Xiaohu, a tough general who was not afraid in the battlefield in the slightest, was so scared at the moment that his face turned blue and his mind went blank. When he heard Li Zhuan ask, he nodded his head in a hurry, then felt that something was wrong and shook his head frantically. Li Zhuan picked up Xiaohu and said in a cold voice, you called this palace a fart. What the hell is not? This sentence this palace agrees. After all, this palace is everyone's recognized waste. But if you scold the palace for not being able to spare a bite of food for you, then you have wronged the palace. But the palace has moved the entire imperial kitchen for you. The emperor isn't even close to having hungry soldiers. You fought to protect this palace. How could this palace even care about your meals? Xiaohu looked at Li Zhuan stagnantly, not knowing whether to believe Li Zhuan or not. Xiaosu was equally shocked. The crown prince really moved the imperial kitchen over? The crown princess hummed coldly. Xiaosu, what is your intention in seizing the palace? You and others know best in your hearts, but his highness is merciful and could not bear to see you and the others bleed and shed tears, so he had the imperial kitchen prepare food for the generals, but you and others are still dead set in their ways, cursing the crown prince behind his back, simply ignoring the law of the land. Li Zhuan looked at Xiaosu and hummed, Xiaosu, get up, this palace is not that petty, after all, you are also fighting to protect the palace. Then, Li Zhuan looked at the foolish Xiaohu again, but his voice turned somewhat milder down. That Xiaohu is it? You scolded this palace. This matter is not finished, but the great war is now. It is not appropriate to pursue. This palace gives you a chance to make a merit for your sins. If the battlefield performance is outstanding, this palace will give you 10 army clubs. and this matter will be over. Otherwise, Li Juan let out a cold snort, and the entire room changed color, like a deep night sky with stars flowing. Hiss! Xiaosa sucked in a mouthful of cool air and pressed it deep into his heart again, not daring to gasp aloud. At this moment, he was even more shocked. The Crown Prince was able to cultivate, or the 5th grade realm. The cultivation technique was even more inscrutable. A cold snort was able to change the color of the sky and the earth. Xiaosa's forehead was in a cold sweat. At this moment, he finally understood why the Crown Prince had said those words to him during the daytime, and it was also clear to him why the Crown Prince had gathered a group of experts around him. A prince who can cultivate is the future emperor. What else is there to say about following him? Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is merciful. Xiaosa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This matter was finally over and there were unexpected gains. The fact that the Crown Prince was a Crown Prince capable of cultivation could definitely shake the entire Diqian. Only he didn't understand that if the Crown Prince was capable of cultivation, why didn't he make it public earlier? If he had made it public long ago, everyone in the world would have been convinced of him, and would there have been any more of these rebellions? Only, Xiao Su does not know. Li Juan has his own bitter feelings. He is able to cultivate, but it is not that time to announce the words. Perhaps he will not be able to stand here. Don't rush to be happy yet. This palace has said that this matter can only be uncovered if he makes great achievements on the battlefield. Xiaosa hurriedly arched his hand and smiled awkwardly. Yes, yes, yes. The Crown Prince also said yes. Li Juan no longer continued to dwell on this matter, but reminded, tonight, you have a heavy task. Those sisters of this palace are not oil-saving lamps, and will definitely attack at night tonight. I hope General Xiao won't let this palace down. Xiaosa froze for a moment, gulped a mouthful of saliva. Worthy of being the Crown Prince, this all came to mind, and bowed and nodded in a very convincing manner. The last general will comply with the order, and will never let your highness down. Then this palace will go back first. You guys behave yourselves. Li Juan laughed out loud, his hands behind his back, one hand grasping the great seal, the other grasping the crossbow, and even the blood-red venom coated on the crossbow's head could be seen. This scene was seen clearly by Xiao Su. His neck could not help but cool a bit. Holding a crossbow is just, but also coated with poison on it. That poison color is also so colorful. This is specially for himself to see. This Crown Prince, by the looks of it, is even more venomous than the Empress. This was clearly asking one to make a choice, either to choose him, with high rank and fortune, or to choose the Empress Dowager, with poisoned arrows. Li Juan came fast and left fast, did not stay here more. He just wanted to tell Xiao Su, come to join the palace. Only the palace can take you to fly. As for the big seal and crossbow and arrows held in his hand, they are weapons. He was afraid of being close combat, gave a sneak attack. For long-range shots he had a crossbow. For close-up he had the great seal grasped in his hand, and if someone sneaked up on him he clanked a slab against the facade, and for far away he used the crossbow, which had arrows that were indeed coated in poison. He wasn't afraid of getting killed. After all, he was wearing an inner armor that could defend against a single strike from the sovereign realm, but it was time to counterattack. That big seal is also not a simple thing, but the Great Qian's state seal, with the power of the entire Great Qian's national fortune. When the slate is used, very suitable. Walking on the way to the Taiji Hall, Crown Princess Li Yuran asked in an incomprehensible manner, Crown Prince, why do you prefer to show kindness to Xiao Su? He is the Empress's person. The Empress has been cultivating him for many years. It's impossible to pull him in now. Li Juan, however, laughed. The pattern has to be big. After reviewing Xiao Su's information these past few days, as well as his performance in battle over the past 2 days, it can be determined that this person has courage and resourcefulness, and is thought to be a general. The palace is sparing the talent. The situation in Diqian, nowadays, is very bad. The internal competition for power, the people are suffering, and the external enemies are all around. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. What should be prepared? This palace still needs to do some preparation. This palace is still young and doesn't want to be the king of a dead country. Watch, when the foreign enemy invades. These sisters, these big families and lords, none of them can fight, especially those who are eating fat families, will numbly defect to the enemy, and will even kneel to greet the enemy. The Crown Princess frowned. It shouldn't be. How to say that these big clans have some backbone? Seeing the Crown Princess frowning, Li Juan laughed. A running dynasty, an iron family. Think about it. How did we get the world into Qian? The Crown Princess instantly understood and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Yes, back then, when Taizu raised an army, these big and powerful families clamored to send troops to suppress it, but as a result, Master Taizu got bigger and bigger, and after a few victories, these big and powerful families immediately turned the winds and joined Master Taizu's team, and together they overthrew the former dynasty. Chapter 65, Means of Enlisting People. Xiao Su led the men out of the squad room to the other side of the palace, where they really saw the Imperial chefs, who had already set up their cauldrons and started cooking right in the courtyard. And these ingredients are very golden. The soldiers just watched from afar, and no one dared to go forward. After all, the general had ordered that he could not enter the palace, or else he would be punished by military law. Smelling the aroma emanating from the ingredients made these hungry soldiers gulp non-stop. What are you all doing? Go and hold your positions. If the enemy sneaks up on you, everyone will die. Xiao Su looked at the soldiers gathered around the entrance of the palace to peek at them, and immediately scolded them. The soldiers turned their heads, and one of them boldly asked, "General Shang, we haven't eaten for a day and a night. The brothers can't stand it anymore. The emperor isn't bad enough to starve the soldiers, and now we're guarding the palace." Another veteran soldier also asked in a cold voice, "General Shang, when can we eat? Without food, how can we still harvest? Let's just surrender." Xiao Su also sighed in his heart. His brothers had followed him from the southern border to this Changen city, and after 3 more days of hard fighting, now they hadn't eaten for another day. Xiao Su angrily scolded, "You just know how to eat and eat and eat. Have your assholes grown to the sky? Can't you see the Imperial chef is cooking for you assassins?" It was the soldiers' turn to be surprised. One by one, their eyes were wide open. They just wanted to have a bite of steamed bread. Yes, that kind of big white steamed bread would be good. And if there was a mouthful of wine, it would be even better. Who dares to be so extravagant as to eat what only the emperor's old man can eat? Xiao Su arched his hand towards the Taiji Hall room phase and smiled. "Your Highness is merciful, and just now came over to send all these Imperial chefs and ingredients over, so that the brothers can also have a full meal made by the Imperial chefs." The generals were instantly unsettled, but they really had to eat the meal made by the Imperial chef. It was worth dying for. "General Shang, you didn't lie to us, did you?" "Right, we're just a bunch of big-headed soldiers. We're fine with some roughage. How can we dare to think of eating a meal cooked by the Imperial chef?" Xiao Su was exasperated and laughed, pointing at these unproductive contraptions and cursing angrily. "What a bunch of fine chaff that have never eaten fine chaff. Look what you've come up with. Ha ha ha." The soldiers burst out laughing. Xiao Su said seriously, "Today, not only is there a meal made by the Imperial chef, but it's also filling, but this general has only one request, and that is to guard the Imperial city, and absolutely not let a single enemy soldier enter the city. As long as we can hold the Imperial city for 5 days, when the diligent army arrives and quells the rebellion, you and the others will be the ministers of merit, not to mention the meals made by the Imperial chef, or the Imperial wine. The Crown Prince will manage to have enough. The Crown Prince is merciful." For a while, the general's morale was greatly shaken, and each of them was boiling with murderous energy, wishing to rush out and fight the enemy army for 300 rounds at this moment. This is not a meal, but an honor. When they pacify the rebellion and return home, Laozi will be able to tell the others that back then, Laozi had eaten rice cooked by the Imperial chef in the Imperial palace, and drank the Imperial wine that only emperors can drink. What an honor that is. About an hour later, the meal was ready, with vegetables, meat, and soup, and it was the kind that filled you up, and every soldier who ate it began to stroke their bellies. In fact, it's just like that. So many people. The Imperial kitchen is just a few hundred people. How can they make such a fine meal? It's still not the same as the army, eating a big pot of rice, but the difference is that these ingredients are truly golden, together with the fact that the various seasonings and the tableware used were all royal Imperial items. This elevated the meal by an unknown number of notches. It's a ing blast. Ha ha ha, this is the best meal I've had in all my years as a soldier. Yes, the Crown Prince has been kind to us. We must defend the Imperial city, and with such a Crown Prince, everyone will be able to live a good life. It's just that I heard that the Crown Prince can't cultivate and is a waste, and everyone looks down on him. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a benevolent prince is a waste of space. Could it be that Laozi and the others are also a waste of space? If he can't, the old boys will push him up. Soldiers gathered together with firm eyes. Right, if it doesn't work, push the Crown Prince to the throne. Follow such an emperor. There is a run for the money. Xiao Su listened to the whispers of the soldiers below. A head too big. The prince's means is really high. A meal actually bought the hearts of his army. These soldiers, they've been with him for years. Even some of them have been with him for over 10 years. Xiao Su sighed, carrying a bowl of broth, and headed towards the city's head, while also instructing the generals below to make sure to guard all areas and increase patrols, and definitely not to let the enemy give a sneak attack. Xiaowu tremblingly followed Xiao Su's side. This time he didn't dare to say a word, just privately cursed the Crown Prince, but was caught. Almost lost all 9 clans. Good thing this life was saved. Little tiger, I'll leave the patrolling to you. You don't need me to teach you how to do it, do you? Xiaowu clasped his fists and said, Don't worry, General Shang, my subordinate will definitely repay the crown prince. Xiao Su's eyes widened. He is going to kill your whole family, and you still want to repay him? Xiao Su was completely speechless. The crown prince gave you a beating with a stick and then gave you a sweet date and you're going to give him your life? Well, you go on a good patrol. Yes. Shua Zhanyang, who was following behind him, was silent for a long time before he stepped forward and asked cautiously, General Shang, what do you mean on your side? Are we really going to defect to the crown prince? Shua Zhanyang could already see the signs. Xiao Su seemed to have moved on. Xiao Su, however, looked at Shua Zhanyang and asked, what about you? Shua Zhanyang hemmed and hawed. Everyone fights desperately for a future. I naturally follow whoever has a great future. It's worthy of you. Saku Masayoshi. After Xiao Su finished, he looked into the distance and then said, let's hold the rebel attack first. Let's talk about this matter later. We can't make a decision blindly. The lives of tens of thousands of brothers are at stake. Shua Zhanyang nodded his head. Everything will be at the superior general's disposal. Chapter 66, If you surrender to the princess, you'll be crowned. The hour had arrived, and according to the result of the deliberation, Li Xianyi then launched an unprecedented attack from the main gate of the Imperial city. Kill in for this princess. Those who board first will be rewarded with a top-grade spirit stone. Those who behead Xiao Su will be crowned marquis, and those who capture the crown prince alive will be crowned duke. Li Xianyi's eyes were red as he kept commanding the Xian armor army to charge and kill. Only that the Imperial city, which didn't seem to be very tall, was like a mountain that couldn't be crossed. The Southland Legion seemed to have prepared for this and was so demoralized that they didn't even take their lives for granted, stopping her hard to take the main gate of the Imperial city. Princess, the casualties are too great. A wave of attacks killed and wounded 5,000 people. At this rate, our Xuanjia army may be wiped out overnight. Lu Haowen was carrying his battle sword, covered in blood, not sure if it was the enemy's or his own, but it didn't look like it was in too good of a condition, coughing non-stop, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding all the time. What are you afraid of? Even if this princess spells out all the Xian armor army here, Xiao Su won't be any better. His Southern Realm Legion is about to spell out all of them too. Big deal. Let another 100,000 Xuanjia troops from the north go south. This princess doesn't believe it anymore. 100,000 Xuanjia troops still can't suppress those industrious rabble. Li Xianyi is a little crazy at the moment. Why? Why exactly? Yu Xiao Su is the mother's person. Why do you have to desperately protect the Imperial city? Shouldn't you go to the outside of the city to save the mother? Princess, it's impossible. The 100,000 Xuanjia army of the Northern Realm is the last barrier in the northern part of the Great Qian dynasty. Without them, the remnants of the Sand Dune Sea will immediately move south and occupy the entire Northern Realm. Princess, behind the Sand Dune Sea is the Northern Barbarian Empire. It's not something that should be left unguarded. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. For the sake of the big picture, this princess used 100,000 Xuanjia troops to defend against the Sand Dune Sea and the Northern Barbarian Empire. But look at them. One by one, they all want this princess to die. When this princess sits in that position of the 9 to 5 and integrates the power of the world, this princess won't believe that it's still impossible to repel a small dune sea? Princess, the last general is bold. Lu Haowen gritted his teeth. The Sand Dune Sea is not enough, but the Northern Barbarian Empire behind it should not be underestimated. Even the late emperor has folded. Shut up. This princess knows her place. Today, I must take down this Imperial city and rush into the Great Hall to ascend to that position of the 9 and 5. Mother can sit. The rest of my sisters can sit. Even that waste of a prince can sit. And so can I. This princess can write and fight, and holds military power. Why should she give up the throne to them? Lu Haowen silently retreated. He is trying to use the princess to rise up the boat, do that one person under 10,000 people on the Zaifu, to realize the ideal ambitions of their own hearts. But he doesn't want to lose his country. The northern border is the northern gateway to the Great Qian, and once several passes are controlled by the northern barbarians, there is no telling what it will cost to try to get them back. Once the northern border is controlled by the Northern Barbarian Empire, with the Northern Barbarian Empire's iron cavalry, it will surely trample through the land of Dakian's 9 states, and at that time, what will Dakian take to resist? But what else could he do now? Try to keep the princess from pulling back the 100,000 troops from the north. At this moment, Lu Haowen, surprisingly, was a little lost, entangled, and at a loss. He did not know whether what he had done was in line with her original intention. When he was a child, he was just jealous of his own brother as the first son. Do everything want to compete for the first? After growing up he wanted to realize the ideal ambition of his own heart, to do that a person under the 10,000 people on the Zaifu, and then let the whole family to see. Once looked down upon himself, is how powerful? But the books he had read over the years, the people he had come into contact with, and the goodness in his heart, especially the people in the north who had suffered, told him that once the north fell, the people of the whole of the great Qian dynasty would have to live as slaves. It wasn't what he wanted, and at that point, he would live and die. I used to think that loyalty and patriotism go together, but today I realize that it doesn't. Therefore, the 100,000 Xuanjia army of the Northern Realm absolutely cannot go south, and today, even if they put their lives on the line, they will still take down this imperial city. Kill, follow me to take this imperial city. On the citadel, General Xiaohu's tiger eyes glared angrily, looking disdainfully at the entire defensive battle formation. As the other side kept climbing the city and attacking, the defense of the city wall was in jeopardy. That 9th grade waste that he had repelled just now had led a group of people to start bombarding the city gates again, and at this rate, I'm afraid that the city gates are going to break. Kill, all of you. Kill hard. When this battle is won, the beautiful ladies in Laozi's family, Laozi's gold and silver jewelry, and Laozi's spirit stone fields and acres will all be given to you. The old man cursed the crown prince. The crown prince gave the old man a chance to live. It's up to the brothers. Tiger's gall, tiger's whip, tiger's spleen. The three of you gather 1,000 brothers and charge out of the city with this general to kill the trash 9th grade. The three tigers froze for a moment. So it turned out that his own general scolded the prince. No wonder this time when he came back, he was like a different person, and he had to kill all the opposite Xuanjia army. So the general wants to take credit for his crimes. The three of them, that's nothing to talk about. The great general has already sent his woman out, so what else is there to say? Brothers, kill it out. Soon, Little Tiger organized 1,000 strong men, and with a long leap, he jumped off the city tower, heading straight for Lu Haowen. Little Tiger is really like a ferocious tiger. That war sword, waving back and forth, wherever he passes. The horses and men are all blood and flesh, valiant and extraordinary. Even when he was slashed, he wouldn't seem to frown. Instead he slashed harder. These 1,000 people behind them were deeply infected by Little Tiger and killed the enemy with the same bravery, not taking their little lives seriously. Whenever one of them falls, more will fall from the enemy's army. Xiaohu finally and Lu Haowen met. Before the two in the city on the head of the fight for a while, just Lu Haowen, one person cannot beat Xiaohu, and other people surrounded, quickly retreated down. Xiaohu laughed he, and then swung his sword and rushed up. He was only at the peak of the 8th rank. If it was on a normal day, Lu Haowen would be able to hold him down with one hand, but not today. He was too severely injured and his battle power was only at the 8th rank realm. Humph, a small 8th grade. How dare you talk big? Let your horse come over. Grandpa will teach you how to kill people today. Naturally, Lu Haowen would not be demoralized in his words. Ha, it hurts. Come and fight. Rumble. Both sides immediately collided together, and in one round, both of them flew backwards. Little Tiger's hands gripping the sword were a bit trembling, and blood was still flowing out from the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, it seemed that his will to fight was ignited, and his eyes turned scarlet. Cool. It's been a long time since I've put up such a fight. Lu Haowen, however, secretly screamed in his heart. This Xiaosu dog thing has trained all the Southland Legion to become madmen on the battlefield. Pust. He still couldn't hold back and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Ha, kid, you've pushed me to this point. You're something. If it were in normal times, that dog Xiaosu would have backed down 3 times when he saw Laozi. Old piker, shall not insult my family's upper general. Look at the sword. The two fought together once again, and their subordinates, who were already in front of the imperial city, were killing like crazy. On the other side, the 4th princess similarly led the strongest men and started attacking the imperial city from the north. At this moment, Li Qingyan was clad in battle armor, holding a long sword in his hand, his eyes coldly staring at Xiaosu on the city floor. 4th princess, this general advises you to quickly retreat and not make any mistakes. Xiaosu shouted with a smile. Just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the 4th princess. They dare to come and attack the north city gate. They are simply looking for death. Xiaosu, mother is already trapped outside the city. Her life and death unknown. Why are you obsessed? What's the use of guarding this broken imperial city? If you surrender to this princess will enthrone you as a king. How is that? Ha. Xiaosu's loud laughter came from the city tower, carrying an endless sense of contempt. Chapter 67, The Second Aunt. Princess, not to mention a district king's title. Even if you were to enthrone this general as a one-word parallel king, this general would not care to surrender to you. As a princess of the Great Qian, you betrayed the Great Qian for the sake of your own selfish desires, so much so that the city of Changen has turned into a ruined city, with the people living in poverty, and all of the Great Qian's elites from all walks of life have died in battle here, so you deserve to die. Haven't you ever wondered how you'll go down to see your father and your ancestors when you're dead? Li Qingyan's eyes were cold as he directly waved his hand and said, "Attack!" At that instant, the soldiers rushed towards the Imperial city like a tidal wave, setting up ladders and starting to climb the city, while bed crossbows and other heavy weapons were pulled out, and the stone throwers threw a large amount of discarded spirit stones as bombs into the city walls. Boom! Boom! Xiaosu also did not expect that the fourth princess would possess such a large killing weapon within the city. But that's all. Do you think that's enough to scare this general? Downtown to meet the enemy. He, Xiao Su, commanded the battle, never defended. The best defense is to take the initiative to attack. Countless generals, jumping down from the city walls with a long leap, began to rush towards the fourth princess's people. Instead, the fourth princess was defeated, and these great killing weapons that he had prepared with great difficulty could not be used. Kill! Follow this princess to take Xiaosu's head. There were a dozen old men beside the fourth princess Li Qingyan. All of them were teachers of the Academy of Literature, and all of these people's cultivation levels were at the 7th or 8th rank realm. A dozen or so people surrounding Xiaosu alone, plus her, a 9th grade realm, was naturally not a problem. The battle between the two sides quickly entered a white heat. North and South City fighting so tragic, but instead of the East and West two cities, there is not a little movement. The soldiers guarding the city, staring dead ahead, but the front is empty. Just as they were anxious in their minds whether they should go to support the North and South, poisonous mist suddenly appeared on the East and West city towers, and these soldiers, without a sound, fell to the ground. Some of them fought back, but were eventually decapitated on the citadel. When the people who came down realized it, these assassins, who had already entered the palace, disappeared. Shuo Zhangyang was guarding the center army, and his responsibility was to coordinate the four positions in the East, West, South, North, and South. But unfortunately, he was still exploited by the enemy. Damnable thing! How dare you use poisonous mist? Men, guard the entrance to the palace. Even if all of you die in battle, you can't let anyone enter the palace again. Understand? This concerns the future of tens of thousands of brothers in our Southland Legion. If you die in battle, your wives and children and parents, I will raise them. After Shuo Zhangyang finished speaking, he took a token and entered the palace at breakneck speed, heading in the direction of the Taiji Hall. The night is like ink. Outside the palace, killing shook the sky. Inside the palace, however, it was quiet, so quiet that people were starting to get a little scared. Dressed in night clothes and relying on the cover of the pitch-black night, Second Princess Li Himhuang managed to sneak into the palace through the poisonous fog with 500 assassins. This palace she is not too familiar. Damn it, since childhood she has lived in the Phoenix Pavilion. Even if she comes into the palace, she is also taken by the eunuchs to the harem, and at most, she goes to the side of the Palace of the Nurturing Heart. As for the Tai Chi Palace, she is often to go, but now into the palace. Dark, simply cannot distinguish between north and south. Damn. She led a long survey before she was able to determine the direction of the Taiji Hall. All follow this pavilion master. Don't get separated. Li Himhuang led the people to walk quickly through the shady area, and soon they arrived near the Taiji Hall, not even seeing a single palace maid or eunuch along the way. Rather, you're scaring yourself. Perhaps Xiaosu was too conceited to expect that they would sneak right into the palace and take the crown prince. Perhaps it was because Xiaosu simply didn't have any extra troops to set up in the palace. Everything is normal. But, just as Li Himhuang was rapidly advancing, a crossbow arrow broke through the air. Carrying a powerful force, Li Himhuang hastily dodged out of the way. However, one of the black-clothed men behind him fell straight to the ground and instantly lost his breath. Dodge! Li Himhuang was shocked in his heart and shouted in a hurry. Then they were greeted by countless arrows raining down on them, and each of these arrows contained the power of 7 or 8 grades, enough to shoot his subordinates to death. Who are you that dare to ambush this princess? If you can't beat them, then just show your identity. But there was still silence across the room, and no one spoke. Playing God. Li Himhuang was alarmed in her heart and directly threw out a few crystals that could burn, instantly illuminating the dark places. At this time, Li Himhuang immediately stared with wide eyes and open mouth, taking a deep breath with some exaggeration, only to see that the darkness was densely packed with people, cleanly equipped. One man with a crossbow, one man with a stranger's sword, bright armor flickering with fire. Killing aura. There's only killing aura across the street. Who are you people that dare to sneak up on this princess? This princess is the Deqian royal family Li Himhuang. Ha ha ha. Second aunt. At this time you know that you are the Deqian royal family? Li Yuran. It's actually you. At this moment, Li Himhuang was even more surprised that behind these murderous and powerful people was the crown princess Li Yuran. Why can't it be me? I am the crown princess. Now that the crown prince is supervising the country and coordinating the whole situation, is it unreasonable for this crown princess to appear here? On the contrary, You, second aunt, appearing here at this moment, could it be that you want to commit regicide and rebellion? Cluck cluck cluck, what an articulate mouth. Then let's make it clear. This princess is going to rebel today. Now go and capture the trashy prince. The empire of Diqian belongs to this princess. Then we'll see if the second aunt can walk from here to the Taiji Hall. Just as Li Himawang was preparing to fight desperately for some time, Li Yuran was laughing. All make way. Let second auntie go in. Second auntie, please. His Highness the Crown Prince is waiting for you at the Taiji Hall. Li Himiko? Chapter 68. Why don't you bow when you see this prince? Swish. Several hundred strong men instantly put away their bows and standardized stranger swords and quickly made way. But they didn't just give way. Instead their muscles tensed up, always ready to strike again to kill these little caramels in front of them. Liam Huang saw the scene. The heart is a little apprehensive. She is to come to the assassination. The result is now turned into a bright and open and the opponent to kill the scene. The most let her speechless. She seems to have no certainty can take down the other side. You're obviously so strong. But you let yourself in? Either this crown princess was someone else's undercover agent, or there was an even more terrifying presence inside. At this moment Li Himawang, go in or not? Not go in or not? All tangled. Humph, don't be complacent. When this princess takes down the trashy prince, let him zen throne to this princess. Li Himawang waved her hand. Her subordinates immediately followed her closely and went in. The path leading to the Taiji Hall from here was not the main path, but a pathway walked by the palace maids and eunuchs, dark and damp, emitting a musty smell. Darkness, fear, dread, all of these words that did not appear to Li Himiko, but all of them appeared in her heart at this moment. In that darkness, the beams of the room, the walls, and behind the pillars were emanating 7 or 8 pints of either a chilling glint or a murderous aura. Master, these people have terrifying strength. Now that we're exposed, I'm afraid we're no match. Another person also said, Master, why don't we retreat and let the third princess's people go in first? They should be coming soon too. Rubbish. You're the master's trained death guards. You're the ones who died for this princess. Are you still afraid of death? The two immediately bowed and said, Master has misunderstood. We are not afraid of death, but we are afraid that the little people and others will not be able to bring the princess out. Humph, you don't need to worry about this. Just kill them later. This princess would like to see what this brother is up to. Finally, they saw the bright light and also the majestic Taiji Hall. From the plaza to the steps, there was a 7th grade powerhouse standing every meter on both sides, and they held torches that continued from the plaza to inside the Taiji Hall. And these guys are in the same configuration as the guys outside. Hiss. Now, Li Himawang finally couldn't calm down anymore, and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her face becoming a bit ugly. Who actually arranged these people? Why had she never seen so many powerful people within the palace? The people around the mother were all taken outside the city to participate in battles or go with her to protect her. Even the people from the 2 guards, the Golden Gu Guard and the 1,000 Bulls Guard, were all taken away by the mother. As for Xiao, so that's even more unlikely. To be able to fight up to this point was already the limit, and with so many people dead, it was impossible for her to be indifferent and keep so many experts to protect a waste of a prince. And just whose forces are these people? Li Himawang's brain cracked from thinking about it, but she just couldn't think for a moment. Who would have such a powerful force? Unless a large army pressed in and tens of thousands of troops attacked the palace at the same time, it would never be possible to take down the Taiji temple, which was so tightly defended. When Li Himawang reacted and hurriedly looked towards the back, the path behind her was once again blocked by countless people. Li Himawang gritted her teeth. Today is it necessary to fight to the death? All get ready. When we arrive at the Taiji palace later, let's make an early move to capture the crown prince. We have to kill our way out of here tonight. The subordinate nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, master. If it's not possible, we'll just blow ourselves up. I'd like to see if it's the death guards we've cultivated that are afraid of death, or if they're more afraid of death. Li Himawang continued to walk toward the front and asked, Just what? The subordinate glanced at the surrounding people with some suspicion and whispered, My subordinate feels that their aura is the same as ours. It seems like they are all dead guards as well. Don't worry about that much. Listen to my princess orders later. Li Himawang took a step towards the Taiji Hall. From the square to the door of the Taiji Hall, it was just 99 steps, but she froze and felt like she had walked for half an hour. That kind of oppression, she had never felt it before. Even the lair of the Phoenix Pavilion didn't have this kind of oppression. Phew! Finally arriving in front of the main gate of the Taiji Hall, the gate was open, and those experts in armor, once again, extended into the Taiji Hall. Li Himawang gathered her courage and stepped forward. The dead guards behind her followed closely behind her, protecting her in the center. The great hall of the Golden Palace. Li Zhuan sat in the dragon chair. Now he does not pretend. Pretending also does not have any meaning. Anyway, he is the supervisory crown prince. The father has collapsed. The mother is trapped outside the city. He sits in this position is very reasonable. Right. During this period of time, Li Juan did not dare to slack off at all, summoning up all his strength and cultivating with all his might to improve his strength. Now, he had finally become a peak 5th grade martial artist in a steady manner. And as for becoming a 6th grade, it was just a matter of a foot in the door. But he didn't want to break through so quickly down the line. He was now bare of cultivation without any combat experience. The so-called strong men were killed on the battlefield or became strong only after practicing in the rivers and lakes. Therefore, in the past few days, Li Juan and martial artists of the same rank kept on sparring. At first, no one was willing to fight with him. All of them were just pretending. After all, these people were his loyal subordinates, and he was the crown prince of Deqian. His status was too precious, not to mention punching all over the place, or even bumping a little skin. These people were very alarmed, because it's a feudal society with distinct classes. Perhaps, you have to ask, why the people around Li Juan all regard Li Juan as a waste? It is because Li Juan and they are all the same class, but these people are different. They are the lowest class, born with fear in their hearts for the upper class. However, Li Juan had given these people a deadly order that they had to bring out their strongest strength to fight him, or else they would be seen as deceiving the king. These people had no choice but to battle Li Juan with fear and trepidation. At first, between the same rank, Li Juan all relied on his powerful and abundant qi and blood to fight against these people, and he didn't have a bit of combat experience at all. Gradually, he was finally invincible at the same rank. These people of the same rank are not Li Juan's opponents anymore. This time it is absolutely true. These people see that Li Juan is very powerful. They all desperately fight against Li Juan, and they are still not able to defeat Li Juan. Li Juan's strength, on the contrary, made these people more loyal to Li Juan, and even Li Juan could exchange battle tips with these people. Today, Li Juan even started to fight across the ranks. Of course, fighting across the ranks, he didn't want to be decapitated by one of his own, so to be on the safe side, he still put on his inner armor, and no one under the sovereign could break his defense. When he fought with a strong person above him, although he couldn't hurt him, he often flew out backwards and hit him everywhere, and the backyard of the Taiji Hall became a ruin. After the battle tempered Li Juan, now his eyes are like a torch. The whole person seems to have been transformed. Sitting on that dragon chair, already has the momentum of the former emperor back then. When Li Himhuan looked at the person on that golden throne, he was actually in a bit of a trance, and for a while he thought that his father had come to life and had become a teenager. But soon, she reacted. It was the crown prince. It was that trashy crown prince. Second princess. When you see this prince, why don't you salute? Chapter 69, Second Sister. You're still nice, Li Juan said and stood up violently. His peak 5th grade strength was visible, and those sharp eyes looked askance at the dazed Li Himhuang below. To be honest, at this moment, Li Himhuang was really a bit dumbfounded, and there was only one voice roaring in her heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a waste that had been concluded as incapable of cultivation since childhood have become a peak 5th grade martial artist? Even if other people achieved the sovereign realm, they could only say that this son has the posture of a great emperor, achieving the sovereign realm at a young age. He is the best among geniuses, but the crown prince is different. As long as he can cultivate, even if it's just a mere 1st grade, he's not a waste, but a new ruler in the hearts of everyone in Deqian. Because this is the ancestral system, people who cannot cultivate shall not be the king of Deqian, even if he has the ability to rule the country, unless the Deqian royal family is dead. Once the 2 female emperors, is to pick up this kind of cheap, only to become the female emperor of Deqian. But the father's generation, the emperor's sons have good cultivation talent. Those ants can only dry eyes, even the slightest idea dare not have. Originally, the crown prince was detected to be unable to cultivate, a complete waste, and their sisters, their royal uncle, and even their mother wanted to get their hands on the throne. But now, what did she see? A prince who was able to cultivate, and he had even cultivated to the 5th grade realm, and since the beginning, no one had discovered it. Li Himhuang froze for a long time, but finally managed to gather the courage to question. Crown Prince, why are you pretending to be a waste? To deceive us all? Why? Li Juan laughed indifferently. To stay alive. Li Himhuang froze. In order to stay alive? Li Himhuang stepped forward and asked again in a stern voice. If you don't hide the fact that you can cultivate in the first place, you are the only heir of this Deqian. Who would dare to kill you? Those of us who are sisters will only help you so that you can become a generation of majors in Deqian. Li Juan laughed out loud, laughing so hard that tears came out of his eyes. No one will kill me? You will still help me to become a generation of majesty of great Qian? Are you trying to laugh me to death so that the queen can inherit the throne? Li Himhuang. Li Juan continued to laugh. If I think like this, then this prince is the biggest little cutie in the world, and deserves to die. Since ancient times, The royal family has been ruthless, and there have been many cases of patricide and fratricide. And my 5 sisters and 3 royal uncles, with your hands in the air, you've all been constantly building up yourselves, and you've all been fighting for your own interests. Don't forget, I have a power-hungry mother. Once upon a time, I was just a waste that was concluded to be unable to cultivate. Because of my father's favoritism, he forcefully arranged himself, which gave me the position of the crown prince. That's why all of you are unconvinced. At that time, I was indeed a waste, not qualified to be the crown prince of Diqian, nor in line with the ancestral system of inheriting the throne. I had the self-knowledge that in order to live, I could only lie flat, but later on, this palace was able to cultivate. But at that time, the father who loved this palace the most was gone, while you guys had your hands in the air, and the whole of Diqian was under your control. Ha ha ha! If I had told you all at that time, that this palace is not a waste, but a crown prince who can cultivate, and that his talent is not bad, and that in the future, he is expected to become a patriarch, or even a great emperor who will traverse the 10,000 eras in this world. Royal sister, answer me, look me in the eyes and answer me. What was your first reaction? Answer me? Li Himawang was abruptly startled, and in the face of Li Zhuan's frantic roar, she couldn't help but take several steps backward, before she stammered with a pale face. This prince answers for you. You will not hesitate to finish me off. Li Himawang hastily shook her head. Li Himawang, not only will you finish off this crown prince, you will also take this crown prince's heart's blood to help you cultivate your secret techniques. Yes and no? Li Himawang didn't answer, but just kept shaking her head, her face ugly. Now you know why this prince hid his cultivation and willingly became a waste in your eyes and a joke in the eyes of the world. Because this prince wants to live. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Li Zhuan spat out the stifled grievances in his heart, and felt a sense of relief that he had never felt before. The feeling is just wonderful. Li Zhuan's laughter spread throughout the entire hall, and it was only at this time that Li Himhuang realized that Li Zhuan had already broken through the 5th rank, and at an astonishing speed. His cultivation had risen to the peak of the 6th rank. After a moment of consternation, 2 9th-grade powerhouses appeared beside Li Zhuan, while dozens of guards throughout the hall all displayed their strength, all of them above the 8th grade. Hiss! Li Himawang was horrified in her heart. As far as this high-end battle force around the crown prince today was concerned, it was enough to rival the Phoenix Pavilion. Li Zhuan looked at the panicked Li Himawang and said indifferently, "Gird your loins. This prince will give you a painful death." When Li Himhuang heard Li Zhuan's words, her face changed once again and she began to re-examine the crown prince in front of her. Suddenly, she giggled and laughed and giggled 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 and giggled. Crown Prince, I have to say that my sister absolutely admires you. Your patience to be able to hold back at the limit, your skillful deception, and the fact that you have devised this huge plot, for a small amount of humiliation. You made us kill each other and lose a lot of money, while you, the punk that we all ignored, became the winner in the end. Li Zhuan asked with a wry smile. Oh, sister, this is to see the doorway? Humph, if I can't see it now, who am I to fight for this throne? Now, the Queen Mother is trapped outside the city. The forces around her are being eaten away by us. The forces in the dynasty are being uprooted by us. And even the Queen Mother's beloved Southern Realm Legion of 50,000 men and women, which is now less than 20,000, is still in the midst of a desperate fight. And Big Sister's 100,000 Xuanjia army, now with less than 30,000 battle-capable soldiers. After tonight's battle, not 1 out of 10 will be left without the slightest bit of battle power to speak of. Third sister, ha ha ha, Third sister's Imperial City division has been killed off, and the little bit of people left with me, like me, threw themselves into the net tonight and entered this palace with so many masters. Will they still be able to get out? The fourth sister is a supremely smart person. She has calculated everything, just not you. She contacted the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, controlled the honored nobles in the city, and used all of her power to deal with the Southern Realm Legion. And now even the students of the Academy of Arts and Letters have gone to the battlefield to fight with the soldiers of the Southern Realm Legion. Fifth sister. It's fine if fifth sister doesn't talk about it. She's a heartless person. I'm afraid she's long since defected to you. Li Zhuan couldn't help but be surprised as he listened to Li Himawang's words, not realizing that the battle in Changen City had been fought so fiercely. These specifics were not too clear to him. Not only did he knock out 50,000 forbidden guards, but as far as the 200,000 Xuanjia army and the 50,000 Southland Legion are concerned, I'm afraid that they will have to be accounted for in this civil unrest as well. And I'm afraid the most miserable ones are these honored nobles in Changen City. They were first forced by Wu Jiao to hand over their personal soldiers and gatekeepers in their hands, and then they were raided by 4th Princess Li Qingyan, and all of their strength was put into the battlefield civil war. Hey! Li Xuan couldn't help but sigh. The Xuanjia army and the Southland Legion, but the two very strong legions of Deqian. Now it is for a civil unrest and both fell in battle. This is definitely the greatest loss for Deqian. As in the case of the Ensure rebellion of the Great Tang dynasty, the loss of two of the empire's elite was the beginning of the empire's decline. Nowadays, the situation of Deqian is very similar to the Unshi rebellion, with enemy invaders outside, internal strife, and the people are not satisfied with their lives, and wars have arisen in all directions. But the difference is that Deqian has finally put the knife to himself. As long as the wrist removes the internal tumors, maybe it can come back again. Thank you, second sister, for telling me the truth. Come on people, tighten the control, and invite the third sister in as well, so that she can accompany the second sister on her journey, and not be lonely on the way to the Yellow Springs. Li Xuan was a bit excited and said to himself, this prince thought that only the second sister would come to assassinate me, but I didn't think that the third sister would come, too. Thank you, second sister, you're still very nice. Then Li Xuan turned, clasped his fists, and grinned archly. Li Himiko? Li Himawon cried by her own stupidity. Chapter 70. Then what if the crown prince is a cultivation genius? In the direction of the West Garden, third princess Li Yingzhou, with her Imperial City Department personnel, finally broke through the blockade of the Southern Realm Legion and infiltrated the Imperial Palace. All follow this princess closely, cross the Imperial Garden and pass through the Changtian Palace to reach the back gate of the Taiji Hall. She was too familiar with every blade of grass and tree in this palace. When the time comes, you and I will divide our troops into two ways. The left and right will rush into the Taiji Hall at the same time to capture the waste Prince Li Xuan, and the rest of the people who dare to resist will be killed without amnesty. Yes, sir. Imperial City Department more than 500 people, followed by the three princesses, quickly through the Imperial Garden. An incense stick time will arrive at the Changtian Palace. From the Changtian Palace out, in front of you is the majestic Taiji Hall. Only, at this moment, there are no more living people in the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs here were first occupied by the Southland Legion and drove away some of them, and the ones who stayed were all Wuju's people. Later, when the fourth princess and her people took over the palace, they killed all of Wuju's close friends. At the same time, the crown prince and some civil and military ministers, all centralized in the Taiji Hall guarded. Who would have thought that Xiao So, that dog, would have killed his way back, occupied the palace, and killed all the personnel they had left in the palace, having suffered 2 massacres. Even the crickets in the palace didn't dare to raise their voices at the moment. Crown Prince, don't blame sister for being ruthless, it's really because you living makes everyone uneasy. After you are seated in the throne of this princess will send you down to be reunited with your father. Li Yingzhou eyes hot looking at the Taiji Hall. Here is the center of power in Deqian. Power is born from here. Split up into 2 groups and charge in from the left and right at the same time. No matter whose people you encounter, if you dare to resist, kill without pardon. Li Yingzhou was afraid that this one would misbehave and commanded once again, don't worry, third princess. However, just as the people were splitting up and storming the Taiji Hall, countless black shadows suddenly appeared on the road leading to the Taiji Hall, and without saying a word, they raised their bows and crossbows, and shot at these people with a save shot. Ambush. There's an ambush. Caught off guard. 500 people instantly fell by dozens, and the rest quickly reacted and retreated back towards the Changtian Palace. Li Yingzhou was in a rage. She didn't even see clearly how many people the other side had ambushed, but from the breath she felt that there were strong people on the opposite side. At the very least, they were in the 8th product realm. He Huan, the 2 of you follow me up to the roof and get rid of all the people hiding on the opposite side. Princess, yes, there seems to be a lot of strong people. Humph. What? Are you guys afraid of death? This princess is the one who is actually in control of the China Trust. We are not afraid of death. We are only afraid of the safety of the princess. Please wait for a while, the 2 of us go enough. Without waiting for Li Yingzhou to agree, the 2 rushed up to the roof and stepped into the air and flew towards each other. The 2 men had just popped their heads up and were greeted by the surprisingly large killing weapon of a bed crossbow. Fortunately, the 2 of them were 8th product realm powerhouses with superior martial arts, and this kind of bed crossbow, against the 3rd and 5th product was still fine. Against them, it was just a distraction for them. The 2 quickly reached the opposite side of the room, and then there was a hissing sound, and the great battle instantly took place in the darkness. And at this moment, Li Yingzhou grasped the opportunity to fight, quickly led the crowd also rushed into the darkness. Only, when she rushed in, that's when she realized that she'd been duped. A dozen or so strong people from the 8th rank realm, and 1 from the 9th rank realm, instantly pinned her down with their pressure, making it impossible for her to move. As for the 2 people she brought over, He Bin and He Huan, One of them fell in a pool of blood, and the other didn't know if he was dead or alive. Li Yingzhou's eyes were fierce and at the same time carried a strong fear. His opponent was too tough. Who are you people? You dare to attack and kill the princess of this dynasty. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? Ha ha ha. Third ant, save your breath. You want to exterminate the crown prince's 9 clans? Very well, then let's start with you. You're the crown prince's third sister. You're still relatively close. Killing you is just the right thing to do. At this moment, an icy voice entered third princess Li Yingzhou's ears, and then under the faint firelight, a stunning face peeked out. Li Yuran, it's you? You're actually a 9th grade powerhouse? Li Yingzhou's heart was shocked beyond words. Just a month ago, this woman was only in the 7th rank realm and was saved by the crown prince from outside the city. She didn't take it seriously at all. But today, when he reappeared, he was already a 9th grade powerhouse. She hated her teeth. Why didn't she kill this demoness with a sword strike in the first place? Third ant, don't make such a fuss. This crown princess is just following orders. Please cooperate with third ant. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to see you. Prince, are you really one of the prince's men? Li Yingzhou did not believe that the crown princess was a person of the crown prince. This is not scientific. The crown prince is a waste. According to the ancestral system of the great Qian, there is no possibility of inheriting the throne. How could a 9th grade powerhouse follow the crown prince? No way. It was definitely this demon girl who was deceiving herself. This demon girl was carrying so many strong people around her. Definitely not the crown prince's people. Li Yuran's face was cold, and she said in a cold voice, "Humph. Third auntie looks down on the crown prince so much. I'm the crown princess. Naturally I'm the crown prince's person. Not only me, but also these strong men. They are all the crown prince's men. They are loyal to His Highness the Crown Prince and are willing to go to the bottom of a mountain of daggers for him." The surrounding area was still filled with swords and shadows. Even though the Imperial City Department brought by Li Yingzhou were all tough and fearless, they were still no match for these 7th and 8th grade powerhouses. Soon, all of Li Yingzhou's people were killed in the alleyway in front of the gate of this Chengtian palace. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Crown Princess, the thieves have all been executed. Li Yuran stood up straight and commanded, "Bring the third ant to see the Crown Prince, and the rest of you will each stick to your positions, so as not to let people with bad intentions mix in." Li Yuran took a breath and continued, "Pass on this Crown Princess's order, no matter what kind of person. As long as they come near 500 paces of the Taiji Hall, they will be killed on sight." Yes. The men led the way and quickly retreated into the darkness and disappeared. The movements were swift and not at all slow, and they looked like members of a well-trained killer group. I know who you are." Third Princess Li Yingzhou seemed to have thought of something, and the color of despair in her eyes intensified. There was a godforsaken group of assassins in Diqian territory, numbering around 500 people, who went around this continent accepting assassination missions and earning high commissions. As long as the commission was paid enough, they dared to assassinate even the lords of some small countries. She had looked into this group of killers in order to solve the case, only that they were very cunning, and they had escaped after several roundups. But who would have thought that their leader is the Crown Princess of Diqian, when it's really ironic? You are the leader of the assassin organization. Blood Linglong. Li Yuran's face sank. She was now the Crown Princess. She was no longer any Blood Linglong. Blood Linglong was a stain on her life. What Blood Linglong? I am now the Crown Princess of Diqian. Li Yuran, the only candidate for the future mother of the world. Li Yingzhou was suppressed by a powerful force and her entire body was not allowed to move. But at this moment, she looked very excited. Although the veil was covered and it was unknown how distorted the face was underneath it, the eyes had turned red. Blood Linglong, who hired you? This princess offers double the money. No, 10 times the money. Follow me to kill into the Taiji temple. This princess promises that in the future, when this princess ascends to the throne, she will let you be the master of the state of Diqian. Ha ha ha. Third ant, you think I'm a cutie, do you? I don't want to be a good crown princess and follow you to become a state master. Do I have a bubble in my head? No, it can't be. The crown princess is only your superficial identity. You must have been hired by someone. Li Zhuan is a waste of cultivation. It's impossible to ascend to the 9 to 5. Li Yuran leaned over and whispered, "Cluck. So what if the crown prince can cultivate? Or a cultivation genius?" Chapter 71, Moral Kidnapping Me. Do you have any morals? Li Yingzhou froze, and after a moment, she smiled. Don't you dare deceive this princess. It's impossible for the crown prince to cultivate. Since the beginning, he doesn't have any aura of having cultivated. Li Yuran didn't want to bull with this third ant. Directly tied Li Yingzhou 5 flowers and brought to see the crown prince. By then, everything will be clear. Also let her die this heart. Taiji Hall. Li Himawang sat paralyzed on the ground. watching with her own eyes as the dead soldiers she had brought with her were all butchered by Li Juan's men, leaving no one behind. Her heart was in her throat, but there was nothing she could do about it. In the entire hall, 2 ninth grade and the rest of the people were 7th or 8th grade powerhouses, eyeing her intently. Still, there was some balance to her heartache. After all, if she hadn't been better off, neither would her third sister. Having planted herself in the hands of the crown prince, third sister would surely come, and not surprisingly, she would likewise plant herself in the hands of the crown prince. The prince was too sinister and too good at pretending, and after so many years, with everyone living under the same roof, it was surprising that he hadn't found any clues. At this time, Dianwei came in with large strides and bowed. My lord, the third princess has been captured by the crown princess and is on her way to be delivered. Li Juan laughed. Second sister. Third sister has really come. Li Juan walked down from the golden palace and laughed. You can finally go down to see father together. Remember, when you see father, give his old man my regards. Also to clarify the situation, the two of you failed in your rebellion and were killed by this palace. By the way, there's big sister, fourth sister and the others. They should be reunited with you soon. Li Himawang looked at Li Juan, who was full of madness, and her heart had never felt fear. Yes, it was fear, the fear of facing death. Li Juan is definitely not just talking, is really want to send these sisters together to see the father. A group of people came outside the Taiji hall, and Li Yinzhou walked in tied up. At this moment, Li Yinzhou was already disheartened. This way, especially outside the main hall, she saw the corpses on the ground. All of them were Phoenix Pavilion's dead soldiers. In other words, her only hope of surviving was dashed, and her second sister had planted herself earlier than she had. The moment she walked into the Taiji hall, she still immediately scanned the entire hall with her eyes, trying to find her savior. Second sister. Second sister. Only when she saw her second sister, Li Himawang, sitting paralyzed on the ground with the crown prince standing next to her, she let out a gasp of shock. Shut up! Disturbing the lord is a capital offense. Dianwei immediately chortled and blocked in front of Li Juan, glaring angrily at Li Yinzhou. Li Himawang hurriedly turned her head. Her heart was complicated, thinking of Lao San's failure, but also thinking of Lao San's success in being able to save her life. Unfortunately, when she turned her head to look, she saw Li Yinzhou who had come and tied up. The two of them looked at each other and were surprisingly somewhat speechless. Third sister, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Li Juan said indifferently. Li Yinzhou immediately looked at the crown prince. She wanted to know if the crown prince could really cultivate, and if all these people were the crown princes. Gollum. The moment Li Yinzhou looked at the crown prince, she completely despaired. Prince, you're a 6th grade martial artist? Why have you been hiding it from us? And why? Li Juan walked towards Li Yinzhou and even thoughtfully smoothed Li Yinzhou's hair and straightened his clothes. Only then did he look indifferent and said, if you want to know, go and ask your second sister. This crown prince has a golden tongue and doesn't want to say it a second time. There are 4 of you. Is it possible for the palace to catch one of you and explain to you once again why? Is the palace very idle? After she sighed, she asked, is Li Yuran one of yours? Li Juan blankly glanced at Li Yinzhou. She is this palace's crown princess. If she is not this palace's person, is she still your person? Li Yinzhou glanced around and once again inquired, did you train them all? Li Juan spread her hands and laughed. All these years, this palace has been struggling to survive under your noses. How could this palace have the time to cultivate such a group of experts? You think too highly of this palace, but there's no harm in telling you. These people, they are all the squad that the Queen Mother left for this palace. Her old man is going out of the palace, just for fear that you bunch of 2/5 will revolt. How about it? Envious or not, Mother is just too good to my son. Li Yinzhou frowned and laughed coldly. Crown Prince, don't be naive. What kind of person is Mother that he would leave you with so many powerful people? If she knew you could practice, she'd immediately keep you from seeing tomorrow's sun. Li Himawang also sneered. Crown Prince, don't think that we are 3 years old. Then, she said indignantly, we've already fought with the Queen Mother to the point of losing. Why do you still need to deceive us? Are you funny? Li Juan said with some regret. Since you guys have seen it, there's no more pretending. I'll show my cards. To tell you the truth, these are the men that father left me as a squad. Now, the 2 sisters were finally silent. Father loves the Crown Prince, that is known to all. Back then he defied everyone's objections and froze Li Juan, who did not have any cultivation, to be established as the Crown Prince of Diqian. It's not surprising that he left his squad for Li Juan. The most hateful thing to them was that the Crown Prince obviously had a talent for cultivation, but he didn't tell anyone about it, and had been playing dumb and deceiving them for so many years. Why exactly? If the Crown Prince had announced to the world that the Crown Prince was capable of cultivation when his father was alive, then this scene wouldn't have occurred at all today. They pressed on with no rebellion and no thoughts of that throne. However, The crown prince hid it from everyone, allowing things to develop into the scene that they are today. The crown prince is to blame for the civil unrest in Diqian. Li Yingzhou looked at the crown prince and continued to sneer. Crown prince, you don't deserve to be the crown prince of Diqian, and you don't deserve to be the emperor of Diqian. The civil unrest in the Great Qian has left countless people homeless. The Xuanjia army is more than half dead or wounded. The Southland Legion is more than half dead or wounded. And the honored nobles of Changen City are even more casualties. At this rate, Great Qian is in danger of being overthrown. And all of this is due to your selfishness. Crown Prince, if you didn't hide it, would we have rebelled? Li Himawang also said, Crown Prince, all of this is your own doing. If we die, you will also become the king of the fallen country. Snap, snap. Li Zhuan opened his arms left and right, and 2 slaps fiercely smacked the 2 men's faces, and 5 fingerprints instantly surfaced on their cheeks, which rapidly swelled up. Giving you guys face? The 2 men were dumbfounded by Li Zhuan's slap and looked at him with an incredulous face, while the fear in their hearts grew even greater. Kidnapping this palace with morals. 2 thieves who rebel and plot against the government. Do you have morals? Chapter 72 Scaring them. The Rapunzel's defeat. After Li Zhuan finished speaking, his face grimly glared angrily at his 2 sisters. How did you have the face to say such words? If you still had the Great Qian's mountains and rivers in your hearts, the billions and billions of people in this world wouldn't have joined together to rebel. If you have revolted and want to become vested, why do you pretend to put all the blame on a loser like me? It's ridiculous. The 2 were slapped twice by Li Zhuan, and after being sarcastic for a long time, the 2 finally hung their heads and stopped talking. However, they were still shocked in their hearts. The waste prince that they had once looked down upon was so decisive and ruthless that it made them all sweat a little. This person in front of him was not connected to that trashy prince at all. Li Yuran stepped forward and said, Crown Prince, how will these 2 be disposed of? Li Zhuan took a deep breath, just blandly said, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Li Yingzhou was shocked in his heart and said angrily, Crown Prince, you want to kill us? We are your sister. You are treasonous. Prince, you can't kill us. Both of them shouted loudly and angrily at the same time. Their faces pale and their whole bodies seemed to stiffen. As Great Qian princesses, they had never imagined that they would die in such a suffocating manner. Li Zhuan waved his hand, signaling to drag it straight out. Li Yuran's heart is also shocked. The prince is also too ruthless. Right, the history of the Great Qian. There has never been a royal children where clear justice, even if it is the commission of the crime of treason, at most, is imprisoned for life, or was relegated to the plebeian, exiled to the frontier. But the prince was going to kill her 2 sisters. Li Yingzhou saw that the crown prince was so decisive, and was not afraid, struggled to stand up, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, become a king or lose a bandit. Today I, Li Yingzhou, lost, but also admitted it. But, a princess has a princess's way of dying, and I asked the crown prince to grant her death. Li Himawang also reacted, only she could never believe that the crown prince would let them die. After a long period of silence, she also gritted her teeth and said, Crown Prince, princesses have their own way of dying, please leave the whole body. Okay, this palace promises you. Li Yuran, however, pulled Li Ke to the side, before asking seriously, husband, do you really want to kill the 2 of them? Li Zhuan glanced at the somewhat flustered Li Yuran and laughed. What? You want to plead for the 2 of them? Li Yuran shook her head and said, no, but they are after all your own sisters, and doing so will cause you to take the blame, which will be very unfavorable to your administration in the future. Some people, they will use this incident to attack you. Crown Prince, you are the Crown Prince of Diqian. You should make some plans for what you will have to do in the future and not act recklessly. Li Zhuan looked at this lady of his with a smile. He did not expect her to be able to see so far. Not worthy of being his daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Li Zhuan laughed for a while before she said, this palace scared both of them. How could I possibly lay a harsh hand on my own sister? Li Yuran was finally relieved. If His Highness the Crown Prince had to kill the 2 of them, he really shouldn't persuade them. After all, a royal fight, either you die or I live, is not the same as an ordinary people's house. Then, Li Zhuan sighed and analyzed. Second sister is the personal disciple of the Phoenix Pavilion Master. The Phoenix Pavilion is extremely powerful, and the Phoenix Pavilion Master's plans are even greater. The dead soldiers sent out this time are just the tip of the iceberg. Once second sister is dead, I'm afraid that Phoenix Pavilion will retaliate against this palace with all its might, and by then the losses will outweigh the gains, and as long as second sister is in hand, Phoenix Pavilion will not be able to fight us to the end. As for the third sister, her back is the Qintian supervisor. The Qintian supervisor of the Great Qian dynasty is just a few old onions, which is good to deal with, but according to the information that this palace has learned, the Qintian supervisor has another identity. The supervisor of the Qintian supervisor is the heir to the Tianji sect. and he came to Deqian to serve as the Qin Tian supervisor just to travel. Li Yuran's face was pale. Tianji sect. She naturally knew about it. It was a group of people who could see into the heavens. It was a group of people that all the major sects would try to curry favor with. Li Juan giggled. With this background of theirs, do you think that this palace, a small waste of a crown prince with just a few people around him, would still dare to go and kill them? That. Imprison them and wait until the situation is stabilized. Li Yuran was satisfied that Li Juan handled it this way, arching his hand and saying, Your Highness is wise. The two of them came to the main hall once again, and Li Juan said in a cold voice, If it wasn't for the crown princess pleading for leniency, both of your heads would have landed on the ground. But capital crimes can be spared, but living crimes cannot be escaped. After this palace stabilizes the situation, you will retire in the palace. The two men's legs went limp and they instantly sat down on the ground. There was an urge to cry after the hijacking. Li Yinzhou glanced at the crown prince and said, Thank you for not killing the crown prince. Thank you, prince. The two were given soft tendon powder and tied with special ropes, and were taken to the secret basement of the Eastern Palace and imprisoned, and the battle outside seemed to be nearing its end. The main gate of the Imperial city, the Xian armor army had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and the Southern Realm Legion was even more so as there weren't many people left, but the Southland Legion still held the city gate, did not put in a Xuanjia army. Xiaovu's whole body stained with blood. He rushed into the enemy army to kill a 7 into 7 out. The whole body do not know how many more blood holes, still relying on the elixir to live. The generals around him, however, were leaving him one by one. At this moment he, still standing at the front, roared, I, Xiaohu, will honor my word. I promised His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that I would pay for my sins on the battlefield. Then I won't let you and other disruptive people enter the palace. Li Xianyi, dismount and accept the surrender. Li Xianyi's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the Xian armor army generals fall one by one, but he did not see a single soldier able to rush up the wall. Even his own military advisor, who was almost decapitated here by this group of lunatics, was now alive, but there was no difference between him and a dead man. Li Xianyi wiped his own lance for a long time and finally stood up. She's going to do it herself. Sons of the Xian armor army, success or failure is here. Follow this princess to charge. Li Xianyi personally rushed to the front line, surrounded by her thousands of personal soldiers, brazenly defying death and protecting Li Xianyi as she rushed forward. Xiaohu looked at the people rushing over and revealed a smile, laughing at the people around him. Brothers, let us continue to be brothers to kill the enemy in the afterlife. Once again, you will guard the city. I will go first. After Xiaohu finished speaking, he once again leapt down from the city tower and rushed towards Li Xianyi alone. General, a few people who had been following Little Tiger similarly leaped down and rushed towards Li Xianyi. And at this moment, Xiao Sa, who had just defeated the fourth princess, had finally arrived with his men. Stupid, aren't you dying? All of you get down to the city and save the day. Xiao Sa leaped and flew down from the city tower, followed by countless people who killed the Xian armor army. Both sides were here, once again, fighting for blood and flesh. It was also at this time that Li Juan came to the head of the palace and looked at the bloody mill in front of him. The pungent smell of blood made him extremely uncomfortable. Pass the word. The ninth-grade powerhouse shouted, Your Highness, the eldest princess, please dismount and accept the surrender. The second princess and the third princess failed in their assassination attempts. The voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and in this instant, everyone stopped their hands and looked upstairs at the Imperial city. Li Juan, with his hands behind his back, just stood quietly on the citadel, the firelight flickering and illuminating his entire person. Li Juan, Li Xianyi gritted his teeth. However, her heart was even more like waves rolling over. The second and third had unexpectedly failed, and Xiao Sa had returned to help, which meant that the fourth had also failed. But how? A little punk of a prince, the second and third with thousands of assassins, can't even kill him? No, he immediately realized something. Beside that waste of a prince, the one who had just passed on the message was a ninth-grade powerhouse. Why is the prince surrounded by ninth-grade powerhouses? Rapunzel, stop. Li Juan finally did speak. Then he added, as long as you surrender, this palace will spare you from death. Li Xianyi pointed his lance at Li Juan and said in a cold voice, Li Juan, you punk, what gives you the right to say words for me to surrender? The one who should surrender is you. Come down and surrender quickly, and this palace will spare you from death. At this moment, Xiaosu also let his Southern Realm Legion come back together, with the dying Little Tiger on his back. Little Tiger was too seriously injured. Even if he was saved, I'm afraid he would still be an invalid. All generals of the Xuanjia army at your service. The one who takes the head of the prince will be crowned as a vassal and worshipped as a prime minister. With these words, the morale of the entire Xuanjia army was instantly lifted. But just at this time, a Xuanjia army general quickly came to Li Xianyi's side and knelt down on the ground. Princess, the diligent king's troops have arrived. They have broken through the south gate and are killing towards us. Block for this princess. At this moment, another person reported, Princess, we are heavily killed and wounded. The person coming is the human butcher Changen. Li Xianyi's lance instantly dropped to the ground. Changen, it's that old piker Changen. Done. Who is Changen? Changen is the patriarch of 2 dynasties of Diqian, a famous human butcher, especially in the war against Zhao. He massacred 300,000 people in Zhao, and since then gained the reputation of a human butcher. And Changen was even the grandfather of this madman Xiao Sao, a peak 9th grade powerhouse. But this person, since the defeat of Zhao, resigned from his position as a great general and returned to the mountains and forests, and no longer asked about the affairs of Daqian. Even when the late emperor personally conquered the north and prepared to take such a battle as the Sea of Sand Dunes, the late emperor paid 3 visits to his house. But Changen all claimed to be sick and did not come out. But why is he here today? Is it to rescue his grandson? Or is it for the sake of this punk of a crown prince? Princess, retreat. If you don't, the whole army will be wiped out. Staying green is not a worry. Princess, the Xian armor army can live without anyone but you. There are still 100,000 Xian armor army in the north. He can come back again someday. The subordinates knelt on the ground, pleading for Li Xianyi to retreat, and even started an army mutiny. At this time, Lu Haowen was also carried to Li Xianyi's side. Princess, retreat. It's too late. Li Xianyi sighed. God is not fair. Obviously, she had the upper hand, and given another hour of work, she would be able to attack this palace and take down the crown prince. Chapter 73, Changen delivers troops. The layout of the late emperor. Retreat. Li Xianyi reddened his eyes and stared dead at Li Zhuan on the Imperial city, and finally gave the order to retreat through gritted teeth. At this point, the 100,000 Xuanjia army that had traveled south. At this moment there was probably only a little more than 10,000 remnants of the army, retreating from the main gate towards the western city. In the eastern sky, a fish-belly white color appeared, and a red sun gradually appeared on the horizon. Dawn came to the city of Changen, while Li Xianyi suddenly withdrew his troops. Li Zhuan frowned, somewhat stunned as he watched the large force leave. This was very unorthodox. As long as Li Xianyi fought to the death, he might be able to take the Imperial city and capture himself alive. After all, Li Xianyi had more than 10,000 men, while Xiaosa no longer had many battle-ready soldiers by his side, which Li Xianyi did not know about. But Li Xianyi withdrew his troops without hesitation, and the only explanation that makes sense is that I'm afraid that reinforcements have come from outside the city, now pouncing on Changen city. I'm afraid that the one thing that can make Li Xianyi retreat without a fight is the reinforcements that Wu Jiu has begged for. Li Zhuan sighed, unable to turn the situation around after all. Originally, he had thought that he would let his 5 sisters and the mother hollow out against each other, and he would pick the peaches at the end. But who would have thought that mother had taken herself off the hook at the cost of 50,000 Southland legions and allowed herself and her 4 sisters to start running away against each other? Now that the situation was starting to become clear, the forces of the 4 sisters, including those of the worldly lords in the city, were all falling apart at the moment. Of course, this civil unrest did not let those real big families hurt, such as the 5 surnames and the 7 prestige of these big families. They have to lair and power, generally in the local, the people in the capital, but is only their eyes and ears in the capital. But this has already reached Wu Jiu's previous layout. As long as she successfully ascends to the throne and becomes the female emperor of Diqian, he can slowly take back the power. Reinforcements. It's the reinforcements coming. Li Zhuan hurriedly looked in the direction of Vermilion Bird Street. A cavalry troop was coming towards the main gate of the Imperial city in great numbers. When he got close, Li Zhuan then saw clearly that an old general at the head. He rode up quickly, dismounted, and knelt down. The action was all in one go. Old Minister Changen, I'm late to rescue you. Please forgive the crown prince. Li Zhuan brain a mess. His predecessor 2 ears do not hear things outside the window. A heart only do dude people. For towards these people is not clear. Press simply do not know who this old man in front of him. Next to him, Xiaosa froze for a moment, then said in his heart in ecstasy, Grandpa, it's my grandfather. He put down the little tiger on his back and hurriedly cupped his fists toward Li Zhuan and said, Your Highness, the reinforcements are my grandfather. Li Rigorous does not understand. You are Wuju's people. Then your grandfather is also Wuju's people pluck. You rejoice. The palace cannot rejoice. It's all come to this point. Strength and a little bit of power exposed in front of people. One only has to face Wu Jiu directly. Either he defeats Wu Jiu himself and sits on the throne of Daqian, or he is defeated by Wu Jiu and dies. Just that. With this amount of power, he was simply imagining things if he wanted to defeat Wu Jiu, who had been laying out his plans for many years. But it was enough to escape from Changen city. head for the border, and make himself king. When Xiaosu saw that His Highness did not make a move and his face showed disappointment, he instantly realized what the Crown Prince was thinking. He immediately bowed and said, "Your Highness, Grandpa resigned from his position as a great general in his early years and is currently just an ordinary citizen. He is only loyal to the great Qian Empire and never takes sides." The corner of Li Zhuan's mouth twitched a bit. A great general without any authority, even brought more than 5,000 cavalry to support. It can be imagined how chaotic the military of Daqian is. It's almost the same as the late Tang dynasty's clan division. No wonder. The late emperor worked hard for his whole life, and finally died tragically on the border. The mother was bent on getting these honored ones killed. The real power of these honored ones was too great. "Oh, follow this palace out to greet old General Xiao." "Yes, sir." Xiao So looked very excited. He hadn't seen his grandfather in years either. Li Xuan wanted to go to the forefront and show his strength of the 6th grade realm to old General Xiao, so that this two-dynasty elder could see clearly that the Daqian crown prince is not a waste of cultivation. And according to the ancestral system, he, Li Xuan, is the first heir to the throne. But on the contrary, Crown Princess Li Yuran had been blocking in front of Li Xuan, and the other two 9 ranks were likewise one on the left and one on the right, forming a triangle, completely blocking Li Xuan in the middle and protecting him. "Yuran, can you let this palace walk in front of you? You're blocking this palace's line of sight." Li Yuran turned around and said angrily, "You're a 6th grade. If you run into an expert, you'll be gone in a flash. It doesn't matter if you're gone. What matters is the countryside of Daqian, the hundreds of millions of people, and these generals behind you. Where do you want them to go?" Li Yuran's eyes dimmed a bit, then her eyes reddened slightly as she muttered, "You just gave me a new start, a new life, and with you gone, how can I live?" Li Xuan hurriedly said, "Okay, you go ahead and protect me." Li Xuan looked at the woman who blocked herself with her body, as well as the 2 experts of the hidden dragon guards on his left and right, and the countless generals following behind him, who all looked at him with a grave expression on their faces. In a trance, Li Xuan suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was heavy. A group of people finally arrived under the Imperial city and came 5,000 cavalrymen, who dismounted and knelt on the ground. Li Xuan stepped forward and carefully surveyed the old man in front of him, a head of white hair, a rosy complexion, and a powerful aura. "Grandpa." Xiaosu did not hold back for a moment and hurriedly called out to his grandfather. After all, the grandparents and grandson had not seen each other for several years. Changen didn't even raise his head, just waiting quietly for Li Xuan to speak. In his heart, he sighed. This grandson of his, in the southern realm of so many years, still cannot change the fidgety nature. His Highness is here. How can you take the lead in the opening of the reason? Xiaosu also seemed to realize that he was too reckless and hurriedly lowered his head. Li Xuan went up smilingly and pushed away Li Yuran, who was blocking his way. "Old General Xiao, please rise." Li Yuran had no choice but to get out of the way. The Crown Prince is good at everything, but sometimes he doesn't listen to advice. Li Xuan took a step forward and directly grabbed Xiao Zhang's left and right shoulders with both hands. The power of the 6th grade realm was all exerted to help Xiao Zhang up. "Ha!" Xiao Gang snapped his head up, but a pair of cloudy old eyes erupted with an astonishing light. He even lost his voice and said, "Your Highness, you can cultivate? This is a 6th grade martial artist." Then Xiao Gang disregarded the etiquette of kings and ministers and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The late emperor deserves to be the late emperor." It turns out that he had already arranged everything, but it made the old minister worry for nothing. Good, my Daqian is saved. My Daqian's crown prince is likewise a cultivator. There was naturally a reason why Xiao Gang was so excited. In this world, martial arts were honored. As the monarch of a country, he had to be a martial arts cultivator. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he still had to be a martial arts cultivator. This is the consensus of this world. A strong king can only take this empire farther, and there will be more strong people to assist you. If a country's crown prince did not have the talent to cultivate, or even could not cultivate, he would be looked down upon by other countries, and even diplomacy would not be possible. And many forces in the country will also oppose, but the late emperor against many pressures, froze to register Li Xuan. This cannot cultivate the person became the crown prince. When he first resigned from his post and returned home, it was because the late emperor did not listen to his advice and had to establish Li Xuan, a man who was unable to cultivate, as the crown prince. But when he saw the crown prince today, he was a little ashamed. It was just that he didn't understand why the late emperor had kept the matter of the crown prince being able to cultivate hidden. This is very unfriendly to the Jiangshan community of Daqian. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about thinking so much. If the Daqian crown prince could cultivate, that would naturally be the best. When he first returned to seclusion, the late emperor asked him to come out 3 times, but he didn't come out, because the late emperor wasn't sure he'd change his mind. When he heard the news of the late emperor's death, he was almost all alive, because he knew that after the death of the late emperor, Li Zhuan, the crown prince, simply could not suppress the rest of the people, and civil unrest in Daqian was inevitable. As expected, De Qian eventually took this step. Today, he came over, not to save his grandson Xiao So, but to fulfill the promise he made to the late emperor. He had promised the late emperor one thing, and that was to keep the crown prince alive. For this reason, he even got Xiao So to side with Wu Jiu early on. Xiao Gang was in tears, holding the crown prince's arm with both hands, laughing and crying. Crown prince, I'm sorry for being rude. Li Zhuan has mixed feelings in his heart. Perhaps he does not quite understand the feelings of these old people for Daqian, but he understands an old man who has thrown his head in blood for Daqian, and his love for this land. After all, they are the ones who fought for these rivers and mountains with swords and spears. How can they watch with their own eyes? They once fought down the river and mountain, once again living and suffering, and even will be trampled by foreign invaders. Xiao Gang's previous worries were not unfounded. How could a waste of space that was not favored by anyone in the world lead the entire empire to greater strength? We'll be lucky if we don't lose our country. But today is different. Today he saw a crown prince who can cultivate, a crown prince who can take De Qian to a stronger place, a crown prince who can gather all the power of De Qian. In this way, how could he not rejoice? How could he not weep for joy? Li Zhuan hurriedly held back Xiao Gang, who was about to salute again, and smiled. No harm done. Li Zhuan looked at the cavalry behind Xiao Gang and smiled. Generals, there is no need to be polite on the battlefield. Cavalrymen can only fight and die on their horses, waving their swords and advancing bravely. How can they dismount and kneel in their armor to salute? Old general, this cavalry is good, but this rule should be changed. Xiao Gang's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. The crown prince already has the style of the late emperor. De Qian has great potential. Great potential By the crown prince's command, Xiao Gang turned around and gave a command. Then all the cavalrymen answered the promise, straddled their horses and stood in formation. Not bad, a very strong cavalry. Li Zhuan looked at the neat and tidy movements and the murderous aura they displayed, which was to be thicker than the Xuanjia army. Your Highness, this cavalry was originally trained for you. Xiao Gang did not hide anymore, but took out a tiger talisman from his pocket, on which was carved the word honor. Li Zhuan frowned and smoothly took the tiger talisman, but why his name was engraved made him very puzzled, and asked the old general to explain. Xiao Gang cupped his fists and saluted. 3 years ago when the late emperor was preparing for the Imperial expedition to the north, he asked the old man 3 times to come out to protect the country, but the old man was also stubborn and wanted the late emperor to depose you as the crown prince, or else he would never come out to the mountain. The old man was almost cut down by the late emperor, but in the end the late emperor gave the old man this tiger talisman. In the end, the late emperor just sighed and handed Xiao Gang a tiger talisman, saying that since Xiao Gang refused to come out to serve the country, he would do one last thing for him. Help the crown prince train an elite cavalry of 5,000 men. These cavalrymen cannot be Daqian. They must be from other tribes that have submitted to Daqian. If the crown prince is a person who can be of great use, it will be given to the crown prince, which can solve the crown prince's urgent problem and make the crown prince have someone available at his side. If the crown prince really sucks, then use this cavalry and escort the crown prince away so that he can live the rest of his life in peace. Li Zhuan pinched the soldier's talisman in his hand, his thoughts fluttering. What kind of person was the late emperor? In the memory of the predecessor, every time he saw the late emperor, he had a stern face and a strict fatherly posture. So the predecessor was very afraid of the late emperor, so he would not take the initiative to meet him, and the late emperor was often away on campaigns, and sometimes, he could not be seen for a year or two. But from what the late emperor did to his predecessor, it is evident that this late emperor was very much in love with the crown prince. Li Zhuan was also able to judge from these things that the previous emperor had done that this father of his was definitely a man of great ambition. It's just a pity that he took over a mess and met a bunch of hardened opponents, and he's a person who's not suitable to be a chaotic monarch, with a heart that's too merciful. Li Zhuan bowed. This palace knows, Your Highness, from now on, this cavalry is your personal army, and they are absolutely loyal. Li Zhuan nodded and looked at the generals. Generals, from today onwards, you are the palace's personal guards, protecting the safety of the palace, attached to the Imperial Camp Central Army. We are willing to die for Your Highness. The cavalryman drew his saber and raised it, erupting into a mountain of momentum. Who is in charge? Li Zhuan asked here. As a result, the generals looked at each other and finally looked at Xiao Gang. The corner of Xiao Gang's mouth twitched as he hurriedly said, Your Highness, it's the old man. 5,000 cavalry, under the command of 5,000 generals. 5,000 generals answerable to the old man, now answerable to Your Highness. Li Zhuan was very satisfied, and then let 5 people come to see him. After a brief inquiry, Li Zhuan roughly understand their establishment and combat strength. Li Juan immediately arranged a task for 5,000 cavalrymen, in teams of 100, to launch an inspection within the city to expel the remnants of the several princesses, reclaim control of the city of Changen. It was at this time that Xiaosu came forward and said, "Grandfather, grandson has met grandfather." Xiao Gang laughed. "You have done a good job this time. By protecting the crown prince, you are protecting the hope of Diqian. From now on you will follow the crown prince and work for Diqian. Remember, don't mess around, and listen to the crown prince's arrangements for everything." Xiaosu nodded heavily, and after talking with Xiao Gang for a moment, Xiaosu walked towards Li Juan, kneeling on the ground with a flutter. "Your Highness." Xiaowu swarmed the enemy on the battlefield, killing 7 in and 7 out of the Xuanjia army, hit by 12 arrows, and his back is full of slashes. Little Tiger is no longer able to do so now, so please show your highness. Xiaowu had followed him for 6 years, and during those 6 years, they were as close as brothers, and although they were superior and subordinate, many times, he regarded him as his younger brother. Li Juan has also heard of it, that young tiger general who lived the crime because of cursing himself. In order to take the credit for his crime, he personally charged and killed 7 times, a great fierce general. If molded a little in the future, it could be of great use. Take this palace over to see. Chapter 74, I am willing to worship the crown prince as my father. Li Juan followed Xiaosu to the classroom at the entrance of the palace. Xiaohu lying against the wall. The body's injuries have been disposed of by the military doctors accompanying the army, but the person's essence is gone. If there is no panacea, Xiaohu was afraid that he has already failed to live. After all, he overdrew his life on the battlefield. Xiaowu saw that it was His Highness the Crown Prince who had come down, and quickly struggled to sit up, but his body was no longer at his disposal, and he looked at the Crown Prince silently with a pale face. No need to get up, just sit there. Xiaowu gave a hard smile, still holding his fists with difficulty, and said, Your Highness, the last general did not go back on his word and killed 7 times in the enemy army, not allowing a single rebel to enter the palace. Mordecai did it. Li Juan squatted beside Xiaohu, trying to get himself as close as possible to Xiaohu, grasping Xiaohu's hand and saying, You're a tiger general, and your bravery on the battlefield proves a soldier's obligation to do his duty, and you did what you said you would do in the first place. After staying for a moment, Li Juan continued, The palace will never break its promise. You in the battle of guarding the Imperial city, fighting bravely, fearless of death, showing the nature of my children of Dakian. To protect the palace is meritorious. This palace pardons your sins in the name of the Crown Prince. Then Li Juan took out an elixir from his sleeve. This kind of elixir he had a dozen more. The effect should be okay. After all, it is the system reward. The beauty elixir can repair the trauma. Let a person break through one after another. And this kind of elixir that specializes in healing wounds, the effect is not bad. Eat it first. Xiaohu didn't expect a blackish elixir to save his life, and only hoped that His Highness would keep his word and pardon his sins. As a general of the Southland Legion, he didn't want to carry a charge to die in battle on the sands. Even if he was going to die, he was going to die clearly. Li Juan saw Xiaohu swallow the elixir and a smile appeared on his face. Now it should be time for him to perform and clean up his heart. In additional reward General Xiaohu as the Imperial Camp Left Army Commander, fully responsible for all the important affairs of the Left Army. When the troops and horses are ready, Xiaohu commander injury as well. Then you can take office. Li Juan continued to smile and arranged it. Tiger. The smile on Xiaohu's face instantly stiffened on his face. His eyes glazed over, and his entire body was dumbfounded. I'm a dying man, and you reward me with a left army commander of the Imperial camp? Do I have to die or not? In Dakian, there is an unwritten rule that when the Imperial power is threatened or hollowed out, the Emperor can temporarily form an Imperial battalion to take control of the military power. And this Imperial camp, the Emperor is the highest command. Control Imperial camp all the soldiers and horses. Under the Emperor there are all the commander a person, the commander of 5 people, vice commander of several people. This kind of position only during the war as a temporary appointment. The end of the war can be relieved of their duties, not a permanent official position, but can serve as a commander-in-chief level of figures. After the war is over, that is the state duke, prince level. There was something about Tiger that really didn't want to die when he heard about his appointment. He had been in the army for 10 years, from joining the army at the age of 14, and now at the age of 25. He had desperately killed the enemy and built up his career, and only then did he achieve the rank of General of the Cloud Banner, in charge of just 12,000 men. However, this Yun Hui general, or rely on their own good big brother Xiaosu's promotion, which climbed up, or else simmer for another 10 years. It is impossible to achieve the middle level of generals in Diqian, but compared with the Imperial Camp Left Army Commander, General Yun Hui is a slag. The Imperial Camp Left Army Commander is the son of Heaven's personal army, the commander of an army. belongs to the senior generals, able to participate in the decision-making of state affairs. General Xiaohu's pale face reddened, surprisingly climbed up, kneeling on the ground. He kowtowed and thanked. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. My lord is willing to lay down his life for your highness." And the rest of the people are even more horrified. General Xiaohu, this is a piece of luck, even dying, but also to pick up the position of an Imperial camp left army commander. This Nima is a positive third-grade rank. Xiao Su is also very surprised, but he does not have any jealousy, but instead, from the bottom of his heart for Xiaohu feel happy. Xiaohu is not going to live, but before he dies by his highness pardoned the crime, but also gained an Imperial camp left army commander title. Also not in vain this life. Only Xiao Gang stood by the side, pondering, then nodded slightly. His highness was buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold, preparing to collect people's hearts, wanting to take the Southland Legion for himself. It's just a shame that Xiaohu, a tiger general, is gone like that. Little Tiger's performance today was nothing more than a flashback in everyone's eyes. After all, how could a person survive when he was injured so badly? Unless one obtains a spiritual elixir. But that kind of elixir, which is to live and die, is only available to those ancient clans with 1,000 years of powerful inheritance. But even if there was, no one would take it out to save an insignificant little general. Honestly, Tiger doesn't deserve it yet. Tiger, is there anyone in the family? And what was your original name? I have no last name, because I have never been afraid of death in battle. Others call me Little Tiger, and there is not much in my family. I am an orphan. Li Zhuan sighed. In that case, this palace grants you the state surname, and from now on, you will be called Li Xiaohu. Thank you, Your Highness, for the surname. Li Zhuan laughed. Get up. Hey. Xiaohu surprisingly climbed up, feeling his whole body full of strength, and then looked at the wounds on his body. Naya. Hell, those wounds, surprisingly, all healed. Li Xiaohu stared wide-eyed, still thinking he was dead, so this felt unreal. In full view of everyone, Li Xiaohu slapped himself and instantly felt his cheeks ache. I'm better? What happened? The crowd was stunned. Is this really a ghost today? Li Xiaohu, who was about to die just now, spoke to his highness for a while and sealed the left army commander of the Imperial camp. And it's all good? Li Zhuan remained cloudy and laughed. Little Tiger, try running your true chi for a while. Immediately, Little Tiger excitedly sat on the ground and began to utilize his true chi. And a moment later, he opened his eyes and swallowed hard. Then he jumped down in front of Li Zhuan. Many thanks to your highness for saving my life. In this life and in this world, I will be your highness's man. The corner of Li Zhuan's mouth twitched. Lazi doesn't have a dragon's yang. Roll. Li Xiaohu did not die, kowtowed and said, Your Majesty's recreation is like a parent. I would like to worship your Majesty as a righteous father. Li Zhuan kicked over, but didn't step on it, but still didn't relieve his anger and scolded. This palace saved you. Do you know how precious that elixir is? And you brought it to worship your righteous father? This palace is so much younger than you. What's gotten into you? Next time you do that, this palace will cut you down with one slash. When Li Xiaohu saw that Li Zhuan did not agree, he was not discouraged, but just laughed nervously. Anyway, he has been well, and also obtained the national surname, and now he is the left army commander of the Imperial camp. Ha 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 ha, make a fortune, make a fortune. Li Zhuan saw that Li Xiaohu was no longer a demon. Then he said, Go down and recuperate. Perhaps you can still break and rebuild, nirvana rebirth, and gain unexpected benefits. This elixir is not just as simple as living and dying with white bones. Li Xiaohu's eyes were bright, once again kneeling down to worship. In the envious eyes of the crowd, slowly walked out of the classroom. Meanwhile, the 6 or 7 heads of the Southland Legion who had accompanied Li Zhuan into the squad room, as well as Xiao Gang, had all gone numb. His Highness had such a precious elixir, and what was most unbelievable to them was that His Highness had taken this kind of elixir, which was hard to find in 10,000 gold, to save a small person, only because that little man defiantly protected the Imperial city and protected him. Xiaosu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at his grandfather, who, at this moment, already had glowing eyes and couldn't wait to rush up and kneel in front of Li Zhuan to worship his righteous father. Chapter 75, Old Minister, please behead Li Su. You have to know that this world is honored by martial arts. Only the absolutely strong have the right to speak. Some of the 9 products are attached to the court, and that is only to obtain cultivation resources from the court. And it's the same for all of them. Who doesn't want to be strong? Who doesn't want to be in the limelight? And there is such a great opportunity in front of us. As long as one defected to His Highness the Crown Prince and fought to the death for him, one might be able to obtain even more precious pills. Casually being able to take out an elixir that could produce flesh and bones from the dead was enough to show that this highness was unfathomable. Li Zhuan turned around, looked at Xiao Su, and smiled. Xiao Su, Are you willing to follow this palace and contribute to the great Qian River and mountain? Xiao Su knelt on the ground with a flutter. The last general is willing to charge for your highness with his liver and brain. If you break this oath, you will be struck by 9 thunders, and you will not be allowed to die. Xiao Gang also bowed and said, Your highness, my Xiao family is loyal to Dacian, and will definitely not come out with unfilial children and grandchildren who betrayed Dacian's rivers, mountains and earth, but where there is one, without the need for your highness to make a move, my Xiao family will definitely not tolerate him. Ha ha ha. With these words from the old general, this palace is relieved. Li Xuan became much more serious this time and pondered for a while before saying, Xiao Su, this palace appoints you as the Imperial Camp Capital Commander, to control the Imperial Camp. Are you willing? Xiao Su froze. He had never thought that His Highness would give him such an important official position as the Imperial Camp Capital Commander. Seeing that his grandson was dumbfounded, Xiao Gang hastily kicked and scolded, Asshole, why don't you thank me for my grace? Only then did Xiao Su respond, The last general kowtows to thank your highness. My lord is willing. Please rest assured, your highness, that at least half of the 50,000 men in the southern realm still listen to my lord. Li Xuan nodded and looked at another person, who was tall with a dark face that didn't match his name at all. Chu Nanfeng, listen to your orders. This palace has enthroned you as the right army commander of the Imperial camp. Chu Nanfeng was just now envious of crazy little tiger, and later envious of his own general, and now suddenly he himself was enthroned. He hastily fell to his knees and prostrated himself on the ground, saying, The last general is willing to die in battle for your highness. Li Xuan laughed. Don't say dead or undead. It's unlucky. This palace knows that you and others are all loyal and good generals, willing to open up the frontier for Dacian, but just do not have the opportunity to do so, and now that they are recalled to Changen City, it is for the purpose of quelling the rebellion, and their own people kill their own people. This is the sorrow of the empire, and even more so, the shame of my royal family. This palace used to be a waste that was unable to cultivate, and originally did not intend to inherit the throne of Dacian. Father loved this palace and imposed the position of the crown prince on this palace. These years, this palace has lived with fear and trembling. I am not afraid of your jokes. This palace is sometimes afraid of falling asleep at night. Tomorrow can still wake up. The heavens will not kill Dacian. The gods above have manifested themselves, and the ancestors and the late emperors have blessed us. On the day of father's death, a great emperor powerhouse descended on the eastern palace and opened up the cultivation talent for this palace. The crowd listened attentively and didn't know if things were true or not, but with the crown prince talking like this, they could only believe it was true. Otherwise, how could the prince be able to cultivate and also possess the elixir that brought the dead back to life? How could this matter be explained? If the crown prince had really met the great emperor, then the crown prince's backstage would be too powerful, because in this side of the world, great emperors were only legendary figures, and were generally the same as the gods and goddesses on that day. After Li Xuan said this, he once again looked at Shuo Zhangyang and smiled. Shuo Zhangyang, you will be the deputy commander of the Imperial camp and assist Xiao Su in taking charge of the Imperial camp. Shuo Zhangyang fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. He waited for such an opportunity. Waited for 10 years. Finally he waited for it, and it was even going to be better than she imagined. He can finally fulfill his ambition. Well, that's it for today. All of you go down and arrange for a sign and prepare for defense. This palace estimates that mother's reinforcements should be arriving soon, and she should be returning. All of them frowned. Their hearts were in a state of confusion, fearing that His Highness would say that he wanted to welcome back Wu Jiu. What would this make them people do? But they had betrayed Wu Jiu and joined the crown prince's camp instead. But this palace doesn't want her to come back. Let her go to the Qianling tomb to mourn for her father. Xiao Gang arched his hand and said, Your Highness is wise. Li Xuan went out of the classroom and let out a long sigh of relief. Things were finally moving in a good direction step by step according to his scheme. Old General Xiao, don't go back. Just stay by the side of this palace and show this palace the ropes. As the saying goes, if there's an old man in the family, there's a treasure. Xiao Gang arched his hand and said, The old minister is a military general. What's wrong with a military general? This chaotic world needs to use an old line of martial arts like yours for this palace to feel secure. The late emperor has manifested himself. Absolutely. Xiao Gang has mixed feelings in his heart. Back then, the late emperor trusted him so much, and then the late emperor didn't trust him too much, but he also knew that it was his temper that was too stinky, and then he reformed himself, and as a result, the late emperor collapsed. Old minister, I am willing to die for the crown prince. Li rigorously waved his hand and laughed. Serving death is not necessary. You just serve well. Don't sing the opposite tune with this palace at the critical moment. The old minister understands. Cold sweat came down on Xiao Gang's forehead and he felt embarrassed. This prince, he's so much more honest than the late emperor. Li Xuan brought Xiao Gang back to the Tai Chi Hall. In the Tai Chi Hall, Some of the civil ministers were still waiting here. Some of them had died and their bodies were thrown outside the hall. Look at the Changen fearful. The head hanging outside the hall seems to be the right Prime Minister Young Tan. The Crown Prince even cut Young Tan hanging outside the door? Well, what about the others? You're not going to cut them all off, are you? Entering the Taiji Hall. The hall was full of strong men, a whole lot of 8th grade breath, and the civil officials were all standing with their heads hanging down, trembling with fear and trembling. Seeing the Crown Prince come in, left Prime Minister Li Su rushed forward. Prince, how is it out there? Oh, what else? It's all gone. Li Zhuan's light words sounded like thunder in Li Su's ears. Killed them all? However, when he saw Xiao Gang, he was instantly relieved. Xiao Gang, this old piker was actually on the side of the Crown Prince. No wonder the Crown Prince dared to go against Wu Jiao. Old General Xiao, you've come out of the mountain? Li Su asked archly. Xiao Gang saw that Li Zhuan did not kill Li Su. His heart still wondered. This Li Su, although the royal family, but he is to support Wu Jiao claim the throne. Do not think that he retired and do not know. Xiao Gang directly bowed and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I request that I behead Li Su. Nima Xiao Gang, just met. You want to behead this minister? P.S. Brothers and sisters, see please say something. Active comment section. Directly do not give the amount. Cry me. Chapter 76, Sheltering the World's Cold Soldiers in Happiness. Li Su was taken aback, but quickly calmed down. After all, he was a veteran who had been mixing with the court for many years, and he had long since seen that the Crown Prince did not have a murderous intent towards him. If the Crown Prince wanted to kill him, he would have hung out the door with Young Tan. Why should he be expelled from the royal genealogy and relegated to the status of a commoner? Humph, old General Xiao, what crime has this minister committed that you want His Highness the Crown Prince to behead me? Slandering an important court official is a serious offense. Li Zhuan snorted coldly and looked at Li Su and reminded, That's right, slander is a felony, and that depends on who is being slandered. Li Su has already been expelled from the royal genealogy by the palace and relegated to the status of a commoner, and has no official status. Li Su. Li Zhuan looked toward Xiao Gang and smiled. Old General Xiao, you continue to impeach him. Xiao Gang was also stunned. What the hell? You scratched Li Su from the family tree and demoted him to commoner? Ha ha ha, it's really a big deal. Li Su, you've had your day? Xiao Gang's heart was greatly determined and immediately clasped his fists and impeached. Crown Prince, this person has royal blood flowing in his body. He does not think about the Li family's rivers and mountains and the gods of the earth and the gods of the country, and does not think about your highness, but he is bent on assisting the Empress Dowager to become a female emperor of Deqian. This is a crime. This bureaucrat as the right minister of the great Qian, not for the stability of the court, but the party camping, and the left minister Young Tan party dispute constantly, scourge of the peace of the court, resulting in today's this rotten situation. This is the second of its sins. Li Su has frequent dealings with merchants and colluded with the border troops to engage in a great deal of smuggling, especially the smuggling of prohibited items of salt and iron, which is a great crime. Your Highness the Crown Prince, according to our Dacian law, anyone who is guilty of one of its offenses will be sentenced to death. Li Su panicked, fluttered to his knees and lost his voice. Please Prince Your Highness, be clear, the surname Xiao is unwarranted, a trumped-up charge. I'm not convinced. Li Zhuan leaned over and stared into Li Su's eyes. In the years you've been Prime Minister, have you made those contributions to Deqian? Aside from fighting with Young Tan and becoming pawns to serve the balance in the hands of the mother, you are good for nothing and have stirred up a mess in the great Qian dynasty. Do you know why this palace left you behind after killing Young Tan? Li Su at the moment forehead cold sweat straight. In fact, when the prince showed strength, he knew that sooner or later, he had to be stabbed. But then Young Tan died. The prince just scratched him out of the genealogy, relegated to the common people. I thought that he still had a use for the prince, but it seems that I underestimated the prince and overestimated myself. But he really didn't know why the prince didn't kill him, and I asked the crown prince to show me. Li Zhuan straightened up in boredom. You're worth living for. Li Su was ecstatic in his heart. It was just as he had guessed. Did he still have a use for him? But now it seems that you deserve to die. Li Su almost cried. His mood was like a roller coaster. The ups and downs were too great. His heart was just a bit unbearable. Now convinced or not? Li Su looked up and smiled bitterly. Convinced. Since you've served, let's wait for mother's return. Unite the courtiers, and impeach mother. If you dare to turn against me, you'll never want to enter the genealogy again in your life, and your descendants will be the lowest slaves for generations to come. This palace is a merciful person. I hope you don't know any better. Li Su's mood is very complex. In fact, he does not have bad intentions. Is that he hopes to preserve the ancestors to fight down the countryside? Well, you're merciful. I've never seen you so merciful in my life. That's the ultimate reason you won't kill me, isn't it? There really isn't anyone who can be an emperor who doesn't have a black heart. Hey, this prince can bend and stretch. The heart is too deep. Pretending to be a grandson for more than 10 years, and now finally not pretending, revealing the wolf. I don't know if it's a blessing for Dakian or a curse for everyone. Li Juan was silent for a moment. Then he turned to the group and said, the palace is now being scrapped, and if it's rebuilt, there's no money in the government coffers, and there's even no money in the treasury. The palace is prepared to borrow some more money from you all. I wonder if you would be willing to lend it to the palace. For a while, the courtiers who had already despaired, suddenly their eyes glowed. The opportunity to live had come. It's just a shame that there were only a few small stragglers left in the room. There's not much grease left. After being killed by Xiao Su earlier, and then by the third and fourth princesses, and another wave of cannon fodder was sent outside the city, it could be said that the entire courtroom had been cleared of corrupt officials. The important figures of the 3 provinces, 6 ministries, 9 temples and 5 prisons of Deqian were all killed. It can be said that the court of Dakian today is already idling. There's no more emperor. No more courtiers, only local officials. However, it was good for Li Juan to appoint his own people to take over. That night, Li Juan and old General Xiao talked all night long, from military affairs to small personal matters, from external enemies to internal appointments of officials. Everything was talked about. Elder Xiao, do you think we can hold Changen City? Li Juan asked seriously. Currently, Li Juan's hands are filled with only 20,000 troops, including 13,000 men from the Southland Legion. The 5,000 cavalry brought by Xiaogang, and some of his own side, and Changen City, southeast and northwest of the city has 16 city head, scattered. A city head only how many people, which also has to be sent out some patrol Changen City, deterring the curfew. On the contrary, outside the city Wuju, a steady stream of diligent king's forces will be taken over by Wuju. After all, these people are Wuju moved to the rescue. According to Li Juan's estimation, there were at least 100,000. Even if these large armies were all local armies with insufficient combat power, they were superior in numbers. The army on the Luoyang side, in particular, was still a strong one. If Mother moves the army from Longyu over, then one might only have to run away. And that's just Wuju's reinforcements. Besides, the eldest princess, Li Xianyi, disappeared after she exited the city, but definitely not to the north. With Li Xianyi's ambition, I'm afraid that he is mobilizing his army outside the city, waiting for an opportunity to capture the city gate and kill the city again. If she was reckless and went completely crazy, transferring back the 100,000 Xuanjia army that was guarding the northern border, she would be even more unable to play. As a result, the great Qian will probably die. This is not over. The 4 princesses do not know where to escape. According to the 4 princesses of the Yuan, must be to contact the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, ready to rebel in what place, or counterattack back. The most uneasy thing for Li Juan is the 4th Imperial uncle. That old 6 escaped when the civil war began and is said to have gone to the west. There were 300,000 Western Frontier Army in the western region, and the general of the Western Frontier Army was 4th Imperial uncle's man. If he comes back to kill, Li Juan rubbed his forehead, in a very bad mood. The 25,000 mile long march, by the looks of it, has only just begun, and there is still a long way to go. Xiao Gang, however, was confident and cupped his fists. Your Highness, things happen for a reason. Bring out all your forces. Li Juan, Elder Xiao, you don't think that this palace is still hiding its clumsiness, do you? This palace has already gone against the heavens by accumulating that little bit of power over the years. Your old man thinks too highly of the palace. Xiao Gang was filled with black lines and laughed. We can only take one step and see what happens. If it's not possible, I'm willing to escort your highness to kill your way out. Let whoever wants to clean up this mess do it. It's just that the people of this world are suffering. Li Juan was also silent, with his hands behind his back. His thoughts danced, and after a long time he exclaimed, the people are suffering in death, and in prosperity. The people are suffering. I can get 10 million rooms in a wide building, and I can harbor the world's poor people in happiness, and I can be at peace with the wind and rain. Li rigorously slammed a fist on the desk, coldly said, Xiao Lao, if survive this time, the palace is bound to create a prosperous Dakian too, wide building 10 million rooms, the world of cold people all happy. Chapter 77, Men, give me armor. Xiao Lao listened to Li Juan's words and for a moment, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Only his lips kept trembling. The people are suffering from the death of the people, and the people are suffering from the rise of the people. This is how profound realization, regardless of that dynasty, the most painful than the bottom of the people. His Xiao Gang ancestors are the lowest people. His father from the army is sword to kill their family business, and he fought his way out of the Shah family again. Slash and burn. I can get 10 million rooms in a wide building, and I can harbor the world's poor people in happiness, and I can be at peace with the wind and rain. How? How can it be done and who can do it? Xiao Gang's cloudy eyes stared dead on at the young lord in front of him, and with a flutter, he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "Your Highness, I would like to pour out all I have, including this old life, to be your Highness's protector. I want to see the flourishing scene of the 10 million rooms of Guangxia, and the world's cold poems and happy faces." Li Zhuan's blood was boiling at the moment, and he forced himself to get excited. "Old General Xiao, please rise. You and I will work together to defend Changen City. This palace can die. Changen City cannot be broken." Xiao Gang stood up and turned around. "Your Highness, the old minister has gone to make arrangements." After Xiao Gang left, Li Zhuan sat down on the ground with a single strand, feeling that he had just deceived an old man with a heart of gold. "I'm afraid Changen City can't be defended, Your Highness." At this time, Li Yuran quietly appeared beside Li Zhuan, holding a steaming bowl of chicken soup in her hands. "You didn't eat at night, so my concubine made you a bowl of chicken soup with her own hands. It's a cool night, have some to warm you up." Li Zhuan nodded and took the chicken soup, having a sip without a bite, his mind still thinking about tomorrow's events. The city cannot be chaotic, as soon as possible to be allowed to recover. Changen City cannot be a long siege, otherwise the city of hundreds of thousands of people may have to be all starved to death. What will you do then? Should we allow the enemy to besiege the city while the people inside starve to death? He was not a saintly mother, but it was a live life, even if it was an animal. But no one with a conscience would let him starve to death alive. Li Zhuan really can't see this kind of civil suffering. After all, he was not a man of this age. With 9 years of compulsory education, he was once the people, or a very humble one. Your Highness is very ambitious. And what you said just now, I heard clearly. It is a blessing for Great Qian to have a crown prince like you. Li Zhuan put down the chicken soup and asked with a smile, "Do you really believe that this palace can do it?" "Can," Li Yuran said with a confident face. "Why?" "His Highness once said that those who gain much, lose little. His Highness has also said that water can carry a boat as well as overturn it." Were those his own words? It seemed to be a verbal high to get her into bed, but she took it seriously. Li Zhuan instantly felt that he plagiarized the aspirations of his historical forefathers, and instead of taking it to create a grand and domineering career, he took it to pick up girls, which is really not right. "Your Highness, I am willing to defend your ambition, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of us. For the sake of your Highness, I will never blink an eye. A prosperous world is not easy to come by. Naturally there must be bloodshed and sacrifice. I am the Crown Princess of Diqian. Naturally I can't lag behind. I am willing to guard the east gate for your Highness, and no one will be allowed to advance an inch." Li Yuran turned around and left without any hesitation. Li Zhuan reached out, trying to pull Li Yuran, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Your Highness, take care. If my concubine dies in battle, please don't be sad and shed tears. In my next life, I'll still marry you." Li Zhuan stood up blankly. His mind was a mess. Originally he did not have a little fusion with this world. Once he also thought of trying to fuse to this world, but failed to do so. At this moment, he realized that he had actually long been integrated into these people's lives, and had even penetrated into their lives. One by one, they all think they are heroes and are going to give their lives for the greater good of the country. It's like you're the one with the useless mouth. Ha ha ha. Li Zhuan madly laughed wildly in the great hall, and finally he inhaled heavily, kicked over the desk table, and turned to roar, "Armor for me. Since you're all crazy, what's the point of wringing your hands as the crown prince? Lao Zi is a witness to the establishment, rise and fall of countless dynasties, countless heroes who have bloodied the battlefield, and countless ordinary people who have done earth-shattering deeds. I'm afraid of you." The court ladies were startled by the sound of "I," but soon they all began to rejoice. His Highness has finally figured it out. In fact, everyone wanted the crown prince to directly ascend the throne and become the emperor, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. As long as His Highness has claimed the title of emperor, the rest of the people will have a much smaller chance and will not be able to take advantage of the situation in terms of reasoning. But the crown prince kept dragging his feet, and the others could only be anxious. The two men immediately fetched a set of golden battle armor and dressed Li Zhuan with his armor and sword. It was getting light. "Your Highness, there's a large army coming from the East City, over 50,000 men, who is guarding the East City cradle. It's General Dian Wei, and the Crown Princess. Come with me to help." The soldier who came to report froze for a while, before nodding his head somewhat uncomfortably. East side downstairs, a large army gathered, dust flew, and a flag hunted in the wind. Crown Princess Li Yuran sat on the East City Tower, her hands pinned against the city wall, her eyes sharp as she looked at the large army coming from the distance. Dian Wei said, "Crown Princess, Later on, my subordinate will lead 800 cavalrymen and go out of the city to meet their victorious general. The crown princess shook her head and said, "No, let's wait and see what happens." A few moments later, Li Yuren's people brought information. "Master, the other party is the Luoyan Legion. The main general Shueson, peak of the 9th grade, with 50,000 men under him, of which 30,000 are cavalry, 10,000 infantry, and 10,000 bowmen. Can you find out the whereabouts of Wuju? Is she also in the army?" Without prying, this army is very vigilant, and our men will have a hard time getting close. Li Yuran had just felt it. There were only 2 9th ranks in the opposing army, just not Wu Jiu. So where exactly did Wu Jiu go? If, for example, Wu Jiu had not contacted this force of the king, would it have been possible to beckon them to surrender? Chapter 78 Wu Jiu's Hidden Power. Outside Changen City, by the Weinan River, a farmstead that had been left unused for an unknown number of years, but at this moment, there was a constant stream of forces and experts from all sides arriving and gathering here. Among these people, there were rich and powerful merchants and tycoons, important officials of the dynasty, powerful clans, military bigwigs, and even elders or patriarchs of various great sects. At this moment, both inside and outside the manor, were guarded by strong men. These people were at a minimum of 4 grades and at a maximum of 8 grades, dressed in riding suits embroidered with wazhangs, holding swords, each with sharp eyes, like cheetahs, always surveying the movements around them. Just such strong men stretched from the riverbank to the official road in the distance, while in the dense forests in all directions, there were still sergeants armed with strong crossbows ambushed among them. Judging from the arrangement and terrain of this farmhouse, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it was simply safer than the current Imperial palace. Inside the farmhouse, there was even a patriarch's aura exuding, deterring the petty criminals who came to pry around. Phew, the farmhouse was connected to the fork in the official road, and a horse-drawn carriage that was speeding along came to a stop here. A fat man with a big belly and an anxious face opened the curtain, but accidentally fell off the carriage. "Master, are you okay?" The horseman was almost scared half to death and hurriedly picked up the fat man, kneeling on the ground and apologizing non-stop. The dozen or so martial artists on high horses that followed behind the carriage also jumped off their war horses in panic. The fat man's face was pale, but he didn't seem to care that he'd been dropped, but looked around anxiously for a mark that only he knew. His name is Liao Qing. He is the newest big shot in the silk industry in Jiangnan, with a fortune of more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, comparable to the wealth of a medium-sized country. 10 years ago, however, he was just a second-hand dealer, running around the countryside collecting silk every day and living a tight life. 10 years later, he was a giant of commerce in the whole of Jiangnan. All of this relied not on his ability, but on having a valuable person behind him. "Yes, this is the place. You few wait here. Mao Rue, you go with the old man." Fatty Lao Qing searched for half a day, and finally saw the symbols that contacted him above. A circle, engraved with 2 words sun, moon. He led a 7th grade powerhouse towards a side road, and while walking, he also straightened his clothes. The person behind him was frighteningly powerful, and everything he owned was actually that person's behind him, and he was nothing more than an advocate. 3 days ago, he was talking about a batch of business in Luoyang when the person who often contacted him found him and gave him a gold medal engraved with the sun and moon, telling him to come to Changen to meet the master behind it on the banks of the Weinan River. Liao Qing can be valued by the people behind, and in 10 years' time, the silk industry monopoly, one hand to operate the land silk, one hand to operate the sea silk, become the royal family special supply professional, a dominant, in the whole of the Great Qian, and then no one to fight with it. It was evident that this person was definitely a smart person, or a particularly shrewd business genius. Over the years, Liao Qing had been speculating about the master behind him, and had also inquired about the lord who had contacted him, but the lord didn't tell him, saying that he would meet him when the day came. Based on that lord's energy, he dared to conclude that it must be the imperial court behind him. After all, there was no one who could allow him to dominate and earn as much as over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. He had guessed that it might be his majesty, but instead of taking the money he had earned, the people above him had told him to snowball and build up his funds as fast as he could. He was also told to infiltrate the enemy's country and penetrate the northern realm of the Dune Sea, from which he made enormous wealth. But when his majesty died, the lord above did not react much, but let him continue to expand his business, and also gave him a part of the salt and iron business in Jiangnan. At that time he was confused. If it wasn't his majesty, then who was it? When the gold medal was handed over to him, he finally realized that the only one who could have this kind of heaven-defying means was the current Empress Dowager. After all, that gold medal is the best proof. Isn't the sun, moon, and sky just juju? Now, even without this token, Based on the exchange of several forces nowadays, the only force behind him was on the Nyang side. After all, if he belonged to other forces, those people would have contacted him long ago. I'm afraid, so why wait until now? In the city of Changen, it was rumored that a few of the princesses had their brains beaten out. Whoosh! An arrow came flying so fast that even the guards of the 7th rank didn't notice it, and it was directly inserted at Liao Qing's feet, scaring Liao Qing to take 4 or 5 steps back. The guard held a sword in front of Liao Qing. The whole person was not good. The smell of danger was too strong, as if there was danger everywhere. This is private territory, and please back off. At that moment, a middle-aged man carrying a sword case lightly landed in the center of the road and raised his eyes to look at the two of them. Liao Qing hurriedly pulled out his token and said, "This lord, I have been ordered to come here, and I would like to ask you to consult it." Liao Qing said, "Handed over the gold medal." After seeing the gold medal and confirming that it was correct, that middle-aged swordsman was very respectful and cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Liao who has come. Inside please." Then a female official came out from behind and led Liao Qing along the field path, towards the manor, while the guard named Mao Rue could only be sent back, huffing and puffing. After walking for about an incense stick of time, he finally arrived outside the gate, only that there was a group of people standing outside the gate, all of whom were bigwigs from various parties in the Great Qian territory. Liao Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had thought that he was also considered an important horseman of that power behind him, but now it seemed that he was just an insignificant little person. He stood at the end of the line with a good eye. After all, the scholar, the farmer, and the businessman, no matter how much money he could make, he was still only a merchant of the 3rd rank. Stealing a few glances, it was then that he saw clearly that the one standing at the front was Cheng Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, the old general of the Great Qian who was on par with that manslaughtering Xiaogang. Cheng Xiong stood beside a middle-aged man, a Longyue Legion host General Huang Shijun, a new generation of famous generals in Diqian, second only to Xiao and Cheng in status. Thereafter stood Yang Shigui, a great scholar of Jiangnan, who was the director of the Jiangnan Academy, followed by Miao Zhenghong, the governor of the navy, and among the latter few, he only recognized 2 of them, one being Sword Sect Master Hu Yongnan and Green Mountain Sect Master Jin Dahu. Phew, he knew all of these people. For example, the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch, Jin Dahu, was also a close friend of his, but before this guy had never mentioned the figure behind it. These people, over the years, had not been too outstanding, all of them were greatly hidden, but he knew that the Castle Peak sect was developing extremely fast, with over 5,000 disciples, owning a secret realm and a spirit mine. The Green Mountain Sect Patriarch also looked surprised after seeing that the visitor was Liao Qing, and quickly came to his side and greeted him. Sighing, he said, "Brother Liao, I didn't realize that we are actually loyal to the same person. I will need more support from Brother Liao in the future." Liao Qing smiled humbly. Brother Jin is not saying anything. It is a blessing for us to be able to serve our master. Then, Liao Qing asked in a low voice, "Has Brother Jin ever met the master?" Jin Dahu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I've guessed many big names, but I was wrong. 3 days ago it suddenly became clear who it was, but I'm not sure." Liao Qing laughed bitterly and said, "Could it be that even a person like Duke Zhang doesn't know about it? Before that, no one should have known, and now everyone should have guessed." The two were silent for a long time, but in the end, the Sword Sect Patriarch walked up to the two and greeted them. Liao Qing was after all a famous god of wealth in Jiangnan and had dealt with the Sword Sect many times. "I'm a rough man, so I wonder if you two could tell me what this summoning of us is for." Liao Qing glanced at the Sword Sect Patriarch without saying anything, and the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch cupped his fists and said, "Why speculate? When we meet the master later, everything will naturally be clear, but it probably has a lot to do with civil unrest." Then he added, "Squeak." The gate was opened and Shangguan Wan'er walked out from inside, and at this moment, the speculation in the hearts of the crowd was finally verified. Sure enough, the master behind them is the current Empress Dowager. "All of you, please be quiet. The Empress has an invitation. Please follow me in to pay your respects to the Empress. P.S. Tomorrow back to normal. The family has an old man passed away. Busy for several days. Today back. No status. Tomorrow normal update. Thank you for hanging around." Chapter 79 Execution of the Shao father and son. Rescue of the Crown Prince. The moment Duke of Jingguo Cheng Xiong saw Shangguan Wan'er come out of the gate, his face turned green. Never in 1,000 calculations did he realize that the person he had always treated as his nemesis was the one he was going to pledge his allegiance to. He guessed the identity of the person behind him, but how could he not guess that it was the Empress Dowager? This whole thing, when the princess led the Xuanjia army southward, he had received instructions from the people behind him to fight for the right to command the 5,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry at Hujing Pass from Xiaogang, and take the 5,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry to Longxi to defend the town. That night, he did not close his eyes for a night. This thing simply cannot be done. Although he Chang Xiong and Xiao Gang is the empire's arms, but Xiao Gang deep trust of the late emperor, even if it is relegated to obscurity. Hudingguan 5,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry is still Xiao family members in the command, and the Southern Realm General Xiao Su was the Empress Dowager's man, so it would really be a hell of a thing if he could ask the 5,000 Tiger Leopard riders over. But strangely enough, on the following day in the court, several royal historians impeached the Xiao family and even impeached Xiao Gang for owning the army and wanted Xiao Gang to surrender his military power. What was even more bizarre was that the Empress Dowager did not object, but instead had a decree issued to take back Xiao Gang's 5,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, and then the Ministry of War gave him a decree to lead 5,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry to defend Longxi. Originally, Longxi was garrisoned by the Longyi army, in order to defend against the western Changen Tubo, these foreign tribes rebel, but the Empress Dowager was afraid that 200,000 Xuanjia army all south, the entire northern territory will change the master, so she sent the Longyi army north, and the only one in the dynasty who can suppress the Tiger Leopard riders is him, the Duke of Zhang. This matter seems to be without any fault. At first he also felt that the energy of the person behind it is also too big to be able to sway the court, and at the same time, he also secretly sighs. His luck is really good. The master accounted for the first thing he did quite beautifully. When he made a stupid mistake, it was mainly because Wu Jiao was too ruthless. Xiao Su of the Xiao family was the main general of the Southland Legion and was completely loyal to Wu Jiao, but Wu Jiao took Xiao Gang, which led to his error in judgment. It is ridiculous that he has also been working against the Empress Dowager, and in the courtroom for so many years, he has not given Wu Jiao a good face. What now, Duke Zhang? Please, the new generation of famous generals, Huang Shijun, smiled and let Duke Zheng Changxiong go first. Cheng Xiong glanced at Huang Shijun and asked in a cold voice, "You knew this already?" Huang Shijun laughed. "Yes, humph." Jiangnan scholar Yang Shigui, Water Division Governor Miao Zhenghong. Two people also look at each other, behind the scenes to help them people, but is the Empress Dowager, and what they, the people, have been doing all these years is singing in secret with Wuju. If Wuju is not happy, they are happy, and that's what they have to do on a daily basis. Now well, all of them are a bit dumbfounded. The manor was too humble compared to the palace, but again, it was an unattainable existence for the poor. A large separate garden with 3 entrances and 3 exits, with a backyard, living room, side room, ear room, study, guest room, and kitchen. The corridors of the courtyard were filled with 8th grade experts, and the people followed Shangguan Waner, trembling with fear, to the living room. Wuju stood right in front of the main seat in the living room, wearing ordinary brocade clothes, with her back to everyone, and was looking at the portrait of the late emperor hanging on the wall. On either side of the living room, stood her inner circle, 3 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, and 2 foreign relatives of the Wu family. Leaf Tip, the commander of the 9 chapters terrace, was kneeling next to him and was waiting for his release. Rubbish, this palace feeds you. Is this how you do things for this palace? After all, Wu Jiao did not hold back and angrily turned around and threw the porcelain in his hand at Yi Jian's face, smashing Yi Jian's face full of blood. The Leaf Tip didn't say a word, just crept lower. The Crown Prince can cultivate and is still a 6th grade martial artist. After all these years, you guys didn't realize it at all? Wu Jiao lost her temper and smashed a bunch of crumbs on the floor. The 3 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, as well as the external relatives of the Wu family's beloved, similarly hung their heads low, and it was not something that could be blamed on Yi Tip's head, much less on them. The Crown Prince is Wu Jiao's own son. Wu Jiao meets with the Crown Prince every day. It's not like he didn't find out that the Crown Prince is a cultivator. Who's fine with specializing in a waste of a prince? At this moment, Wu Jiao's heart, really angry. She did the bureau, spent so much effort, but even destroyed in the hands of his own son. She had counted everything that should be counted in, except that she hadn't counted that her son was a prince who could cultivate. If she was given another chance, she would definitely not hesitate to abolish the Crown Prince. Ho ho ho, what a son! Wu Jiao was angry for a long time, suddenly was angry at himself and laughed. This prince can really not simple. Under her eyes, playing dumb for more than 10 years, but also developed so much power, she was not even aware of it. It's good, it's really good. According to the news that 9 chapters Terrace Yi Tip had just brought back claimed that Crown Prince Li Juan already had a not-so-small force beside him, with a whole bunch of martial artists of 8th and 9th grade strength. Li Juan himself was a 6th grade martial artist, and that Crown Princess beside him was a 9th grade powerhouse. The thing that made him most angry was the Xiao family, Xiao Gang. This old thing, with 5,000 Fong riders, killed back from Shifan, and also made Xiao Su defect to the Crown Prince Li Juan with the Southern Realm Legion that she had managed to cultivate with great difficulty, and with all the armies in his entire hand. The crown prince had crushed the allied armies of several princesses, captured the entire city of Changen, and captured the second and third princesses. The first princess and the fourth princess and others are nowhere to be found. The only thing that made her feel relieved was that those assholes in Changen City were wiped clean. But the problem before him now was more difficult. That retrograde son was ready to defend the city, making it clear that he would fight her to the end. Ha. Then let's see if, Prince, you really have that power. She, Wu Jiao, had been running to Qian for so many years, how could she not be prepared at all? The diligent king's troops are the people of this palace, and these people outside are likewise the people who have been cultivated by this palace for many years, and the energy of these people, once released, is enough to shake the entire Dakian. Since the crown prince has made his position clear, then this palace will not hide it. Let them all come in. The palace has something to command. A few moments later, the crowd filed in. We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. The crowd knelt down and saluted. Wu Jiao glanced at the crowd. Some of them were old acquaintances that she commonly saw, but there were still some that looked unfamiliar. All rise, no need to salute. Wu Jiao slowly walked towards Cheng Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, and came to a stop beside Cheng Xiong. Smiling, Duke of Zhang, are you surprised that it is this palace that has been secretly helping you all these years? Cheng Xiong hurriedly bowed and said, I have previously shown much disrespect to the Empress. Please forgive her. Ha. Those who don't know are not guilty. Why should this palace blame you? I didn't tell you in the first place, but I just wanted you to cooperate with this palace in acting. Now that it's all over and the late emperor is gone, it's time for us, the king and the court, to face each other. Everything I have is from your highness, or else 5 years ago, I would have been screwed to death by that guy Xiaogang. Please also command your majesty. I am a military general. I don't have too many twists and turns in my mind. I only need your majesty to order me to do things according to the order. Wushu nodded and proceeded forward, asking, General Huang, the last general is here. Huang Shi was originally Wu Jiao's man, and as he had guessed before, the one who had secretly helped him get to this point was also Wu Jiao. Please give the order. Your highness, I would like to lead the army and attack Changen City to kill Zhao's father and son and rescue the crown prince. Chapter 80, the prince's strength is not enough to play in Diqian. This reason, satisfied Wu Jiao, Zhao's father and son's plans remain the same. The late emperor has long been on guard against the Xiao family and relieved Xiaogang of his military power. But this time, Zhao's father and son took the crown prince hostage with the help of civil unrest, so they really deserve to die. If Zhao's father and son are not removed, this palace cannot explain to the late emperor. Then she looked at Yang Shiguei, the great scholar of Jiangnan. Yang Shiguei sighed in his heart. He was only repaying the favor of the person behind the scene who saved his young family's family in the first place. He really didn't want to take the reputation of the young family and follow Wu Jiao, but now the wood has come out of the trees and it's impossible not to follow. Your highness, don't worry. The old minister will write out a rebellious diatribe overnight. Zhao's father and son are treasonous and dare to hold the crown prince hostage to plot a rebellion. It will definitely be a crusade for the people of the world. Wu Jiao nodded with satisfaction again. When she invested in these people, it wasn't a messy investment, because once these people were used well, the energy was still great. For example, this young Shiguei, after 4 generations of the 3 dukes, although in his generation declined, but he is also a famous Confucian scholar in Jiangnan today. Students all over the world, or the president of the Jiangnan Academy of Arts, the entire Jiangnan scholarly world, who does not call him a teacher? However, Yang Shiguei can have today's position, can be all her Wu Jiao behind the operation? Otherwise, by Yang Shiguei alone, he certainly does not have today's supreme position. Empress Dowager, Miao Zhenghong, the governor of the Marine Division, has led 30,000 sailors from Yangzhou northward along the canal, currently arriving in Luoyang, only needing an order from the Empress to swing their division westward, arriving at the bottom of Changen City in a matter of days. Wu Jiao, however, did not respond, and only after a long time, did he say, Governor Miao, you have the navy stationed in Luoyang to prevent the 5 surnames and 7 clans from embracing the 4th princess to claim the throne in Luoyang. Wu Jiao knew what Li Qingyan was, and once she failed in her attempt to seize the throne, she would immediately head to the eastern capital of Luoyang and claim the title of emperor under the auspices of the 5 surnames and 7 wishes. Once Li Qingyan became the emperor in Luoyang, I am afraid that the world will be in chaos, and it is not something that she, Wu Jiao, can clean up alone. After all, if Li Qingyan had claimed the throne, eldest Princess Li Xianyi would absolutely run to the northern realm to claim the throne as well. Coupled with the crown prince's claim to the throne in Changen City, all of a sudden there will be 3 emperors in Diqian, and the world will be in chaos, which is inevitable. Everything she did would be in vain. It was finally the turn of the Sword Sect Patriarch and the Green Mountain Sect Patriarch, the 2 figures of the Jianghu. My subordinate has met your majesty. Thanks to your majesty's help all these years, this has allowed my sword sect to survive until now. A drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring of water. Sword sect patriarch Hu Nanyang bowed and cupped his fists. Based on your majesty's decision alone, every one of my sword sect's 8,000 disciples can die in battle for your majesty. Patriarch who is overstating the case, you need not die in battle for me, but rather fight for the sake of the world's people, and for the sake of the great Qian's rivers and mountains. What the queen says is very true. The sword sect patriarch was not ashamed in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, so he can only lick his face and pat his ass. Whether or not the sword sect can become the #1 sect in Qian will depend on what your highness wants. All 5,000 men of my Castle Peak sect are willing to fight to the death for your highness to recapture Changen City, and I ask your highness to order that Changen City must never fall into the hands of the rebels. Green Mountain sect master, right? This palace has heard of you before. You've done a good job. In such a short period of time, you were able to develop the Castle Peak sect. There are some skills. Your majesty is flattered. Since the two patriarchs are both on their own, this palace had something to ask for when it came out to help you, and it's time to repay the favor today. Yes, you and the two major clans. Gather the forces of the Jianghu. Half a month later, prepare to capture the rebel Zhao's father and son, and return a clear sky to Deqian. The two men clasped their fists and sort of claimed the task. Finally, it was Liao Qing's turn. Wu Jiu faced Liao Qing and was obviously much softer. You're Liao Qing, aren't you? And your business skills have taken this palace's breath away. This palace even sees the shadow of the Minister of Planning in you. What is the counting phase? The counting phase is the Minister of Finance of the Great Qian, one of the 6 ministries of the God of Wealth Ministry of the Household. However, in terms of importance, the Household Ministry was second only to the right and left ministers, and comparable to the status of the ministers. Liao Qing was instantly stunned. The Empress even compared him to the Minister of Planning. What virtue could he have? Before that, he was a two-timer. Your Highness is too kind. I am just a small merchant. A small merchant who serves only for the mother. A small man who is willing to let the mother drive him. Wu Jiu nodded. It is a rare person who can be used and does not take credit for his work. Liao Qing, this palace is now arranging an important matter for you. Liao Chang knelt on the ground. At the command of the Empress alone, you go south at once, collect southern grain and grass, and transport them through the canals to Luoyang Yangzhou and other places for storage. The more the better. Especially the grain and grass in the hands of those powerful clans. Think of every possible way to collect all of them for this palace. At the same time, utilize the money in your hands to gather martial artists from the Jianghu and use them for you. Waiting for orders from this palace. Please don't worry, Your Highness, I will absolutely complete the task. Aha! People also see finished, should be commanded to command down. Wu Jiu this sigh of relief. It is time to give this rebellious son a warning. Let him realize that with his little strength, he is not strong enough to play with Deqian. Everyone else disperses, and Duke Zhang and General Huang stay behind. The crowd left quickly, led by Shang Wanwaner. Each of them then left Changen City and went to make arrangements all over the country. The living room. Lord Zhang, this palace is not good at commanding battle formations. When do you think is the most appropriate time to attack Changen City? Chang Xiong arched his hand. Tomorrow noon is the best time. The 50,000 hard-working troops coming from Luoyang, after a day's rest and recuperation, have recovered their strength in battle, while the prince, who originally had few soldiers, had to be apportioned to the 16 city towers, as well as to other treacherous locations, coupled with the fact that the crown prince's men were demoralized after the great battle and were too late to prepare the defending equipment. They will certainly not have the strength to fight in the attack at noon tomorrow. After a little thought, Wu Jiu smiled and said, then this battle will be given to Duke Zheng to command, with General Huang as his deputy. The two men bowed and led the way, then left. After staying at the manor for a few moments, Wu Jiu said to Shang Wanwaner, take a walk with this palace and meet General Xuesong on the way. She always had a bad feeling that the Luoyang Legion would suffer a big loss under Changen City. Chapter 81 Requests to Fight. Under Changen City, Xuesong rode on his warhorse, looked up at the tall Changen City and the defenders on it, and laughed coldly. Your grandpa Xue has never attacked his own city in his life, and I didn't think that for the first time he would have to attack the national capital. When grandpa attacks the capital, he'll rip off your heads and kick them as balls. Then he turned and commanded, fall back 3 miles, set up camp, let the brothers eat and drink well, prepare the siege equipment, and start the attack tomorrow morning. Xuesong was annoyed in his heart, and after he received the Empress Dowager's decree of the king's diligence, he immediately mobilized an army of 50,000 men, and without stopping, he rushed to Changen City. Who would have thought that just after arriving at the Hangzhou Pass, he would have encountered the group of dog scum from the Imperial City Department, posing him with a fake Imperial decree. Just as he was about to hit the road back to Luoyang, the Empress Dowager sent another messenger with a message, and that's how he found out what was going on over in Changen. It turned out that Changen City had already been overturned. Originally, the big guys worked together to the princess's Xuanjia army, and in the end, they worked together to the Empress Dowager's Southland Legion. Right now he doesn't even know whose hands the city of Changen is in, but he was given orders to be diligent. When it comes to the matter of the king, Xuesong is now in the dark. Where is the Empress Dowager? Where is His Royal Highness? Holy, can someone tell me what's going on right now? Just at this time, Xuesong's personal guard rode a warhorse and came straight to Xuesong's side, dismounted and knelt down on one knee. General, the Queen Mother is here. She is in the middle army tent. What? Deflated calf thing. Why don't you come to report earlier? Let the Queen wait for a long time. You and I heads have to fall to the ground. Xuesong turned around and hit his horse and headed towards the center army tent. He couldn't figure out how Wuju ran to his center army tent. He was a man who only liked to do two things in his life: earning money and marrying concubines. This time in the Hango Pass ready to go back. Met a great beauty, so it was given to take down. This woman is a bit strong. A moment cannot be conquered, and this way to come too fast. It has been allowed to take. The woman is still tied up in her own center tent. If this was discovered by Wuju, he guaranteed that his head would immediately hit the ground. A red-faced wretch. Truly a red-faced wretch. Xuesong left in the dust, and then the army began to retreat in an orderly manner, leaving only 5,000 cavalrymen in front of the eastern gate of Changen City, roaming in the distance to watch. On the city of Changen, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at the army that retreated like a tidal wave. Li Yuran's cold face, too, eased slightly, but she knew that just because these diligent king's forces were now retreating, it didn't mean that they were safe. On the contrary, next, it's time to test them, with 50,000 troops attacking at the same time, plus the diligent king's troops coming from behind. The number might reach more than 100,000 people. Crown Princess, my subordinate requests to go out of the city to fight and eat the 5,000 men left behind in one breath? Li Yuran turned to look at the soldiers on the city wall and shook his head decisively. General Dian Wei, I know that you are eager to fight, but I will not allow you to risk your life. Crown Princess, the opportunity will not come again. Dian Wei gritted his teeth and requested again, muttering in his heart that women just have long hair and short knowledge, without a little bit of courage to break the boat. Crown Princess, just give me 800 riders and I'll behead them. Li Yuran was in a bit of a dilemma. She could also see that at this moment, if she sent out a sizable army, she would definitely be able to eat the other party. After all, the other party came too fast, and certainly did not rest and eat along the way, and now that the people are tired, a sudden attack, the possibility of winning is very high. Even if the other side wanted to rescue them, they would have to retreat. But Deng Wei is one of His Highness's most loyal and trusted tiger generals. How could she explain to His Highness if he was killed here? And she doesn't have 800 horsemen in her hands right now. Those cavalrymen, they are still in Xiaosu's hands. Her 500 men, all killers at the moment, were skilled in martial arts? No doubt, but not in the field. Give Dian Wei 5,000 fangs to ride, and tell him to go out of the city and eat these 5,000 scouts. When Li Yuran heard a voice coming from behind her, she immediately turned around and saw Li Zhuan, who was in gold armor, already standing behind her. I believe in Dian Wei's ability. Li Yuran? Li Yuran was all confused. Has His Highness already succeeded in ascending the throne? You've changed your name? Or is she hallucinating? Just as Li Yuran was dumbfounded, Dian Wei knelt down on one knee. My lord, my subordinate will live up to my lord's trust. I will die by all means. I trust you. This time, Li Yuran heard very clearly. Yes, absolutely no mistake. His Highness called himself I. In other words, the one standing in front of him now was His Majesty, the Emperor of Diqian. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Li Yuran knelt on the ground and bowed down. The soldiers on the citadel were blinking their eyes in disbelief. Yesterday they were still the Crown Prince, but today they become His Majesty? But soon they reacted. The Crown Prince became His Majesty. This is a great thing. They couldn't wait for the Crown Prince to claim the throne, and they would become the most orthodox army of Diqian. And after this battle, if they won, they would be the vassal of the dragon, with continuous rewards. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Li Zhuan signaled that the generals do not need to be polite. Let them stand up. And then he began to make a wish. All the generals. The palace as the crown prince. The late emperor died. It should be the palace to succeed the throne. Naiha the powerful ministers in the dynasty. Treacherous and sycophantic. And the demon queen scourge of the dynasty. They treat this palace as a puppet on a string. At their mercy. So it's just, this palace for the sake of the people of the world. Do not want to open the end of the war, so that the great Qian into the depths of the fire. But these rebels and traitors, for their own selfish desires, started the war in vain, making our great Qian generals kill each other, and letting the city of Changen fall. I can't watch with my own eyes as the great Qian's kingdom and countryside are played out by them just like this. This palace doesn't want to hold back. From today onwards, I am the emperor of Deqian. I am the true dragon son of heaven. My words are the will of Deqian. If you follow me, I will never fail you all. Today, let me see the bravery of my good sons and daughters of Deqian. Who dares to go out of the city to face 5,000 enemy troops? I will personally beat the drum for him. Most of the generals on the citadel, most of them were generals of the Southern Realm Legion, and some of them were veterans of the Eastern Palace, and even some of them were also patrolmen of Changen City. Listening to the words of this little emperor in front of them, these warriors who had died 9 times on the battlefield forgot about the dangers of the battlefield and wanted to go and pounce on the dust in front of them. If they win today, then they will be the greatest beloved of the Son of Heaven. Your Majesty, my lord is willing to go. A teenager, who was only around 20 years old, suddenly stepped forward and looked at the equally young Li Zhuan with steely eyes. What's your name? Li Zhuan asked curiously as he looked at the first person to step forward who was so young. Hairy Egg, my mother named me, saying that when I was born, I was furry all over. Ha ha ha. All the generals present began to laugh. Now look at the white and clean little afterbirth, just born when the whole body is hair. That scene, simply do not dare to imagine. His father at that time is what expression? Did not give this kid on the spot to drown. That do father's heart is also good. In ancient times it was an ominous sign to give birth to a child covered in worldly hair. A demon incarnate, and only by drowning him on the spot would the village not banish the family. Hairy Egg is it? Good job. I will remember your name. Then a veteran whose face had been burned stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am willing to fight. Yes, Your Majesty, we are willing to go out of the city to defeat the enemy. Bravo, men. Bring Imperial wine to strengthen my warriors. Chapter 82 Drumming for support. Killing and breaking 5,000 scouts. We all know that this battle out of the city is extremely risky and may or may not come back, but it's a splash of riches to come back. Afterward, Little Chestnut brought the Imperial wine and served the 5,000 Fanish riders and these generals with a bracing drink. The sun was setting in the west, the last rays of the setting sun were shining on the earth, and the sky was darkening slightly. Dian Wei took the lead as he rushed out of the city gates, followed by 5,000 fancier riders plus more than 1,000 soldiers guarding the city. Li Zhuan lay on his back on the citadel, half squinting his eyes and staring deathly into the distance. If we can eat these 5,000 cavalry, it will definitely make the morale of the soldiers in the city rise, and tomorrow's battle of defending the city will be twice as effective. And this battle, he was bound to win, and he believed that he could definitely win. The 5,000 fan riders were cavalry trained by Xiaogang, and were specifically designed to protect him as the crown prince, together with another 1,000 lunatics who fought for military honor. It was more than enough to deal with the 5,000 dusty Luoyang troops that had come. Your Majesty, Li Yuran still felt that Li Zhuan was too risky. Once the other side's army pressed over, what would happen? That's an army of 50,000, 10 times the number of fan riders. Li Zhuan took the drum hammer and turned around. Follow me for the generals and soldiers all. Knock knock. The war drums beat, the earth beneath the city trembled, dust flew up, and the war horses began to neigh. The scouts who were 2 miles away from the city were stunned when they saw the situation on this side of Changen City. What's the situation? And they took the initiative? The leader of the general couldn't believe it. With just a few people, they still dared to go out of the city to meet the battle. They were simply looking for death. What kind of eye in the crotch came up with this brilliant idea? Brothers, the time has come to pick up battle honors. Ha ha ha, kill the past. Charge straight into the city and take down the rebels. We'll be the biggest creditors. The leader of the scouts, at once, gave the military order and started charging towards the 6,000 cavalry led by Dian Wei. But he had heard that the thieves in Changen City had attacked and killed each other, and had already lost the most elite South Realm legions, and the Xuanjia army in the North Realm was said to be no good either. They were the Luoyang Legion, and placed in the entire Great Qian, it was one of the most powerful battle force legions. As scouts, they were the least afraid of charging at once, which was their strong point. Out of 5,000 cavalry, who the hell hasn't killed dozens of enemies? Knock knock. The drum hammers hit the war drums like rain, sending out a dense roar, and the sound of the drums traveled a long way, as Dian Wei and the others exited the city and once again sped up their charge. He was in the lead, like a sharp sword, plunging straight into the heart of the enemy. The two armies had 10,000 men and horses, and on the ground of this open space outside the eastern city of Changen, they were like two waves of the sea, crashing together fiercely. Just a split second's effort. Dian Wei was like a demon possessed. His twin halberds were like the reaping scythes of the god of death, and in a single glance he even lords over the opponent's main general. Then, Dianwei's double halberds flew horizontally left and right, killing people and horses wherever they passed, and the 6,000 cavalry, with the thunderous drums, killed even more vigorously, and the 5,000 scouts of Luoyang Legion, to their surprise, were dispersed and began to flee in all directions. Dianwei yelled, "Take 1,000 men and split up in pursuit. Kill them all for me." A hedging battle and a field encounter had now turned into a pursuit battle in which Dianwei and the others were chasing after the deserters. The Luoyang Legion relied on a force that wanted to make a mark, and as a result, they got their leader lynched in a single shot, and these people were like madmen, recklessly chasing after them and slashing them down, and they hadn't rested for 3 days, were exhausted, and now that they had lost their morale, they had no choice but to run for their lives regardless. The war drums gradually stopped, the trumpets sounded with it. Dianwei stopped, turned around, and led the cavalry toward the city gates, while the others returned just as quickly toward the gates. It was just getting dark when the cavalrymen fishtailed into the city. Li Juan was already waiting below the citadel. Dianwei was covered in blood and had several arrows hanging from his shoulders, but fortunately he was wearing battle armor and only shot into the armor, not hurting his flesh. "Your Majesty, my lord killed half of the enemy army, but still let some of them escape. No harm done, that's enough." Li Juan poked around in the crowd and finally sighed. He only saw the teenager with the hairy egg, but not the veteran. After some roll call, details of battle damage were eventually reported. Even though killing half of the opponent's men was considered a great victory, Li Juan's side of the 5,000 Fang riders, more than 100 were killed in battle, and of those 1,000 men, more than 300 were killed in battle. A total of 462 men were killed in battle this time. Those that made it back to the city, however, were lightly wounded, and perhaps should have been less than 300, if they could have been rescued from serious wounds on the battlefield or some knocked unconscious. This van cavalry, indeed, is not bad in battle. At this time, the generals guarding the other gates of the city also came here in droves. "Your Highness, this is too much of a risk." Xiao Gang was the first to speak, but he soon added, "But this adventure is well worth it. This big victory will demoralize the Luoyang Legion, and in tomorrow's siege battle, they will definitely have people attack the city desperately. As long as we hold on to the first wave, the next will be much easier." Xiao Su did feel that this outing was timely. If it was him, he could have taken 6,000 cavalry and killed the Luoyang Legion's center tent. What a Luoyang Legion, just a bunch of watchdogs. "Your Highness is wise." The grandparents and grandchildren arched their hands at the same time. Li Juan, however, waved his hand with a smile and laughed. "It's not me this time, it's General Dianwei who asked to go out of the city to meet the battle." The two men immediately looked at the bloodied and murderous Dianwei. It really is a tiger. However, the two quickly widened their eyes and simultaneously gulped, glancing at each other. "What did His Highness say just now?" "Your Highness, would you please repeat what you just said?" Xiao Gang said carefully. Li Juan rolled his eyes and said in a cold voice, "I don't want to say it again." The grandparents and grandchildren instantly knelt on the ground and exclaimed joyfully, "I have met His Majesty. Long live His Majesty." Chapter 83. Who's for it and who's against it? The Xiao family followed Li Juan, but their hearts were never quite at ease. After all, Li Juan was still the crown prince, so what if he could cultivate? In case the throne is still taken by Wu Jiao, then several hundred members of their Xiao family will be buried with the crown prince. Now Xiao Gang was finally relieved that the crown prince had finally made up his mind and still inherited the throne of Dechen. Although the enthronement ceremony had not yet taken place, it was no longer important. What mattered was that His Highness had already decided in his heart that he was the master of this world, the emperor of this great Qian. They, the auxiliary generals, will have a run for their money, and who below them will not want to serve to the death. "Your Majesty, please show me what to do next." Xiao Gang stood up, his face full of red light. He, Xiao Gang, finally had a use again, and also fulfilled his promise to the late emperor. However, he still wanted to see the prince's accomplishments and whether it was worth him hitching all of the Xiao family's underpinnings. "Please, Your Majesty." Then the crown princess and the others all bowed and saluted. Li Juan glanced at the crowd standing in front of him, before taking a deep breath and calmly said, "This battle just now was a beautiful one, but all of you should know that it was only the scouts of the Luoyang Legion. 6,000 against 5,000. The Luoyang army is still far away, and we're just waiting for the battle to be over. It can't be counted as a great victory, and the main force of the Luoyang Legion, which we haven't even seen, they have to be several times stronger than us, and there's still a steady stream of industrious king's troops arriving to join the attacking force. The longer it takes, the more unfavorable it will be for us." and we don't have any reinforcements. Even if Shao Su can talk the Southern Realm Legion into rescuing us, it will take half a month for the Southern Realm Legion to arrive here. Gentlemen, we are in a difficult situation today. Listening to Li Zhuan's analysis, Xiao Gang was satisfied and nodded frequently. It is rare to win without being proud and to be angry without being discouraged, and it is a very thorough analysis of the current situation. They say that His Majesty lives in a deep palace and is a waste of space who can't do anything. It looks like the world has misunderstood His Majesty, and His Majesty has been holding back for so many years and has a deep heart. It is as such a person who can bear this burden of the great Qian. Li Zhuan analyzed the current situation, which gave the crowd's opinion on how to do it. Therefore, I will give you two paths, and you will vote by a show of hands. The crowd was shocked in their hearts, and they looked at each other for a while, and raised their hands to vote, and only the officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries and the royal princes, who have the right to do so, when the country comes to the time of life and death. Your Majesty, things haven't gotten that far yet. Xiao Gang hurriedly stood out and arched his hand. Li Zhuan waved his hand and said, Old General Xiao, it's not that I'm pessimistic, it's really that a choice needs to be made that everyone agrees with before everyone will willingly carry it out. This is a very reasonable statement. Only the choices made by everyone is to die. Everyone is also willing. The first way, the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods of the earth. I would rather be shattered for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile, and I vow to live and die with the city of Changen. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. Even Li Su, who was now following Little Chestnut, sucked in a breath of cool air. Your Majesty is really a good spirit, even more ruthless than the late emperor. Li Zhuan continued to speak eloquently. Changen City has a permanent population of 800,000. Even though many fled before, those who fled were large and wealthy households. It doesn't matter if these people leave or not. It's absolutely impossible for you to make them fight for their lives against the Queen Mother's people. But the ones who stayed are the ones who can't leave the poor population of Changen City. And these are the people who can help us. According to the survey, excluding the households outside the city and those who fled, there are roughly 500,000 people left. And a day's worth of food and drink for 500,000 people is a huge hole. And once the transportation channel for supplies from outside the city is jammed, these people will be starved to death alive. In the end, we won't be any better. The city will be destroyed. That's a given. Li Zhuan sighed and said, if you want to go through this path and spend all the time with Mother, the only way is to implement a wartime military control policy in the city. Collect all the supplies and put them at the disposal of the dynasty, and except for the elderly over 60 and children under 10, all people, regardless of gender, must obey the arrangements of the court. All men over the age of 15 and under the age of 45 shall be enlisted as soldiers, and shall be organized and trained by the Ministry of War. The rest of the men, who shall participate in the labor of the city and transport the supplies, shall be incorporated into the civilian guards. Adult women, selecting 50,000 smart and capable, will be organized into the wartime Imperial Hospital, which will be led by the Imperial Hospital, and will be responsible for treating and saving the sick and transporting wounded soldiers. Select women with good craftsmanship, organize workshops, and collect houses in the city that can be used to make battle armor and clothing for the generals. Pick the ones who are good cooks and set up canteens everywhere and organize meals for everyone, so they can't be starved. Divide the city of Changen into 1 and 8 districts and set up places to eat. I'll leave this matter to Minister Li Su. Li Su's whole body had a jolt and looked up at Li Zhuan, who was not angry and looked askance at the trembling Li Su. What? You're still not happy? Li Su swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The heart secretly screamed bitter. Happy ass. This is a job that offends people. Get it wrong, will be killed alive. That's robbing people of their rations. What's the difference between that and raiding a house? Grasshopper obeys. If you can't get it done, your whole family will go down there with you. I will do my best. Jian Wei. This matter is very important. You let all the veterans of the Eastern Palace return to their ranks, cooperate with Li Su, and get this done. If you can't even handle the people of the city, then it's better to implement the second plan. Yes, sir. Xiao Gang clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, this is indeed a very good solution, but if it provokes a popular uprising, it will not be worth the loss. Humph. Civil unrest. The common people are so poor that they can't afford to eat. Give them food and they're still not happy about it? Xiao Gang was speechless. His Majesty was trying to get some of those rich people completely. Nowadays those who still have food left in their homes are naturally the honored nobles, landowners and powerful merchants, as well as some cultivators. His Majesty has utterly failed to give these people a chance to live, and is instead trying to lift up the mudbloods for His Majesty's use. It's just, what can those people do? Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zhuan then added, the second way. Li Zhuan smiled evilly, a smile that made the hearts of the crowd start to panic. You take my head and open the city to surrender for a chance to live. Crowd. Everyone is speechless. His Highness said 2 paths. In fact, there is only one path. Who the hell has the guts to go against the sky? Dares to kill His Majesty today and offer it to His Majesty's mother. This is not the toilet hitting the lantern. I'm afraid that just having such a thought would screw up your head with these powerful men around His Majesty. Li Juan sat down on a chair at the head of the city, looked at the civil ministers and military generals, and said, "As the son of heaven of Great Chien, I have no reason to surrender, and I will not screw my own head off, so I choose the first one, and the son of heaven shall die in battle for the country. Gentlemen, the first way, who is in favor of it and who is against it? Raise your hands if you are against it." Chapter 84. Woju was furious. Everyone in the room was silent. No one raised his hand to oppose. What a joke! Now it is Li Juan said that everyone will go out of the city to die together. There is nothing to say. If the emperor isn't afraid, what are they afraid of? Okay, collectively approved. Li Juan stood up and smiled. The officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, those who are not dead, according to their official positions, will be promoted directly upwards. Li Su, you will handle this matter right away, and starting tomorrow, Duanwei will assist you in completing the wartime military control policy in the city. You will temporarily take the title of Prime Minister and command the 100 officials. I bow to His Majesty's great favor. Go on. Li Su turned around and left with a few officials, in a bad mood to the extreme, just like going to the grave on Qingming Festival. Li Juan looked at the generals and said, "I want you to hold on for 2 days. Are you confident that when the conscription starts in 2 days, there will be a constant stream of new soldiers to support you?" Yes. The generals patted their battle armor in reassurance. Then go and prepare the supplies for the defense of the city, and tomorrow we must give the Luoyan Legion a head start. When all the people had left, there was only Li Yuran and Li Juan on the city floor. Li Juan looked at the dark night in the distance and sighed faintly. The mountains are raining. Li Yuran was silent for a long time before she asked, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask, why don't you avoid the front line for a while?" "Oh, you let me escape. Where can I escape to? Once I escape, I will face an endless pursuit, and there is no place for me to land in the world." Li Yuran awoke with a jolt. "I have been abrupt. Please punish Your Majesty. No matter, we are now also considered a couple in distress. I will not neglect you in the future. Your Majesty, I, with you, will guard this citadel tomorrow." Li Yuran was like a well-behaved little sheep, relying on Li Juan's arms, and the 2 of them stood on the city's head, looking at the distant night sky together. 30 miles outside of Changen was the Luoyan Legion Shuesong's center camp. At this moment, Shuesong, with a green face, with a team of men, just returned to the central army camp, angry all 7 orifices of smoke. He never expected that the thieves in the city, who took advantage of his withdrawal, suddenly came out of the city to sneak up on the 5,000 scouts he left behind. It also killed his 5,000 scouts and almost lost them all. He was not even given time to gallop back with his troops, and by the time he returned with them, the battle was over. The thieves had entered the city, and the gates were closed, and Wu Jiu was still waiting in the central army camp. He would not dare to let the Empress Dowager wait for him, so he again fastened the whip, with a large force to the central army camp to meet Wu Jiu. Only, having just arrived at Changen City, he suffered a fiasco, disgraceful not to mention. How can he give an explanation to the Empress Dowager? His Luoyang Legion is the Queen's beloved. Wu Jiu sat in the tent, followed by Shang Wanwaner and 2 ninth-grade powerhouses. The supervisors of the Luoyan Legion and a few generals stood in the tent, not daring to take a breath. The main thing was that the woman General Shuesong had brought with him had gone crazy, rushed out to Su, and managed to meet Wu Jiu. This incident directly pissed off Wu Jiu, for the main general of a legion to kidnap a peasant woman on the march. It was a disgrace to the Luoyan Legion and to her reputation as Wu Jiu. In the whole of Deqian, Wu Jiu only had 2 beloved great generals in the military. One was Xiaosu of the Southland Legion and the other was Shuesong of the Luoyan Legion. Of course, Chang Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, and the Yellowstone Army, as well as Miao Zhenghong, the governor of the Marine Division. These are all secret forces that no one else knows about. I didn't expect Shuesong to give her such a big surprise. However, at this moment, Wu Jiu didn't get the matter that Shuesong had just arrived at Changen City and lost 5,000 men and women, but only heard the sound of beating drums before that, and she thought it was Shuesong provoking the defenders on the city tower. In Wu Jiu's opinion, today's prince, holding up 20,000 men, defending the city is very difficult. How can he go out of the city to face 50,000 troops? What? Your General Shui has such a big row that this palace has been waiting here for more than an hour and can't wait for him? Do you want the palace to go and pay him a personal visit? Supervisor Yang Chang flopped down and knelt in front of Wu Jiu. Please don't be angry, Empress Dowager. General Shui might have been delayed by things. He definitely doesn't have any second thoughts. He only has loyalty to Empress Dowager. Humph. 30 miles. This palace waited for him for an hour and a half. It's a royal octopus, crawling all the way here. Wooju was furious in her heart and slapped the table with a cold grunt of rebuke. This Xuesong is simply not a thing. Playing with women in the army. Ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. Empress Dowager. We are all willing to vouch for General Xue, whose loyalty to the Empress can be seen by the sun and the moon. Just at this time, a female officer walked in outside and bowed. Empress Dowager, General Xue is here, kneeling outside the tent, waiting for your disposition. Wujio's face was dark, her fists pinched and creaked. If it wasn't for the fact that this moment was a time of use. At this moment, she wanted to scrape Xuesong alive. Tell him to get his ass in here. I'd like to ask him what's wrong with this woman. A few moments later, Xuesong climbed in from outside the tent, covered in mud, his helmet thrown somewhere, his hair slightly loose, and his face full of tear stains from crying. Your Highness, the last of the generals have met your Highness. Your Highness is 1,000 years old. Wu Jiao indignantly stood up, angrily stared at the prostrate Xuesong, and sneered, this palace can still live for 1,000 years, then won't it become a king? Xuesong, look up. Xuesong slowly raised his head, and quickly lowered it again. But Xuesong's heart is really shocked. Niang Niang is really the world's most absolutely beautiful woman. He has searched for an unknown number of women, and there has never been a woman as stunning as Niang Niang. I have to say, this Xuesong is really colorful and bold. All of them are already like this, and in their hearts, they are still praising Wu Jiao's beauty. This palace asks you what's going on with this woman. Answer this palace truthfully or this palace doesn't mind getting you killed. Only then did Xuesong wake up and his whole body winced. Your Majesty, spare me. On my way here, I saw that her family was poor and his father died of starvation. So I was afraid that she would also die of starvation. So I took her as a concubine. The last general knows that women are not allowed to be brought in the army, especially if the last general is still the commander-in-chief, and taking the lead violates the military rules. But Niang Niang, the last general will not be able to bring her, and she will be starved to death. Snap! A horsewhip, directly on Xuesong's body, a wound that turned over white flesh, appeared in Xuesong's back. The pain made him grimace, but didn't dare to make a sound. Nonsense! Men, pull them out and behead them! Wu Jiao gave a direct military order with a black face. This dog, even at this time, still lying. Your Majesty, spare your life. The last will explain. I'll explain. The end will kill the enemy in the battlefield. I do not know the day is gone. The first half of life is poor and afraid, and when I became a general, I thought to enjoy some. The end will have no other hobbies, just like money and women. This woman was met by the end of the line halfway across the country, and was made to carry with her. Hearing this, Wu Jiu once again lashed out. Just at this time, Wu Jiu's men came outside. Your Majesty, General Xuesong's Luoyan Legion's 5,000 scouts were decimated by the Crown Prince at the bottom of the city. Wu Jiu, Chapter 85 Raffle 1. Wu Jiu's entire body was not good. That pair of Danfang eyes coldness straight up. Dead eyes on Xuesong. What's going on? Having just arrived in Changen, he was annihilated by the Crown Prince's men who wiped out 5,000 scouts, which hit not the scouts but his Wu Jiu's face. Xuesong cried in defense. Your Majesty, spare my life. The guilty minister arrived at the Great Wall and headed to the east gate of Changen. But it turned out that the east gate was still in the hands of the enemy and was heavily defended. The guilty minister came in a hurry, did not prepare siege equipment, and did not have your decree, so I was prepared to retreat 30 miles and set up camp here in the middle army, waiting for tomorrow to get your decree, and then in the line of attacking the city. In order to prevent a sneak attack by the enemy army, the guilty minister left 5,000 scouts outside Changen City to check the other side's movements at any time, and the guilty minister never expected that. Just as the guilty minister had left with his army, tens of thousands of cavalrymen rushed out from within the city and wiped out our scouts, and by the time the guilty minister rescued them, it was already too late. Wu Jiao was once again furious, a whip on Xuesong's face, cheeks instantly blood, Xuesong ghostly crying on the ground holding his face and crying in pain. Waste? You're worse than waste. Come on people, escort Xuesong to this palace. According to the military law, 100 army sticks, organized into the death squad. Tomorrow the first batch sent up to be cannon fodder. Your Highness, spare me your life. The guilty minister has followed you, without merit but also with hard work. Your Highness, you can't cross the river and tear down the bridge. Wu Jiao just waved her hand. The Luoyan Legion had become no different from a waste under the leadership of this idiot Xuesong over the years. Soldiers bear one, generals bear a nest. A waste of generals. Directly let the Luoyan Legion also become a waste. Two soldiers stepped forward, dragging Xuesong like a dead dog, dragging him down and directly executing military justice in the barracks. With these 100 army clubs, Xuesong might not be able to live. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would still have to be organized into a death squad, and it would be a death anyway. Wu Jiao took the tiger talisman and handed it to Shang Wanwaner, commanding, "Give the tiger talisman to Duke Shang, and the 45,000 men of the Luoyang Legion will be entrusted to him for the time being. Tell him that the siege will begin at noon tomorrow." As agreed upon, Wu Jiao finished and fell into deep thought. She couldn't figure out where the crown prince got 10,000 cavalry, but without 10,000 cavalry, even if the Luoyang Legion's 5,000 scouts had been scrapped, 5,000 pigs wouldn't be able to be killed, right? According to the previous intelligence, that dog Xiao So, the warhorses were all taken away by Lao Si's men, leaving all the infantry. Even if there are still the cavalry brought by the old thing Xiao Gang, there aren't 10,000 men. How many men do they add up to? 20,000 men to hold out. Doesn't he need to guard the other city gates? The crown prince's tactics have really taken the queen mother by surprise, surprising Mother Nature again and again. Then this palace would like to see what other surprises you can give this palace tomorrow? Coming out of the central army camp, Wu Jiao took a carriage and prepared to return to the manor on the banks of the Weinan River. In the carriage, Wu Jiao closed her eyes. More and more some uneasiness up. 45,000 people attacked 20,000 defenders of Changen City. Her heart is surprisingly no bottom. Wanner, has the diligent king's force from Hadong arrived? Shang Wanner hurriedly said. No, according to their footsteps, arriving at Changen City will be in the early hours of the day after tomorrow. Where's the king's diligent force from Jinghu? They traveled by water, and the news came yesterday that they had arrived in Fengzhou, and that it would take another 5 days. From Fengzhou to Luoyang, it only takes half a day on the water. Why does it take so long? Wu Jiao questioned in dissatisfaction. So that your majesty may learn that it takes only half a day to get from Fengzhou to Luoyang, and that the water level of the canal there is deep enough to allow large ships to travel. But from Luoyang to Changen City, the water level drops in winter, making it impossible for large ships to pass through, so that they can only use small boats or travel by land. The small boats from Luoyang to Changen City, all of which had previously been requisitioned by the navy, are now all in Yangzhou, for the use of the navy. Wu Jiao was annoyed in her heart. What is the point of Miao Zhenghong enlisting small boats? They are sailors, there are so many big boats. It's just nonsense, Shang Wanwaner patiently explained. Miao Zhenghong Dudu is the one who is going to use the journey from Luoyang to Changen City when he is ready to gallop to support Changen City. Wu Jiao sighed. It was all because of this dog Shuesong. We'll just have to see what happens first tomorrow. She had already dispatched people to the southern realm to bring back the remaining 50,000 troops. If she was tricked again by that dog Xiao So, her side would struggle. The remnants of the southern realm had been pretty much killed by that lunatic Xiao So, and by moving the remaining army back, nothing major should happen. Even if there are remnants of the rebellion, the big deal is to wait for the capture of Changen City, and when he has ascended to the throne, he will send a large army to quell the rebellion. The crown prince is worthy of being the son of the palace and the late emperor, forcing the palace to this point. You should be proud of yourself, knowing that you have such tactics. This palace will get rid of you even if it carries a lifetime of curses. Wu Jiao gritted her teeth and cursed. Hearing Shang Wanwaner's entire body rise in cold sweat, she could only pretend she hadn't heard anything. After all, a tiger's venom does not eat its son. The Empress Dowager wants to kill her own son. This kind of thing cannot be put on the table, otherwise it'll be a legacy. I'm afraid I won't be able to sit on that throne. The citadel. The sky was a bit cool. Li Juan unclipped his cloak and draped it over Li Yuran, when he suddenly sneezed and a cold shiver ran through his body. Your Majesty, the dragon's body is important. My concubine is used to it all year round. It's not cold. It's better for you to put it on. Li Juan laughed. I am at least a cultivator, a 6th grade martial artist now. What is a small wind chill? Just now there were unruly people trying to harm me, making me sneeze. BIU. The system has detected that the host's life is in danger. Please check the system panel. Li Juan immediately showed joy. Since Wu Jiao left the palace, the 5 sisters also left one after another. Even if the sisters later killed back and were dissolved by themselves, the system did not react. He also frequently checked the panels of several people, but nothing had changed. Even though the danger level was high, the system did not warn him. Without warning, he would not have a chance to draw a prize even if he succeeded in his quest for survival. Li Juan hastily pulled up Wu Jiao's system panel. Name, Moju, 42 years old. Identity, Empress of Dakian. Potential identity, Empress of Dakian. Current status, calm, doubtful, ambitious. Attitude towards the host, destroy and destroy. Death alert level, 9, highest level, high probability of death. Please ask the host to survive. Successful survival will result in 1 lucky draw opportunity. Mission accomplished will result in another special lucky draw opportunity. Then, Li Xuan here to check the others. For Sisters of the System panel warning level and Wujio the same. R9. But the system is not warning. What does this mean? Dog system, did you covet my old man's lucky draw opportunity? All 4 princesses have a warning level of 9. So why no warning? How can I draw a prize if you don't warn me? How do you expect me to save myself if I don't draw? Please host calm. Allow the system to defend a little. The system has a small bug. This period of time has been in the repair. The moment has been repaired to complete. Can be better for the host service. In view of the host's previous life and death struggle against the 4 princesses, the host will be rewarded with 4 draws for each successful attempt at survival. Whether or not the host draws a prize, a smile finally appeared on Li Xuan's face. This dog system, if he hadn't inquired, I'm afraid that he had coveted his rewards. That's 4 chances to win the lottery. Drawl. Chapter 86 Raffle, 2. Congratulations to the host, who has acquired a mysterious prison. The mysterious prison was built by the first emperor of Dacian and subsequently perfected by many emperors, and currently covers an area of 5,000 acres, with 3 floors above ground and 18 floors below ground, with more than 15,000 people on the staff, and 100,000 multitudes of prisoners in custody. The prisoners detained in the mysterious prison, most of them are martial artists, the highest grade for the realm of the Zhongshe. The criminals are 10 evil Jiangyang Daobao. There are not for the court to use the strong. There are the dynasty of criminal officials and members of the royal family. Mysterious prison Grand Seal is controlled by the Emperor of Dacian himself. The death of the late emperor. The new emperor has not established the power vacuum period by the prison director and 18 elders in charge. The new emperor ascended the throne. The prison director to hand over power. Each generation of prison director by the emperor's most trusted person. The strength of the emperor must reach the realm of the Zhongshe. The 9 elders must be more than the 8th grade of the strongest person. Please rest assured that the host will be able to use it. After the system is deployed, the mystic prison incumbents are 100% loyal. Li Xuan looked at the introduction of the system panel and his breathing intensified. The first time he arrived at that mysterious prison, he felt that the prison was by no means simple, and he did not expect that it would be a great hidden power of Dacian, a patriarch, 18 powerhouses of the 8th rank or higher, as many as 15,000 people on staff, and 100,000 criminals in custody. It's not a prison. It's a treasure trove of talent. System, are those criminals loyal? System, host, a criminal is a criminal, and those who can enter the mysterious prison are all guilty in psychopathic existences. Human nature is complex, and this system will not be involved in the rehabilitation of people's good and evil. BIU, the host triggers a side mission. Explode 100,000 criminals. Explode and complete. The host can get multiple chances to draw prizes. Li Xuan was dumbfounded. If he could reform 100,000 criminals, it would be a great boost for his own strength. That's 100,000 strong. But there are some people who categorically cannot be reformed, such as the villain who kills people, the devil who takes little children and cultivates them, the murderess. The system is right. Human nature is complex, not to mention that you can't reform it, even the system can't guarantee it. It would be troublesome if the remodeling didn't work and instead these dogs pitched a fit at a critical moment. In Li Xuan's hand in his sleeve, a seal suddenly appeared, probably the seal of the emperor's control of the mysterious prison. Men, recruit the hidden dragon guard Long Hua. The guards around him immediately went to look for hidden dragon guard vice commander Long Hua. Li Yuran kept staring at Li Xuan. Her face was very bad and she had a worried look on her face. Li Yuran thought in her heart, what's wrong with His Majesty today? Just now he sneezed one after the other, then looked up 45 degrees, with a burst of laughter and a burst of anger, as if he were confronting the heir. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Don't scare my concubine. Li Xuan laughed. This palace has thought of how to break the enemy. Li Yuran still does not believe that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are childish and ridiculous. This is all the strength His Majesty has now, and facing the 50,000 Luoyan legions and the various forces around Wujiao, I'm afraid that defending the city tomorrow will be very difficult, and may not even be able to hold it. Oh, you'll see when the time comes. This matter of owning the system would never be told to a second person, not even his wife. It concerned everything about him, and naturally, she would not tell Li Yuran about obtaining the mysterious prison. As a traveler, it is always good to keep things in perspective. A few moments later, Long Hua came to Li Xuan's side. Li Xuan took out the seal and commanded, take this seal and make a trip to Dacian No. 1 prison. Show this seal to the prison warden, and then he will naturally know exactly what to do. Tell him that I have already ascended the throne as emperor, that I am the new emperor of Dacian, and tell him to come for an audience at once. My subordinate obeys. Li Yuran stood at a distance watching Li Zhuan talking to Longhua, a 9th grade powerhouse, and was puzzled. Could it be that the crown prince still had a bottom card? If that was true, one would be sure of defending the city tomorrow. Li Zhuan finished his orders, came to Li Yuran's side, and said, "Go rest, and let me keep watch tonight. Tomorrow, I will join you in beheading the enemy." Li Yuran was very sensible and owed a slight bow and went to rest underneath the city, while Li Zhuan sat on a chair and began to draw the second reward. System, draw. Congratulations to the host. 50,000 top grade spirit stones. Li Zhuan was speechless. This one chance was ruined. However, with these 50,000 top grade spirit stones, Li Zhuan was much more generous in terms of finances, and with the ones from the pit, he should be able to last for a while. There is no money. Who gives the prince a spell? All kinds of rewards. All need money, and the top grade spirit stone is the best reward thing. Keep drawing. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining 2 boundary breaking pills, which can easily allow a 9th grade martial artist to be promoted to a grandmaster. And obtaining 10 strengthening pills, which can strengthen a strong person of less than 9th grade to fight at a higher level. Li Zhuan was unconvinced and continued to draw. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the divine level forging technique, according to the host's current cultivation, can forge yellow level weapons. With the stronger cultivation, the more skillful the forging technique, will forge more powerful weapons. Weapons can be divided into heaven and earth, Xian Huang 4 levels. Heaven level weapons for the world's divine weapons, have heaven level weapons, at least in the master realm or above, is a scarce commodity. Only the inheritance of a long-time clans where the big forces of the strong only deserve to have. Yellow grade weapons aren't continental goods either. Strong people above the 5th grade can only drive them, and cultivators below the 5th grade can only use mortal grade weapons. Li Zhuan gritted his teeth. This forging technique is good, but for his own power double enumerate what effect? Especially at the moment, he needs external power, such as obtaining a large army to rescue Changen City. It's just a shame that 4 chances ran out. 4 draws, overall, were helpful for the moment. One of the mysterious prisons would help himself the most. When Longhua recruited the warden, this would be the key force for him to win this fight. With more than 10,000 incumbents, at least 10,000 would be freed up. If we can get some more of those reformed prisoners out, it's not unbeatable to put together 23,000 men. Then there were 2 boundary breaking Dan River up to 10 strengthening pills. With this kind of treasure in hand, he didn't believe that those old demons of the 9th grade wouldn't be moved. And even some of them would stop at nothing to help him in order for him to be able to break through the boundaries and succeed in advancing to the patriarchal realm. It's just that you don't meet people like that for a while. The reinforcement Dan itself could batch create 10 9th grade powerhouses, and when the time came, 9 9th grade powerhouses killing together would be enough to break the enemy's guts. 50,000 upper grade spirit stones could also be enough to buy a group of loyal 8th or 9th grade powerhouses to sell their lives for them. As for the forging technique, he himself would first forge a batch of yellow grade weapons and give them to the generals with military achievements as a reward, so that they would work harder to kill the enemy. Chapter 87 Dianwei High on Dan, fighting at a crossing level. The following morning, Li Zhuan took Li Yuran back to the palace and recruited Long Zhang, the number 3 of the hidden dragon guards, and also called in Dianwei. Long Zhang, what is your strength now? Li Zhuan inquired. Long Zhang knelt on the ground. His heart was a little ashamed, although he was the number 3 of the hidden dragon guards, but in the hidden dragon guards, his strength was really not good. However, his position in the hidden dragon guards, that is real, said to be the number 3, is the number 3, no one dares to question, except for His Majesty. In the hidden dragon guards he took the route of a military advisor, and the entire hidden dragon guards personnel recruitment, combat arrangements, personnel promotions, and logistical management were all done by him single-handedly. The hidden dragon guards could do without the commander Long Xia or the vice commander Long Hua. They just couldn't do without him in the role of the military advisor parent. Your Majesty, my subordinate is at the peak of the 8th rank. Li Zhuan nodded. The peak of the 8th grade was not bad, and it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the 9th grade. How many years has it been since you were promoted to the 8th rank? Long Zhang's face flushed. His heart became even more ashamed. He and Long Hua joined the hidden dragon guards in the same year, and at first they were of equal strength, both at the peak of the 7th grade. After entering the hidden dragon guard, all kinds of resources were used at will. Long Hua used 1 year to break through the shackles and successfully entered the 8th grade, and then used another 2 years to successfully advance to the 9th grade, and is now at the peak of the 9th grade, advancing to Zongshi, and only needing a chance to do so. And it took him 3 years to break through the shackles to break through to the 8th grade, and another 3 years to cultivate to the peak of the 8th grade, and then he couldn't advance an inch. He later gave up on continuing his cultivation, and because he had read more books and had a better brain, he became the military division of the Hidden Dragon Guards. 4 years and 5 months. Li Juan frowned. This talent is also too poor, no matter it is Wu Jiu or Li Yuran. Once they break through the shackles of the 7th grade, that cultivation by leaps and bounds. In less than 2 months, they become the 9th grade. This guy broke through the shackles and stayed hard at the 8th grade realm for more than 4 years. I hear you're a great hand at managing logistics? Yes, sire. In that case, others I don't trust too much. I'll give you one thing to do. Get this done, and this palace will help you to fight over the level. Long Hua's eyes lit up. This sire is not simple. It's just that his cultivation speed is demonic. These days he practiced against everyone. At first he couldn't do it, but only a few days of work, he was able to fight over the level. His Majesty definitely has the absolute best for over-the-top battles. As a martial artist, what one pursues is no longer limited to glory, wealth and fame and status, but rather, building on the path of martial arts. Becoming a grandmaster is the dream of every martial artist. Fighting at a higher level is something that only a genius with demonic talent can do, and if he could do it himself, he would be able to sleep at night with a smile on his face. He will be able to beat the 9th grade Longhua full of teeth with his 8th grade cultivation. He. Wow. Only to see Li Juan waving his big hand. A crystal clear mountain appeared in the hall. A mountain piled up by top grade spirit stones, almost blinding Long Zhang's dog eyes. Gulp. There were 4 people present. 3 of them were wide-eyed. Their breathing was shortened, and their eyes began to glow with gold. They didn't like money, but they didn't say that they didn't like top-grade spirit stones. Top-quality spirit stones are an important resource for cultivation. No matter if you are a martial artist or a clan master powerhouse, you need spirit stones to cultivate, and you need to absorb the spiritual chi in the stones. Li Juan was very calm. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones were only. He still had more than 40,000 in his hand. The top-quality spirit stones did not have the slightest attraction to him. The technique he cultivated absorbed the power of the stars, and the aura was only an aid. Long Zhang, this is 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. I will give them all to you as rewards after this battle, and you have to do a good job with this. Make it fair and just, and reward according to the size of the military achievements. Long Zhang kept swallowing his saliva. Although he was the Hidden Dragon Guard's military division and steward, he had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones. He remembered that when he was the richest, it seemed to be 20 top-grade spirit stones. Long Zhang took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will come up with a reward statute, and at the same time, immediately publicize it to the entire army. Li Juan nodded his head. It looked like he had found the right person. This Long Zhang was really a man of action. Dian Wei, what is your current cultivation level? Dian Wei slapped his chest with his twin halberds and laughed. Hey, Lord Spirit Stones are enough, and I'm diligent in my cultivation, so now I've already broken through to the 8th rank. Li Juan looked at Long Zhang and asked, do you have the courage to defeat Long Zhang? Dian Wei glanced at Long Zhang and cupped his fists. My lord, my subordinate will train for another year and a half and be able to beat both of him. Long Zhang was immediately unhappy. This big black head, how to talk. Lao Zi is a little weaker, but you have just entered the 8th grade of the newest players, but also to beat me like 2? Who gave you the courage? Try, Li Juan said, and led Li Yu ran towards the outside, ready to see who was more powerful of the two. Long Zhang collected the top-grade spirit stone. Facing the leaping Dian Wei, he coldly grunted in his heart. Later on, he must dry him out with one move, so that he could see the difference between the 8th grade and the 8th grade. The two of them came to the square outside the Taiji Hall. Dian Wei threw down his twin halberds, and Long Zhang also put down his saber. And when they both fired at the same time, they began to show their abilities. In the cultivation of Deng Wei to lag behind Long Zhang, but Deng Wei is very fierce. After all, the system is produced, and in the northern battlefield training for many years. On the contrary, Long Zhang, the past few years in the Hidden Dragon Guards to do things, usually do not go out on a mission. Focus on logistics. Some hands are raw. The two of them had already passed dozens of moves in a few moments, and they still couldn't tell the winner from the loser. By the time he reached more than 100 moves, Dian Wei was a bit overwhelmed. After all, his cultivation was a bit lower than Long Zhang, who was at the peak of the 8th rank and had entered the 8th rank for 4 years, and Dian Wei had only just entered the 8th rank. To be able to fight for such a long time, Long Zhang was also suffocating in his heart. Finally, Dian Wei was defeated. But this was just a two-sided sparring match. If they were fighting each other to the death, who would die and who would live? It wasn't certain. Dian Wei wasn't demoralized either. His cultivation and combat power was climbing. It wouldn't be long before he was able to whack Long Zhang on the ground. My lord, I've lost, Dian Wei said in a funereal manner. Here, Eat this elixir before you go fight the dragon chapter. Without saying a word, Dian Wei took the elixir and stuffed it into his mouth, then sat down on the ground to run his power and began to regulate his breathing. Time gradually passed and the sky dawned. Dian Wei suddenly opened his eyes, his entire aura rose, and after feeling the changes in his body, his eyes widened. Then he stood up and, with a hefty grin, rushed towards the dragon chapter, which by now had also recovered well. Boom! Dian Wei blasted out a fist. Long Zhang coldly grunted. It's not like he didn't receive this punch, and fight like this. Can he change his offense? Then, Long Zhang took several steps backward, only to feel that this arm of his was already ruined, and a drilling pain came from it. Then he only felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. By the time he realized it, he was already seriously injured and on one knee. Impossible. Long Zhang only felt that God was joking with him. Just now, Dian Wei was very strong and attacked fiercely, but with his strong cultivation, he froze and resisted Dian Wei's attack, finally draining his strength, but just by eating a single elixir. It was as if this guy had been promoted to the 9th grade, but even if it's a 9th rank, it can't just waste itself in one move, right? What the hell kind of food is this? Li Yuran, who was next to her, looked at this scene. Her eyes were equally horrified. The power that Dian Wei had just shown was really terrifying. That majestic explosive power. Even she, a 9th grade, could not do it. Your Majesty, what exactly is this elixir? Li Zhuan also observed the entire battle between the two, and was still very satisfied with the power of the strengthening Dan. In that case, he'd be able to create 10 strong 9 pins. Chapter 88, the Empress has a wrong idea. This is the strengthening pill, which strengthens martial artists and allows them to fight at a higher level. Li Yuran took a deep breath. I didn't think that His Majesty even possessed this level of elixir. This is simply a battlefield magic elixir. If you can't beat it, just get high on an elixir and blast hammer the other party. Then, Li Yuran was a little worried. According to what he knew, this kind of potion that could rapidly increase strength was usually achieved by overdrawing the body functions of the martial artist, which was extremely damaging to the body of the martial artist. After taking this kind of elixir, although it could save his life, it would be a fool's errand to want to have a better development in the martial arts path in the future. Your Majesty, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it or not. Li Zhuan knew what Li Yuyan wanted to say. I know what you are thinking. This kind of elixir does not damage the body of a martial artist, but instead helps a lot. Not by overdrawing the body's functions to achieve a surge of power, but by opening up the meridians and widening them, allowing the body to store more positive chi, thus being more explosive. Once this elixir is taken, it will be able to fight over the level from now on, and it can also help martial artists break through the shackles quickly, which is much better than the beauty elixir I gave you. Li Yuran was overjoyed in his heart and knelt on the ground and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. With this kind of elixir, you will gain countless strong people to serve Your Majesty. Li Zhuan smiled bitterly. It's just a pity that Master only left me 10 of them back then. Li Yuran, 10 was already a lot. If such a superb elixir was placed in the Jianghu, it could definitely cause a period of bloody rain to come, and even some big clans could make a move to snatch it. After taking this elixir, the most crucial thing was that it could transform the previous deficiencies, open up the meridians, widen the meridians, and allow the martial artist to hold more true chi, and could simultaneously optimize the explosive power and endurance of the elixir. Fighting at a higher level was the biggest dream of every martial artist. Dian Wei also heard the conversation between His Majesty and Li Yuran, but he was never worried. There was no way his lord would harm him. When he heard that this elixir was so precious, he immediately came to Li Zhuan, and without saying a word, he knelt on the ground and began to kowtow with a thud. My lord, Dian Wei is unable to return the favor. Get up. You are the earliest person with me and the one I trust the most. There are good things not to give you to whom. Nori smiled coyly. Long Zhang climbed up from the ground. At this moment he finally reacted from the shock. This world really has this kind of magical elixir? If he could obtain one, then he would be able to violently beat up a 9th grade powerhouse, repair his innate deficiencies, and smoothly break through the 9th grade. And even touching the sovereign realm wasn't completely out of the question. And there were only 10 of these elixirs. One had already been spoiled by Dian Wei, and there were 9 left. Long Zhang walked over to Li Zhuan and knelt on the ground. Please also punish Your Majesty. My subordinate lost. Winning or losing is just a matter of sparring. You should have heard what was said just now. There are only 10 pills of the elixir. Whether it's the Hidden Dragon Guards, the Bloodthirsty Hall, or the Eastern Palace Guards, they are all the people I trust the most, and I can't afford to lose my impartiality and let the others get cold feet. Therefore, only generals who have been meritorious to the country and to me will I personally bestow this elixir upon him. When the things I have given you are done, these 9 pills, there must be one for you, and I will help you to advance to the 9th grade and achieve half-step sect master. Fighting over the level. My subordinate thanks the Lord. Long Zhang, with tears in his eyes, knocked a few heads, turned around and quickly left to draw up a military reward program, sent it to Li Juan for review, and then went to publicize and implement it as soon as possible. This elixir was too tempting for him. Afterwards, Li Juan sent Dianwei to continue assisting Li Su in his work, and he took Li Yuran to the back hall. Li Yuran was at a loss, seeing that Li Juan brought her to the place where His Majesty was temporarily resting, and even took her hand, causing her face to burn a little. Is His Majesty trying to? But the big battle is now. The enemy army may start attacking the city at any time. At this moment, there is no one sitting at the East City Gate. How is this good? Even though they had been married to each other, it was broad daylight. Your Majesty, why don't you wait for this battle to be over? My concubine will serve your Majesty again. When she said this, Li Yuran's pretty face was as red as a ripe red apple. Li Juan stopped and turned to survey Li Yuran. Seeing that she didn't look right, he sighed, blaming himself for bringing her down. I have something for you to eat. Li Yuran's heart panicked even more, but couldn't resist Li Juan pulling her towards the house. Entering the side hall, Li Juan looked outside from left to right, and ordered the eunuchs on duty to go and wait at a distance, before turning towards Li Yuran. Your Majesty, the war is important. I know, but if we don't eat this, I'm afraid that both of us won't be able to defend the East City Gate. Then, from his sleeve, Li Juan pulled out a box, and then opened the box. A golden pill was lying in the box emitting a refreshing aroma, while a haze of light surrounded the box, making people feel unreal. This. Li Yuran looked at the elixir in the box. Her whole body was entangled. At the same time, her heart was furious. His Majesty even bullied her, causing her to float around, shaming her to death. Turns out he was just going to take the potion himself. This is the boundary-breaking pill. There are only 2 of them, and they can help you advance to the patriarchal realm. Whether or not we can hold Changen City this time depends on the Empress. Li Yuran waved her hand repeatedly. Your Majesty, although you and I are husband and wife, this elixir is too precious. I can't take it. Oh, you don't want it. When Changen City breaks, it will become someone else's. Li Juan laughed. You hurry to take it. I will escort you for half an hour at most. After half an hour, I will go to the East City Gate to guard the city. Your Majesty, Li Yuran cried with pear blossoms. His Majesty is only a 6th grade martial artist. How can he defend the city? Even with this kind of boundary-breaking pill in hand, how difficult it would be to break through to the sovereign realm. There was no telling how long it would take. When he breaks through, even if he becomes the sovereign realm, but if His Majesty dies in battle, then what's the point of living? Empress, are you trying to disobey the decree? Li Juan raised his voice. I wouldn't dare. I naturally have the means to save my life, not so much as to make you a widow, but you, if you continue to delay like this, I'll make you a widow. Li Yuran broke into a smile before she took the elixir. Chapter 89, The God of Wealth is here. Li Juan came to the outside of the house. The sunrise has fallen in front of the palace door. Li Juan looked at the sun, took a deep breath. I do not know if I can top it today, and whether I can still see the sun tomorrow? 1 hour later, Li Yuran inside still had no movement. From the 9th grade wanting to be promoted to Zongshi, the difficulty was still very great. Some people cultivated their whole life. They were stuck in the Zongshi realm, and in the end they exhausted their lives and passed away. Li Yuran currently did not have enough accumulation, and if he wanted to be promoted to sovereign, even with the boundary-breaking pill, he still needed to polish his cultivation properly. Your Majesty, the enemy is moving. Li Juan turned around and ordered, let the people from the bloodthirsty hall come over to some guards. This palace will go to the city tower first. If something happens here, feel free to look for me. Li Juan finished his orders, glanced at Li Yuran in the room, and turned around to head to the citadel. In the meantime, Long Zhang got the 50,000 top-grade spirit stones given by Li Juan and dove headfirst into the hall of government. Before the people arrived, the sound reached the ears of Li Su and several other courtiers. Prime Minister Li, Squire, all the ministers, quickly prepare pen, ink, paper and inkstone for me. At this moment, Li Su has already integrated the members of the government hall team. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries had only 2 people left. The general overview of the Prime Minister, that is, He Li Su, and one is the Shangshu Province Minister Princeton. The rest of the heads or second-in-command of the departments have been killed clean. His Majesty explained to Li Su that he should immediately integrate the hall of government, and that he should make the court function, and that without the first hand, the second hand would come up to the top, and without the second hand, the third and fifth hand, and even the petty officials below, would be given the top. It's only natural that special times should be special. there was no way around it. But after Li Su returned to the Hall of Government, he immediately conveyed His Majesty's decree to finalize the hands of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. As for the following people, it is up to the first hand of these departments to arrange. In fact, killed, that is, the top, the following supervisory staff are in. Then he conveyed Li Zhuan's oracle that the whole city would be under military control, dividing the whole Changen city into 108 areas, selecting strong men to join the army, women to work in the workshops, and the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled to be managed according to the areas. All people, whether princes and nobles or ordinary civilians, must unconditionally turn in everything they can eat for a unified supply, but anyone who fails to carry out the order will be directly copied and destroyed. Under Li Su's high-pressure policy, Dian Wei led the men to overthrow a dozen disobedient families, and suddenly the whole city was quiet. Everyone realizes that the lives of the whole family are much more important than money. Hand over the grain and you might still be alive, but resist and you'll only die. However, there were too few people around the executive officials in the city, and several of them were killed by the mob. Plus the treasury was empty, and the people working below were not active at all, and there were even officials who were enriching themselves. Li Su was troubled by this matter when he heard someone come in from outside and asked them to prepare something. Who is this? Yelling outside the Hall of Government. What is the proper behavior? Prince An, who now became a squire, a hand in the 3 provinces, and was considered the fastest rising official, stood up and spoke in dissatisfaction. The former Hall of Government, that is how powerful existence, even if the emperor issued an order, if it is not reasonable, have to refute back. Who dares to shout in front of the Hall of Government? Li Su frowned, then sighed in his heart. I don't know, it's that one that has won His Majesty's favor again. Hurry up and prepare the ink and paper. Ha 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 ha, I got you guys a perk. Long Zhang entered the government hall. A group of civil officials all stood up, a face surprised to look at the dragon chapter. The big guys do not recognize this person. Press simply never seen. Who are you? One of them finally asked the question that was on the minds of the big guys. Right, who are you? The important place of the Hall of Government. How can it be that you can just come in? Get out quickly. Where is General Dian Wei? Where is he? Dian Wei walked in with his men, glanced at Long Zhang, and retreated again. This guy was beaten up by himself, and he is still angry in his heart. He didn't want to mess with this kid right now. He was the god of wealth now. Long Zhang also realized that the big guys may not recognize themselves. Hidden dragon guards but the late emperor's private guards. Even Li Su is only listening to talk. Have not seen a real person. Have seen a real person. May have gone down. Introducing myself. I used to be the military division of the Hidden Dragon Guards, but now I'm the god of fortune for the big guys, and His Majesty has appointed me as the Minister of Households. Who is the current Secretary of the Household? Come out and hand it over? Crowd. Everyone's heart is also horrified. Chao Nima's. It is the plague of the Hidden Dragon Guards. He came to be the Secretary of the Ministry of the Household. There is simply no heavenly reason. At this time, an old man, who had just been appointed as the Minister of Household, slowly stood up and arched his hand. I am the Minister of Household. Good. From now on, you will serve this official, and don't go and prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. This official is going to start his office. The little old man glanced at Li Su, who made a wink. The people of the Hidden Dragon Guards were not to be messed with, not to mention that they were appointed by His Majesty. Without saying a word, Long Zhang directly waved his hand and scratched the 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, pouring all of them out of his storage ring and piling them up throughout the Hall of Government. This scene directly stunned everyone. They haven't eaten pork, but they have also seen a pig run. This is a top-grade spirit stone, or an extremely high-grade spirit stone among top-grade spirit stones. How much would such a huge mountain be when converted into gold and silver, or ordinary spirit stones? This. Li Su was horrified in his heart. Is this what His Majesty is relying on? With so much money, no wonder he dares to go against the Empress Dowager. Money is hard in the heart. Earlier he was still worried. The whole city to military control, even if you raise enough food, no money is never. The following official's motivation is not mobilized at all. Now it's good. With so many top-grade spirit stones, even if they were to give one to each official, they would all work for His Majesty. Long Zhang, however, regardless of what these officials think in their hearts, lying on the table, began to write and draw, to formulate the reward statute. After an hour, he finally finished writing, while Li Su and other officials, without saying a word, watched from the side. Look, gentlemen, this is the charter of rewards that His Majesty has asked me to draw up. And is there anything else that needs to be added? Li Su finished watching straight shake his head. This Nima, also too squandered it. Really the spirit stone is not money. During the war, but any officials above the 5th rank who participated in the defense of Changen City were paid 2 top-grade spirit stones a year, and those below the 5th rank were paid 1 spirit stone a year. Those who personally went to the battlefield and killed the enemy's heads, no matter what position they held, and gathered 5 heads, would receive a top-grade spirit stone. Those who kill more than 100 enemies will directly receive 10 top-grade spirit stones. If you kill the enemy's main general of grade 9 or higher, you receive 1000 top-grade spirit stones. Those who kill a zone sure level can go directly to His Majesty's side to collect their reward. That's about it. But it's more detailed than that. Where are the men of the Ministry of Revenue? Hasten to make 100 copies of this, and post it in all parts of the city, and at the same time circulate this charter to the garrisons everywhere. The 2 retainers of the Ministry of Revenue immediately stood out with a look of excitement. To get 2 top-grade spirit stones in a year, this was something that I didn't even dare to think about before. That's only for the big shots who can cultivate. Like them, the caramels who came up by luck. They've never seen what a top-quality spirit stone looks like. Minister Lee, please also give me a team of supervisors right away. If you want it to be fair, someone has to record it. Li Su rolled his eyes. Where would I go to get you a supervisory team? At this time, Dianwei walked in from outside and laughed. I just cleared all the greenhouses in the city and captured more than 2,000 greenhouse women. Do you want them? Most of them know how to read. Chapter 90, Before the sun sets, I'll climb up to the citadel. Long Zhang's eyes lit up. It's not that it's not possible, but I'm afraid that these women will be scared to death if they go to the front line. Fine, give it to my officer, who will go and train it. Dianwei heart rejoiced. These greenhouse women, one by one just know to show off, and now the whole city is under military control. These people will become hot potatoes. I didn't realize that this little cutie, Long Zhang, want these women to be the dude? This supervisory team, though, is just supervising the fighters cheating, and as long as enough money is given, there's no need for a supervisory team at all. Okay? If the battlefield depends on the inspectors, then I'm afraid the battle will be lost. Long Zhang did have a small plan in his mind. When this battle was won, he would pack these greenhouse women to the generals who had merited to kill the enemy. I believe they would be very grateful to him. At this moment, the city had methodically begun to accept military control, and those who didn't were either killed or all of them were enlisted in the army. At the same time, the emperor's policies began to be publicized, while the incentives came out. Some of those who were still rebellious, upon seeing the rewards, took the initiative to join the army and prepared to go outside the city to kill the enemy. After all, for ordinary people, this is the only chance to change their status. For the rich and powerful, rather than resisting and being killed, this reward, they would gladly serve His Majesty. Changen City all over the garrison also got Jiangli notice, the guards personally everywhere publicity, and promised all the generals, after the war in accordance with the military rewards. In a moment, the voices of resistance in the entire city disappeared, and all of them turned into the main warring factions, or very extreme main warring factions. Li Xuan arrived at the east city gate and could vaguely see that dust was already flying in the distance. The Luoyang army began to come towards the Great Wall. Li Xuan commanded, remove the 800 dead soldiers, and everyone goes into the city to defend it. Li Xuan's order was given, and the soldiers who had previously set up traps outside the city entered the city, leaving only the 800 dead soldiers hiding underground. At this moment, under the east city of Changen, the drawbridge of the moat has been slowly raised, the huge city gate, also slowly closed. Countless soldiers carrying sandbags, quickly blocked the city gate. Downstairs in the city, a huge stone thrower and bed crossbow were fated by the soldiers to reveal their originally vicious faces as they shed their covering of grass and trees. The soldiers who operated it had everything ready, just waiting for the order to start dropping crossbows and incendiary fireballs. The citadel was densely packed with bowmen, and on the other side were placed cauldrons in which golden juices were boiling and were churning, stinking to high heaven, and not far from them lay wood and stones dismantled from the city. Everything is ready for the east wind. Li Xuan looked into the distance and murmured, Mother, my child will be here today, making a scene with you. If you won't let me ascend the throne, I'll ascend it for you, to make you watch with your own eyes how your punk son defeated you. In the distance, Long Hua brought a middle-aged man with him, quickly walking towards Li Xuan, and the middle-aged man was still questioning Long Hua non-stop. Tell me clearly, your highness has really ascended the throne? Grass, what's the point of lying to you? Everything will be clear when you see His Highness. Your Highness can really cultivate? Are you bored? You've asked 100 times along the way. Long Hua had an impatient face. This old man, he had annoyed him to death along the way. My subordinates pay their respects to your majesty. Pangomping finally did see Li Xuan, first sizing him up, then kneeling on the ground. Your servant, Pangomping pays his respects to your majesty. Li Xuan turned to look at Pang Pingon as well, also sizing up this person. as the warden of the mysterious prison. There must be something outstanding about him, but at the moment, he looked like a mediocre little old man. Well, get up. I obey. Did you make plans as I commanded? Pang Pingdon rose and bowed again. The first prison of the Great Qian dynasty is loyal only to the Great Qian Emperor, and now that His Majesty is the rightful ruler, I naturally owe His Majesty my complete allegiance, and would like to remove all obstacles for His Majesty. Is it possible to release some of the prisoners so that they can also participate in the battle? Without the slightest hesitation, Pang Pingdon bowed and said, I will leave it to your Majesty's arrangements. It's just that there are some criminals whose crimes are so heinous that even if they have merited, they cannot be pardoned in accordance with the laws of Dakian. I know that the very time to do the very thing, sometimes need to change a little. Just do what I say. Those who have performed great service and reformed their ways can be given a chance. Pang Pingdon bowed and led the way. I have it in my mind. I'll make the arrangements. Then he asked, I wonder when is the best time to attack. Signaled by a piercing arrow, Pang Pingdon came fast and walked even faster. His footsteps were much easier than when he came. He saw clearly that His Majesty today was capable of cultivation and also possessed a token. This was the person they wanted to be loyal to. On the way back, Pang Pingdon even wondered in his mind. He actually had a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart ever since he saw His Majesty today, who was a powerful person of the sovereign realm. His Majesty today, on the other hand, is nothing more than a 6th grade martial artist. Fear was just enough. After all, it was the Emperor. There was a natural pressure in, but deep down in his heart, there was even more a kind of worship and incomparable loyalty, willing to do everything for this man in front of him, including giving his life. He hadn't even felt this way about the late Emperor. This young Emperor was too much of a surprise to him, but only if he's loyal. Rumble. The Luoyang Legion, under the command of Duke Zhang, slowly leaned towards the eastern citadel of Changen City. With 40,000 Luoyang troops, plus the disorganized legions, there were already more than 60,000, and the scene was still very shocking. The hills were filled with men and horses, war flags flying, and dust flying wherever they passed. Wu Ju also came, following the center army, a large flag waving in the wind. Your Majesty, the Changen City rebels dug a horse trap 5 miles outside the city, as well as a dangling horse rope, which still needs to be cleaned up. This palace doesn't care about that. Just give it your all. Before sunset today, this palace will ascend to the citadel, and tomorrow this palace will ask the crown prince at the Tai Chi Hall why he deceived this palace. Chapter 91, The Soldier Gangsters of Luoyang Legion. Wu Jiao looked at the Changen City in front of her. Her heart is not worried at all. The prince in the city at most 20,000 soldiers and horses, distributed in 16 heads, ahead of more than 1,000 sold heirs only. A single charge would have breached it. Wu Ju waved her sleeve and said, once the obstacles are cleared, attack. The Duke of Zhang led the way. He came to the forefront, and the Yellowstone army came to him with a black face. General Huang, this is. Chang Xiong, Duke of Zhang, saw that Huang Junshi looked like he was about to kill someone. His heart was a little contemptuous. What kind of bull ***** newly promoted great general? How dare you rank behind him? Chang Xiong, with this level of sophistication? Huang Shijun was truly angry in his heart, and when he saw Zhang Guigong inquiring, he poured out his bitterness to Chang Xiong. Your Highness, this is the famous Luoyang Legion. I've been leading the army for this many years, and I've never seen such a trash army. It's not as courageous as a bunch of bandits. For s sake, you haven't even started working yet, and you're asking me for a reward. I just gave them the word that when the city is captured, they will be rewarded for their efforts. But guess what? They just quit and let me clear the obstacles myself. Chang Xiong was also stunned. He had never heard that this is about to kill with the enemy, and there are soldiers below, asking for reward money from their own general. Don't they know that they will only be rewarded when they have won a battle and built a career? It's weird. What rule did that weirdo make? Yellowstone Army, what time is it now? We're about to attack the city. Heck, it's the main general. Can't you even handle a bunch of soldier boys? What kind of great general are you that you dare to be on par with me? Chang Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, instantly heckled the Yellowstone Army. Pull out and kill all the dogs that are causing trouble. This general doesn't believe it. They still dare to make trouble? Men, accompany my lord to see. In his life, Chang Xiong, what soldier gangsters have not seen. Kill a few leading, all honest. At this moment, he was even more scornful of the Huangshi army, the newly promoted great general, thinking that this guy was a lookalike. It was probably the Empress Dowager's hard pushed up to put on a facade. It's just that, working with this kind of person, the old man will have a hard time in the future. But it's fine. People like that are just natural backstabbers. Let him take the pot from now on. 2 miles away from the bottom of Changen City, the vanguard army has arrived here and started to clear the obstacles on the road. Only after clearing half of it, a few hundred of their brothers were killed or wounded, and these Luoyang army quit and asked for reward money from the superior officers. In the past, when they followed great General Xuesong, when they did life-threatening work like this, General Xuesong would give out a bounty so that the brothers would be full of money, and even if they died, there would be someone to take care of the aftermath and their families. Who else would want to die? What a good General Xuesong is, sympathetic to his subordinates, doing things for the consideration of his brothers, and there is absolutely not a single soldier who died in vain. The hateful Empress Dowager has cut down their General Xuesong just because he captured a woman. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. These brothers down here have already conferred, and it's no good for anyone to come in without paying the reward today. Brothers, we must be united. Our Luoyang Legion. It's fine to die in battle. It's fine to die in battle. There's never any cowards. But letting us die for nothing and not giving us any reward, this is absolutely not okay. Just now, the dog surnamed Huang has already killed more than a dozen of our generals, and they didn't even blink. We definitely can't let them die in vain. They all died for us. That surname Huang is not a good person at first sight. He has gone to look for people. Unless he kills all of us. Humph. Otherwise let them attack the city themselves. Right, we must be united. Just now those brothers died, and Wang Mazi absolutely take care of their got wives and daughters. Count me in. I've saved a lot of money over the years, and I have no problem taking care of 2 or 3 wives and daughters. I'll do the same, and I absolutely promise to take care of them as if they were my own wives and daughters. 7 or 8,000 vanguard troops, just gathered together, clamoring with righteous indignation, and in front of them lay a dozen or so generals who had just been decimated by the Yellowstone army. Good, let's all keep our opinions the same, or else we're not part of our Luoyang army, and we won't be able to die in peace. The leading Scarface snorted coldly. Not anyone can lead their Luoyang army, killing our Lord Commander and still wanting us to work for you. What are you thinking? What about the Empress Dowager? You're not the emperor. It's not certain who will sit on the throne of Diqian. In the rear, thousands of cavalry, galloping towards this side. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lord Zhang is here. The soldiers of the Luoyang Legion, lying cross-legged on the ground with dogtail grass in their mouths, talked and laughed in 2s and 3s in a cozy manner. Looking at them, they didn't come to attack the city and fight in the war at all, but came to trek and enjoy the spring. Duke Shang's face grew more and more somber as he walked along. All you soldier boys, stand up for this general. Organize yourselves in formation. And at once and immediately, the soldier lying on the ground looked up, and as a result, he did not even give a bird to Cheng Xiong, the Duke of Zheng. Pust. Cheng Xiong was furious, and raised his hand to shoot an arrow, directly killing a soldier who was lying on the ground cursing. But even when he shot the soldier, the rest of the men just tensed, then lay back down, as if it wasn't one of their own side that had died. Cheng Xiong was immediately dumbfounded. This was too calm, right? All stand up for this general. Still no one stood up, and there was even someone who shouted angrily, Lord Gua, you're so powerful, why don't you go up and clear the obstacles yourself? Yes, in order to clear the obstacles, our Luoyang Legion died a few hundred brothers, told you to take some reward money. That bull general surnamed Huang even killed a dozen of our generals. Whoever likes to fight in this war, who cares about the old men? If you have the ability to slaughter all of our Luoyang legions. Duke Shang's hands were trembling with anger. Did he really think he didn't dare to kill? It's just some soldier boys. Kill them all. It's fine. The heart of the Huang Shijun who followed beside him was soothed. Just now he had already said that this group of people is difficult to deal with. They are not afraid of death, and you still despise the old man. Now that's a bummer. Your Highness, we can't do any more. If we cause a mutiny in the army, it's more than 40,000 Luoyang legions. How many people do we have? The queen is in the center of the army. The queen's safety is most important. You don't want to live. I still want to live. This, Chang Xiong, the Duke of Jinghua, was also exasperated just now, and he had never seen this kind of soldier boy. When a soldier fights a war, he is rewarded for his merits and punished for his mistakes. And this is the basic conduct that every soldier should abide by. Which knows? These guys? Nothing. Where is your main general? Tell him to come over and meet this general. In the end, Zheng Guigong still gave in, wanting to raid them to get the main general. Everything would be much better. Only to see, that scarred face laughed. This Duke of State, my lord will be beheaded by the queen. My lord knows. What about the lieutenant general, and the 10,000 men? Scarface, so that the Duke of State is informed that they are lying ahead, decapitated by a great general surnamed Huang. Duke Zhang? Then, Chang Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, glared angrily at the Yellowstone army. Dog, is this how you do your job? You beheaded the vice general and the captain of 10,000. Who the hell is going to lead the attack on the city? How else are you going to get me to talk to these soldiers? Duke Shang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and asked, "What about your 1,000 generals?" Scarface replied, "So that the state lord and great general may learn that the one you shot dead just now was the last of the 1,000 generals." Duke Shang was dumbfounded. 10,000 heads of Chow Nima flew by in his heart. Chapter 92. There's something wrong with this governor. Why is it the last one? There are tens of thousands of you, at least dozens of 1,000 generals, plus 1,000 vice generals. It's hundreds. Scarface, good call. Get to the point. Don't yell so nicely. Chang Xiong said impatiently. Well, all of them are dead. They were killed by a trap's hidden arrow or poison while clearing an obstacle. For a while, both the generals present, Chang Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, and Huang Junshi were silent. Chang Xiong, the Duke of Zhang, was in disbelief. How could it be possible that 1,000 generals were not commanding the most battles in the army? How did they run into the vanguard and act as soldiers clearing the obstacles? You soldier boys, pigs and dogs, you treat this general like a little cutie. Any more? The generals of the 1,000 are also well up there, and their role is to direct the charge of this army, while the fly runs to the vanguard to act as soldiers clearing obstacles. The soldiers present all looked up at Zhang Guigong and looked at Zhang Guigong Cheng Xiong like looking at Zhang Guigong. Good call, Shen Guigong. Our Luoyan Legion has General Shui has a rule. In the army, the toughest things are done by the main general. Even if it's General Shui, that's the one who takes the lead in doing things. Whether it's killing the enemy and charging, or obtaining a financial woman, he's the first to go. So, in our army, generals are soldiers, and soldiers are most likely to become generals. Duke Shang was dumbfounded. It can still be played like this? Shui Song, Shui Song, you're a ING talent. Huan Zhijun was also dumbfounded. But at this moment, he also understood. They said that Luoyan Legion was a legion that could be comparable to the North Realm Xuanjia Army, the South Realm Generals, and the Northwest Legion, and he didn't believe it at that time, and it was even more impossible to believe it when he had previously seen the military discipline of the Luoyan Legion. At this moment, he listened to Scarface's words, but he was somewhat convinced. As the saying goes, the general will bear a nest, the soldier bears a bear. The main general has the responsibility, can set an example. The following soldiers, naturally, will follow desperately. What's more, Shui Song, this person, has to give his subordinates reward money before the big battle. That's a sure way to win a war. Sort of learned a trick today. Zhang Guigong had no choice but to finally say, Scarface, my name is Wang Heir. Wang Heir, now you are the Wanfu chief of the Luoyan Legion. This general orders you to have them clear the obstacles at once. Delaying the military situation will result in a certain death. Scar-faced Wang Heir hemmed and hawed. Your Highness, I can't afford to be this Wanfu chief, and they don't listen to me, and without the reward money, even if the Heavenly King came, it wouldn't work. Duke Shang gritted his teeth, and snorted coldly in his heart. The Empress Dowager is watching from behind. If he can't even handle this today, how can he hold his head up and be a man? Good, this general will give you reward money. How much normally? Double today, but you must take the opposite city before dark. Have confidence? Scar-faced Wang Heir was ecstatic in his heart and immediately clasped his fists and said, the reward money is in place, and before dark today, we will definitely let the state lord ascend to the top of the city. Duke Shang's face blackened. This group of dogs, do not see the rabbit. General Huang, go get the money. Huang Zhijun smiled bitterly. Your Highness, where will my subordinates go to get the money? Now that we're all outside the city, there's no money on the queen's side either. Humph, that's your business. My subordinate obeys. Huang Zhijun turned around and left to ask the Empress Dowager for money. On the front of the city, Li Xuan stood on the front of the city and froze and waited for the whole morning, and the opposing Luoyan legions froze and did not advance at all. The waiting Li Xuan was impatient. Could it be that the opposite Luoyan army is holding something bad again? Just 2 miles. An incense stick of work rushed to the city. They froze and waited all morning. As far as those obstacles under the city were concerned, they weren't that hard to clear, were they? At most, thousands of people would die and it would all be cleared. What's going on with the Luoyan Legion? The soldier next to him was also confused, and faced with the emperor's questioning, the soldier had to reply. Maybe they were afraid. Another soldier, however, said, Your Majesty, perhaps the Luoyan Legion didn't bring enough reward money. Li Xuan froze for a moment and asked with some curiosity, What's going on? Tell me about it. Then the soldier laughed and said, Your Majesty, I used to serve in the Luoyan Legion before, and then I was promoted to 1,000 general because of my merits in killing the enemy, and because of my family's reasons, I went to serve in the Southland Legion. This soldier was also 1,000 general at the moment, but the soldiers under him were all pretty much dead, leaving a dozen or so soldiers to follow. Before the big battle of Luoyan Legion, the main general will reward money. The soldiers take the reward money. Then the soldiers sell their lives for the main general to charge and kill the enemy. And then after the battle, they will be rewarded for their achievements. Li Juan understands, this Luoyang Legion's main general is indeed a talent. But once the head of the pre-war bounty is opened, when there is no money, it is going to be a big loss. But it does mobilize morale. No wonder the Luoyang Legion is a strong army. Then, Li Juan frowned. That last night's battle, Dian Wei quickly crushed that scout army. Was it because they didn't get the reward money? How does the Luoyang Legion compare to the Southland Legion? The soldier next to him, seeing His Majesty frowning, arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, the Luoyang Legion is quite strong, but they can't compare to the Southern Realm Legion, which is the madman on the battlefield, the killing machine. Li Juan nodded his head. Also, Xiao saw that boy on the battlefield is indeed a madman. Not to mention that last night's battle was the Fun Cavalry. That is even more powerful than the Southland Legion. And there is also Dian Wei, this kind of god-killing general leading the main general. Your Majesty, they moved. Just at this time, the vanguard of the Luoyang Legion suddenly started working, clearing all the obstacles in front of them. Not far behind the Luoyang Legion, Wu Jiao was sitting on a carriage with an iron face, personally supervising the battle. This loyalist army can't really be kept. Xue Song, this waste, died and left such a big trouble for himself. As the palace's beloved army, there's no reward before the battle, and you're not even going to fight? I'm afraid you'll have the life to take the money, but not the life to spend it, Wu Jiao said, then commanded, let them get Governor Yang Cheng to come here. This palace has something to say to him. Wu Jiao believes that there must be a mastermind for the Luoyang Legion to remain so united after Xue Song's death, and that mastermind is undoubtedly the Governor Yang Cheng, that guy, who looks trembling and afraid of death. In fact, she has long seen that the entire Luoyang Legion, I am afraid that he is the one who was advising Xue Song in the back. There's something wrong with this dude. Chapter 93, My Lord, have you forgotten I'm a spy? Yang Cheng, as the governor of the Luoyang Legion, should have been Wu Jiao's beloved, and should have informed Wu Jiao of all the movements in the Luoyang Legion. But these ridiculous things in the Luoyang Legion, such as Xue Song in the army to raise women, private money, before the war to give the soldiers reward money, Wu Jiao has not heard a word about it. Even on the side of the 9 chapters terrace, there was no report to him that there was a problem in the Luoyang Legion. It is evident that in the Luoyang Legion, this governor and Xue Song were the same pants. The generals below had gotten the benefit of the doubt and naturally wouldn't say anything about it. Soon after, Yang Cheng was caught in front of Wu Jiao. In fact, he realized long ago that Xue Song was killed and he was not far from death. After all, he is the supervisor. Xue Song did those bad things, he did not convey to Wu Jiao, but also gave Xue Song a lot of tricks. But he hadn't completed his mission yet, and now he was just being killed, so he had to resign himself to his fate. In fact, he was very painful in his heart. Obviously he had completely controlled the Luoyang Legion, but the above just didn't come to him with information, as if he had forgotten that there was still such a number 1 mission for him. If it was not to repay the favor of saving his life back then, and over the years he was placed in the Luoyang Legion and lived a life of a human being, he would have run away. Who the hell doesn't want to live? Yang Cheng, do you know your offense? Wu Jiao looked coldly at Yang Cheng, who was kneeling below. Yang Cheng looked up at Wu Jiao and said, Your Highness, my subordinate does not know. Humph, obstinate. This palace dispatched you to the Luoyang Legion as a supervisor, just to let you oversee all the important matters. You are good. And Xue Song wore the same pants and became a raccoon of a hill. Are you worthy of the training this palace has given you? Yang Cheng. Only after a long time did Yang Cheng say, Your Highness, those policies, in fact, were all thought up by my minister, and had nothing to do with General Xue, except for the fact that General Xue kept women in the army. When I first arrived at the Luoyang Legion, to be honest, the Luoyang Legion was just a bunch of rabble, with no combat power to speak of. But the Luoyang Legion had a heavy task, guarding the Tiger Prison Pass and facing the armies of Yan and Zhao. I had to do that at the time in order to consolidate the army. Wu Jiao just snorted coldly in the face of Yang Cheng's explanation. So, you admit your crime. Yang Cheng nodded his head and said, the guilty minister was deeply cultivated by the empress. If he died like this, the guilty minister would have a guilty conscience. Your Majesty, the guilty party has a request. Wu Jiao always stared indifferently at Yang Cheng, wanting to see something in Yang Cheng's eyes, only that Yang Cheng had already put on a dead pig's face. Say it, the guilty courtier wants to pay for his sins. And your Majesty should be well aware that the soldiers of the Luoyang Legion are a bunch of military ruffians who don't recognize any of their relatives except for money. If your Majesty wants to use the Luoyang Legion to take Changen City, I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. These guys, they like to ask for bounties at critical moments. the guilty minister still has some prestige in the army. As long as the guilty minister agrees to their demands, perhaps they will believe in the guilty minister. And as long as they have captured Changen City, they will be at the mercy of the empress. Instead, Wu Jiao asked playfully, "Can this palace believe your words?" Yang Chang laughed, "Believe it or not, it's all up to the empress. Sooner or later the guilty minister is the one who is going to get a knife in the face. Sinful minister, now that I'm not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? It's just that it's a bit stifling to die like this when you haven't yet repaid your mother's favor." Wu Jiao's eyes were cloudy. He had also heard that the Luoyan legionnaires were a bunch of soldier ruffians, asking for reward money before the battle. What if these guys asked for money when it came to the critical moment during the siege later on? She had no money in her hands now, and needed Liao Qing to transfer it from other places, but those soldier boys would never listen to themselves. Good, this palace promises you to stay on as a governor. Yang Chang was released, and by the time he came out of the center army, he was covered in cold sweat and almost couldn't get out. However, his life is still in the hands of Wu Jiao. As to when he will die, it depends on when he can capture Changen City. The moment Changen City was captured was the moment when all the soldiers of the Luoyan Legion were decimated. According to Wu Jiao's nature, he would definitely not leave this army of theirs behind, even if he got credit for attacking Changen City. No, I have to get contact with the top as soon as possible. In fact, he, Yang Chang, was a spy within a spy, and he was a person arranged by Wu Jiao in the Luoyan army, which he was well aware of, but he was not loyal to Wu Jiao, but another force. As for who this other force is, he is also confused until now. He only remembers that person saved his whole family back then, and also let his family live a good life in Changen City, and at the same time, the force behind himself, but also arranged her to Shangguan her, and in the end, he won Wu Jiao's trust with his outstanding performance. If I can't, I'll rebel first. It's a dead end anyway, and we won't be able to finish the mission, and we'll have to bury our brothers for nothing. Yang Chang began to make a secret determination in his heart. He had worked so hard for so many years, he couldn't end up accomplishing nothing and be ashamed of his superior's cultivation of him. Instead, Wu Jiao instructed a 9th grade powerhouse beside him. "You follow Yang Chang, once he has crooked thoughts, kill him for this palace." Wu Jiao is also tired of heart. She really did not expect. Luoyang is her home base. Luoyan Legion is in addition to the Southland Legion, her biggest dependence. But just these two dependents, one after another, led him disappointed to the extreme. Over the years, she was focused on politics and the civil officials in the fight, but ignored the military. But at that time, the late emperor was still there. She did not dare to dabble in the army too much, so that now it has become the biggest problem. She realized now that her greatest failure had been in not taking control of the army and holding it in her hands. Under the city of Changen, the sun was already slanting in the west, drawing the shadows of the soldiers. The obstacles on the ground were finally cleared, and in order to fill in the horse trap and dangling horse rope, the vanguard of the Luoyan Legion, too, had paid a great price, losing more than 500 warriors. Yang Chang came to the forefront and looked at the corpses on the ground, not saying a word. His face was dark. Just before he could get angry, the horn blew for the offense. "Governor, what do we do?" They gave money generously, and the brothers all got the reward money. Heir joyfully ran to the side of Governor Yang Chang. Yang Chang sneered without any good humor. "Humph, a little selling money is just a little bit of money. If you have the life to take it, do you have the life to spend it?" Heir and the others' faces immediately darkened. In fact, these 7,000 people were Yang Chang's direct line, and I didn't realize that hundreds of people had died. "Governor, there are only a few thousand people on the other side. Let's just charge up and do it." Yang Chang took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "Tell the brothers not to sell their lives. Once the city is captured, we'll die out. Empress Dowager has already taken up the killing of the Luoyan Legion. General Shui is dead, and just now I was almost cut down by the Empress as well. What then?" A few believers around them are worried. General Shui is dead, but the governor is their big brother, the one who brought them to become rich. Absolutely cannot die. They don't want to die either. They've saved up their family money over the years, but they haven't spent it all yet. Why don't we vote and count the begging? No, what if they don't accept the surrender? We're not human on either side. We'll die even worse. One of them said, "Dude, it's better if you tell me what to do. As long as you give the order, the brothers will do it with you, even if it's a rebellion." Yang Chang clenched his fists and was about to speak when he saw someone approaching. Yang Chang immediately said, "Tell the brothers not to sell their lives and stall for time." "Yang Chang, are you deaf? The attack horn has blown." Still not attacking. A 9th pin appeared beside Yang Chang and stared angrily at him with the intention of killing him directly once Yang Chang thought otherwise. Siege. Yang Chang gritted his teeth, and now he could only take one step at a time. Yang Chang's own horn was also blown, and the 6,000 men began to charge. And Yang Chang took the lead and rushed to the moat in one breath. Then draw the bow and shoot. A dense rain of arrows shot towards the city's head. Only hilariously, the arrows fell in the water without crossing the moat. Not to mention the city's head. The flags under the city swayed and the shouts shook the sky. But there was not a single person rushing over, and they were all shooting arrows across the river. Li Juan, who was standing at the city head, was directly messed up. What is the meaning of the opposite side? Feinted on your side and then went mainly to attack elsewhere? This feint is too obvious. Bed crossbows at your service. Li Juan directly issued a military order. Since it is here to feint, it is bound to pay a price. Otherwise you are not here for nothing? Suddenly, arrows as thick as rafters flew from the city, crossing the moat and shooting towards the vanguard of the Luoyan army. Asterisk. They come for real. Run, go ask for a reward. This can't be done. After the 6,000 Luoyan legionnaires were shot to death by a few dozen, they turned around and ran, immediately getting out of range. At this time, the Yellowstone army came over with the supervisors. Governor Yang, is this how you repay the mother's favor? Charge this general and attack the city. General Huang, the moat is too wide, and there are bed crossbows pressing at the top of the city, so it's impossible to rush through. Yang Chang bowed and said, "Humph, useless thing. Even if you fill the moat with corpses today, you have to charge through for this general. Everyone get ready, but anyone who takes a step back will be killed without pardon." The soldiers of the supervisors, all with their bows drawn, were ready to shoot, and that ninth pin likewise jumped at the chance. But whenever Yang Chang disobeyed orders, he would behead this person. Yang Chang took a deep breath and turned around. Charge over and board the city. Now there's no choice but to attack the city. If you can't, rush over and surrender and count it as begging. It's really not clear which side of the force he's on now. My lord, you are also too irresponsible. My subordinate has already taken the Luoyan Legion for you, but I don't see you come to receive it, and I have missed the good opportunity for nothing. And now the Luoyan Legion is separated, and the 6,000 men in my own hands are estimated to die or be injured for the most part. My lord, have you forgotten I'm a spy? Chapter 94, Surrender under the city. Yang Chang went crazy and roared, raised his shield and rushed forward. The people around him saw the situation and had to turn around and rush towards the city wall. Dense arrows swept down from the city once again. Countless people were pierced into skewers of meat by the huge arrows, but the ladder was still hitched to the moat. Soon, however, the ladder was destroyed by the city stone throwers. A charge, still people on the opposite side of the moat, has already killed and wounded 700 or 800 people. How can this battle still be fought? Yang Chang angrily turned toward the Yellowstone army. General Huang, there's no way to fight this battle. The moat is too wide for the brothers to cross. If you want to ascend to the city, you'll have to cross the moat first, and my opinion is that the moat should be filled in first. Huang Shijun also looked in his eyes. The attack on the city was fierce. Even if he led the attack, there was no way to take down the city. This moat was too wide, and while the arrows from one side couldn't reach the opposite side, using large instruments such as stone throwers and bed crossbows, was easily able to reach down there. Don't look at the thousands of people defending the city. The advantage of this terrain is like tens of thousands of people straddling the area. Huang Shijun snorted coldly. I'll take care of this matter. You just climb up to the city and fight. Huang Shijun waved his hand, and several ninth pin realm powerhouses appeared behind him, pulling a chain which was intertwined with each other. Right under Yang Chang's eyes, these soldiers threw things into the moat, surprisingly sinking to the bottom of the river, then pulled up on both sides of the river with iron ropes, and a chain pontoon bridge was built, and the ninth-grade rigid strongman, faced with the crossbow fire from the city cast, didn't even take it seriously and easily blocked it away. Yang Chang was furious in his heart and questioned, General Huang, you had prepared this earlier. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Did you do it on purpose, letting the Luoyan Legion die and injure so many brothers? Huang Shijun glanced at the enraged Yang Chang and sneered. Who am I to care about the deaths of the Luoyan Legionnaires? They're dead. They just don't have what it takes. Yang Chang's whole body is trembling. Well, you want to play old me to death. Right, okay, I'll give you a surprise too. We'll see. Li Juan at the city's head has been observing the battle below. According to the attack just now, it seems that they were not able to cross the moat, and the stone throwers and bed crossbows at the city's head were able to consume their vanguard forces. However, he knew that these vanguard troops were just average generals, with a cultivation level of up to the 5th rank, and that they were using these ordinary people to consume their own defending sharpshooters. When the consumption was almost over, they would send strong men to board the city. At that point, it's the most dangerous time. There were no 9 pins on his side, yet there was a group of 9 pins below him. This time it really wasn't a good fight. Go, gather all of our strongest people from the 9th grade realm. By the time the 9th grade powerhouse came over, a pontoon bridge was about to be built over the moat. Your Majesty, let me go and decapitate them. We are certain that we can leave one or two behind. Manhwa bowed and asked for orders. Li Juan said indifferently, no need. When they board the city later, just ambush them on the city to get 9 pints. There is no need to go down and take the risk. We are too few in number. Dianwei had wanted to ask for orders as well, but when he heard Li Juan's words, he retreated back. It was better for him to keep His Majesty safe. The pontoon bridge was quickly built, and Li Juan let the people use the stone thrower, but the result was that the chain was too strong and smashed many times, and it didn't move. In the end, I had to give up. 8 iron pontoon bridges were enough to allow several thousand men to rush under the city at the same time, and even if there were enough crossbows and other defensive weapons on the city, there weren't that many people of their own. Li Juan sighed and glanced at his side with only 4 night products, including Dianwei who had eaten the enhancement Dan. And there are 8 under the city. Li Juan turned around and said, Dianwei, you take these 9 pills and give them to, respectively. Li Juan instructed. These 9 enhancement pills, all of them were given to a few hidden dragon guards with cultivation talent. The hidden dragon guards were rewarded by the system and had 100% loyalty to him. Of course, one of them, Li Juan asked Dianwei to give it to Long Zhang, who he promised to give it to him when things were done. As the king of a country, you cannot go back on your word. In that case, he would have 13 9th grade warriors. If there were no sect master powerhouses attacking the city later, it could definitely be defended. And even if there were sect master realm powerhouses attacking the city, a dozen or so 9th grades could still carry it. Now he's pinning his greatest hope on Li Yuran. Of course, he also had a powerful helper, Pong Pingan, the warden of the first prison of Diqian. That old man was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. There was no shortage of 9 pins around him at all, or it wouldn't be a mysterious prison. Underneath the city, the Luoyang Legion once again began to charge, this time with an iron pontoon bridge. They held up their shields and charged straight across the pontoon bridge. The 8 iron pontoons had rushed past more than 2,000 men in one go, and there was still a steady stream of people charging down to the city. Stone throwers, crossbows and arrows flew across the iron pontoon bridge, because the other side had shields in the way and were all martial artists. They couldn't hurt a few people at all. Beat the drum. Knock knock. Suddenly the sound of drums on the city was loud. Yang Chang frowned. The city is that stupid fool defending the city? We're charging. You're defending. Are you going to countercharge? Only at the moment, as he listened to the drums, his sense of smell from years of battlefields made him feel as if something bad was happening. However, fortunately, the large troop did not rush to approach the city wall after crossing the moat, and all of them were waiting for Yang Chang's order. Seeing the situation, Yang Chang threw away his weapon and quickly removed his battle armor, then took off his white underwear. Then tying it to his lance, he shouted at the city, "Listen to the generals on the city. We are from the Luoyang Legion. We surrender. We surrender." Yang Chang shouted vigorously over and over again, and also had people cut down the pontoon bridge, so as not to let the Yellowstone Army's people cross the river. As long as the pontoon bridge was cut, even the 9th grade would have a hard time coming over. After all, these people weren't dead. Even a 9th grade powerhouse couldn't beat 5 or 6,000 people. And Yang Chang again commanded his subordinates to turn the arrows and start saving shots directly at Huang Junqi's men. Without noticing, hundreds of people were killed or wounded in the supervisory team around the Yellowstone Army. Angry Huang Junshi wowed. Underneath the city, lying in the trenches of the 800 dead soldiers, at this moment has tensed their nerves. The drums have sounded. This is the time for them to prepare. When the horn blows, it is the time for them to launch to press the switch of the concealed weapon. Definitely want to let the group of people who rushed over know why the flowers are so red. Not 1,000 dead. They ripped their heads off. In order to make this trap, 3,000 lower grade spirit stones were used. But at that moment, everyone on the city was dumbfounded. What's going on? The Luoyang Legion has mutinied at this time? Did they really surrender? Or did they tempt them and surrender on purpose? But to shoot one of their own and cut down a pontoon bridge doesn't seem fake. After all, these several thousand people had rushed over. As long as they weren't afraid to die, they could rush up to the city's head, and with the cooperation of the 9 pins, this city's head would surely be overrun. There's no need for the other side to go to all that trouble. The drums gradually stopped, and the trumpets did not blow. Li Xuan wanted to see what the group below wanted to do. Chapter 95, Duel of the 9th Grade Battle Power. Generals on the city. Our Luoyang army surrenders. However, at this moment, the city was quiet. There was no sound at all. All there was just the whistling sound of war flames coming from the ground, and the neighing of war horses in the distance. Yang Chang and the others were dumbfounded. "Governor, these guys on the city floor don't believe us." "Huh? What now?" "Yeah, we don't seem to be surviving." Yang Chang glanced at the brothers around him and said, all of you throw your weapons away. Everyone hesitated at this moment, throwing away their weapons. They were afraid that they wouldn't even have the last bit of chance to live. Throw it all away. I'll take the gamble. Scarface Wang Heir gritted his teeth and finally threw away his weapon. Then the men of the Luoyang army threw down their weapons. Seeing this, the soldiers on the city floor rushed to Li Zhuan's side to report. Your Majesty, the Luoyang legions below the city, all of them have thrown away their weapons, and it looks like they really want to surrender. Just at this moment, Yang Chang once again shouted from below. Generals on the city. The Luoyang Legion only wants to kill the enemy and serve the country. They don't want to fight with their own people, and they don't want to do fearless resistance. The Empress Dowager has beheaded Shuesong, the great general of the Luoyang Legion. I am Governor Yang Chang. I still ask the general to believe in me. Li Zhuan's face was unchanged. In this situation, even if the other party surrendered, who would dare to let them enter the city? It was a joke. Put a gondola down and hoist up the one who's talking. When Li Zhuan finished speaking, the soldier lowered a hanging basket on the door and called out, His Majesty has said that you alone are allowed to come up for questioning. Yang Chang froze. Your Majesty? What Your Majesty? Is the late emperor still alive? That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. But Yang Chang, for the sake of the lives of these thousands of brothers, still drilled into the hanging basket, which slowly rose. Seeing this, the Yellowstone army on the opposite side of the river immediately ordered the 9th-ranked powerhouse, Squire Jin San, shoot this man to death for this general. He absolutely cannot climb the city wall alive. You should know the danger of this man better than this general. Once Yang Chang met Crown Prince Li Zhuan, the Luoyang Legion would be powerless to fight. Yang Chang was a very influential person in the Luoyang army. The 9th Pin Jin San drew his bow and arrow, but at the moment, it was 2,000 paces away from the city wall, and even if he used his full strength and boosted it with his true chi, he still couldn't shoot. Jin San shot 3 arrows in a row, and each of them hit the city wall, but none of them could kill Yang Chang. At this moment, Jin San turned around and said, General Huang, it's too far to shoot. It's better to send an attack. If he gets to the top of the city alive, you go answer to the queen. Huang Shijun's eyes are ruthless. Chao Nima, that is what the mother ordered you to do. Previously Yang Chang had a problem. Why did you not behead it? And now threatens the old man. General Huang said in a cold voice, now that the pontoon bridge is gone, are you going to let my men fly over it? Now. Only Servant Jean has the means to decapitate this person. You are the servant beside the Empress, a 9th grade powerhouse. You, General Huang. The other side adds up to tens of thousands of people. Even if all of us several 9th grade go over, we are not sure to kill Yang Chang. Besides, we are 9th grade powerhouses. Doesn't the other party have a 9th grade? Ha 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 ha. Then let's wait to be punished by the queen together. Huang Shijun gave a laugh. Now that he was of great use to the Empress, attacking the city was the first priority. How could the Empress punish herself? Everyone, please also help me to kill this thief Yang Chang. Count me as owing you a favor. Jin San hesitated for a moment and finally compromised as he cupped his fists and saluted towards the rest of the people. The 6-9 ranks, the 9th grade experts, glanced at each other, pondering in their hearts for a long time, but no one immediately agreed. Once caught in that group of 5 or 6 products, one would have to shed their skin without dying, and it was not worth it to do it for a favor. Even if it was a favor from a red person next to the Empress. Raola, with a wave of Jin Sanda's hand, 36 red top-grade spirit stones hovered in the air, an aura poured out of his nose. All of you who helped me, you can split these top-grade spirit stones as a reward. They had a total of 8-9 pins here, and excluding Jin San himself and the Yellowstone army, the 6-9 pins were divided so that each person could get 6. These 6 top-grade spirit stones, on the contrary, could be used to cultivate for more than a month, which was considered a good payment. They, the 9th grade, had a salary of only 10 top-grade spirit stones a month, and sometimes they paid for it with other things. Well, that's a favor we'll do. The 6-9 pins took their payment and followed Jin San quickly towards the moat. Any slower and Yang Chang would have gone up. When Huang Junshi saw that Jin San had taken out more than 30 red top-grade spirit stones, he just snorted coldly, cursing a group of poor bastards in his heart, who had never seen the world, and were willing to risk their lives for a mere 6 top-grade spirit stones. Even if 100 top-grade spirit stones were placed in front of him, he wouldn't be moved in the slightest. The cultivation resources he drew from the family every month were more than 50 top-grade spirit stones. He became this great general purely for the betterment of his family and to gain more resources from the Imperial court. These 9 pins had killed over, and now was the perfect time for him to attack. Inform the entire army to get ready immediately and send strong men to cross the river and reconnect the iron rope bridge. Huang Junshi let his own 2,000 personal troops play the lead, while ordering 10,000 Luoyang legions to subsequently attack the city. Yang Chang was sitting in the hanging basket, just halfway up. He was shot 3 arrows from the opposite side, but fortunately there was no danger. The basket was still slowly rising. Just when he was about to reach the city, an arrow was shot at his hanging basket. Yang Chang was so shocked that he immediately jumped out of the basket and, like Spider-Man, lay down on the city wall. Then another arrow came. Yang Chang had no choice. He could tell that it was definitely an arrow shot by the 9th rank, carrying a strong power. Every arrow shot into the city wall went 3 inches deep and buzzed, and some of them directly exploded, blowing a black hole in the wall. It was an arrow wrapped in true chi and shot with full force. If he was shot at, he would surely die. After all, he was only an unorthodox 5th grade martial artist. Whoosh! Then, countless arrows of the same kind flew in, scaring Yang Chang so much that he directly fell off the city wall. Form up to meet the enemy. The Luoyang legionnaires below the city were dumbfounded. The thrilling scene of the governor just now made their hearts clench together. With the governor gone, they will die today. Scarface Wang Er roared, and the generals immediately grabbed the weapons they had just thrown away and formed up in preparation for the crunching and chaotic killings of the enemies of the 9th grade. They knew that when they faced a 9th pin powerhouse, they could only die, but they didn't want to sit around and wait for death. Even if they died, they still wanted to grab a hair off the 9th pin. Li Juan saw that the other 9 products directly crossed the moat and came to the bottom of the city, or 7-9 products came together. For a while, Li Juan hit upon these 7-9 products. If all of them were left behind at this moment, the battle could be reversed on that, and he bet that Wushu didn't have any more high-level warriors left. This kind of world that can cultivate, often high-end combat power, decided is a war to win or lose. Dragon Chapter. At your service. Li Juan was just about to give the military order when he saw Long Xia hurrying from a distance, accompanied by a middle-aged general in armor. Your Majesty, my subordinate has lived up to the military's orders and caught up with General Han Wu, the commander of the Iron Cavalry of the Seychelles. Then he looked at Han Wu and introduced, this is Han Wu, the commander of the Iron Cavalry of the seaside. Han Wu sneaked a couple of glances at the young man in front of him, wearing a battle armor, heroic, with eyes that gleamed with a light that was different from his peers. He had never seen the Crown Prince before, but this young man really looked too much like His Majesty at his age. I, Han Wu, commander of the Iron Horsemen of the seaside, bow to your Majesty. The Iron Horsemen of the seaside was created by the late emperor, and the main purpose is to follow the orders of His Majesty of the Great Qian dynasty. And now that the Crown Prince has succeeded to the throne and become the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, the Iron Horsemen of the seaside will be a sword in the hands of His Majesty. The 7,451 men of the Iron Horsemen of the seaside are willing to fight the enemy for your Majesty and sweep away the treacherous and evil. Li Juan was overjoyed in his heart. His own beloved force had increased by another 5,000 fan riders, plus more than 7,000 Serbian Iron Cavalry, as well as the mysterious prison, as well as 200 hidden dragon guards. This is the bottom line of his ascension to the throne, and he dares to call the shots with Wu Jiao. Commander Han, please rise. Where are the Serbian Iron Cavalry now? After Li Juan helped Han Wu up, he proceeded to ask, Your Majesty, just outside of the city, watching over the Luoyang Legion. As long as your Majesty gives the military order, the last general will be able to slaughter the Luoyang Legion. Li Juan waved his hand. The Luoyang Legion is not the group of lord soldiers of the Forbidden Army. Even if the Serbian Iron Cavalry can fight again, I am afraid that the final result will be a lose-lose situation. After all, the number of the Serbian Iron Cavalry is only more than 7,000 people. There is no need to take the initiative. Your task is to block the rest of the diligent legions from entering Changen. The Loyalist Legion was dealt with. Han Wu opened his mouth, but eventually bowed and led the way. Can you bring a 9th grade powerhouse? Li Juan then asked again. The trickiest thing at the moment was how to leave the 9 pins under the city. At this moment, 9 pins had already rushed across the moat and started to begin the massacre of Yang Chang's Luoyang army. On this visit, in order to protect His Majesty, my lord has brought 2 9th ranks. Good. The people stay. You go snipe the diligent army. You can't let them set foot in Changen City. I will obey. Right at this moment, Dianwei came over with his men. 9 strong 8th rank realm warriors, but all of them were terrifyingly strong at this moment. Their battle power had reached the 9th rank realm, and each of them could fight across levels. The corners of Han Wu's mouth twitched. Where did His Majesty search for talents? The 8th grade is so strong now? 9 at once? Even that big black guy, Han Wu, who never looked at anyone squarely on the battlefield, felt a bit of pressure at the moment. How can the 8th grade be so strong? My lord, my subordinates have given them the stuff and they have eaten it all. We pay homage to your Majesty and are willing to die for you. The 8th grade powerhouses, prostrated before Li Juan, their loyalty was incomparable, and at this moment, they were all willing to die if Li Juan told them to. It was originally drawn from a lottery, and now that Li Juan had also given them the elixir to fight at a higher level, they had become super dead. All get up. I want to take those 7 ninth grade below. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 8 of you, plus Dian Wei, Long Zhang, Long Xia, and the 3 of you. All of you go down and take down all 7 of these 9 ranks. Han Wu's blood boiled as he watched, and he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, wait a moment, there are still 3 more ninth grades on my side, including the endgame. Your Majesty, Mordecai is perfectly capable of going on a mission after taking down these 9 pins. That's more stable. Li Juan nodded. So very good. Han Wu's heart was excited. He had been fighting for many years, but he had never seen this kind of battle. This was a battle between ninth grade powerhouses, or dozens of ninth grades fighting together. It was too much, and he would have regrets in his life if he didn't participate in this kind of battle. Granted, a few moments later, Han Wu's 2 ninth grades came. Suddenly seeing so many strong people, especially the aura of those few 8th grade realm powerhouses, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Prepare for action. Long Xia's eyes were similarly filled with excitement as he bellowed, and the 17 ninth grade warriors leapt down in a single bound. The battle of the 9 pins instantly erupted. Chapter 96. 17 ninth grade powerhouses leapt down from the city's head, and the overwhelming pressure immediately caused the hearts of the 7 ninth grade who were slaughtering Yang Chang's Luoyang Legion to stagnate. Jin San looked up and his eyes shrank. What is this? So many ninth grade powerhouses? Meet the... Jin San roared angrily, and the 7 9 pins also quickly gathered towards Jin San, with the same incredulity in their eyes. Who would have thought that it would be a waste to use a dozen or so ninth grade powerhouses to guard this one broken city head? Jin San, retreat, no fighting. Yes, this could be a trap for the enemy, trying to keep us people here. The 7 of them were facing 17, and one of them would have to fight at least 2 people aggressively, with no chance of winning, and the possibility of being planted here was extremely high. Jin San looked around and saw that the Luoyang legions had already embraced the group, all of them concentrating by the moat, forming a bronze wall that blocked the way they had to retreat. Damn Yang Chang, I should have killed you with a sword earlier. Humph, meet the battle quickly, perhaps there is still hope to live. Do you think you can run away? The people then looked at the people coming down from the city, only to pounce on them, and the way they had to go had been blocked by the Luoyang legion. If you want to escape, you have to kill your way through this wall of thousands of people. How easy is that? Kill! Jin San shouted angrily, and carrying his long sword, he killed Dian Wei and the others. Dian Wei was holding his twin halberds. Those eyes were almost jumping out in excitement as he landed on the ground, splashing up a pile of dust, and then his entire body was like a cannonball, catapulting out of the dust like a sharp sword plunging straight into Jin San. Yes, he searched for that strongest 9th rank, and if he didn't fight, he looked for the strongest to fight. Boom! Jin San and Dian Wei came up with a pair of slashes, and with the 2 of them at the center, a huge shockwave erupted, and the ground was hit with a not-so-small crater. Hoo. After the 2 of them struck each other with a pair of moves, they retreated a few steps, followed by breathing heavily while adjusting their optimal battle strength, and started the life and death battle. The excitement in Dian Wei's eyes has completely disappeared. Heck, this 9th grade is really tough. He took the enhancement Dan and has the ability to fight with the 9th grade, but now it seems that it is just a fight, and I am afraid that it is not easy to want to kill this person. Jin San is to be more than Dian Wei heart shocked too much. Just now a counterattack. He almost used the full force, is to spell this person a blow to the injury to go. As a result, this person only took a few steps back and was not injured, but instead knocked him back as well. What made him even more annoyed was that after trying just now, he realized that the real cultivation of this person in front of him was only at the peak of the 8th rank, not really the 9th rank, 8th grade realm. Why was there such a strong battle power, when it's really a long time to live? Traitor, eat grandpa's stick. Just at this time, Long Xia similarly ran towards Jin San, who was the stronger 9th rank among these people and seemed to be the leader of the group. As the commander of the hidden dragon guards, he naturally had to kill the strongest. Humph, a bunch of curmudgeons. So what if we beat them up in a group? Am I still afraid of you? Jin San was so bold that after completely hardening himself against Dian Wei, he turned around and hardened himself against Long Xia's strike, thinking that the Dian Wei he just had was the strongest combatant. Rumble! Long Xia's all-out strike directly sent Jin San flying, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Long Xia was the best of the 9 products. According to the cultivation level calculation, any mid-9th product or above could be called a half-step sect master realm. Jin San was a mid-9th product and Long Xia was a late 9th product. There was a small realm difference between the two. After Long Xia sent Jin San flying with a blow, he turned around in the same spot and once again motioned for the lance to rotate, and with a destructive force, he pounced on the spot where Jin San had landed. Jin San cried out in his heart. He was careless, not realizing that the one sneaking up behind him was the real 9th grade powerhouse. Shield! Jin San hurriedly pinched his knuckles, not even being able to spit out blood, and directly fled the originally intended landing spot with a flash. Dianwei gasped and wowed. Long Xia, this person is my. He carried his twin halberds and charged straight over, and right at this moment, Jin San unexpectedly used some sort of martial arts skill and escaped from his original position, coming towards his side. Boom! Without saying a word, Dianwei directly met the halberd, but to Dianwei's surprise, the blow was a miss, and Jin San stumbled and landed not far behind Dianwei. Long Xia's all-out strike also fell short, hesitation in his eyes. He didn't think that this person had practiced some kind of instantaneous movement martial art, which was new. This kind of high-level martial arts skill was only available to those martial arts families or great clans with a long heritage, and this person was the dog's leg beside Wu Jiao, so how could he have it? If he killed this person, he might be able to get it, and this kind of martial skill was an indispensable treasure for escaping. Wicked lie, come together and kill him for the treasure. The treasure is mine. The head is yours. Dianwei snorted coldly. Do you take me for a fool? The head goes to you. The treasure goes to me. Long Xia laughed bitterly. It looked like this stupid big man was not really stupid, just a bit naive. The two of them combined their efforts, and Jin San could only utilize his flashing martial arts to save his life, but every now and then, the duo would come at him with a blow. The remaining people, either 3 to fight 1 or 2 to fight 1. Anyway, there were more people than power, holding down Wu Jiao's 7 ninth grade masters as if they were dogs and beating them underneath the city. A huge shockwave of power boiled underneath the city, and even though the Luoyang legionnaires ran to the side of the canal, they were still accidentally rushed and injured, or killed outright. Yang Chang was escorted in the center by the crowd and watched the battle between the 9 products. It was the first time he had watched so many 9th grade killings so close together. Retreat! Retreat! Step back! Don't be hurt by the shockwave. Yang Chang instructed his people to hurry back, but behind him is the moat, and the opposite side of the enemy army is still eyeing, but it is really difficult to kill him. On the opposite side of the moat, Huang Shijun was riding on his warhorse, just staring dumbfounded at the 9 pins battle below the city. He couldn't figure out when that dog prince had so much 9th grade combat power. This was catching up with the number of strong men around the Empress Dowager. But how many years did it take for the Empress Dowager to collect those strong men? How did the Crown Prince do it? A dozen or so 9th grade combatants, surrounding 7 9th grade groups to kill each other. This was the rhythm of leaving the 9th grade on their side. What should I do with myself? Once these 7 9th grade folded under the city, he wouldn't even dare to go back to see his mother. Similarly, these 7 9th grade died in battle. How else could one take the city? At this moment the sun was about to set. The Yellowstone army took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Perhaps this moment was the best time to attack the city. Arrange for the Bao army. Kill all of Yang Chang's troops across the moat. Arrange for the personal guards to cross the river immediately to build a pontoon bridge. And in a quarter of an hour, dispatch 10,000 Luoyang legions to attack the city. At the same time, the other 2 Luoyang armies, one bypassing the northern city and one bypassing the southern city, attack with all their might. Don't worry, there are no more strong guards in the north and south cities. This general will pester the Crown Prince's 9th grade powerhouses here. 5,000 bowmen, approaching the moat, 300 paces wide moat, cannot block the arrow shot. Yang Chang's troops are within the shooting range. After all, these archers were all cultivators, and could shoot up to 400 or 500 paces, and the 9th grade powerhouses were able to shoot 1,000 paces. Chapter 97, Finally, I found you, the heartless man. Whoosh! Yang Chang was still concentrating on watching the battle while directing his subordinates to flee for their lives. The situation now was already much better than just now. As long as one dodged out of the range of the 9th grade powerhouse's attack, one would be able to survive. And as long as one survived this great battle, one would have a chance to stay alive. The idea is good, but the reality is very harsh. A round of crossbow arrows fell down like rain, causing great killings to the fleeing Luoyang legion. Shields up! Shields up! Yang Chang was in a rage and kept roaring, but one by one, his brothers fell in a rain of arrows. Huang Shijun, you 1,000-dagger bastard! I'll get you killed one day sooner or later. Counterattack! Counterattack! The Luoyang legionnaires, grabbing their own crossbows and arrows, fired towards the opposite side of the river, only sparsely, without causing any casualties on the other side. At the same time, 2,000 of the Yellowstone Army's own soldiers jumped into the moat and swam toward the opposite bank, in order to cover the pontoon bridge that his personal soldiers were able to put up. Huang Shijun once again ordered the Bao soldiers to cover the opposite bank with a rain of arrows, so as not to allow the Luoyang legionnaires to take advantage of the situation. Yang Chang could only cower behind the shield. Previously there were 5,000 brothers. Now it is estimated that there are not even 4,000 people. It was just suffocating to be slaughtered on both sides. Yet he couldn't do anything about it. The Yellowstone Army's own soldiers, under the cover of the prison, climbed up to the other side of the river and began to rebuild the pontoon bridge that they had just cut down. At the same time they began to kill the soldiers of the Luoyang Legion. Yang Chang couldn't hold back any longer. The time for revenge had come. Brothers, kill them all for me and avenge the death of my brothers. Yang Chang took the lead and rushed out. As long as everyone mixed with the enemy, the opposite side wouldn't cover it with crossbows anymore. In that case, they still have a chance for revenge. The two groups, in an instant, rushed together. It had to be said that Yang Chang's Luoyang Legion, at the moment holding a breath in their stomachs, were completely like a group of madmen, killing people without any intention of killing them at all. Seeing that the pontoon bridge had been erected, the Yellowstone Army ordered 10,000 soldiers of the Luoyang Legion to strike, cross the moat, and begin the battle to capture the city. Li Juan had been watching from the top of the city. He said faintly, "Beat the drums and blow the trumpets. It's time to show them that there is a price to pay for attacking the city." Knock knock, woohoo! The drums beat and the dull horn finally sounded. The 800 dead soldiers who were lying on the ground were finally beaming. It was their turn to appear. After they activated the formation, they climbed out of the ground and killed towards the enemy troops that came pouring over. And after a fierce battle, they retreated back once again. The formation inhaled enough aura to eventually burst itself, while some that didn't. These dead soldiers used their own bodies as a trigger to detonate the formation. Rumble, rumble. One mushroom cloud after another rose up, blowing up the soldiers on the opposite side who had just arrived on the bank and were preparing to attack the city. Some of the soldiers who were still on the bridge were terrified. The crossbows and arrows were still firing, and they could only die if they rushed over like this. 10,000 Luoyang legionnaires. Those who rushed past were either killed or engulfed in the smoke from the explosion. Finally, the Luoyang army in the rear began to retreat. Even with the supervisors, they were not afraid, preferring to fight to the death with the supervisors, rather than rushing over to their deaths. The battle below the city was just too grueling. A dozen or so ninth ranks were in a fierce battle, as well as the smoke and dust that rose up from time to time, and the deafening sound that made them all feel fearful. Li Juan's face did not change. All 800 dead soldiers were killed in battle, but their mission was accomplished, successfully blocking the Luoyang Legion from attacking the city, and at the same time leaving an invincible psychological mark on the opposite side of the enemy. All of them are my good sons and daughters. When the battle is over, I will give them a generous burial. Looking at the battle between the 9 pins again, the curtain was about to fall. The first to appear dead was naturally Wu Jiu's 9th pin, Han Wu and his own 2 9th pins. The 3 of them teamed up and took the lead in killing a 9th pin. After that was Dian Wei and Long Xia, who teamed up to decapitate Jin San. Long Hua and the 2 8th grades teamed up to decapitate a 9th grade. Subsequently, the crowd joined forces and killed 2 more 9th grade and captured 2 more 9th grade alive, thus bringing the great battle to an end. The pontoon bridge was once again chopped off by Long Xia's men, leaving only a few thousand corpses underneath the city, and the moat had been dyed red. As for the 9th grade warriors around Li Juan, none of them were damaged, but everyone was more or less colored. Just a few days of rest and recuperation and you're a good man alive and well again. Yang Chang was seriously injured and was sent to the city, after taking 2 pills in succession, and then being healed by a few 9th products in turn. He finally survived. At this moment, Yang Chang was kneeling in front of Li Juan, looking on with a curious expression. How dare you, when you see His Majesty, you do not pay your respects. This dog's life of yours is still saved by His Majesty. Seeing that Yang Chang had no rules at all, Long Hua chided. Yang Chang quickly kowtowed and said, I will pay my respects to your Majesty. I saved this life because of your Majesty. I will only listen to your Majesty's orders in this life. Get up. Yang Chang, governor of the Luoyang Legion? I've heard of you. You set the reward and punishment system for the Luoyang Legion, didn't you? It's His Majesty. I ask you, who are you from? Why did you betray mother and turn to me? When Yang Chang heard this, he was silent. Should he be loyal to his savior or to the current savior? He turned to look at the city floor. There are still more than 2,000 sparse, all dead and wounded brothers of the Luoyang Legion. For a moment did not know how to choose. My lord is not betraying the Empress Dowager, but was forced to rebel by the Yellowstone Army. They suspected that Mordecai was a spy planted by someone else in the Luoyang Legion and wanted to get rid of Mordecai, and General Shueson, who had already been executed by the Empress Dowager. Li Juan snorted coldly in his heart. I'm asking you, who are you from? Yang Chang had a bitter face and knelt on the ground with a flutter. The last general will not know whose person I really am. Drag them away and behead them. At this moment, Yang Chang, but a happy smile appeared on his face. He had finally preserved the moral justice. My lord kowtows to His Majesty's great favor. Just at this time, Long Zhang came over with his men. He had finished writing the reward and punishment system, and now he came over for another matter. Even if all the city's provisions were collected, there was no external aid, and the population of Changen was hundreds of thousands, which was consumed immensely in a single day. At this rate, it would take less than 2 months for everyone to starve to death. One more thing. The rewards were so generous that there was a terrible consequence. It was just as well that the men enlisted. But the women didn't go to the workshops. They enlisted as well. Yang Chang and Long Zhang bumped into each other. Long Zhang felt that the captive seemed a bit familiar and couldn't help but look at him twice more, while Yang Chang's eyes widened. My lord. Which lord are you? Woohoo! I finally waited for you, you heartless bastard. 10 years, do you know how I've spent these 10 years? Chapter 98 Losing Troops. Wu Jiu personally supervises the battle. Long Zhang froze for a while. In fact, he was recalling this familiar-looking man. It seemed to be a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Sir, it's me. 10 years ago the Huayang County magistrate, hard against the bandits outside the city, was surrounded by bandits. I stood firm for a month. Yang Chang excitedly told of his encounter with Long Zhang and the events of that year. Yang Chang was a jinshi in the 3rd year of Huangwu, and took the exam twice, consuming 6 years of time, before he dangled the tail end of the car on the list. According to the usual practice in previous years, with his achievements, he will be retained in places such as Kyoto or Luoyang as a minor official, or be sent to remote and cold places as a small county magistrate. After all, he does not have connections. His career path is, so to speak, at a glance. But in the 3rd year of Huangwu, when the late emperor was innovating, suppressing the old forces and supporting the new ones to consolidate the imperial power, he was appointed as the magistrate of Huayang County. Huayang County is a first-class county with a population of more than 80,000, and it is a land of fish and rice, and there are also 2 salt-producing areas in the county, so it is rich in products. Upon his arrival, he devoted himself to local governance in order to repay his saintly kindness, and after a few months' time, he finally realized the power of the local magnates. He, the magistrate, is a joke. From the top to the bottom, are all young Fengxin, local authority all pinched in the hands of the powerful and prestigious families. Even though Huayang is rich in produce and is the land of fish and rice, the lives of the people at the bottom are hard to describe, and after a few months of visits, Yang Chang is going crazy. Of the yearly harvest of the people's homes, 20% was turned over to taxes, 40% was taken by the powerful, 20% was turned over to the nearby clans and begged for their protection, leaving only the 20% of the rations to struggle to survive. And sometimes, even the remaining 20% would be raided or robbed by the ruffians, and then those so-called prestigious families would leave them with huge debts, sell their children, and ultimately be left with nothing, becoming a pile of withered bones by the side of the road. Yang Chang was born as a child of a poor family. His father was killed alive by the local landlords. He could not see this kind of thing, but want to become a real order of a county. How difficult. During his tenure, he slowly cultivated his own team, thinking of all sorts of ways, and in 2 years' time, he dealt with all the land ruffians and hooligans in Huayang County. Subsequently, he targeted those magnates, but one hair affects the whole body. He only moved one magnate, and was opposed by everyone in Huayang County, and someone even passed the folders to the county governor, falsely accusing him of corruption and abuse of power. Fortunately, the sheriff is a good official, and gave him a lot of twists and turns to keep his hands off those people. Otherwise even he can't do anything about it, unless you're an imperial agent sent by the emperor, or you have someone in the capital, and you have to be a hand of 3 provinces and 6 ministries to do it. Yang Chang is young and vigorous, just do not believe in evil. Back to the county, directly on the grounds of that family of powerful tax evasion, all imprisoned, and then directly one force after another force plagiarized. For a while, Huayang County was in a state of panic, and Yang Chang was assassinated several times, almost dying once. Famous families and powerful people in the county united to resist Yang Chang's policy, and united with the bandits and clans outside the city, they directly surrounded the county to get Yang Chang completely killed. When Yang Chang got the news, he immediately organized the county's light and strong and took the homes of the city's magnates in the night, and thus began to defend the city. The Huayang County revolt was finally brought to the attention of the Imperial Court. Rebellion is a top priority no matter what time of year it is, let alone in a land of fish and rice like Huayang. The late emperor sent the hidden dragon guards to deal with this matter, and the person who went to deal with this matter happened to be Long Zhang. He took the people from the hidden dragon guards and mobilized 3,000 locally stationed troops to directly exterminate the group of bandits. In fact, we all know in our hearts that it wasn't bandits at all, but outlaws organized by the powerful people outside the city in collusion with the clan. Long Zhang exterminated the bandits and even saved Yang Chang's family from the bandits. In this battle to defend the city, Yang Chang's 2 brothers were killed in battle, and his relatives died countless times. But fortunately Yang Chang was promoted and went to Luoyang as a capital official. Soon after, he was retaliated against, impeached by the royal historian, took the fall for someone, and was imprisoned. Soon, however, things turn around and the case is solved and Yang Chang is acquitted, which is actually a fight between the late emperor and the courtiers, and at this time, the late emperor has not care about the political affairs. Full power to Wu Jiao, but Wu Jiao is the hand to the army. Especially the Wu family began to cultivate the heart of the army. The Luoyang Legion at that time. Is the Wu family in control? When Long Zhang received the secret order, he arranged Yang Chang to Wu Jiao's side, and was valued by Shangguanwan heir, and finally succeeded in entering Wu Jiao's line of sight. Yang Chang abandoned literature and became a senator of the Luoyang Legion. And finally, because of the Battle of Hujingwen Pass, he managed to be promoted to the supervisor of the Luoyang Legion. However, since then, the late emperor seemed to have forgotten, and Long Zhang forgot even more that he had also arranged for such a person to be in the Luoyang Legion. I remember. You're the upright magistrate. What's your name again? My name is Yang Chang, and I was previously the supervisor of the Luoyang Legion. Yang Chang hurriedly replied, just now can the dragon badge save his life? He was afraid that if Long Zhang refused to recognize him because of his identity, then he would be finished, so he tried to be as long-winded as possible and make his usefulness known. The governor of the Luoyang Legion is still valuable at the moment. Hearing that Yang Chang was currently a senator of the Luoyang Legion and was tied up and out, Long Zhang's face darkened, because the army that's attacking Changen City right now is none other than the Luoyang Legion. Isn't this a rebellion, you kid? You're killing me. I want to kill you. You dare to lead the Luoyang Legion to fight Changen City. How many ING heads do you have? My lord, unjustly accused. I didn't know you were His Majesty's man. My subordinate has been waiting for you. I've taken control of half of the Luoyang Legion. I just don't know how to contact you. In the past few days, my subordinate's identity was detected by the Empress Dowager, so she also wanted to kill my subordinate and take control of the Luoyang Legion. My lord, you are the only one who can prove my subordinate's identity now. My subordinate has surrendered, and His Majesty doesn't believe it and is going to cut my subordinate down. My lord, I am still useful. Save me. Long Zhang was in a complicated mood, and after a moment of silence, he said, don't you guys cut him first, I'll go see His Majesty. Long Zhang walked briskly into the house from outside, knelt on the ground and then bowed. Your Majesty, I have done a stupid thing. Please punish Your Majesty. Li Xuan was inquiring about the casualties of the generals when he saw Long Zhang walk in and kneel on the ground to ask for forgiveness. Li Xuan was curious. This guy looked smart. How could he do something stupid? Tell us about it. Your Majesty, the man you just pushed out is one of your own. Li Xuan stood up violently, bright in front of his eyes, and his heart was very happy. And just now he was a little disappointed that the 2,000 veterans under the city could not be used for him. It really pained him to kill it just like that. What's going on? Long Zhang arched his hand and said, it's like this. Long Zhang told the whole story, and Li Xuan sighed a bit. This person has some skills. However, after 10 years of no contact, do you know of this man's loyalty? Long Zhang was silent. People's hearts and minds. Who dares to make a promise about this? Li Xuan stood up, walked back and forth, and finally said, this person is of great use to me. Let him come in. A few moments later, Yang Cheng cried and fell on the ground to show his loyalty. However, Li Xuan didn't dare to trust him completely and gave him a difficult task. Didn't Yang Cheng say that he controlled half of the Luoyang legions? So let him recruit and surrender. If the recruitment is successful, then this defense will turn into an initiative of your own. Yang Cheng also readily agreed and was willing to risk his life to recruit a surrender. Ladders were lowered on Changen City, and under the cover of night, the remaining 2,000 Luoyang Legion pioneers were finally sent into the city. The night is hazy. Wu Ji was sitting alone under a dim oil lamp. Her face was ugly, and, next to her, Shangguanwana was cleaning up the rice that had been scattered all over the place, and Wu Jiao had never lost her temper this much. This was an unprecedented first. Killed 2 officials and smashed her favorite dessert so hard on the ground that even the jade bracelet given to her by the late emperor fell to pieces. Seeing that the time had already passed midnight, there was still no other good news coming back from the army outside. Shangguanwana remade a bowl of noodles and carefully came to the side of Wu Jiao. Your Highness, you haven't eaten for a day. It's better to eat something first. Yang Chang has rebelled, but he only has that small number of vanguard soldiers in his hands, and the Luoyang Legion is still pinched in our hands. The East City failed. The Crown Prince must have put all his strength in the East City. The other gate guards will definitely not work. Changen City was attacked. This is something sooner or later. The Crown Prince is not that capable. Wu Jiao coldly said, this palace doesn't care if the Luoyang Legion lives or dies, nor does it care about Yang Cheng defecting to the enemy. This palace is wondering how the Crown Prince has amassed such a huge force in obscurity. What this palace is angry with is the late emperor, this beastly thing with a human face, since he allowed this palace to participate in politics, yet he still guards against this palace in every way. after sleeping in the same bed for so many years. Yet he doesn't trust this palace. The ninth grade warrior by the crown prince's side is definitely left behind by the late emperor. Changen was speechless, not knowing how to persuade. It was at this time that the news came back. Your Highness, the news from the other city gates. Changen heir handed the news to Wu Jiu and quickly dodged to the side, lest she be struck by a crossroads. Wu Jiu was really on fire after reading it. If Huang Junshi is a waste, is even Zhang Wushi a waste? This palace gave him 50,000 troops, even the guards around this palace, and yet he couldn't even attack a city gate. And by now, he's still crying poor to this palace? 30,000 Luoyan legions, plus miscellaneous armies, is more than 50,000. Zhang Guigong Cheng Xiong and the Yellowstone Army, two famous generals, but the war into such a way, anyone will be angry fried. The city of Changen is full of 20,000 troops holding out, but these two had been attacking for a day, and not only had they lost troops, they hadn't even gotten close to the city gates. 7 of her own 9 products folded under the city gates. 50,000 troops, only 30,000 more at present. The losses were so heavy that she felt that the military report was wrong. Prepare yourself, tomorrow this palace will personally fight alone. Wu Jiu stood up. It looked like she couldn't win this battle without going up herself. While walking out, Wu Jiu instructed Changen again, pass on the decree to have all the diligent king's armies, all of them, rush towards Changen city. At the same time, contact a few of Princess Chang's people and put out the word that whoever can break through Changen city and capture the crown prince alive, this palace will make whoever is the crown prince, so that she can succeed to the throne of the great Qian Empire. Changen hurriedly said, Your Highness, 10,000 must not. If you say so, the eldest princess's side may withdraw the remaining 100,000 Xuanjia army in the north back. At that time, the remnants of the Dune Sea will make a comeback, and the remaining members of the Yan and Zhao countries will even rebel. Wu Jiu said in a cold voice, to resist the outside world, we must first secure the inside. How can we talk about external concerns when internal concerns can't be calmed? Hasn't this palace already dispatched the Longyu army northward? Tell Xu Chang Banner that even if we beat up the Longyue army, we must not allow the remnants of the Shichuhai to set foot in Daqian territory. At the same time, let the Tiger's Nest pass garrison station in the hinterlands of Yan and Zhao, but wherever there are hints of this, suppress it immediately, without having to report it to the Imperial court. Wu Jiu returned to her manor, summoned another group of generals, and began to mobilize her troops. Chapter 99, Return of the Wu family siblings. The manor. The two patriarchs of the Sword sect and the Green Mountain sect were already waiting. They gathered all the disciples of all the sects and went out in full force, and at the same time, they issued a Jianghu edict and gathered another group of Jianghu people. The current total is 25,000. These people, however, were all martial artists, with the lowest cultivation level starting at the 3rd grade, such as some of the elders, who were all 8th or 9th grade powerhouses. In particular, the people from the Green Mountain sect and the Sword sect were both a bit more powerful, and Wu Jiu had spent a lot of money, food, and spirit stones in order to cultivate them over the years. My subordinates pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. It's come to this, so let's dispense with all these false gifts. Sword sect Patriarch Hu Yongnan clasped his fists and said, Empress Dowager, Patriarch Jin and I have brought all the disciples from the sect here, and we have also gathered more than 10,000 Jianghu warriors. They are all willing to die for the Empress and take Changen city. Green Mountain sect Patriarch Jin Dahu also clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, for my Green Mountain sect to be able to achieve such an accomplishment, it is all thanks to your Highness's cultivation over the years, and the Green Mountain sect will repay the kindness of a drop of water when it comes from the spring. Please give your Majesty's order. We will take Changen city now. Wu Jiu just listened. At the same time the mind is also comparing the strength of the two sides. Changen city walls are high, and there is a heavenly danger moat. The advantage is great. Their side must be double or even triple the strength, to be sure to take. How many 9th grade powerhouses are there? Green Mountain sect Patriarch Jin Dahu mused. Most of those who come up from the rivers and lakes to defect are low-grade martial artists. There are no 9th grades, and for 9th grades, there are only the 5 elders of the Green Mountain sect and the Sword sect, plus the 2 of us, the patriarchs. There's only 7 ninths? Wu Jiu was a little disappointed, but she also felt that she was greedy. It was really not easy for a third-rate sect like the Green Mountain sect and the Sword sect to cultivate a 9th rank. With their own funding over the years, this had produced a few 9th grades out of them. The two were still in a good mood. This was 5 9th grades. Even around Wu Jiu, there were only 9 9th ranked powerhouses, with most of the rest in the 8th ranked realm. However, they didn't dare to be reckless. Wu Jiu was now the same 9th rank, and there were also strong Zhongshe realm protectors around her. Too little. When the two patriarchs heard Wu Jiu's words, they frowned at the same time. Their hearts were very unpleasant. There were 5 9th grades, Was that still less? This was also a rather terrifying force when placed in the jungle. Ninth grade strongman, even if it is placed in the Dakian army, can hold aside. Wu Jiu took the two men's unhappiness in her eyes and said in a cold voice, "Yesterday evening, the Luoyang Legion fought a battle with the city's defenders. Duke Changen and General Huang lost. The city wasn't captured. Lost 7 ninth grade powerhouses from this palace, and lost almost 15,000 troops." The two of them immediately whitened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with horror. 7 ninth grade had died? Could it be that a Zhongshe realm powerhouse had struck? The prince has a patriarch protecting him? Then why the hell are we going there? We're just going over there to get our heads handed to us. Green Mountain sect patriarch Jin Daho summoned up the courage to ask, "Did the Empress Crown Prince have a Zhongshe realm powerhouse by his side?" Wu Jiu coldly said, "If a strong Zhongshe realm master has made a move, this palace would not have to worry." 100 years ago, the world was in great chaos. The patriarchal realm powerhouses each for their own masters, attacking and fighting each other, slaughtering cities and destroying countries at every turn, and later fought out the 4 great empires. Many kingdoms dimensional pattern of the world. The hidden sects and those sects with a long heritage stepped in and joined hands with the 4 great empires and many kingdom sects to hold a general meeting, which stipulated that sect master realm powerhouses should not be easily killed. Those great clans and the 4 great empires and many kingdoms had all signed an agreement that sect master realm powerhouses were not to be taken lightly and could not participate in battles between countries. If it was necessary to participate, a duel could take place between sovereigns, and a sovereign realm powerhouse could not strike at a martial artist below the sovereign level. The crown prince has gotten 17 ninth grade warriors from who knows where. When Wu Jiu said this, she gritted her teeth and hated the late emperor again in her heart. Hiss! The two of them sucked in a breath of cool air. The crown prince had 17 ninth grade warriors by his side. This was too terrifying, but all the same they were puzzled. Where did the 9 pins come out from beside the crown prince? Hasn't the prince always been a loser? Hasn't he always lived under the eyes of the Empress Dowager? Where would he have the opportunity to train so many ninth grade powerhouses? Speaking of cultivation, even if there were more resources, in 10 years' time, it would be absolutely impossible to cultivate so many ninth grades. Are you kidding? That's why the palace says there are too few people. The two had nothing to say for a while, originally full of confidence, want of filial piety a loyalty, then mix a half a position, then to do a third-rate clan head much stronger. After all, the Imperial court had abundant cultivation resources to take, as well as high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts. These were things that they, the third-rate clans, could not obtain, but now it seems that a joke has been made. Next, your task is very heavy. Continue to gather the people of the Jianghu. Don't worry, when the war is over, this palace will have its own reward. The sword sect patriarch hesitated for a long time before finally speaking out boldly. Your Highness, there is a sentence that is not worth speaking. Say it. Wu Jiu now has been very kind. If before, a cold eyes kill on the past, what words still when to speak not to speak? It's all forced by the situation. There are some great devils in the Jianghu. They also want to serve your Highness. It's only because of their status that my subordinates gave them a refusal. The so-called great devils were evil cultivators who practiced evil ways, were murderous, and cultivated through killing. These people have done all the bad things. No matter in Deqian, or other empires, they are all wanted by the Imperial court as key criminals. Deqian Mysterious Prison is the department that specializes in apprehending these evil cultivators. Without any hesitation, Wu Jiu angrily rebuked, Patriarch Hu, this palace sees that you've repaired your brain with your cultivation, and you're letting this palace use this kind of person? The palace does not wish to hear you say such things in the future. Wu Jiu was furious in his heart. Hu Yongnan was simply a straw man. Was this trying to ruin his dream of being an empress? Whether it is the Imperial court, or those big sects, with these evil cultivators are incompatible. This is a political principle. If you use these people, is digging their own graves. Even if he attacked Changen city, captured the crown prince, and succeeded in sitting on the throne, what was the use? And what would be written about himself in the history books 100 years later? If she were to use a demonic cultivator, she wouldn't have a chance to ascend to the throne. The 3 empires would use this as an excuse to lash out at Deqian, and the hidden clans and great clans, likewise, would step in to find trouble for her. My servant should be damned. My servant has spoken nonsense. Hu Yongnan hurriedly knelt on the ground and fiercely smacked his own mouth, and next to him, Jin Dahu also followed on the ground. Wu Jiu waved her hand and impatiently said, Go down and do your work. Wait for the order of this palace. In less than 3 days, the army of the diligent king will arrive in Changen, and they will start attacking the city. The 2 men rushed out of the house as if they were on the verge of amnesty, running into 2 armored generals with a murderous aura. The 2 of them hurriedly bowed and saluted. My subordinates have met the 2 martial generals. These 2 middle-aged generals, dragons and tigers, both ignored these 2 people. walked straight toward the house. From the aura just now, it is definitely a strong person in the 9th grade, or the kind of strong person who has fought in the battlefield. Big sister, we're back. Chapter 100, Wu Sanmei, catch the crown prince with your own hands and open your ass up. When Wu Jiao heard two familiar voices coming from outside, she immediately got up and walked towards the door, and a smile appeared on her face. Her feet were relaxed. Your servant, Wu Qiong greets the Empress Dowager. Your servant, Wu Sanmei greets the Empress Dowager. The three of them met at the door, and the two generals, who had called out to their big sister just a moment ago, instantly fell to their knees, addressing themselves as subjects, and made a kneeling bow. Get up, they're all siblings, there's no need to curtsy here, it looks like a raw deal. Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei stood up with a smile. Wu Sanmei happily went up and pulled Wu Jiao's hand. Eldest sister, we've been apart for 3 years, and now we finally meet you. You don't know that third sister misses you every day. Wu Qiong stood to the side, holding his bladder, giggling. Big sister, third sister is spoiled by you. On the battlefield she doesn't listen at all. I don't know how many times she has disobeyed the military order. She doesn't take me as a general at all. You are not with your big sister, and she misses you every day. Saying that, Wu Jiao looked gloomy. Some hurt and said, if it is not that my sister is not capable, I will not let you go to the front line to dabble in danger. Whenever sister sees the war reports you send, sister reads them with such alarm that it is difficult for her to swallow her daily tea and rice. Wu Qiong said, sister, you don't need to say that. We are all doing this for the betterment of the Wu family, and without the war effort, even if sister is honored as the Empress Dowager, she won't be able to reward us. Yes sister, don't underestimate third sister. Third sister has now been promoted to the 9th rank. Every time I fight with the Western barbarians, they can't get any favors. I've already killed 2 Western barbarians 9th grade powerhouses. Wu Jiao looked at her younger siblings lovingly, as a mother would, but never saw this kind of love from him in front of his own children. The three said some parents. The battlefield heard. Wu Qiong finally asked, sister, you so anxious to summon the 2 of us back. In the end what happened? The secret documents did not say. Sister, why don't you meet us here instead of in the palace? As we were passing through the city of Changen, the gates were closed, and just as we went up, we were shot with arrows as a warning. On the way they naturally inquired, only to hear that it was a rebellion in Changen city. As to who rebelled, no one can say, only to hear that many people were killed. The Great War is coming. The world is going to be in chaos. They came all the way here in order to hurry up and see their big sister quickly. This journey west has seen so many changes from the last time he went there. The fields have been deserted, the people are sparse, and even the caravans on the road are few and far between. Dakian seems to be in a crisis. Wu Jiao, heart depressed, sighed. This said, after the death of the late emperor, the court was divided into multiple factions. 3 princes, 5 princesses, and the little one you are most distressed about, all want to compete for the throne. This palace was thinking of supporting the crown prince to succeed the throne, but the second prince revolted, and this was delayed. And when this palace has cleaned up the forces of the second prince, it is ready to let the crown prince succeed the throne. Who would have thought that the eldest princess, this rebellious son, led 100,000 Xuanjie troops southward to seize Changen city, wipe out the traitors, and return the government to the crown prince? But who doesn't know her ambitions? She wants to be a female emperor. This palace integrated the army and prepared to annihilate the Xuanjia army outside the city, but the palace was careless and was counted by the remaining few princesses outside the city. 4 princesses have joined forces and seized the palace, fighting fiercely with this palace's Southland Legion in the city. The 2 were stunned. Were the princesses so wild? Wu Sanmei's eyes were starry as she murmured, the 4 nieces are so promising. Wu Jiao instantly passed with a cold stare. Wu Sanmei immediately stood up straight and did not speak. Wu Qiong asked, 4 princesses captured the palace, and they all want to be empresses? Then he laughed. Big sister need not worry, the 4 of them will surely not be able to become a climate. Not waiting for big sister to clean them up, they will pinch themselves. Big sister just needs to watch. It's just that I'm afraid my great nephew's life is in danger. His life is in danger, my ass. He's living a good life. Wu Jiao gritted his teeth in anger. He was still unconvinced to this day. Why did he let his waste of a son take it in the end? Both? The crown prince has hidden his strength and power over the years. He's now a 6th grade cultivator. He's gathered a group of 9th grade powerhouses around him, and he's even gained the allegiance of the Shao family's father and son. He defeated the forces of the 4 princesses. The eldest princess fled north with the remnants of the Xuanjia army. The 4th princess fled to Luoyang with the help of the 5 surnames and 7 prestige families, and the 2nd and 3rd princesses lived and died without knowing. Now the city of Changen is in the hands of the crown prince. Wu Qiong opened his mouth wide. His face flushed red, and he clenched his fists. His great nephew is good, worthy of being his Wu Qiong's nephew. It's a bit like him to redeem himself from such a heavenly collapse. Wu Jiao coldly said, "This rebellious son wants to commit matricide, kill me as his mother, and then ascend to the throne, saying that this palace is going to rob their Li family of their kingdom. He wants to get rid of all the forces around me, including the Wu family." Wu Qiong immediately felt that this nephew does not smell good. This is too overbearing. "We Wu family provoke you? It's unbelievable that you siblings fight for the throne and kill each other to death. But in the end, you want my Wu family to bear the consequences. By what right? Big sister, this prince is too much of a badass. Our Wu family is his mother's family. If he wants to be the emperor, he still needs our Wu family's help. How can he be like this?" Third sister Wu was indignant. Wu Jiao glanced at the two and said, "Perhaps they were compelled by the Shao family's master and grandson. There is another reason why this is the layout of the late emperor. The late emperor never trusted this palace from start to finish. He is dead, and his calculations are still going on. The crown prince is a waste of space. Back then it was the late emperor himself who tested it and said it himself to the world. And yet he made Li Zhuan the crown prince despite everyone's objections. The two of them are also sighing in their hearts. I did not expect my brother-in-law to be so calculating. And when he died himself, he also calculated our Wu family. Sister, don't worry. My younger brother will personally hold that unfilial son at your disposal. It's so uncharacteristic." Wu Qiong cupped his fists and said. Wu Sanmei also said, "Thanks to the fact that I still miss my great-nephew from time to time, I did not expect him to want Auntie to die. Too sad. I'm going to catch him myself and open his ass up." Chapter 101, The Yang Plot of the Anqi Army. Wu Jiao sat down, then asked, "Lao heir, so how many men and horses have you brought?" Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei were the most talented cultivators among the younger generation of the Wu family, and from the moment Wu Jiao became the empress, the two of them had been focused on cultivation by Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao gave them the best cultivation resources, such as the royal family's cultivation techniques, martial arts, and elixirs, and he also sought out Zhongshe realm powerhouses for them to be their masters. When the two arrived at the 7th rank, Wu Jiao sent them into the Anqi army for training, starting from a junior soldier and moving up the ranks by virtue of their battle achievements. Nowadays, the two of them were considered to have their own forces in the Anqi army, becoming unique generals. Only, the marshal of the Anqi army was Qiu Qingye. Back then, when Wu Jiao was involved in politics, Qiu Qingye's father was the right prime minister of the dynasty, and he strongly opposed it and risked his life to have an audience with him. In the end, the late emperor let Wu Jiao take part in the politics and recognized Wu Jiao's status as the second saint in his own words. Qiu Qingye's father was so angry that he fell ill and died soon after. Qiu Qingye was at war with the Kushan Empire at the time and didn't get to see his father for the last time. Since then, the Qiu family has treated Wu Jiao as if she had killed her father. The Qiu family also began to operate in the western region and started to gain a foothold in the western region. Wu Jiao had once reminded the late emperor to weaken the military power of the Qiu family, but the late emperor did not listen to the advice because at that time, the late emperor was able to shock Qiu Qingye, but she Wu Jiao cannot be subdued, so she started to Anqi army to insert her forces a long time ago. Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei are just the obvious ones. It had to be said that Qiu Qingye was a talent, and after so many years of infiltration, the Qiu family was still a dominant force in the Anqi army, holding absolute power. Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei were only in control of 20,000 to 30,000 men, and even at 20,000 to 30,000 men, they were still nominally under the Anqi army, together with the army controlled by her secretly placed confidants. It is no more than 1/10 of the Anqi army. When the late emperor was around, Qiu Qingye and Qi Wangli's son were very close and had been in secret contact, and after the late emperor's death, the Qiu family was even more blatantly trying to support Qi Wangli's son to succeed the throne. Just Qi Wangli's son is a thief heart, not a thief courageous people. When the big thing hesitant generation, otherwise I am afraid that the Anqi army has long been Qi Wangli's son control. Once the 300,000 Anqi army attacked Changen, there was absolutely no one who could stop it, and the person sitting on the dragon chair now would have long been Li Sun, the king of Qi. Wu Qiong laughed with her head held high. Sister, this time the Qiu was generous and gave us 50,000 men. When we were leaving, we were also equipped with fine weapons and armor, and said that we must perform well and build a career. Wu Sanmei also said doubtfully, that surnamed Qiu, he usually can't afford to give us one more soldier. Even his weapons and equipment are only changed once every 2 years, but this time he gave us 50,000 men and horses all at once. I always feel that something is not right. Wu Jiu frowned, then turned pale, slowly stood up and asked, the other 30,000 men, who is the commander of the 10,000 men, and to whom are they subordinate? Wu Qiong frowned, not knowing why Wu Jiu was so agitated. It wasn't just an additional 30,000 men, but he still clasped his fists and said, It's attached to the Beiga Xianguan garrison, and the 10,000 man commander who leads the troops seems to be called Zhai Qing, and the one surnamed Qiu said that Zhai Qing had suffered a defeat, and according to the military law was to be demoted and dealt with. But since there's a problem in the capital, he was allowed to come along with us. What about the other two wannabes? When Wu Jiu heard Wu Qiong's words, her fists clenched in anger. The soldiers and horses that she had managed to place in the Anqi army had been sent back by Qiu Qingye in such a way. Part of it is the garrison of Shattered Leaf City, and the other part is the garrison that stayed in the northern wasteland, and it was only at the Jade Gate Pass that we met up. Bang! When Wu Jiu heard that the defenders of these two places had also been sent back, she finally couldn't help herself and smashed the wine cup in her hand hard on the ground. Is he, Qiu Qingye, trying to rebel? Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei were startled and hurriedly bowed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. They still don't understand that after the defenders of these two places are sent back, the entire western region, it's all Qiu Qingye's call. Shattered Leaf City is the political and administrative center of the western region, with prosperous commerce and trade. After years of effort by Wu Jiu, she finally replaced the administrative officials of Shattered Leaf City with her people, and even replaced the soldiers guarding the city. As long as the place of Shattered Leaf City was controlled, no matter how influential Qiu Qingye was in the western region, he could only follow the orders of the Imperial court. After all, the 300,000 strong army's food, drink, and sleep all needed to be deployed by Shattered Leaf City. But now the garrison of Shattered Leaf City was sent back, or came back to the king. Wu Jiu is unable to speak of the bitterness. Who told you to bring the Shattered Leaf City garrison with you? You two fools. Do you know how important the Shattered Leaf City garrison is to the court? The defenders are the ones that the palace had a hard time arranging in, and after they were transferred, the Shattered Leaf City that had been in operation for years was all but finished, and it all became Qiu Qingye's bag. The two of them were wide-eyed. They were still too young to see this problem, and they were still bumbling around with their army running all the way as if they had gotten a great bargain. But they really didn't know that the defenders of Broken Leaf City were Wu Jiu's people. If they knew it was Wu Jiu's people, why would the two of them have had to grovel so much all these years and live under a fence? To replace the equipment for the generals, they have to go and beg that Qiu's name, and they have to look good many times. Wu Qiong cautiously asked, Sister, Mother, what about the defenders in the northern wasteland? Humph, and a beloved member of this palace. Wu Jiu clenched her fists, her chest rose and fell high and low, her eyes were bloodshot and she was obviously infuriated. For a moment, Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei were unexpectedly speechless. Wu Jiu coldly said, worthy of being the most outstanding son of the Qiu family, in terms of yang schemes, this palace is really inferior to you. Beiga Xian Pass is an important trade route to the Kushan Empire, and is likewise a place where the two empires must fight, a graveyard for the soldiers of the two countries, where many battles have been fought. Now that Qiu Qingye is in control, if the dynasty sends a large army to attack him, he can naturally let the cavalry of the Kushan Empire enter Dakian, and he can even defect to the Kushan Empire. The northern wasteland is an important passage into Longyue, and as long as he guards this passage, none of the Great Qian's armies will be able to get out of the Yumen Pass. Qiu Qingye also held Shattered Leaf City in his hands. Thus, the entire western region was completely controlled by Qiu Qingye without any bloodshed. She, Wu Jiu, had counted how many years, even through the exchange of conditions, and this was the only way to control these important places. I didn't realize that overnight, it was back to square one. The Anqi army has not had a major war for 5 years, recuperating for many years. While the small wars are uninterrupted, the Anqi army's combat power, I'm afraid, is very strong. Only, now she seems to be thinking a little too much. The immediate Changen city cannot be taken. All is worrying about nothing. Only, as a superior person, ruling for many years in power to say, by Qiu Qingye play in the palm of the hand. Years of planning overnight clear. She is still very angry. Wu Jiu also didn't have the same excitement that she had just felt when she saw her relatives, not to mention the fact that Wu Qiong and Wu Sanmei had brought 50,000 soldiers and horses with them. You will go down and wait for military orders. In this way, Wu Jiu sat in her house all night, and early the next morning, Shangwan Wan'er once again brought good news. Your Highness, the Hadong and Jinghu Qinwang armies have already met at Tongguan, totaling 60,000 men, and are on their way to Weinan, arriving here this afternoon. Governor Miao's navy, which also arrived in Fengzhou, will reach Changen City tomorrow afternoon. And the bad news. Chapter 102, the first princess goes south to capture the dragon. The fourth princess claims the emperor in Handan. Wu Jiu had heard enough bad news in her time, and didn't care about one. What bad news? Shangwan Wan'er mused for a moment before she whispered. My subordinate had the people of the Nine Giants Terrace probe the news of the eldest princess and the fourth princess, and today they sent a secret document. the eldest princess took the remnants to Mount Hangin and had the Jinzhong County Guard go around raising provisions, and then the entire 100,000 Northern Realm Xuanjia army went south, and has now arrived at Mount Hangin. Wu Jiu stood up with a pang, panic finally appearing in her eyes. These days there is a lot of bad news. I'm afraid this news is the worst one. At present, the northern border relies on the 100,000 Xuanjia army to defend the border. 100,000 Xuanjia army to the south. Isn't the northern border equivalent to giving up the border? It was her worst fear, and it finally happened. The situation of Dakian, more and more bad. The northwest she did not have eyes. Anshi 300,000 troops, 250,000 all fell into the hands of Zhou Qingye. Once Zhou Qingye moved to rebel under the encouragement of Qi Wangli Sun, Dakian will lose the entire western region, and the right side of Longyang without elite troops. Changen city is in danger. Now the northern border and no guards. Even if she previously let the Longi Legion lead the army north, to prevent the eldest princess to withdraw troops and no one to guard the northern border, but the Longi Legion is only 50,000 elites, and is not too familiar with the northern border. Lack of clothes and food. I'm afraid that it is not Shichukai's rivals. This rebellious child, how did she dare? Isn't she afraid of becoming an ancient sinner of Diqian and being spurned by 10,000 people? Wu Jiu regretted after scolding. If the eldest princess cared about the scolding, I am afraid that she would not withdraw the 100,000 Xuanjia army. Wu Jiu's face was grim as she walked back and forth, and only after a long time did she say to Shangwan heir, send someone to go to Mount Hangin, and make it fast. Go tell the eldest princess, explain to her the advantages and disadvantages, and ask her to withdraw the Xuanjia army, and this palace promises to make her the successor of the empire. If she doesn't want to, then join forces with them and break open Changen city as soon as possible, and the palace will let her be the successor of Diqian. After finishing her speech, Wu Jiu sighed, and in her heart, she missed the days when the late emperor was around a little bit. At that time, she was only dealing with political affairs. Other things, there was no need for her to care. The huge empire were functioning normally. The late emperor didn't really care. But now, after the late emperor's death, everything is in chaos, and with her handling of the situation, things are getting harder and harder to wrap up. The empire was not obtained. The lineage was not disposed of. Changen city was still gone, and what worried her most was that Zhou Qingye in the western region would revolt, that the northern border would be annexed by Shichukai, and that Yan and Zhao would not stand on their own. If this had happened, and she would have become the sinner of Diqian before she would have been reviled by 10,000 people. Shangwan Wan'er bowed and led the way. Shangwan Wan'er also saw that Wu Jiu was just making a show, not wanting to take the blame for the princess, but also wanting to dump the blame on the princess. After all, Wu Jiu tried her best to salvage the situation, only that the eldest princess did not listen to the advice of her hand, which led to the northern border was gone. Why don't you go pass the word? When Wu Jiu saw Shangwan Wan'er still standing next to her, the anger in her heart immediately rose. It's all on fire and you're still standing here? Shangwan Wan'er hurriedly said, Your Highness, there is one more thing that I have not reported to you. After the fourth princess went out from Changen city, she was taken to Hebei by the 5 surnames and 7 wishes and claimed the title of emperor in Handan, the former capital city of the state of Zhao. Pust. It was as if this was a heavy punch that slammed hard into Wu Jiu's chest, surprisingly causing Wu Jiu to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with you, mother? Wu Jiu spat out a mouthful of blood, holding the table to stand. See Shangwan Wan'er anxious to come forward, waved his hand and said, No harm, just a matter of Qi anxious to attack the heart. She never expected that the fourth princess would claim the throne, and she even claimed the throne in Handan. The 5 surnames and 7 wishes are determined to support the fourth princess as the empress. During this 10-year period, the late emperor, in order to stabilize Yan Zhaoga's post-war reconstruction, then allowed the family industries of the 5 surnames and 7 wangs to move into Yan Zhaoga, and after more than 10 years of development, the 5 surnames and 7 wangs already have a deep foundation here, completely controlling Yan Zhaoga's economic lifelines. Even some of the sects within Yan Zhaoga were under their control. The people of Yan Zhaoga, especially those nobles, hated the Guanzhongli family. Guanzhong's nobles the most. As long as they attacked Changen city, those people definitely supported it, even if the emperor was still a Li family member, and they loved to see the Li family members beat the Li family members. The hearts of these old things of the 5 surnames and 7 wands are really vicious. Immediately after the fourth princess claimed the throne in Handan, she formed a team. Everyone alive in the Academy of Literature followed her there, and all of the world's Confucians, especially those from the Jishi Academy, all traveled to Handan in support of the fourth princess's great eastward campaign, and the people of the land of Yan and Zhao, likewise enlisting enthusiastically, have drawn up an army of 100,000 000 men. Bang! Wu Jiao slammed his fist on the table, which instantly turned into pieces. Each one has grown capable. Fight them all, and beat this great Qian to a pulp. Wu Jiao actually had a sense of powerlessness in her heart at the moment. You go, this palace wants to be quiet. Shangwan retreated, hurriedly arranging for people to head to Mount Hongyin to negotiate with the princess's people. Actually, it's a blackmail delivery. It was night, the stars were high in the sky, the dark night sky, in Li Zhuan's eyes, but it was like a bright light. He could even sense the power of each star. Li Zhuan sat on the empty elevated platform, running his gong method and absorbing the power of the stars without stopping. This high platform was originally owned by the Qintian supervisor, and now part of the Qintian supervisor's people have been ed to death by Li Zhuan, and some others have escaped. Instead, it left Li Zhuan with a piece of feng shui treasure land for cultivation, and at this moment, there was no need for her to hide it, and to her heart's content, she began to cultivate with all her might. Phew! With a long cry, Li Zhuan snapped his eyes open. He saw countless stars like a sword, flying towards him, and then, with a movement of his mind, the stars turned into flying swords disappeared. Li Zhuan stood up. The sky in the east had already appeared fishbelly white. I have finally broken through the 6th grade and become a 7th grade powerhouse. This 6th and 7th grade were just different. The true qi in the body had more than doubled. No wonder a cultivator who was one realm away was like being separated by a mountain. It looked like the person who fought over a level wasn't a ing genius, but had actually been favored by the heavens and was a ing demon. It was enough to see how precious the 10 enhancement pills that the system had rewarded him with were. Long Xia saw that Li Zhuan had finished his cultivation and immediately walked up and bowed. Your Majesty, 3 big news have come in. The eldest princess has transferred all 100,000 Xuanjia troops from the northern realm, and they are recuperating at Mount Hongyin, so it is estimated that they will be ready to move south in the next 2 days to attack Changen city. The 4th princess has claimed the throne in Handan. King Li Sun arrived in the western regions. Xiao Qingye packed up the Wu family's forces and sent them back. And now the entire western regions are in Xiao Qingye's hands, and Xiao Qingye has a good relationship with the Qi King, and is supposed to be a supporter of the Qi King. Li Zhuan was instantly numb. Are these people that wild? Completely disregarding the righteousness of the country anymore, preferring to give away the national territory to outsiders and taking advantage of our own people?